wanna travel across the land. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I wanna something. What the heck are the words? Ba-da-na-na-na-na. Pokemon! Jim Bob and Rob both responded back. They said, yes, we can do short interviews. Andrew said maybe, no promises. He's probably going to be super busy. And I don't think any of them are going to be staying at the hotel. Okay. Delete the folder, dinosaur pyramid. Delete the folder, dinosaur pyramid. Ba-da-now. What are we doing? Let me share this a few places. Juicy Reacts is only at 30 likes. I'll need to share it on X and tag Andrew in it. See if he'll watch it. Let's go here. Let's go here. And let's go here. All right. Hey, Ramesh Submaramian. Are you Muslim? Because if you are, I need to talk to you. But first, we got to watch this debate. Let's see where it is. It's on Mohammed Hijab's channel. There it is. Okay. Dude, he toasts Destiny. He toasty roasts Destiny right here. I already watched it.
The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us.
Dude, Juicy should react to this dang video. No. We need to get Juicy Reacts to 50 likes. And then we'll do You're Christian? Oh, shoot. Well, that doesn't help me. Do you know a lot about Islam? And also at the end of the Fresh and Fit debate, they get to morality. Which is... But I want to hear what these guys want to say. Okay. Where are my headphones at? All right, we'll listen to this and then we'll go do some panel stuff. I was here first, buzz off stalker. Who's LD? Dude, why are my names wrong on my thing? Also, oh, okay, cool. All right. We're going to get right into this. It's an hour long.
Whoever builds a mosque for Allah, Allah will build for him a similar house in Jannah. And we know the great reward that will not only be gained, but rather will fill your grave after your death. Whenever someone prays there, whenever someone gives shahada in the masjid, whenever someone learns something in the masjid, yes, that will be something that you'll have on your scale.
I'm taking all these books. I'm taking this stack of books right here to DebateCon. A Bible, Schopenhauer, Quran, and my trusty handy dandy notebook. I can't be on Discord tonight, but I want to.
And there's one thing we can all agree on.
We'll miss you. We'll miss you sorely, Kat. Is this at Oxford debate? This looks like the Oxford debate hall, but I don't know where they are.
Is regular, stable, uniform, the extent to which it allows life to exist within
Predictable.
it. From every small atom to the largest of celestial spheres, we see incredible goal-directedness.
I think the theme of this is atheist versus Muslim, or just atheist versus theist. But Destiny's going to make a point that I would make in a morality argument with a Muslim, but we're going to have to look into some of these claims that he talks about the Islamic golden age. I'm going to have to look into that.
Within the cosmos. Now the question is, what is the best explanation for that?
A creator.
Is it a source of knowledge, or is it a lack thereof? This is the question that must be asked. Is it a source of knowledge, or is it a lack thereof? Another question that could be asked is that, did something come from nothing? Is it conceivable, intelligible, or plausible for something to come from nothing, that the universe came from nothing? Did the universe generate and cause itself? Well, to suggest that the universe was generated or caused itself is
Yes. Yeah, they're going to be in my backpack.
tantamount to saying that a mother gave birth to herself.
Hindu but converted to Christianity.
And to suggest that there's more than one ultimate source of being, more than one necessary existence, is tantamount to saying that you can have more than one mother to one sole child. Therefore, it is clear that monotheism, the idea of one source, that is the foundation for everything that exists, is the only reasonable conclusion. Another question that must be asked.
God is the unmoved mover. God is outside of time, space, and physical matter. So he doesn't need a creator. He always was and always is eternal. Whereas the universe is not eternal. It can't be eternal. It had to have a beginning. Science recognizes that. Some atheists will say, well, maybe it's infinite. Okay, well, then you run the Kalam on them. And plus science, entropy, heat death of the universe. We can absorb the universe growing from a central point, which means at one point you had the, what's it called? Yes, God has no origin.
Is what is the purpose of life?
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Because God is not something. I just explained that. He's outside of something. Pay attention.
What is the purpose of life? Imagine going into work.
No, it's
You
an
don't know who your boss
explanation
is.
where you don't have an
You
explanation.
don't know what your role is. You don't know what you're doing there. But here we are in the career of life, and we don't know what our purpose is. The purpose of life is to align the finite with the infinite. The purpose of life is to submit to the lawgiver. The purpose of life is to submit to the ultimate source of all creation. That's why prophets and messengers were sent aforetime. Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and for us, the final prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Peace be upon him.
Came to expound on this truth.
You know, I have an explanation of how something came from nothing.
And they came with an evidence
without a design
for their prophethood. As for the Prophet Muhammad, his evidence is that he came with a preserved.
Randomly, there was just nothing, and then boom, something from nothing. We say something came from God. You say something came from nothing.
Preserved religion. The Quran is preserved in a way that no other ancient book is. There's a falsification test within the Quran, challenging humanity to find a contradiction within it. Challenging humanity
I just said it.
To try and produce a chapter like it. And the Prophet of Islam made predictions that were so frequent and so precise that no other figure in human history made them. For example,
it's the same thing they say about Joseph Smith.
Told us that the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire would both fall to the Muslims. Now, according to Barnaby Rogerson, who is a historian, non-Muslim historian, he said that the similitude of the Arabs at that time taking over the Persian and Roman Empire.
But he started that stuff, like, he set up the Muslims to do that stuff. So it'd be like if I said, I'm going to build a house, and then I laid the foundation for the house, and I set up the beams, the framing of the house, and then I had a work crew, and I said, finish this house, and then I died, and then they finished the house. And my prediction comes true. But if they didn't finish the house, then my prediction wouldn't have come true. So all they did was finish what I started.
Is the same as Eskimos taking over Russia and America. Imagine what...
Yeah, that's very true. I live in Salt Lake City, Rev, and I talk to the missionaries. It's been a while, but I used to talk to them all the time, like once a week. And, but I would try not to debate with them because they'll blacklist you and they'll stop coming if you're like real aggressively debating them. But I would try to drop little crumbs for them to follow. And hopefully they followed them, but they have their script, you know, and they don't deviate from their script. They're not supposed to get into debates with people at their houses. They're just supposed to go through the script. They ask you a question, here's your scripted answer, and they prepare for that. Even if the scripted answer doesn't make no dang sense. But I told him, I was like, Joseph Smith seems a lot like Muhammad, don't you think? They're like very similar.
Kind of a wild prediction this is. And this is one of many predictions that obviously I don't have time to expound here. The question is, what does atheism have to offer? Atheism has no explanatory force whatsoever. Atheism is a negation. Atheism has no ontological status. Atheism cannot describe or explain morality, rationality, consciousness. Atheism brings nothing to the table.
Facts.
With that, I conclude. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
He's a much better public speaker than Destiny. Look at Destiny. Like, a lot of these students are dressed better than Destiny.
Same question? And then could you restate the question for me?
So the question is, in a world between Western secularism and Islamic Christians, which moral system could produce the most stable, compassionate, and just society?
I think he's saying, it says we apologize for lack of audio in this segment. Hold on. And I think they said, which worldview offers the most comprehensive understanding of the world?
I would say that secularism, as the foundation for, at the very least, the system of governance that we have, and the way that our laws and the way that we dictate how we conduct ourselves, I think is superior to any individual religious system because it allows for all these different viewpoints to come together. I think that it is no coincidence that we are in a relatively secularly governed country where we have the ability for somebody to speak on their religion, and they can say what they want about it, they can have their beliefs about it, and I have the ability, or anybody else here has the ability, to disagree with that particular viewpoint, but there's still room in society for that viewpoint. I would say that one of the foundational errors or one of the foundational mistakes or incompatibilities that the more fundamentalist approach or the more hardcore approach to religion has led to is the intolerance in certain societies of other types of beliefs. So whether that is the way that you conduct yourself and how you do comedy or speech, whether that's the way that you set up your particular neighborhoods, whether that's the types of laws that you pass to allow freedoms for other people in society, especially people that have traditionally been oppressed by systems of governance. Could be different types of minority figures, it could be women, it could be people of LGBT status. I think that the more secularized society is superior because it creates space for all of those people to exist together in a system that is functional. I think that there is some conversation to be had about the nature of existence. I do think that it's nice that religion gives us easy answers in all of our big branches of philosophy. You don't have to do much ethics, much metaphysics, much epistemology when it comes to figuring your religious beliefs, because all the answers are kind of there for you, and maybe that allows you.
Nobody said that you need to know any God to know right from wrong. In fact, we would say that you do know right from wrong, whether you know God or not. The question is, how do you ground your morality? How do you ground your knowing right from wrong? Where does it come from? It's just what feels good? Do you have any higher grounding for that morality? How can you tell a cannibal that they're wrong? How can you tell Jeffrey Dahmer that he's wrong? Because he hurt somebody? What if he did? Well, the cannibal's not hurting anybody. He's just eating dead bodies. Couldn't we just start eating our dead to end world hunger? That would be great. There'd be utility in it. It would not harm society. It'd be good for society. Less people would be starving. Sure, some people might get kuru, but that's very rare. And even if they do, what's wrong with that?
To explore other things in life. But when it comes time to arguing those things to other religious people, the last I checked, I don't think that Islam or Christianity or Judaism have settled their disagreements between who is the one true religion, Abrahamically, or any of the other number of religions that people choose from. So I think that in terms of societal progression, in terms of the moral progress you could say that we've seen as a society, I think that a larger secular umbrella has allowed this to happen. I don't think it is a coincidence that people find themselves moving more, and we'll talk about immigration later, to the...
Yeah, if it's just based off of popular opinion, then slavery was right when it was right. How do you justify what's right and what's wrong? Is it just the majority opinion? Is it what you feel is good? Is it if you do no harm to others? Is it no aggression? Is it utility, pragmatic? What is it? And then if that's the case, whatever one you choose, if another culture feels a different way and they want to do it differently, who are you to tell them that they're wrong?
These more Western secularized societies, because these societies have such specific carve-outs for different types of beliefs and different types of religions to exist and to express themselves. And I think that having these...
That would depend on if they ever heard of my God or not. If they never heard about my God, then I think it's in Romans. Paul talks about they will be judged off the morality that they know. If they never heard of God, if they never heard of God, they never saw a Bible. But it's 2025. You're hearing about him right now. So, and what is a good life? No man is good. What do you mean a good life? I'm sure you've lied. I'm sure you've done all sorts of not good things. Who decides what a good life is? Are you perfect? Because I doubt you're perfect. And if you're perfect, by whose standards?
Countries change back to regress into a more religious state, into a more fundamentalist state, where all of us are required to have a particular religious belief. I think it would be a regression in the, I would say, philosophical
Don't eat
progress
people,
that we've made
Rome.
as a society, or as multiple societies, because, yeah, the idea of being able to enforce your religious ideology or your dogma on some particular group of people, I think is an idea that was tried in the past and hasn't produced the societies that have the most flourishing today, which I would say are the ones that are more secular and do allow for more different points of view.
Come on, ads. This is not 1.5. That's just Destiny's cadence.
Well, I mean, Destiny mentions that secularism is superior to religion. But secularism couldn't exist without it, because secularism is, by definition, a separation between church and state. So how can you have secularism without the church? You would just have something else. So it can't be superior to it because it incorporates it into its worldview. But the question really is, what's the objective basis for all of his claims? He mentioned LGBT and minority, this, that, and the other. The question is, as an atheist who believes that we are essentially atoms whizzing around, this is the physicalist, this is the materialist assumption. How can you get from that to objective morality in the first place? How can you ascertain?
This is actually more prep for the Planet Peterson debate, because he's a physicalist, naturalist, atheist, and he's going to be arguing against Christians. These are the arguments that I would bring up against him. I know those arguments all day, but I really need to be studying up on Islam and Islamic morality versus Christian morality.
That liberalism is the superior ideology from first principles, from a scientific or mathematical perspective. You can't do that. It's not possible, because Kant couldn't do that, because J.S. Mill couldn't do that, because greater people than me and you couldn't do that. Therefore, you won't be able to do that. Secondly, I will say this. I mean, he mentioned something about intolerance, which we'll come to in a second. But he mentions, and I was very surprised when I, to be honest with you, heard this. He mentions intolerance. Let's go to this straight away, actually. This is a man who supports a genocide. This is a man who was going to the IDF, telling the IDF that, you know, when you're doing your atrocities, make sure you hide them and don't take pictures of them. You're going to talk to us about this? You're going to be sanctimonious and talk about minority rights? What minorities are you talking about? The minorities that you prefer, that the white man prefers, that the colonialists prefer.
Always the white man.
When it comes to the Palestinians, no.
Blame the white man. It's always the white man's fault. I don't like that he did that.
Kill them. You're actually telling people to kill them. This is absolutely diabolical. And with that, I will conclude, and you can respond.
There are, some 2 billion Muslims, I think, on the planet. For all the talk I hear of Islam coming from one book, from one word that is unchanged and unaltered, I look to the Palestinian situation and I wonder, where is Islam, or where are the Muslims? The idea that there is some foundational religion here that all of these different people of the same belief system buy into enough to actually stand up for and defend and support their fellow Muslim brother doesn't seem to be there. So one of the most fatal flaws that I find people who are religious commit is this flaw of thinking they stand on firmer ground than they actually do. The idea that there is one holistic, unified view of Islam is probably a view that every individual Muslim would tell you, but maybe not all of them would agree on. I think the same can be said for Christianity. The same can be said for probably any major religion. We can
blame the atheists, just don't blame the white man. There's a lot of smart white men, but there's no such thing as a smart atheist. Remember that, kids.
Talk about what type of minorities that we prefer, but I mean, if you just take a glance at any Western society, you can see that the incorporation of different groups of people into these societies is much better, and the net is cast much wider than it is in any comparable societies, I would say, in the Middle East or North Africa region.
If you don't understand the rules of power, you are certainly lose.
How many ads did you run in this damn Muhammad?
To some.
What the heck?
Okay. He says, where are the Muslims? That's a good question, and I agree with him on that, actually. But there's a distinction to be made between Muslims and Islam. The discussion here is not about Muslims,
talking
it's about Islam.
My sky daddy like
That's
that.
the first thing. And then he says, okay, well, Western countries are doing a good job with minorities. I mean, liberalism coexisted with colonialism. You must...
I'm about to time King out. I'm about to time you out, King. You're pissing me off right now. Don't be talking about Sky Daddy.
Understand this. You cannot look at this time in history and not realize that J.S. Mill was somebody who was actually advising his government how to use racism and supremacy against the colonial empire, against members of the colonial empire, the colonies. So there has been a relationship between racism on the one hand and colonialism on the other, and it's very well known. Look what happened to India. This is
What's
a really
that got to
bad
do with
argument.
atheists?
Well, the question is not about liberalism. It's about atheism.
Yeah.
And there's no necessary connection between atheism and liberalism. You can be an atheist communist. You can be an atheist Nazi. You can be an atheist Zionist, as you are. As you are. He is importing liberalism into the discussion to save atheism. Sorry to say, just as, because he's open about this open relationship stuff, just as he imports other men to help with his conjugal duties.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Now, Mohammed, it's very funny because I've seen clips already of this. Mohammed gets pretty personal. He starts rolling around in the mud on this, and I don't know if that's good form. But I mean, it kind of this is kind of like what Andrew did to Matt. Heck is his name? Why can't I remember his name right now? The atheist dude, the secular humanist. You kind of say, like, who are you to judge what's right and what's wrong? You're a cuck. What do you mean? But I don't know. I don't like that game. That's kind of grimy, but this is funny. He says he invites other men into his house to help with his conjugal duties. Who does that?
You have no business talking about liberalism. You have no business talking about liberalism. We're not talking about liberalism. Liberalism is a philosophy that's not on the debate card today. We are talking about atheism. Tell me how you can get to objective morality from atheism. Tell me how you can get to atoms whizzing around, carbon, which we are, from is to ought, as David Hume would put it. Otherwise, you'd be doing the naturalistic fallacy. If you can't do that, then be a man. It's going to be very hard, sorry to say, for you. Very hard. Be a man and say, I concede the debate. I give up. I throw the white towel. Although maybe you'd be using that white towel for other things. But
oh, shit.
If you can't do that, honestly, it's done. The debate is finished. And that's all I have to say.
So I think at the end of the day, you know, you could talk about the atoms whizzing by. We could talk about the different ways that we think we've proven our God. But again, there's been no progress made on this conversation in the thousands of years that people have debated religion. I think that one of the fatal flaws, again, of religious people is that they stand on, or they think they stand on firmer ground than they actually do. You say that we're not talking about Muslims, we're just talking about Islam. Different people have different interpretations of what Islam means. Some people might think that marriage is between one man and a woman who want to spend the rest of their life together. Other people might believe that marriage is a thing that you solicit to a woman to engage in sex with her and then leave her immediately after. Other people have different views on that. It just depends on how you live your life. The great thing.
Did Kieran rate us? Can gay people go to heaven? Can somebody who did something gay for a time in their life go to heaven? Yes. Can somebody who identifies as gay go to heaven? I don't know about that, because you're identifying, you're calling good evil and evil good. You're identifying with good. Like, I may have murdered a hobo once, but I could repent from that and say, I'm not a murderer. I made a mistake. I repent for that. And you could go to heaven. But if you keep murdering people and you call yourself, yeah, I'm a murderer, but it's okay. God made me just the way I am. God made me a murderer. Then now you've justified evil instead of repenting from it. And that could keep you out of heaven. But also, I don't condemn people. So that's up to God. You'll have to ask him about that.
About liberal societies is you're able to practice all of these things however you want in a way that won't involve you getting executed for it. When it comes to deciding, you know, whether a society can have a secular foundation, you know, you can have this conversation of, well, philosophically, you can't connect A to B and B to C and C to D and everything else, but somehow secular societies seem to exist. It's also funny to try to tie liberalism together in with this concept of imperialism when people have been doing imperialism far before the concept of liberalism even existed. I seem to remember caliphate spreading across.
It's definitely evil. It's an abomination. Yeah. And it's gross. Duh. I think we got a gay on our hands. That's okay. We talk to gay people around here, just so you know. I got a lot of gay people that come on my panel. Jalen says he's a gay Christian. I disagree. I don't think that's an oxymoron. You can't identify with being an abomination, proudly being an abomination, and call yourself a Christian. That don't make no sense. It's an eventual raid when EOD is playing Dungeons and Dragons because people are like, oh, something else is on. Now we don't have to watch Dungeons and Dragons anymore. No, EOD is cool.
Huge portions of the world, and they didn't need any liberalism to do that. They seem to do that just fine along with Islam. Islam has specific categories of people that aren't part of the main body of the Muslim population. So this idea that you can't have marginalized people in any type of system, I think is a bit silly. The idea that Islam provides some special protection or some special way to run a society that would be superior in terms of producing better outcomes for the people involved. Where are those countries? That would be my big question. You know, if we were to argue about the successes of liberalism, I mean, I could point to Muslims existing in a liberal country today with the ability to argue for their Muslim countries. How many Muslim countries can I go to and find liberals arguing the same thing? I think that the idea of free speech, open debate, the ability to own private property, to start a business you want, and to practice whatever religion you want, I think is a special thing that liberal societies have created. And I challenged the opposing speaker to tell me, what are these model Arab societies? What are these model Muslim societies? What are these modern Islamic societies, or these model Islamic societies that you would want us to look more like than any of the countries in the West that you found appropriate to live in?
And this is a question I would also ask to Haikikachu is if Muslims are so much more moral than Christians, then why do their societies look the way they do compared to Western societies that have grown and innovated? And it's the moral structure of the society and the hierarchy and the system of leadership in the society, which leads us to developing the entire world and being profitable to the entire world, bettering the whole world. Until the French came along with the dang sexual revolution and started screwing everything up like a plague through the West. Also, I think another group of people had something to do with that. Marxists. You thought I was going to say small hats. The Marxists. Which, you know, it's a little bit of the French, the Marxists. Well, that was from France, but that spread like a plague through the West in modern times. It's a problem. I would agree with the Muslims on that. The liberalism, the Marxism, the sexual liberation, all that crap is destroying the West. So I would agree with a Muslim on that. But when we're sticking to our Christian foundations, all of these civilizations burgeoned and grew and blossomed and were profitable to the entire planet. Whereas the Muslim societies tend to just be a plague on the world for all of history. Like, it's savage. Yeah, I waste my life worshiping a false god, and you waste your life fighting against a god that you don't even believe exists. That makes sense.
Sure. Well, that was a bit
If he
of a
doesn't
mouthful,
exist,
Vanessa.
why are you arguing against
Well,
him?
you're going to have to swallow your pride and concede the debate, because actually, he has not been able to connect the dots, unfortunately, for himself. This is a debate about Islam and atheism, not Islam and liberalism, okay? He is assuming a liberal framework. Liberalism does not necessarily connect with atheism in any...
He's about to bring up the Islamic Golden Age, which is something I want to look into. So I didn't know. I may have heard of it at some point, but he's about to bring that up, and so that's something I'm going to look into. Maybe you're right. I just haven't. I don't know about it.
any way whatsoever. Itself, liberalism needs proof and justification for its own truth. which we can do in maybe another debate. I don't think you're going to be wanting to do any other debates after this. But the fact of the matter is this. He says Muslim countries, that's his big question. Where are the Muslim countries? I agree with you. Muslim countries are not following Islam. This is the answer to your question. They are not following. Muslim countries are not following. Look at the Palestine issue. There are non-Muslim countries who have done a better job than the Muslim countries with the Palestine issue. You know, they've acted more Islamic than the Muslim countries have. I agree with this criticism. We are not talking about that. As he's talking about execution and this and that. How dare you talk about execution? You are speaking to the IDF, telling them, if you're going to commit atrocities, don't bring your phone out. You are in no position whatsoever to talk about rights to us today. No position. Zero. Your sanctimony is gone, and you are finished. I'm sorry to say.
Don't settle for less. Enjoy a worry-free holiday with...
I have it pulled up right in front of me, the Islamic Golden Age. We'll read about it here in a little bit. Also, when we do the panel, look, I'd love to argue. I love to argue with atheists, but that's not on the docket tonight, okay? Any other Saturday, I'll argue with atheists all night, but tonight I want to learn about Islam. We're doing a crash course in Islamic and Muslim studies.
As much as the fellow speaker wants to paint me as a Zionist Israeli person, I've never given a speech to the IDF. I don't think they would much want my advice or my criticisms. Not a fan of Netanyahu, never have been. We can get into that later if you'd like. You're talking about the ability to connect atheism to liberal society, and you're saying that I'm simply begging that I'm simply asserting that it must be true for one liberal society to exist, that there must be some atheist foundation. But I guess my question to you would be, how could you have a foundation to a society that is some kind of religion that also allots for other religions to practice themselves in identical ways? When religions tend to be mutually exclusive, especially the Abrahamic ones, when they say that my holy book, my scripture, my God, my interpretation is the correct one, how do you truly have a society where you allow for other people to practice their religious beliefs? I challenge you, I'm curious, in your worldview, in the ideal Islamic country, would you allow people to draw pictures of the Prophet? Would you allow people to practice whatever religion they want? Would you allow people to do things that, so long as they comport with the basic laws that we all agree on when it comes to, things like don't steal, don't murder, don't do, obvious crimes we all agree on, would you allow in your ideal Islamic society?
Why do we all agree on those obvious crimes? There were a lot of cultures throughout the world that were totally okay with murder.
All of these other religions to practice in the same way that in a liberal society, in an atheist society, in a secularly built society, other religions are able to practice.
He asked me a series of questions, and he said that, would you allow the drawing of the Prophet? Would you allow this? Would you allow that? In the same way as liberal societies. Why should it be the same way? You haven't proven liberalism is true, and you haven't proven that atheism is true. You've given us no arguments for anything. And then he says, free speech. Well, it's very interesting he mentions free speech, because I'm going through some of his content, and he was making an argument for child. And he, in fact, said that there's a pragmatic case for child. So, yes, the Muslim...
I hate being fair to Destiny here, which I still disagree with Destiny. Don't get me wrong, but his argument was to use CP for PDF files in like therapy, which I still think that's wrong. But just to clarify what Destiny was saying, he wasn't saying like everybody should just be allowed to watch CP. He was saying there could potentially be some utility to showing PDF files who haven't acted on their compulsion yet. If you show them that, maybe they won't go out and do it to a kid in real life, which screwed up. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying, I'm just clarifying Destiny's position on that. I still think it's wrong though. Okay.
Countries would actually ban something like that. And that is an inhibition to the free speech people like you, atheist morality would bring to the table. Child banned in the Muslim countries, for example. Maybe that will put you in trouble or this and that, because I know you sent some pictures to that person, whatever. I don't know what's going on. I'm surprised you're even here today, so quite frankly. I was thinking whether or not I should humiliate you, but I was worried that maybe you enjoy it.
Wait, what did he just
Worried
say?
that maybe you enjoy it. I was thinking whether or not I should humiliate you, but I was worried that maybe you enjoy it. It's over here, man. You haven't answered any of my questions. I'm asking you how...
He's just turned it into a roast. He's more of an entertainer. Like, he's getting reactions from the crowd. He's a good public speaker. And he's kind of just roasting Destiny right now. And I'm here for it. But, I mean, I don't know if you're, like, winning the debate. But in the eyes of the audience, he's definitely winning.
You connect atheist morality with liberalism. There is no answer. There's no connection. So all of your subsequent questions are a waste of time because you are a puny, perverse. Yes, I'm sorry to say puny, perverse, pro-genocide, pipsqueak of an individual. This is the case. And there's nothing more to be said about you.
This is the most advanced fleece ever.
That's not really an argument, but okay. Right, yeah. Yeah, it's just a bunch of ad hom. But the audience is going to walk out thinking Muhammad destroyed Destiny. That's what they're going to walk out thinking. And really, I know everybody talks about fallacy. But really, do the fallacies matter if everybody walks out of the room and said he destroyed that guy? Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I am the original vintage. It's not an argument. It's if there were judges there with scorecards and they were judging this debate and picking a winner, he's losing points when he does that. From a critical debate judging perspective, he's losing points. He's not making arguments. He's just attacking the other guy. But if the audience walks out and they remember everything Muhammad said, and they tell their friends, oh, Muhammad destroyed that guy, and all the clips come out, and all the clips are the audience reacting and like, oh, to what Mohammed Hijab said. In the eyes of the public, Mohammed Hijab won that debate. In the eyes of scrutiny from a judge, you know, he's not making any arguments. He has made some good points though, but I don't know. The ad hom stuff is more. Hitchens said once, sometimes you sacrifice the point for the joke. Sometimes it's better to, like, if you don't have a rebuttal, or maybe you have a rebuttal, but instead of countering the point, you just make a joke. Sometimes it's better to not have the right answer or the right rebuttal and just make a funny joke, because the audience is going to remember that. The clips are going to show that.
I would have prepared more personal insults if I knew that was the direction we were taking this, but okay.
Yeah.
Again, I will say, you're saying that I haven't connected atheism to a liberal society, but I notice that you failed to answer my question of what types of behaviors would you allow in your model Islamic society without having the foundation as some secular system, without being able to point to laws, without being able to point to a system of governance.
And often with these debates with Muslims, they'll say beforehand, I'll do this debate, but don't say anything bad about our prophet, or I'm not doing the debate. I can't do the debate. I can't do this debate with you if you're going to attack Muhammad. And so there's a lot of things Destiny could say about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But if he were to do that, the other guy would leave. It'd be a rage quit. And I've seen it happen on, I think that's why the Sneeko debate, Sneeko and Uthman, I think it was a big debate and everybody was ready for it. And then when it happened, the Muslim guy just left the debate because they instantly went in on, he married a 6-year-old. He consummated the marriage when she was 9. He was a crazy warlord, blah, 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 blah. They attack the prophet's character, which I think that's a valid argument. If we're talking Islamic versus Christian morality, well, I need to compare Muhammad to Jesus. Let's compare Muhammad to Jesus. But if you do that, a lot of Muslims will be like, I'm not debating this guy. Because they can't. Their religion forbids them from speaking with somebody who's talking bad on the prophet. So, but if Mohammed Hijab is just going to attack Destiny's character, Destiny should just bust out a dang, well, what about your prophet? Like, you want to talk about CP, what about your prophet?
It doesn't originate from some holy book. I don't know how you can say that a liberal society, one that allows for all religions to practice equally, isn't necessarily a society that doesn't take a normative position on what religion is true or what religion is false. Again, there is a reason why you have come to this country, and while you might insult me and call me a lot of names, which funny enough is an indication that the person doesn't feel confident in the material, I guess, that they're talking about, you have the right to do that, and you're able to do that here as I don't know if you were born in this country, if you're an immigrant to this country, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't think that you would be able to get away with the same type of behavior in the countries that you seem to want to model this one or other Western countries out of. Again, I ask you, if you think that there is a better way to build a country with an Islamic foundation, where are these countries? It seems like they fell in the past, they haven't emerged again. If you're telling me that atheism is not the model or is not the foundation for a secular liberal society that allows for other religions to practice equally, well then tell me, what is the religious foundation for that society? How can you have a society that allows for multiple religions to practice, all of them to be treated in an equal manner by the laws and the government, but say that that society takes some position on religion and that the society itself isn't atheist or isn't liberal? You brought up this idea.
We got a grift, guys. I'm going to do a super chat goal. And also, we're still doing the Cashapp drive. We're flying out on Thursday for Nashville for DebateCon. Any Cash Apps are appreciated because the YouTube money, they take 30%, and it's going to take 2 months before I get it. So if you want to send a little money for the trip, hit up the Cash App. It's $Dreadedconservative. But we'll set up a little goal here. Just 10 super chats, any colors. Let's go. All right.
Earlier, it's funny you used an analogy of, a mother birthing herself or a child having two mothers. We can look, for instance, to children born today. That doesn't involve any religious aspect. It doesn't involve a God. It doesn't involve anything else. We know the process by how that works. We don't need religion right now to explain the things that are happening in society. For all the predictions that Muhammad or anybody else supposedly made about things.
They do insult Jesus when they say he was never crucified. They're calling all of the disciples liars, and they're calling Jesus a liar. And yes, and there's another one too. Memo Benjamin, Muslims do insult our prophets. They insult Isaac and Abraham. Is it Isaac or Rebecca when she was 3? It's not Abraham and Sarah, right? No, Sarah was older. Yeah, it's Isaac and Rebecca. Some of them do say that.
In society. I don't see his name on any research papers. I haven't seen him publish anything in Nature or Science Weekly. I don't really know what his predictions are doing that are relevant today. I know that, he was the head of a bunch of caliphates or started these that eventually fell and no longer exist. So I'm just curious if in your push to have Islam be the model for Western society, again, where are these countries that you want to model, Western countries off of? And if my foundation for a liberal society is not an atheist one, then tell me, what religion am I pointing to in order to have the societies that exist?
I'm going to say peace be upon him. I'm going to be like, if I try to talk about your prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon him, are you going to leave? Am I allowed to talk about your prophet, Daniel? Sahih Hadiths? Muhammad had some crazy Sahih Hadiths. What does that mean? Hadiths are the Sahih Hadiths. I'll look that up in a minute. Let me write it down. If any of you guys who know a lot about Islam, because I've signed up to do one of the 5v1s at DebateCon with Daniel Hakikachu. So I don't need like a full formal debate written. It's not like an hour, 2-hour formal debate. It's just 5 guys. He's sitting there. He gives a prompt, and then we take turns going up, and we get like, 3 to 5 minutes to just stay our arguments. And so I just need a handful of strong arguments that we can have a little back and forth on, and then I go back to my chair. But the topic is going to be Islamic versus Christian morality. So that's the focus of what I need to hone in on tonight. You going to get cooked, bro? Hey, I've already said I'm way underprepared, and it's definitely out of my league. I know Hakikachu, but see, I think I know Christianity better than Hakikachu does, and he knows Islam better than I do, but he knows Christianity better than I know Islam. So he has the advantage. He's definitely more experienced. He's definitely more studied than I am. So, but that's the way those 5-verse-1s work. You have a professional who this is his specialty. He knows the topics that he's going to bring up beforehand. You don't. You just know the theme. And there's 5 of us. And then we each go up there one at a time and make a little argument. And so it's kind of designed so that the 5 get cooked. 12 is fine, but 9 isn't. What's that mean? 12 is fine, but 9 isn't. Oh, are you talking about Aquinas? How he talks about, well, one has most likely gone through puberty and one hasn't. That's a difference. She wasn't 6. What age of Mary? We don't know the age of Mary, but it wasn't 12. I know a lot of people like to say that. I don't know where you're getting that from. Early church fathers had no issue with early marriage. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Aquinas wrote about that. They said, what was it? They said, once she's gone through puberty, and then you wait for her breasts to develop or something. Mary was 13. Where do you get that from? Because I've heard this before.
Some writers want cultural propaganda. For instance, commentator Douglas Murray argued the large-scale immigration to destroy European civilization. So my question to both of you is multiculturalism just
because he was 54 and she was 6. That's in the olden days, way back when. Maybe they would have argued puberty. Some of the early church fathers said the male was 16 and the girl should be 14. And then you have some early church fathers, Catholic church fathers, Aquinas specifically, talking about as early as 12. But I don't see, also, I don't worship the church fathers. I follow Jesus. Jesus doesn't say anything about getting with young girls. Jesus died single. So there's that. Different eras got different ages of consent. True.
So I think that one of the fatal flaws that Western countries have made, especially the United States, is we don't really ask ourselves, what does it mean in my country to be an American? I think that there are good reasons to celebrate immigration. You can look at the numbers.
And also, pointing towards the Bible isn't even an argument, because the Islamic dilemma, they believe the Bible. Well, at least Muhammad said the Bible was valid. So any sort of argument that you would be like, if they said, well, in the Bible it says this, and that's wrong, we don't do that in Islam. It's like, But Muhammad validated the Bible, so why don't you? Why do you believe in things that contradict the Bible when your prophet said the Bible was a valid source of information?
You can look at the economic impacts, the fiscal impacts,
What's
the
up,
impacts
Abe?
of business and everything else, and you could say, well, immigration is beneficial there. You can look at certain aspects of culture and say that we're enriched when it comes to foods or entertainments or arts, and you say there's an enrichment there. But what does it mean to actually be an American? What is the core base of values that all of us should be sharing? When I look at countries in the West today, especially after the Syrian refugee crisis, especially 2013 onwards, especially post-Brexit in the United Kingdom, I feel like we haven't come together in a long time in a lot of these countries, especially in mine. I can't speak as much for yours, but we haven't come together and asked ourselves, what does it mean to be a member?
I actually would probably avoid that anyway. I would probably stick to polygamy, lying to the infidel, killing the apostate, and acts of terrorism. Those would be my main focuses. We'll probably be looking up some stats about terrorism here in a little bit.
Of our nation, and what kind of values should we be looking for from people that are coming to our nation? Again, I will...
Right. You're just like the Mormons. You believe the Bible insofar as much as it's translated correctly, and then you'll say, oh, it's been changed, it's been altered. That's not the true Bible. But we're not talking about the King James Bible. We're talking about the original scripture.
Harkening back to the last subject, I like the concept of liberalism as a secular government, because as long as we share some core values that we're all working and building towards, some concept of a nation that we're working and building towards, liberalism provides a lot of different paths to get there. A Muslim like Mamdani in New York can be the mayor of New York City, which is a wonderful thing. We have evangelical Christians in the United States. I would say that they're less wonderful things, but I'm glad that they have the right to exist. We have secular atheists. We've got Zionists and non-Zionist Jews. We've got all sorts of different types of people that can exist under this umbrella, all working towards a common goal. I think that when you have people that are proponents of immigration, I think that it's good to take a step back sometimes and think, well, what do we want our country to look like?
Believing the Bible is like believing Harry Potter.
That
That's
doesn't
low
just
IQ.
mean people that look or think like us. It means people that are...
When people say that, believing the Bible is like believing Spider-Man's real or believing Harry Potter, that's like super low IQ. That's like sub 70 IQ comment there.
Building towards some kind of common goal. And I think for people that are harshly critical of immigration, I think it's good for them to ask the same question. Do I want nobody coming here because they don't look like me or because they don't think...
That's something I would expect like a blue-haired liberal chick who doesn't know what gender she is at a No Kings protest to say. Very low IQ.
Exactly like me, and what kind of restrictions would I draw on immigrants coming here that I wouldn't also restrict on my own countrymen? I notice sometimes in the United States, for instance, that a lot of conservatives will talk about how we want to restrict immigration from people that have A, B, and C or X, Y, and Z thoughts that they feel like aren't aligned with American values. But I would point to a lot of conservatives in the United States, and I would say that your disregard for rule of law or the Constitution doesn't align with our values. So I think that if you're going to have a view on immigration, I think that you should have first a view on what your nation is and what it looks like, and then you should try to incorporate more and more people as long as you're building towards that final project or vision.
It's like 100 degrees.
Come on, ads.
I went to Men's Wear.
I already got my suit. Stop showing me Men's Warehouse ads. That's the suit I got. Dude, they keep showing me the dang ad for the Chill Flex suit. That's the suit I got. Stop showing me the ads, Google. I know you're listening.
Well, I think with this one, the interlocutor, I'm not going to disagree that much as we did in the previous one. But what I will say is that when we think...
Rinjit Kusashi, you're barking up the wrong tree, bud, with that comment. You don't know me yet.
Think about it. When we talk about immigration and what's happening now in the media, especially vis-a-vis Muslim immigration, Muslim immigrants, the sons of immigrants. I mean, he asked me, you came to this country. I didn't come to this country. I was born in this country. You're the one who came, sorry to say, to this country as a visitor. You don't have to be white to be actually somebody who belongs to this country. And that's the point. Look, people are talking about grooming gangs, unemployment, criminality, and these kind of things vis-a-vis the Muslim population. But when was the last time you heard that despite a 6% population, the Muslims are 6% of this country, that they constitute 22%, according to Christie Foundation, NHS Foundation, of the medical professionals in the NHS. In fact, 51% of the NHS...
What is tequila? Tequila! What is taqiyya? I gotta look up all these dang words. I don't speak Arabic. Taqiyya? Isn't that the 4 verses that explain? Oh no, that's Tawheed. Tawheed, I have that. I have a note for that. But what's taqiyya?
Are comprised of people who are immigrants or the sons of immigrants. If you remove that, you will have a crisis so large, it will be as if Britain went into war. You cannot. People have this discussion about immigration. They disregard the fact, for example, that Muslims, once again, are 4 times, according to Charity UK, more likely to give to charity than their non-Muslim counterpart. Muslims contribute
to lie for the sake of Allah. Yes. Where do you know where that is in the Quran? I have a Quran right here and I'm taking notes. So if you know, do they call it chapter and verse? Can you give me the chapter and verse on that so I can look it up real quick? Taqiyya is what gives Muslims the right to lie under Allah as long as it advances Islam. Lie, cheat, steal as long as it is to the non-believer. Right. I brought this up. Where is that in the Quran? Can somebody put that in the chat? Or I can Google it afterwards. But
70 billion per year to the UK economy, which is equivalent to Birmingham and Manchester combined, the output of those 2 things. Now, if you remove
it's nowhere in the Quran. It's not in the Quran. It's a Shia thing. Oh, so it's not in the Quran. Show me where in the Quran the word taqiyya is mentioned. Yeah, show us. You're gonna get cooked if you listen to this chat in your debate with Daniel. Well, I'm not just listening to the chat. I'm going to a bunch of different sources, but it's in a hadith. Okay, let me write this down. Taqiyya, and we'll look into it afterwards. I don't know if that's how you spell it. You guys have spelled it like 4 different ways in the chat. So taqiyya, lie to the non-believer. And then also, well, we already found that yesterday where it says about killing the apostate. Lie to the non-believer. Hadith. I don't own the physical copies of the hadiths.
You will have a cascading impact in Britain that is so far-reaching that it will dent the economy and it will bring death and destruction upon the people of Britain. The question isn't about, oh, we can have this discussion about immigration. You need us. You need the immigrants.
Guys, it's a 5v1. It's not like a formal debate. It's just a couple minutes, you know. So I'm totally ready to get cooked. It'll be okay, but you know what? I'm going to try.
Speak in a position of privilege as if we can't have it. You actually need the immigrants. You're in a position where you are dependent on immigrants. This country is dependent on immigrants and the sons of immigrants. And then he talks about the Syrian refugee crisis. I don't even know what point he made, frankly. Sorry, I wasn't listening very clearly. And the microphone is not that clear for me. But, exactly, Syrian refugee crisis. If you support a genocide.
Yeah, we were watching Jay Dyer and Sam Shamoon on Fresh and Fit last night. And we're going to we didn't finish it. We're actually going to go back and watch probably the last 20 minutes of that because they get directly into morality there.
In Palestine, you support it. And people then run away from Palestine to try to come to the West. And you are the architects of your own complaints. You are creating the conditions of your own complaints. In other words, if the Western powers decide to go into these different countries, like Iraq, like Afghanistan, like Syria, like Libya, like Palestine, or help those who are doing it, and then those people that start fleeing and coming to Europe, you created this issue. So what do you want to do with these people? You either bomb them when they're there, when they try and run away, you say no to them as well. Sorry to say, what kind of a situation is this? What kind of situation is it? And let's talk about integration and assimilation. Unemployment. According to the BBC, If you have a Muslim name, you're 3 times less likely to be employed by the same job for the same position. So I would say...
That's the same
yes,
thing the
it's
black
true,
people
there are
say.
some legitimate concerns with immigration. There are legitimate concerns with minority groups. I'm not going to deny that.
In
There has to be
America?
some concession made. There are. There are things we have to work on, as every community in Britain. But at the same time...
Yeah, if I'm a business owner in America, I'd rather have John Smith working for me than Makalaka Lachikahu. Or dang, Abilikwa Kulukuhu. You're going to be more personable, more approachable by my customers. It's going to be more likely that you understand the language and you're going to learn when I talk to you and you're going to understand what I'm saying. Yes, and I have the right to do that as a business owner, or I ought to.
The way forward is there to be...
Bro, I didn't do the ads. That's them doing the ads. That's dang Mohammed the heck is his name? Hijab. Mohammed Hijab. That's him doing all the ads. I didn't do that. There's an ad every 30 seconds. It's crazy.
A reciprocity between the government or the dominant population and these minority groups. And there needs to be a reduction to the barriers of
Maybe it is Islamophobic. Racist, dude. Racism doesn't exist. You should go watch my Juicy Reacts video if you want to see some racism.
So I think we maybe agree on a bit of immigration, although I think the priorities are a little bit different in terms of certain groups of people. When I'm having conversations or debates on immigration, one of the things I tend to look for is how much people mix up groups of people or how wide of a net people cast when they talk about certain groups of people. So I can't speak to the particular numbers on immigration in the United Kingdom, but I do think it was interesting that it seemed like simultaneously a very high percentage of immigrants, maybe Muslims in particular, were doctors, but also a very high percentage of people, or a much higher percentage of people than named Muhammad, are unemployed. So clearly we're talking about different groups of immigrants here, and I think it's probably worth it to pay attention to different groups of immigrants. I think that one of the big mistakes that people have made is in allowing immigrants to come up and improve your economy. The economy improving is not the same thing as life for an individual improving. And sometimes there are ways to bring in immigrants to a country where the overall economy improves, but the improvement is slight over the entire economy, but the destruction to parts of the economy are very concentrated and are very noticed. And especially in the United States, we have issues along our manufacturing sector where you can see concentrated damage that different types of immigration have caused. While the entire country might benefit, the people that are in those damaged sectors will obviously feel like they've been abandoned by their nation, by their country, and I think there's a legitimate grievance that should be addressed. So as long as you are balancing out immigration, the types of immigrants you want to come in, it's important to distinguish different types of immigrants from other types of immigrants. A doctor who wants to come to the UK or the United States from Syria is going to be a lot different than an asylum seeker coming from North Africa. Is going to be a lot different than a PhD researcher coming from Kenya. Is going to be a lot different than a supposed asylum seeker from South Africa. All of these people are different, and you have to look at them in kind of their disparate groups and, assess which ones you want in your country and how you want them to contribute. And I'm very hesitant to take advice or critique from somebody talking about immigration who's very quick to lump all of these groups together and imply that we should treat all of them somewhat equally.
Yeah, so unemployment was mentioned again. And as I mentioned, look, when it comes to criminality and unemployment, this is the main argument that people make against immigrants or migrants or ethnic minorities, right? The fact is, there are 2 major predictors for those things, okay? Number 1 is being a man. If you're a man, you are more likely to be a criminal, okay? Maybe 10 times more likely than a woman. No one's going to ban men from the country, okay? No one's going to say, okay, the UK, no men are allowed in, because actually you're represented to a degree of 10 to or 100 to 1, whatever it may be, in prisons. So there has to be some discussion about, okay, well, what are the parameters now? The second predictor is actually socioeconomics. Now, in the UK and in Western Europe,
this has been debunked.
The issue is
poor people commit more crimes.
It's different to the way it happened in the United States. When the United States people brought people in for immigration, they had a more select criterion.
It's different types of crime.
They brought in middle-class people. That's why there's no talk of grooming gangs in Pakistani communities in California. There's no talk of it whatsoever. Why? Because they're middle class. Because they're doctors and engineers. In other words, when you're poorer, you're more likely to commit more crimes in certain areas, regardless of race, religion, or whatever it may be.
believe there's me and Freddie have gone over these numbers before. There's actually a way higher number of white collar crime than there is of poor people crimes. Poor people are more likely to commit violent crimes, but rich people commit crimes all the time. They just have money so they can get out of it easier. But they're committing crimes too.
Wealth is the predictor. It's socioeconomic.
Polytheist.
So it's not, oh, these black people are coming in and they're doing this. These Mexican people, no. When you get a black man and a white man who have the same money, they're likely to commit the same crimes and be unemployed in the same level, etc., etc. So the point is, the immigration thing has missed the colonial aspect. Britain's history with colonialism meant that it called the people from ex-colonies to come into Britain as unskilled labor after the World War in order to fix the country. They can't just do that and then tell them to leave afterwards. And hence, the reason why you've got people from Pakistan or from Jamaica or from whatever, India, in England, is because they were ex-colonies and that these people were used as unskilled labor. And because they're in that socioeconomic bracket, they will be more likely in some areas to commit certain crimes or to be unemployed just by virtue of socioeconomics. But that's not an argument against Islam. It's not an argument against or race realist.
Hey, thank you, AI chatbot. We got a bot that sends money? Bro, let me get more of these. I love bots that send money. I absolutely loathe Destiny. He's a complete degenerate. But I'd love to see him get a W on this one. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. He's arguing for atheism. Like, I'm not a fan of Islam, but I'm also not like I don't want either of these guys to win this. I want a Christian to walk in and body both of them. But thank you for the super chat. Let's go.
Argument or whatever it may be.
Hold on. What are you looking up? Hadith? Is that Are You Crazy? Is that the Hadith that talks about Taqiyya? Hadith Volume 9, Book 84, number 53. Hadith Volume 9, Book 84. Dang. How many of them they got? Book 84, number 53. Sunan Adi Dawood 5224 Gay Play Hadith. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Conversion and other things.
Because that's where it's veering towards. That's the right-wing argument. That they're doing it because of their religion. They're doing it because of their race. And that's what we should be against. Because actually the data is against all of that. So when we're having the discussion about immigration, the connection, the causal connection between these aspects which they consider to be wrong, on the one hand, and what's going on in someone's religion or someone's race on the other, is there is no connection. And the connection is actually a socioeconomic one.
What if you can create your own
Oh
website
my God,
by saying,
with the
this
ads,
is what
bro.
I want, with Wix?
What is going on here? Okay, Sunan.
Of what was said, I will say that when you're talking about different groups of immigrants, though, it's important that morality enters the conversation depending on which groups of immigrants that we are talking about. I think that there's a mistake sometimes that when we point to immigration, we only talk about the benefits, but then we talk about different groups of immigrants, and then sometimes we speak of obligations that we have to those immigrants. In the United States, typically most of the immigrants that we bring in are just by virtue of us having oceans separating us from the rest of the world. They're going to be more wealthy, they're going to be higher educated. You're selecting from these kind of higher echelons of society. When these people come in, the expectation for my country, and the expectation for any country, I would imagine for everyone to come in, is that on net, you're going to benefit the country in a variety of ways. I don't think that that same expectation should be levied, though, towards people that are seeking asylum or for people that are fleeing disaster.
Narrated by a pseudo 5 general behavior. Is this the right one? A man of Bassard said while he was giving to jesting and was talking to the people and making them laugh, the prophet... Oh, I remember this. I remember that. I've heard of this before. I have heard of this. The prophet poked him under the ribs with a stick. He said, let me take retaliation. He said, take retaliation. He said, you are wearing a shirt, but I am not. The prophet then raised his shirt, and the man embraced him and began to kiss his side. Then he said, this is what I wanted, messenger of Allah. So he poked him. They're tickling each other, and he lifted up his shirt, and they started kissing his... What the? Gay! Where's it? Hold on. Where is it?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you.
That means you're
That
gay.
means you're gay.
Sunan Abi Dawood 52224. Gay stuff. I've heard of that before. I remember hearing about that in some debate a long time ago. There's other ones too, huh? Okay, we need a list of all the crazy hadiths.
Faster. I think that sometimes when people, again, are looking at all of these different groups the same, I think that it's okay to say that there are going to be some groups that, at least for some period of time, either while they're there...
Judas kissed Jesus on the cheek. He didn't lift up his shirt and start kissing his rib cage. What the? Your God Paul was sleeping with Timothy? What? Where do you get that from? That means you're gay. They're all saying Judas kissed Jesus, Judas kissed Jesus. Judas kissed Jesus on his cheek in order to show a sign to the Romans so that they could arrest Jesus, to betray him. They weren't playing damn tickly time in the desert. Judas went down on him. What the heck?
or if they stay there, are going to be at least fiscal or...
Dude, this stream is about to have a damn fatwa put on my head. Oh, shoot.
budget drains on your society, because the situation that they're coming from isn't one that built them to be an economic unit or powerhouse that can contribute to your country. The obligations that we have towards different groups of immigrants, the obligations that we have...
Numbers 31 verses 17 and 18. I dare you. I do a stream in the mornings, Bible reading, Bible study with Josh, where we're reading the whole Bible. Right now we're in Psalms. So I've already went through all of Numbers live on stream. I'm reading the entire Bible from front to back live. So you can go to the playlist on my channel, Bible study playlist, and you can go to Numbers 30 through 35. I've already read it on stream and commented on it. So
towards asylum seekers should be as successful and, relatively speaking, wealthy countries that we can take some amount of people in. It's our goodwill for the world. You can even argue to, I would argue to a much smaller extent, because I don't buy into the colonialist arguments as much, but you can argue that because of the West's impact on other parts of the world, that we have some obligation as well to take care of people that might be fleeing disaster from there, especially places in the Middle East. But that being said, we have to be able to talk about all of these different groups, the different expectations that we have of these groups, and then the different ways morally that we would approach these groups.
No, I don't know where you guys get this, that Isaac married Rebecca when she was 3 years old. Where do you get that from? You're making that up.
In terms of how we would allow them into our society, and then how we would incorporate them into our society, what our expectations of them would be, and what our expectations of our own country would be with regards to the treatment of those groups of people.
Is that Joseph? Which is the one? Joseph was the one that, no, it was Leah and Rebecca, right? Was that Isaac or Joseph that had to work for the girl's dad for 7 years before he could marry his daughter? And then he gave him the other daughter. So he had to work for him for 7 more years to get the daughter he really wanted. That was Leah and... Wasn't that Leah and Rebecca? Was that Isaac or Joseph that did that? Not Joseph. Joseph is the one that went to Potiphar and Potiphar's wife and all that stuff. That's Isaac. So if he saw her gathering water... Then he worked for her father for 7 years. Am I mixing up my Old Testament guys? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. That could have been Jacob, actually. Maybe I'm thinking of Jacob. If I'm thinking of the wrong guy, Leah and Rebecca was 3 according to Genesis. Okay. Show me the chapter and verse, and I'll look it up. If you know math, you know Rebecca was
so
3.
with this, I mean, he mentions the expectations and he talks about morality, and we've already had this discussion. He can't even establish what morality is or how.
Hold on, this is important. I need to know about the morality of Islam.
It's true or anything like that. He's assuming the truth of his worldview without arguing for it, which is pathetic, actually. This is a debate. You're meant to actually argue for your worldview, whether it's liberalism or atheism. There's no evidence given. But the second thing is that if people have this view, like, for example...
Just AI overview, okay? And I understand it's AI overview, but it's not my fault that I've always used Google, and when I use Google, now they give me an AI overview. But the AI overview, the source is... Christianity Stack Exchange, Jewish Women's Archive. No, Rebecca was not 3 years old when she married Isaac. She was likely a young woman. The 3 years old idea comes from conflicting interpretations of Jewish traditions and biblical timelines, which many scholars dispute as being inconsistent with the biblical narrative. The Bible states Isaac was 40 when he married, which would make her 3 if she were born just 3 years earlier. But the biblical account describes her performing tasks that a young child could not, such as fetching water for 10 camels. Some interpretations suggest she was 14 when she married, which is consistent with the biblical timeline. If you said she was 14, I'd be like, yeah, probably. Yeah. You say she's 3, you're a retard.
When they say, well, Muslims, conservative Muslims, will be against...
In comparison to Muhammad's wife, what was her name? His first wife. She wrote a dang book. She wrote it. It was her words. She wrote it. And also, how many of his wives died mysteriously? They were offing themselves.
It's the liberal paradigm in these areas. The same thing applies for Jews then. Because frankly, the most...
She could have made 50 trips for water with a little 3-year-old in the desert. Just like, you know how 3-year-olds walk? Like they don't know how to really walk. They're like, and they got a cup of water and it's like, da-da-da-doo-da-da, gathering water and bringing it back. Y'all are so stupid. Oh, man. Hot seat.
2 closest religions are strict conservative Muslims and strict conservative Jews. If you want to have one policy for one, don't not have the other policy for the other, because that's a double standard. But we have never heard him speak about that. In fact, he supports European Jewish immigration into Palestine. So it's not like he's against immigration. I mean, he's not really that against immigration anyway, but the point is it's about who gets to benefit. That's really the bottom line, isn't it? If Europeans get to benefit, it's okay, no problem. There's no questions asked. You can even build settlements. No problem. You can even steal someone's home. If you're a European Jewish immigrant going into Palestine, immigration is fine. But if you're someone coming into the UK, no, there's a discussion about expectations now, actually. If you're seeking asylum, are you? You mean seeking asylum? You created these wars. You bombed these people. They're running for their life. And now, before you come in, tell us what you're going to bring to the table. Is this a joke? Is this some kind of is this satire? This is pathetic, frankly. No argument has been given. If you don't want asylum seekers and refugees in these European countries, then don't create wars in those countries. We are here because they were there. That's the reality of the situation. Prevention is better than cure. Don't create a disaster and then ask, why is it happening? You created it with your own hands.
Dude, Mohammed Hijab, you damn run an ad every 30 seconds, bruh. What, are you struggling? You got a pinstripe suit on. I like that bike, though. I want to get one of them. Those things are expensive, though. They're like $5,000.
Yeah, again, I mean, I don't really disagree much, but I will say that if you're going to have a conversation then about different groups of immigrants coming in, just be honest about what the expectations are and be honest about how you expect them to immigrate into your society and integrate into your society. You can't, on one hand, say that we have caused...
Jesus wasn't gay. He was an incel, okay? Get it right.
disasters in regions of the world, and now we expect asylum seekers to come because we owe it to them, and then in the next breath say, well, actually, all of these people are going to contribute on net to society at the same time. The first thing is a moral obligation that we would have to take care of a group of people. The second is just an economic trade, and our expectations and our approach to both of things is going to be wildly different. I don't know if we're going to get into Israel-Palestine more in the question section, obviously. The other speaker here has a lot of opinions on that. But yeah, I would say broadly we probably agree on immigration. Just when you're having conversations about immigration, make sure that you're treating every group differently. Make sure that you're having an honest conversation about what your expectations are of each group and what your expectations are for those groups once they're in your country and how your country should treat those groups.
What does this have to do with atheism? Yeah, they are cool. His DJI mic isn't on. They said we apologize for the lack of audible sound in these segments. He's got a DJI mic on the table right there, but the red light's on. It's not turned on. Bruh. Unless that's not the recording light, because I have one. It would be green. Meanwhile, we hear freaking homeboy taking a sip of his water cup. Where is this? Is this... This is not Oxford. Oh, we can't hear the questions either? He's speaking damn French or something. I don't speak French.
I would like to suggest that the speakers have presented us a false dichotomy in this debate about atheism, liberalism, justice, and religion. Namely, that it is true, and I totally agree.
Now he's speaking English.
That their values are indeed grounded in divinity. They are indeed grounded in God. Yet I also agree that there are values, and I think Mr. Hijab also recognizes, that we can recognize independently of our specific religious revelation. Values that he constantly appeals to while calling for what is often and quite entirely warranted pleas of justice for Palestinians and other victims of brutality, but failure of respecting humanity, of respecting human dignity. These values also ground, I would suggest, our commitment to freedoms that all of us, Muslims, Christians, atheists, or whatever, enjoy in this country and do not enjoy in most of the rest of the world. So I would suggest both the speakers, and I'd like to get their thoughts on this, that maybe there are values that used to be called natural law, that we can indeed appeal to ground a pluralist society that's just like everyone, that we can explain through religion that the persons who are not religious can still recognize values that do not depend on atheism, but more depend on any specific religion.
I can't hear what. Put subtitles on? They don't have them. Oh, you mean if I try... I'll try that next time.
Well, I mean, that's where that's... Sorry? Sure. I mean, look, in the Western ethical tradition, you'll be...
Because, see, the video already has subtitles put in when the speakers are talking. And then it says, but I'll try it next time. I know what you're saying.
Aware of this. There's three main schools of thought, right? There is consequentialism, there is deontological ethics, and then there's virtue ethics of the ancients. And all three of them attempt to tell us how you can derive values, okay, without religion. That was, in fact, exactly what Kant tried to do through his categorical imperative, his hypothetical imperative, the universality of his laws, etc. The issue is this. The issue is, with those three systems that are not religious systems, whether it's Kantian or deontological, whether it's consequentialist, utilitarian, which is a sub-branch of that, or whether it's virtue ethics, none of them have a way of proving themselves as objective moralities. This is the problem. There is no way of, and they don't even, some of them don't claim that. Some of them don't even claim that they're objective moralities. So the point I'm making today is, when you talk about foundations and stuff like that, and that we all have to agree, the definition of an objective morality is that despite people's opinion, this thing will stay the same. Whereas subjective morality is, it's like that because of people's opinion. So 2 + 2 = 4 will remain as 2 + 2 = 4, even though there's no one on the planet. So you cannot get this, as John Mackey said. John Mackey wrote a very good, he's an atheist himself.
Dude, people tell me that all the time, Travis Anderson. Somebody told me that last night. People tell me that all the time. I used to play a game called Dragon Ball Super Card Game, and I have a 4Kids channel where I would talk about the card game and stuff. It was like a little side thing I was doing, and I kind of let it go to the side over time. But anyway, and I would do like pack openings and stuff like that. And in the Dragon Ball card game community, they called me the Theo Von of Dragon Ball. So many people, I don't know, but it's a good. I don't mind it. I like it. Let's go.
Book on ethics called Ethics, actually. And at the end of it, he mentioned the following. He said that the only way you can do that is through a list from God. And he said that as an atheist.
So I would approach religion and I would approach morality for people. When I think of meta-ethics, when I think of what is goodness, I take an intuitive view of it. I don't think it's a coincidence that almost every religion, almost every culture seems to arrive at these similar values, these similar understandings of what's good and what's not good. There are issues around the edges, around how we live our lives, especially around, say, LGBT issues or maybe the particular ways that we engage with each other, but there seem to be a core set of principles that emerge, as a boring materialist, I would say, from the human biology. I don't think it's a coincidence that when you grow up in a Muslim household, you tend to be Muslim. I don't think it's a coincidence when you grow up in a Christian household, you tend to be Christian, and every other religion typically.
This is the atheist geographical argument that basically wherever you're born into whatever you're born into is the religion you tend to be in. So let's say Christianity is true. Are you cursed just because you were born into a Muslim society? And that's all you knew? It's a common atheist argument against God.
Follows suit. I think that we're largely products of our environment, but I would say that the shared values that we tend to have, even from one culture to the next, even from one religion to the next, is because there is an intuitive understanding that we all have about what is good and what is not good.
Where does that come from? That's what he's asking. Where does this intuitive nature of what is good and what is evil, where does this come from? Did it evolve into us? Why haven't fish and freaking birds and monkeys figured it out yet? We came from the monkeys. Why don't... And see, I think even the Muslims in the chat, the Christians in the chat, I think we all agree destiny sucks. Atheists suck.
Other speaker brought up, these kind of like normative ethical models are different ways that you can try to apply a meta-ethical understanding of the world into how you can live a better life. And, you know, we can have disagreements around the edges on that. Everybody's a consequentialist until it comes time to go to the hospital and a doctor wants to harvest your organs to save five other people. Everybody's a deontologist until the Nazis knocking at your door, asking if there's a Jew in the basement. The reality is I think we all use intuition much more than we're willing to admit. And to center back on one of the first things I said in this conversation, religious people find themselves standing, or they believe they're standing on much firmer ground than they ever actually are in the world of Christianity.
But that intuition is just synapses firing in my 3-pound meat brain. That just happens to be how my brain evolved, is that I have that intuition. But if I happen to evolve and the synapses fire different in my brain, where I don't have that, I'm what you would call a sociopath or a psychopath or one of these words, then, and I think it's okay to drill holes in people's skulls and fuck it. How can you tell me I'm wrong? That's just the way my synapses are firing. That's just the way my meat brain evolved. Why is it wrong? My intuition evolved differently than yours. But we both just came from evolution. We both just evolved this way.
Christianity, even I as a Catholic, my own archdiocese, my own churches, and my own city would have disagreements on what it meant to be a moral follower of Christ. What kind of people do we allow to be allowed to have in different parts of our church? When it comes to Islam, there are different understandings of whether or not you can trace your descendants from, I guess, Muhammad or whatever, or your different types of Shia city countries, or different types of how you practice religion in your different countries.
Before I even read this comment, you started with the non-inspired version. Not a good thing to do when you're talking to Christians. Go to the NIV. But anyway, to the Jews, I became like a Jew to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became like one under the law, though I myself am not under the law. Yeah, I know. That's a good verse. What about it? It's Paul saying that he learned to speak to people in a way that they would hear. He could move amongst different crowds and different people, and he could blend in. Something I learned how to do in sales. Every door I knocked on, I could look at your front yard and I could figure out how I was supposed to talk to you. What sort of, am I going to be bopping around and smiling and laughing like a kid, or am I going to be serious and sound like an intellectual? Depending on your house, your car, what's in your yard, I would know how to talk to you before you even open the door in order to sell you. And that's what Paul did. He knew how to move and how to blend in and how to talk to people so that they would hear him. Paul was doing tequila.
Muslims that we have in the United States compared to even the ones that are in Europe. So even from a position of objective morality or objective understandings of the world, there's still billions of people that have produced a plethora of different beliefs concerning the system. So if there is some religion that's able to guide people towards some consistent moral belief, that religion must just have a member of one, or I haven't seen it yet.
In our short history, Michael J. Fox found...
Dang, Fox! Out here doing commercials. He's still alive and kicking. Let's go. I'm going back to the future, boy. That's not Takia. Knowing how to communicate with different people in order to make them more agreeable to you and bring them to your side doesn't include lying to them. It's just presenting yourself and talking in a manner that they are going to be more likely to listen to. There's a verse in the Bible that talks about there's two ways to preach. I forget what verse it is, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it's something like some preachers will preach fire and brimstone. You're going to hell if you don't change your ways. Some preachers preach in silence, in love, and they say, God loves you, and I know you're going through a hard time and you're struggling through this, but reach out to God and he can help you with this. That's two ways to preach. Both, now my camera's tracking me. Is it? No. Both ways are adequate, and both ways will work for different people. But the one way won't work. What is my camera doing? If I do hand gestures, my camera starts tracking me. So if you do the fire and brimstone to the person who needs to hear the peace and love message, it's not going to work. You're going to repel them. And in the same way, if you do the peace and love to the guy that needs to hear the fire and brimstone, like I'm the type of guy that needs to hear the fire and brimstone stuff. You do the peace and love stuff to me, I'm like, that's some woo-woo feminist gobbledygook. I don't want to hear it. You sound soft. But there's some people who that will work for. Both ways are right in the right time with the right person. But that's not Takia. You're not lying to them. You're just approaching them in a way that they're going to be more susceptible to listen to. Hold on, let's try this and see if it works. Nah. No, even if you turn closed caption on, it still doesn't pick up what they're saying. Maybe it will with this guy, with the question. Let's see. Stand up, Harold, Kumar, whichever one. What is this guy doing? Is he this dude jerking it in the audience? What is this guy doing? Watch this guy. Look at this guy right here. I think he's jerking it. Oh, wait, no, it's working. It's working. It's working. You mentioned you yourself. It's not working.
Both be able to speak about the circumstances in which it's okay to sexualize children and what moral basis you both have for that. Furthermore, there's a video of you online performing a certain act which I won't get into, was white nationalists make Fuentes the other person in the video.
He asked, in what circumstances is it okay to sexualize children? And then something about white nationalists.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that was relative, legally relative. Legally relative. In other words, in the UK, the age of consent is 16. In the US, it might be 18. In Russia, it might be 14, which means that by definition, this is a factual statement, you're a file with different parameters if you go
in
to
different places.
countries.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a
legally
controversial statement at all, my friend. As for what he said, defending child through consequentialism, one of your favorite ethical systems, that is not something about whether or not something is objectively the case or a factual statement. That is a moral prescriptive thing. He's saying you can watch child, and this actually could reduce the amount of actual instances of pedophilia, and therefore you can make a pragmatic case for it. That's number one.
Okay, so he wasn't straw manning. I mean, it seemed like a straw man in the beginning. It was just an attack on Destiny's character, but now he's clarifying why Destiny said it and why it's wrong.
One. Number two, when he was giving his answer, he committed two fallacies. One of them was called the category mistake fallacy. So he says we intuit morals. That's epistemology. We're not talking about the epistemological side. I agree with that, by the way. We do intuit some morality.
Right, but where do you get that from? From evolution and synapses in your brain. It is a category error. You're talking about a metaphysical, transcendental thing that we intuit right from wrong. Where does that come from? You can't get that from naturalism.
We're talking about the ontological status of morality.
Yes.
How morality, qua morality, can actually be given objectivity. From what source is it given objectivity? That's the first thing. The second fallacy that he committed.
There's a little tag. He just slipped a little tag in there. Which I think that's the best way to utilize tag. When I see debates where it's full tag, it's full transcendental argument for God, they're often circular and they're annoying. I think the best way to use tag is to just slip it in every now and then. You call attention to it instead of turning the whole debate into just a tag. You have to rely on some physical things like fine tuning. Shoot, my brain just farted. But you rely on the real things that we can observe, and then you slip in a little bit of transcendentals into there, because they're going to do it on their own. They'll say they hate presups, they hate presuppositionalists, but then they'll presuppose things. And you say, you just presuppose something. When Descartes says, I think, therefore I am, I got rid of all my presuppositions, I cleaned the slate, and the conclusion I've come to is I think, therefore I am. Well, you just presupposed I, you just presupposed thought, and you just presupposed am. You cannot get away from the presupposition of the I am. And what is the I am? The ego I me. I am who I am. The great I am. That's God.
Was if you want to call it, the genetic fallacy, actually. Because of something's origin, it must be wrong. Or because Muslims are born into, Muslim families are born like this, or Christian families. So the same thing with atheism and liberalism. It doesn't mean it's wrong. Therefore, it's wrong. It's a weak argument, really weak. Very weak.
AI requires massive bandwidth, low latency.
They're going to take over the world with AI.
Very weak. Yeah? And then furthermore, he's mentioned interpretations. There's so many interpretations of how many people killed
taken by
JFK.
What does
Was
that
it this
mean?
guy, that guy? It doesn't mean no one killed him. Just because there's so many interpretations of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I'm going to take the bold stance and say bad, not good. I would also agree that child bad and not good. Thank you.
Also, if you guys come on the open panel, we're not doing the Trinity debate. Okay? We're not doing... I see everybody in chat is doing what Muslims do, which is they go to the Trinity. Spoiler alert. Even though a lot of Christians would say they're not Christians, there are a lot of Christian sects where they don't believe in the Trinity, just so you know. So how do you deal with that? Why do you keep going to the Trinity? We're talking about morality. I know that's not what this debate is about, but this is what I want to hone in on afterwards.
Yeah, I guess if we want to bring up videos or whatever debates I've had in the past, there was a man named Amosi who I think is currently in prison for abusing children, is my understanding. I don't know if he's out yet or not. We had a conversation on whether or not pedophilia was acceptable.
I don't know if he's talking to me or the chat, but I was not using a fabricated hadith to attack Muhammad. I just read it. That's it. I read what they put it in chat. I Googled it. I read it. That's it.
Again, I took the brave stance that I don't think it's acceptable, and the one hypothesis that he proposed to me was something along the lines of if there was older, material of children and it could help not abuse children or whatever? Is this an okay thing? And I said, maybe, I don't know, but I don't even know if you could do the research for that. But the idea of having some stance that I have when, again, the opposing speaker is saying that is relative, I think is an interesting line of argumentation to go down. If you want to look at explicit videos of mine or whatever, apparently I should open OnlyFans. There seems to be a lot of interest around that. I have not had any sexual relations with Nick Fuentes yet, so who knows, maybe in the future we'll see how that goes, but thank you, I appreciate the fandom.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I did not have sexual relations with Nick Fuentes. What up, girl?
Now, you both have quite different approaches to the situation in Gaza. Mr. Hijab, you've been very clear that you think it's a genocide. Destiny, you acknowledge the presence of war crimes when you spoke to the IDF. You told them people don't like seeing war crimes, so they should just turn their cameras off and have a good time.
She's talking about war crimes and genocides. Destiny acknowledged something about war crimes and genocides in the IDF.
You did say that you don't think there's huge IDF either, but it's on video, so we know that happened.
Said something on video.
In 2024, in February, that if Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, then they would only exist in history books. So I'm just wondering if you can...
If Israel wants to genocide Palestinians, then they will only exist in history books. What is that? Hadith about Aisha playing with dolls and being 9 years old is Sahih Hadith. How can I look that up? Sahih Hadith. Sunan Ibn Majah, 1944. Hold on, I'm writing all this stuff down and I'll look into it. Aisha. Yeah, I've heard of this, playing with dolls. And how many wives did he have that died mysteriously? I heard something about that. Like he had a bunch of wives, but a bunch of them like just died. And of course they didn't mark it as suicide say. But it seems, or they marked it as suicide say. But it seems like maybe Muhammad just took them out. Sahih Hadith. We'll look that up. And then what is this? Sunan Ibn Majah. Sunan Ibn Majah, 1944. I'll look all these up in a minute. Majah, 1944. Okay. Sahih al-Bukhari, Dr. Muhammad. Sahih al-Bukhari. 5686. Then the devil took him up to the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple.
So it's hard to hear with the echo, but I think there was a reference to the when I was invited by Yoav Golan himself to give a conversation.
But when you guys appeal to the Old Testament and you say, look at this bad stuff that happened in the Old Testament, you acknowledge and validate those same scriptures. But the problem is, when Muhammad comes around in 800, we've already had Jesus who came and gave us a way into the New Testament. The world is the Old Testament. Jesus is our way of coming into the New Testament, where we love our neighbor and we love God. It gives us a way out of that, because we can't live by the letter of the law. So I understand you're going to find a lot of crazy stuff in the Old Testament, which you also, the Muslim also, would validate those same verses in those same chapters. The difference is Muhammad is 800 years after Christ and still is living in the Old Testament and still justifying practices from the Old Testament, which we've been given a way out of. That's the problem.
I guess to the IDF, this was a group of fans of mine. At the time, there were...
God didn't change his mind between the two testaments. God is unchanging. A father is unchanging with his children. So I believe in divine command theory, which is the things that are right because God says they're right. So God could command something that would seem wrong to us, but if God is commanding it, it is the right thing to do. And nothing changed. It's simply when a father tells their child, don't touch my beers in the fridge. But then when the child turns 20, Surah 115 has Muhammad prophecy that Joseph Smith will start the Mormon church. What? I'll have to look into that. But thank you for the super chat, AI chatbot, dropping super chats in his mug. Dude, how do I get more AI chatbots that do super chats? We're at 2 out of 10. Let's go, guys. Also, hit up the Cash App, $Dreadedconservative, if you want some untaxed. Oh, it didn't type in there. If you want some untaxed Cash Apps that go straight to my pocket in time for the trip this Thursday, hit up the Cash App. We're trying to do a Cash App drive today for that quick money, un-YouTube taxed money. But what was I just saying? Oh, if a father tells his child, you can't drink the beers that I have in the fridge. Don't touch my beers. You're not allowed to drink beers. Drinking beers, bad. Don't drink my beers. Meanwhile, the father is drinking the beers. Then when the kid turns 21, dad hands him a beer out of the fridge. Did the father change? No. Nothing changed. Morality did not change. What is right and wrong did not change. There's a time and a place for everything. Sometimes God will say, this is the right thing to do. Do it. And it seems bad to us, like wiping out a whole city, man, woman, child, animals. I would say when the Amalekites got wiped out, that was morally the right thing to do. Does that mean that we can just go around willy-nilly killing men, women, and child and animals? No. But there was a time for that. Just like there's a time for the kid not to drink the beers, and there's a time for the kid to have a beer with his dad. It's pretty simple. That's called logic.
A picture circulating where I guess soldiers were taking pictures in dresses, and the question had to do with communicating yourself to the Western world. And I said, taking pictures like this is obviously really stupid. If you want to spin this into me saying if you're going to commit war crimes, do it off camera. I mean, you can do that. That's fine. It's boring to me. This is inconsistent with every belief I've ever held in my life. But you're free to strawman me in whatever way makes you feel better about yourself. When it comes to the analysis of the region and whether or not it's a genocide, personally, I think this is a question for the International Court of Justice and maybe historians. I think that people that want to call it a genocide are looking too hard to weigh into some word or term or some international definition that is somehow going to bring peace to the region. And I think it does a disservice to the people there, and I think that it tries to short-circuit the argument of what is a...
We got like 10 minutes left of this. I'm going to let it play, and I'm just going to run to the restroom real quick. We're not pulling a Hassan. We're not doing a full chair stream. I'm just going to be gone for 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Final resolution look like when we're just screaming apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. I think that the push in the West oftentimes that people look for when they talk about peace, when they talk about no more killing, is a very Western-centric view that people involved in conflict don't always necessarily share. When it comes to Ukraine, the calls for peace are usually from the Russian side saying, well, we need peace so that we can take 25% of this country. Personally, I believe that calls for just peace in Israel-Palestine is something that Netanyahu supports, because if you read this 20-point plan that's been floated, it gives him essentially every single thing that he wants in the region. I think that once the bombs stop falling and once Netanyahu works on his reform of education in the Gaza Strip, whatever that means, when he works on his reform of the Palestinian Authority into being less radical, whatever that means, and then when he looks at all of the other things that he's been granted by the United States in order to build whatever two separate societies that he wants, I think that what's happened is even as we approach an end to this conflict, Netanyahu's gotten everything he wants, and this claim of genocide hasn't supported the Palestinian people there in any way, size, shape, or form.
Well, first of all, about the child free aspect, he hasn't denied that he said that. But more significantly, he said the following: molesting kids is not pedophilia. That's a direct quote from you. So let's not play games here today. Your atheistic morality is not granting you any favors today. Look, if he cared about kids, why is he supporting a government? Why, well, I will answer. I will answer. Yeah, I will answer. I will answer. I will answer. Supporting a government that's killed 20,000 kids.
Thanks for the chair chat.
20,000 kids. We've seen the pictures of them being incinerated and burned and all these kinds of things. And here you're talking about minorities and minority rights and morality and all these kinds of things. And he denies the fact that there's apartheid in Israel, when in fact, the only ones who can return to Israel are Jews.
A lot of these questions you guys are asking in the chat, I don't know if you know who you're talking to. I don't know. You're going to get some answers you're not ready for. But let's not go into that now.
How do you explain that there's no apartheid in Israel when there are laws that discriminate on the basis of ethnicity? Isn't that what you were just lecturing us about? You were just telling us it has to be equal, it has to be this. You've never once condemned the IDF for that. You've never once condemned Israel for that. You know why? Because you're selective in your use of rights and minority rights. It's the people that you want to have those rights. But 20,000 children being incinerated, people being displaced, not a word of condemnation, pin drop silence. And that's why no one can ever take you seriously again.
He ain't wrong about that. I never liked Destiny, but I would listen to him as a liberal just to hear what the liberals are saying, what the left is saying. But once the Trump assassination attempt happened, then I was like, oh, Destiny's gone off his rocker. And also his obsession with January 6th. Like, yeah, you lost all credibility in everybody's eyes. Plus, the stuff with Pixie and all that stuff came up. Apparently, it looks like he's going to beat those charges. But we'll see, I guess. Pagan is not an insult? To me, it is. Good night, Abdul.
Europe's most innovative.
Abdul, get the rocks. She white.
In terms of, since you mentioned, I just think it was talked about telling the Quran, for example. So, Quran does not change. There's no more word produced by Allah, right? So, for example, AI generated child pornography. How could possibly Islam have a stand on it if Allah could have not had an opinion about that because AI generated probably did not exist there. Whereas in a secular humanist Western democracy, for example, harm versus benefit ratio would be divided, and they would probably be mapped. So this is how to.
She said, if the Quran is unchanging, how could Allah have a position on CP, AI-generated CP? How could Allah have a position on that if it's unchanging and this is a new thing that has come to be? Whereas secular humanism could deal with that based off of harm reduction, cost benefit analysis, utilitarianism, pragmatism, things like this.
Is being made in a democratic country, not a religious country. So how also one of these circulars are really working. For example,
So you could say, like, if you asked a Christian that, we would say, yeah, the laws are unchanging. It's not very loving of your neighbor to show them AI generated CP. That's going to be detrimental to their being, to their essence, to their ontology. That's bad. We just say that's bad. Don't do it. Robot CP, bad. But a secular humanist perspective, if that became normalized and people started fighting for it as a right, and the majority of people said, there's nothing wrong with this, and it makes me feel good. It makes me happy. I like it. My dopamines and my endorphins are popping when I watch AI CP. And everybody agreed, this isn't harmful. Nobody's getting hurt. There's no children being hurt by this. And people like it. It makes them feel good and happy. Well, we'll just accept it. We'll normalize it. And then we can tax it and regulate it and make money off of it. It's beneficial to everybody.
Until June 24th, 2018, driving for women was banned in Saudi Arabia, but it changed for mostly economic reasons, right? So there was some kind of
Duke Nukem.
God or some kind of society structure, but it was changed. Was morality changed? Was interpretation of the Quran changed, or the higher
Online Hadith by Sahih Bukhari.
So it means something more, something changed, so it's not absolutely objective. So one question is like, how does objective morality bend around things that do not exist yet? And another part is how do you explain the change in things that have changed.
Where are you getting that? Send that to me. Are you crazy? Googled Hadith Online Bukhari, and it's saying get the book. Is it free? Sahih al-Bukhari, Sunnah.com is a collection of hadith compiled by Imam Muhammad al-Bukhari, 870 CE, AD. What is AH? 256 AH. I've never even heard of AH. SahihBukhari.com. Read, study, search online. Is this it? SahihBukhari.com. Are you crazy? We're pleased to provide the English translation of Sahih Bukhari. It's a collection of sayings and deeds of Prophet Muhammad, also known as Sunnah. The reports of the Prophet, sayings, and deeds are called ahadith. Imam Bukhari lived a couple of centuries after the Prophets saw death and worked extremely hard to collect his ahadith. Each report in this collection was checked for compatibility with the Quran, and the veracity of the claim of the chain of reporters had to be painstakingly established. Bukhari's collection is recognized by the overwhelming majority of Muslims, who would be one of the most authentic collections of Sunnah of the Prophet. Bukhari, full name Abu Abdullah Muhammad bin Ismaili bin Ibrahim bin al-Mughira al-Jafai. What the heck kind of name is that? That's your name? Hold on a second. Abu Abdullah Muhammad bin Ismail bin Ibrahim bin al-Mughira al-Jafai. That's a dang name, boy. What the? What is AH also? 194 AH. AH. I still use BC and AD. Anno Domini and before Christ, but now we're doing Common Era and before Common Era. But what does AH stand for? Died in 256 AH. His collection of hadith is considered second to none. He spent 16 years compiling it and ended up with 2,602 hadith. 9,082 with repetition. His criteria for acceptance into the collection were among the most stringent of all the scholars of Ahadith. Sahih Bukhari is divided into 9 volumes each, which has several books. Each book contains many Ahadith. The Ahadith are numbered consecutively per volume. The books really only serve to group Ahadith together, but the volumes impose the numbering. Okay, we'll put that in our folder. We're making a Muslim folder, guys. Making a Muslim folder. Tell me to delete the folder. I got so many folders. Now we got an Islam folder.
It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, the misconception is that...
By the way, for all the people in chat, here's the Discord. Now, I don't trust a lot of you people. So we're going to need to vet you before you can join the panel. But, because I don't trust you. You might be doing taqiyya. You might be doing taqiyya on me. You know?
Only sources of Sharia are the Quran and the Sunnah, or the Hadiths. That's not actually the case. I mean, Najmuddin al-Tufi, who is a scholar, 8th century scholar, he said that there are 11 different sources of the Sharia. 11 different. And one of them is actually maslaha and mafsada, or the idea of detriments and harms, which introduces a kind of consequentialism, actually. There is a kind of consequentialism in Islam. And there are principles which are similar to the liberal tradition in Islam, but they operate on a different priority. So, for example, the harm principle, we have a harm principle as well. And it's based on the words of the Prophet. He says, La darar wa la dirar, which means that there is no harming or reciprocating harm. So there is that. And so where there isn't an exact thing that is, for example, mentioned in the Quran about a specific issue that's happening today.
When the sawdust
Come on!
The engine roars.
With the dang ads, man. I don't need a saw.
What will do is that they'll use one of those principles. Okay, what is this thing? Is it harmful to the people? Is it not harmful to, etc.? And then they will make a ruling on the basis of that. So that answers the first question. In terms of Saudi and the driving, I mean, first and foremost, there's no verse in the Quran that says anything about women cannot drive.
So I would not argue that lying is always wrong. There are examples in the Bible. Well, there's a lie by omission between David and Saul. I don't think lies by omission are actually lies. I think that's some weird feminist gobbledygook in the modern day about, oh, you didn't say everything, so you're a liar. No, lies by omission are not lies. That's not a thing. So let's take that one off the table. But a better example would be Rahab. Rahab with when Joshua and Caleb went into Jericho, and Rahab, you know, brought them in and hid them. We always point towards the Nazis and the Jews in the attic, but there's actually an older example of this. It comes from the Bible, and it's Rahab with Joshua and Caleb. She hid them, and because of that, she was blessed. And when the whole city was torn down, her house was the only one standing. She put the red ribbon out her window. So there is a time to lie, but for a prophet to say it's okay to lie to your enemies, you're not going to see Jesus saying anything like that. You're not going to see God saying anything like that. You're not going to find Paul saying anything like that. So, anyway.
There's no hadith. In fact, there's hadith showing that women were riding the horse. It's opposite. Yeah. So
I'm not saying it's up to us to decide when we can lie to our enemies or lie to God. That's what your prophet would say. I would say there is a time, though, to lie. Like, for example, if somebody breaks into my house and my kids and my wife hide under the bed, and the guy puts a gun to my head, and I know he's going to kill me. He says, take me to the safe. Give me everything out of the safe. I open the safe. I give him everything. I've seen his face. I know he's going to kill me because I'm the witness. And he says, is there anybody else here? I'm going to say, no, there's nobody else here. And then he's going to kill me and he's going to leave. That would be a justified lie. But that's not lying about what the prophet said to my enemies to convert them. That would be a false conversion. That would be a conversion founded on a lie.
What was happening in Saudi was something which is a cultural thing in Saudi Arabia, okay? Just like in Afghanistan, they do things which are not Islamic. Taliban, sometimes they'll do something that's not Islamic. Not every government that claims to do something in the name of Islam is doing that because of the name of Islam, okay? So the point is that our point of defense is we defend that which is in the Quran, that which is in the Sunnah. And yes, we have principles of jurisprudence which basically govern all the things that are not in those things. Including, all those things that you mentioned and so on and so forth. So there is, I would call it a Sharia consequentialism.
Where does it say that? Hey, if you can, Paul literally says you can lie to convert the Jews. Do you not read your Bible? I do read my Bible. My Bible's right next to me. I read it on stream regularly. So where is that? You said somebody said a verse earlier. You say 2 Corinthians. I'm not interested in Deuteronomy. Put the verse in chat.
But it's not, it follows a different priority than, let's say, liberal consequentialism or whatever it may be.
This is kind of why I find the objective morality of religion a little bit intellectually bankrupt. I feel like all you've done is you've kicked the question of subjectivity down the road from philosophers that you make fun of by...
If you can... Okay, 1 Corinthians 9, 19 through 23. Oh, no, we've already talked about this. That's your example. Paul doesn't say it's okay to lie to the Jews. I already gave you an example of this. I already went through it with you. I already gave you a logical explanation to this. So, no, I'm not even going to entertain that.
Saying they have no objective foundation for any of their moral truth.
And stop going to the non-inspired version. I can't even say your name because I don't speak whatever language that is. We've already been over that. I've already addressed that. So rewind and listen again.
To what you call your religious scholars who either they lack access to the objective foundation of truth or they also don't have objective truth, I guess, available to them, despite the fact that the Quran is written in one language and is an unchanging document. So when it comes to, when it comes to making evaluations on how to...
But it has changed. There's multiple translations of it. This translation I have right here, I think a lot of Muslims would say the clear Quran is not an adequate translation. Which means, in the same way, translations of the scripture have changed some things, like the NIV, the non-inspired version, is filled with a bunch of garbage. Maybe they would say that this Quran is not a real Quran.
Rule things as being legal, how to rule things as being illegal, or how to evaluate these from a moral perspective. The superiority, I would say, from a secular framework is that we can sit down and we can have conversations about what do we think builds towards a better society, what do we think are the values that we all share, that we can kind of that we can kind of agree on, that we should or shouldn't have a thing. So when it comes to AI-generated child porn is a topic that I see that gets brought up in some communities. It's a challenging question for a variety of reasons. Maybe more relevant, or a thing that's been discussed in the past, are drawings of. There are different names for these, for animated, depictions of children or whatever. And, is it a crime if there isn't a victim? Is it a crime if it leads to more victimization? If we say yes, does that mean that if we have violent media, that's considered bad because that could lead to more violence? There's like a huge mix of consequentialist belief and deontological belief. And I think sorting that out needs a bunch of people to sit down and to honestly, be able to say, this is a tough question, and we're going to sit here and we're going to write on and we're going to argue back and forth, and we're going to see at the end of the day how many people we can convince of what we believe to be the morally correct option here. I prefer the secular or atheist view of that, because at the end of the day you can honestly say you're having that conversation rather than having 10 different people with 10 different ideas on it, say all of them have objective truth about it.
Quran is in the original language. You don't have that. Right. Well, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I would say the same thing. Like the NIV is not the original scripture. It's not the original Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic. There's even differences between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint. The Septuagint is taking ancient Hebrew and converting it to Greek, and then the Masoretic text, the Jews changed up some stuff in that. So But if I were to learn ancient Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, I could potentially read the oldest manuscripts we have. So, and those are much older than your 800 BC, I'm sorry, AD stuff from Muhammad. Yeah, the link into the Discord is pinned. So I haven't seen anybody join yet.
Thank you, Brother Steve. Thank you, Mr. Hijab, for starting this discussion. And thank you for all of you for your thoughtful questions. With that, we conclude the lecture of the evening. Please remain seated while myself and the speakers lead the chamber of members of the Lord's Prayer. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's over. That's actually a... Okay. No, that's actually a better one. So you're saying Romans 3:7, but if my falsehoods embrace God's truthfulness and so increase his glory, why am I still condemned as a sinner? Okay, so see, that's a good one. Let's look into that. What is that? Romans... Where'd it go? Romans 3:7. But we're going to read a little bit. We're going to do the full chapter because I need the context. Also, guys, I got a certificate, okay? I got a certificate while I was in jail for New Testament studies. I did a whole course, okay? I did a course. So I got paperwork that says I'm an expert. All right? What did you say, 3:7? What advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? This is about the Jew and the Gentile. Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged. So right there, he's saying men are liars. We know that, but that's not a good thing. You're not supposed to lie. He's not justifying lying yet. Let's see. But if our unrighteousness commend the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous who taketh vengeance? I speak as a man. God forbid. For then how shall God judge the world? For if the truth of God hath more abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner, and not rather as we be slanderously reported, and as some affirm that we say, let us do evil that good may come? Whose damnation is just? He's not justifying lying. He's saying lying's still wrong, but it works to the greater good. Who's to decide? Are the men going to decide, or is God going to decide? God's going to judge this. What then? Are we better than they? No, in no wise. For we have before proved, both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. So you're cherry picking a verse, and you're saying right here Paul justifies lying, when in context he's saying both are sinners, all men are liars, we all sin, and it's not good. So thank you for twisting the Bible. Thank you for proving that you cherry pick verses and twist the Bible. I appreciate it. All right. I do want to... What do you guys want to do? You want to go to Discord? Or do you want to finish? I want to... because this is not morality. We need to focus on the morality. Where is the J. Dyer and...
He has a YouTube channel, guys. Go check him out. EF Dawa. Okay. Your turn to ask a question unless you want to turn it to Sam and he can ask you guys something.
Yeah, so my question is that we didn't just talk about child marriage. We talked about punishment for blasphemy, punishment for adultery, execution, punishment for homosexuality. Do you condemn all of these things in the Old Testament? Do you think that these are wrong things? When I read the quotes, the Bible is saying that you execute one who blasphemes. Do you condemn that? Or do you think that that's the morality? You might think that it's not applicable today. Fine.
I can't find anywhere in the Old Testament or New Testament where homosexuality is justified.
But Jesus is still commanding that for that time, for a previous time. So do you think that is morally justified?
All right, that's Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Now, let me answer. Yeah. Now, let me give you a thorough answer. Listen, let's see if you're going to get it. If you read these laws in the context from which you're quoting, unlike your prophet, who didn't give any sign that his God was backing him up, why don't you read these statements in context? In the context, your Allah, who you admit is Jesus, because according to the Quran, that was Allah, which you just admit is Jesus. So Jesus is Muhammad's Allah, his God. In the context.
All right, we'll go Discord, but I do want to watch this, so we can watch it and you can comment on Are You Crazy? I haven't seen. Looks like one person joined, so. Share your screen. One second. Okay.
Context of those passages, God appears to the nation visibly in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. Not only in front of the Israelites, but he also appears to the Egyptians, leaving them with no excuse to defy his commands. In other words, unlike your Ilah, the God of the Bible proved his existence. The God of the Bible set up a theocracy on earth. The God of the Bible gave them ample proof not to doubt his existence, so that when they see him in the pillar of cloud, pillar of fire by night, hear his voice audibly and see the signs, so that even the Egyptians saw the pillar of cloud, Exodus 14, 19 to 31, as well as Joshua 2, 8 to 11. He gave the nations no excuse for defying him. So when God shows up, then he has every right to tell you how to live. And if you defy him, he has every right to take away your life, because he's the God over death and life. This is unlike your prophet, who could not provide any proof that God was speaking through him, who could not provide that his God even exists. All he did was he borrowed the collateral of the Jews and Christians, claimed to be a prophet like the prophets found in the Jewish Christian tradition. But when he's challenged to prove that God sent him, failed miserably. So you're comparing apples and pineapples. So if God shows up and I see and I know that he exists, he has every right to tell me what to do and every right to inflict any punishment he deems fit, unlike your Ilah, who doesn't exist.
All right, Sam, you got it. You want to turn it back to them with a question, or Team Christianity? Did you answered the question? Now it's back to you guys. You got 2 minutes left on the clock.
Now, Jay, do you want to ask or you want me to ask?
Well, I want to address, first of all, I'll let you ask the question, but I want to reply since we have 2 minutes, that you'll notice that when I brought up the line of argumentation that Daniel had in our debate, he didn't want to go there. He immediately said that
we might have to watch
that he was.
We might have to watch Daniel versus Jay. I've probably watched it years ago.
Living rent-free in my head. In other words, deflecting away from the fact that I've called him out on an inconsistency, because in that debate, he was arguing for Islam having more continuity with the laws of the Old Testament.
All the Destiny fans are going to start leaving now. But maybe we can hang on to some of the moosies.
That doesn't suit his purpose here. And so he doesn't want to go to that, and he has to deflect away.
Is that oh, what's up? Are you crazy? Is that offensive if I say muzzies or muzzies? Is that like a... Are you not supposed to say that? Is that not a nice word? What's chat saying? It's a good debate. The one with Jay Dyer and Daniel Hakikachu. Maybe we'll watch that here in a little bit. Didn't AP and David Wood literally turned on Sam a few days ago, calling him a scumbag? Well, Sam is... I don't know him personally, so I don't... But I've never liked Sam Shamoon. From the first time I saw him, but yeah, everybody I wouldn't say everybody turned on Sam. I would say Sam turned on everybody. Everybody Sam worked with, he has snaked. JP Unchained, Andrew, Jay, AP, David Wood, all of them. Because, well, you can see the fruit, but I would have told them, like, can't you just watch his content and see? So I'm not a Sam Shamoon fan, just so you guys know. Sam is too arrogant and prideful. Sam is not right in the head. Yeah, he went on what's the freaking George Janko? He went on George Janko's show, came into George Janko's house, and was insulting George and his wife. Was insulting George's wife on the podcast in George Janko's house in front of him. Like, as a man, you come into my house and you're insulting my wife, I'd probably punch you in the face. So yeah, everybody who deals with Sam figures out quick that he's a snake, but he knows his stuff. He knows the Bible and he knows the Quran. So I won't take that away from him. Sam has been on the mental decline for a while. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't even want to say that, but I won't say that. But there's some things I observe in him that I've observed in other types of people that seems like I don't know if there's some sort of substance use there, but the that's a common thing that happens with a certain substance. But I don't know.
I watched this debate a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a good one.
I can't remember I just don't remember it all.
Yeah, most of it's irrelevant to what is going to be happening at DebateCon, but this last little chunk is about morality, and so that's what I want to listen to.
Head rent free. No, that's because I just caught you in a double standard. You're using two different standards as usual. So Sam, I'll throw it to you.
How many seconds we have for this
A
section?
minute and a half. If you got a question or something that you want to ask the team.
Oh, I got a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask these guys a question because they have the final, right? They're going to answer. This is the final.
That wasn't
one,
the first time you heard of that.
Okay, now I want you guys.
What?
Ready.
What up? Are you crazy? Josh, you wasn't the first time you heard making surprise like Paul wasn't a liar.
No, I've heard a lot of people make up stuff like that before, but he says we're all liars.
No, he said just because I fooled you with guys to bring you closer to God doesn't make it wrong. Yeah, it makes it wrong.
He says it's wrong.
He
doesn't justify it. He says we're all liars and I'm going to be judged for this.
A fool is one of the things in the Bible.
Whereas the Quran and the Hadiths justify it. They say it's the right thing to do. Paul's not saying it's the right thing to do. He's acknowledging maybe I did the wrong thing, but God's going to decide.
Oh, you think we should live life like that? That's the definition of morals.
I don't think we have any choice.
Have no morals and let God decide.
To live our lives the way we live it.
Yeah, have no morals and let God decide. That's moral. That's morality.
Hold on, anybody in chat, if you join the Discord server, you have to go into the staging room where it says join the show staging, and then I can pull you in.
Mohammed Abdullah, come up.
I don't have any mods here to help me vet people.
Mohammed, let's get him up here.
So I just won't
Mohammed
show.
Abdullah, come up. Click the holding or staging folder.
How can you read that?
I'll tell you.
You know how to pronounce words and vowels. I mean letters and vowels.
I'm a hillbilly. Yeah, I know how to spell stuff.
Well, on my screen it says it's just symbols.
Yeah. I'll tell you sometime.
You got some translator or something?
Probably.
Well, if you want to come up, You have to go into the staging room, and we're not gonna vet you. I'm just gonna pull you in, but I'm not gonna show the Discord on the screen in case, I don't want any people trying to pee bomb or anything like that. But
this will be a good back and forth here. Come on up, Mohammed.
Yeah, we'll pull you in. Get in the Discord. It's pinned. I'm gonna play this and pee real quick because I listened to this morning, but I need to.
I like how the Muslims say
I'm crunching. I'm trying to crunch all this information into my head over the next 4 days. I don't have a lot of time, so
you ain't gonna retain that shit.
I'll retain it if it's fresh on the tip of my brain. But all right, hold on, I'll be right back.
Guys, to show me anywhere in your Quran, explicit, not inference, anywhere in your Quran,
That's false knowledge to dope
where it
people,
says,
man.
do not
You better
kill
watch
women
it
and
the day
children.
before.
In light of all the verses, such as the ones I mentioned, where your God
Yeah.
rained stones on Sodom and Gomorrah
This was
indiscriminately,
coming to
killing children and women and cattle,
Yeah.
as well as flooding the people of Noah, including women, children,
on the
and cattle.
bus.
Can you show
the
me
whole
a single verse in the
time on your
Quran
way to the
where,
event,
when
that
he
type of
orders your
shit.
prophet
Not
to go
just
and perform
fucking
jihad,
week
not to kill women
before
and
for
children? When his
5
pattern
minutes.
is he destroys everything?
That's why everybody got TikTok
All right,
brain.
Team Islam, go ahead and we'll put the clock back on just so you can.
They don't
answer.
remember the
First
shit
of
they
all,
watch. They
we
just
don't
fucking
just go
say,
by the
that's
Quran. We also go
interesting.
by the
And
example
then
of the
forget
Prophet,
it in
peace be
10
upon him.
seconds
There's the
after
Quran and
the
Sunnah.
video
So there
goes
are
off.
explicit hadith that say do not
probably
kill
mix
women
up
and
2 or 3
children and the
different-
elderly, and we see
Yeah,
this in the
short
example of the
videos
Salaf
and
as
they're
well.
like,
You just go ahead and read
they
the
said it's facts and
hadith
it's not
for them.
facts. It's all messed up.
Yeah, it's
all
pretty
scrambled
simple.
up.
The first is a woman was found killed in one
Well,
of
I
his
thought my
battles.
brain
So the
said I
messenger of God,
remembered it like
sallallahu
that.
alaihi wasallam,
Oh, the video's playing. Were you talking over the video the whole time, Freddie?
Probably.
You can hear the video.
JS, do you have another website you go to? He's asking. Abdul's asking. I didn't mean to say that, Mom.
I want to come up, but audio doesn't work on Discord. Is there another There is another website.
I don't know what that means myself.
No, I just use Discord. I don't have StreamYard or anything like that. A chair chat. Thank you, John, for the chair chat. John just wants me to be out of the chair the whole stream.
Yes.
He'll send me money.
Get out of my set.
Your audio doesn't work on Discord. Go to Discord and then go to your settings and make sure that you're
the right mic is selected.
Yeah.
We'll help you, dude. Come on.
Yeah, we'll help you out.
Muslims don't believe in immaculate conception.
One of these Muslims in chat got to get up here and listen. I will be good faith. I'm a good faith debater. I want to. I want to understand where you're coming from. I want to hear your arguments, and I'll give you.
I'd say the rest of the people would like to hear it too.
What's your argument against why would God harden a heart? If you're not evil, why would God make you evil? Harden a heart.
If you're not evil, why would God harden your heart? Well, so I talked about this when we were reading through it. So I believe this is an argument against free will. I don't think that the Pharaoh had free will. He wanted to let the people go, but his wants didn't matter because God's plan is what matters. So
God will make you fucked up so he can punish you?
He was already destined to be punished, and he was already destined to do what he was going to do.
If he was destined to be punished, God wouldn't have to harden his heart, Josh. Come on, don't be disingenuous. Why would a man have to harden your heart if you was already doomed for punishment? You're not getting there fast enough, so I'm gonna make you evil so I can punish you faster. So for my people.
Him wanting to free the Israelites wasn't out of the goodness of his heart. It was out of, my people are suffering, so I'm going to let them go. And then God said, no. I'm going to make an example out of you.
What?
And that was his purpose.
What?
His purpose was
God
to be.
said, no. I'm not going to let you be moral. I'm going to make you be evil. And then I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Anybody will tell you, get the fuck out of here. Y'all Bible and y'all plagiarism is a good concept y'all came up with, but the whole idea of God and this self-created identity came from Kemet, which was I am, a self-created entity, not a motherfucking virgin birth like y'all done did in Catholics, or like Mary or Jesus born without a daddy. All this magical sex shit.
You can't talk about magic when you worship Ra and Osiris.
They gods.
You worship
Osiris
you worship
Egyptian
humans with
god.
bird heads and lion heads.
No, them were deities. There weren't gods.
Sounds like magic.
No, it don't. Magi sounds like a priest. Do you know where the word magic came from?
But what I'm saying is both of us appeal to these.
What you're saying is you're trying to take our words and change it into what y'all made them into today.
You high, boy.
Yeah. Moses was doing, the priests, the magi were doing it to reverse his curses.
Okay, I'm not trying to do Kemetic debate today. We're trying to learn about the Muslims. Chat,
right.
Freddie is a Kemetic. What do they call it? A new Kemetic? What do they call it? We was pharaohs and shit. So
that's right.
He's Egyptian.
I'm just here to listen. I'm not getting in on these fairy tale arguments. These are y'all debates because I don't believe in none of it. So
because you would have the same arguments against a Muslim too.
No, well, I probably would, because I mean, they tried to say Jesus was a prophet, but they don't believe he was born from a virgin. So I mean,
well, they don't believe he was crucified. Even though,
yeah, and the Jews don't believe
even though extra biblical sources, multiple extra biblical sources talk about Jesus being crucified. History shows that Jesus was a man and he was crucified. Even atheists don't argue with that.
Because the Jews crucified everybody on a cross.
Do a StreamYard. Don't be scared. I don't do StreamYard. I do Discord. If you can work StreamYard, you can work dang Discord. I don't like watermarks.
What's a watermark?
If I go on StreamYard, I don't pay for it.
App. He probably don't have the app, or don't want to use the app.
He's trying to do it through a browser.
I know what you're talking about. The watermark, the duck.
You can do Discord through browser or through the app, but
yeah, he's just saying it don't work.
I have issues against the woke platform Discord, so it's against my religion. You think I don't know if that's sarcasm, but Discord is less woke than StreamYard.
No, that's not who you think it is.
No, Creed Dog's cool. Yeah. I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Don't come up. He said he don't do Discord.
We can tell you how to fix the Discord audio if you have the app installed. Just come on up. We'll get that worked out. If it'll work on StreamYard, it'll work in Discord.
Yeah, if you can get the if StreamYard works for you, there's no reason Discord won't work for you.
Yeah. Let's go.
This is why I need to get StreamYard. It's expensive though. It's like $500 a year.
Yeah, I got irritated when I looked. I don't even stream. I was like, there ain't no damn way I'm gonna start streaming.
I'm gonna wait up, man, since the last time I've been on it.
Maybe after Christmas, maybe I'll start trying to do StreamYard, but I don't know. I like Discord.
I like Discord a lot better for the volume controls. Well, we have, the user has them.
Yeah, you can control everybody's volume in your own ears. Yep. Now I do like how with StreamYard I can rapidly bring people up and down, and like I could do 2 people start arguing, I can take everybody else down and have them do a one-on-one without interruptions. Yeah. I like that.
I don't know how that works yet, but I will sooner or later.
Because when we get like 13 people in the Discord and 2 people start arguing and everybody just is trying to get in, it gets crazy.
It's a damn madhouse.
Yeah. I just resentments to them. They canceled me and my friend, or attempted to. Huh. I don't know.
Oh, UFC fights on tonight.
What?
No UFC fights was on.
They were on earlier today. And it was a pretty decent looking card for not a pay-per-view. Next week is a crazy pay-per-view. A lot of good fights.
You got somebody in there, Josh.
Oh.
Sorry. Might be him.
All right. Pull him in. Hello. Oh, yeah, he's roboting. Huh. Yeah, it's roboting really bad.
Sound like T-Pain.
Hey, fix that, Freddie. You on the cell phone? He's on a game controller.
I have no idea. Put some aluminum foil around his phone.
He's talking, we just can't hear him.
Yeah, he left.
He said that was gonna
So
happen.
that's what he's saying. The audio doesn't work on Discord.
Yeah.
Huh.
I bet it's through the Xbox or some shit.
Well, why would it work?
Game controller.
Why would it work on StreamYard though?
I don't know.
Huh.
I don't know. Could tell us what kind of device he's using? Computer, laptop, tablet, cell phone.
Thanks anyway. If you ever get back to StreamYard, hit me up. I might do StreamYard after Christmas. I could probably get some Christmas money. So
He had StreamYard for a year. I put you on as a fucking user. You never used it.
I couldn't figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
You sent me. Yeah, because Freddie was paying for StreamYard, and he set me up so that I could use his, but I could never figure out how to make it work.
Oh, he's still on there. I ain't been on my computer. I'll probably have to renew my membership, but let me see. I'll renew it right now. Because I'm about to start going live again.
Oh, shit.
Yep, I'm bringing back the basics, the roots, the old crew. Because I don't know who the fuck these people is.
The old crew, like who?
You know, the stubborn ones, the Tommy, the Robbies, the motherfucking Jamies, the Tar Babies, the fucking everybody. Mad, Mr. Mad, hell yeah, the producer, everybody that used to be on the fucking chat. Where they all fucking go?
Producer still comes around, and Robbie every now and then jumps in.
First trouble and his wife.
Everyone on YouTube uses StreamYard. It works perfectly. I know. That's why I need to get it. They also boost your channel, too, when you're using StreamYard, I think. If you're paying for StreamYard, they kind of give you a little boost. They'll promote you more because they're working together.
Yeah, I would like to hear this, though. I really would.
Time now.
Oh, this debate? Yeah. Let's get back to this.
No, I'm talking about you two right here. Right here's what I mean.
Our debate.
So
Josh can't debate me. He won't debate that Muslim. If I knew more about Islam, like a lot of people are comedic, like Kevin Gates, but he'll choose Islam because they have a bigger following. But he listen to Dr. Ray Higgins. He put it all in his music. He don't listen to nobody but Dr. Ray Higgins, but he choose to be a Muslim because they got the biggest following. A mosque he can go to. Yeah. So a lot of them Muslims ain't Muslims. They know the black ones ain't. They just don't want to choose Christianity and ain't nothing else there for them. Yep. They know. There's no home for the rest. Let's play the video.
All right.
forbade the killing of women and children. Sahih Muslim in Kitab al-Jihad, the first Khalifa Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, gave the following command to his armies. So this is other than the Prophet, but his followers, immediate followers. Do not kill women or children or an aged, infirm person. Do not cut down fruit-bearing trees. Do not destroy an inhabited place. Do not slaughter sheep or camels except for food. Do not burn bees and do not scatter them. Do not steal from the booty and do not be cowardly. That would be tough, I guess, here for Sam. But just to be clear here, so we establish this, when you claim that the Quran approved rape, this was your claim, and you claimed that the Quran approved genocide when you spoke of Saul. Why does the Quran do that?
That is
it never does that once. And the Quran actually says in the same chapter, I'm not asking a question, I'm making a statement. The Quran actually says in that chapter, do not transgress beyond the limits which Allah has established. And we know what those limits are based on the durations we just read.
Yeah, also to answer what Sam said, that, oh, there's a pillar of cloud that the Israelites saw, so therefore you can kill homosexuals. He's ignorant of Mosaic law, because the Jews who lived after the time of Sinai, they were still bound by the Old Testament law. They were still bound by the Mosaic law. They were still killing the blasphemers, killing the sorcerers, killing the adulterers, executing them, executing anyone who tempted you to worship idols. You have to execute them. That's what Jesus says. Those Jews didn't see pillars of clouds. They didn't see any miracles. They were living after the time of Sinai. So your biblical...
So why do they throw gay people off rooftops in Islam? Like, it seems to me like this is both sides have the same problem. I don't see why one is better than the other morally.
Or your exegesis is completely off base. And also, Jay is misrepresenting the Catholic Church. He's misrepresenting canon law. I'll read more quotes for you. In the 12th century, canon law jurist Gratian stated that consent for marriage could not take place before the age of 12 years old for females and 14-year-old for males. Also, consent and betrothal could not take place before the age of 7-year-old for females and males, as that is the age of reason. So it's actually 7 years old and 12 years old. The Church of...
That's for betrothal. That's like arranged marriages that be betrothed at that age. Still, that's not 6 and 9.
Might as well.
So... This just comes down to both sides pointing fingers at each other when both sides have a history of doing stuff that's messed up. I don't know how you get to the root of this. The root of this has to be you compare Muhammad and Jesus.
And then say they both fallible religions.
Men are fallible.
Yeah, I don't think the religion...
If the religion corrupts you and tell you that being a slave owner is good, it's a fallible religion.
I don't be believing in that, Freddie.
Yeah, it tells you how to obey your masters in the Bible, so therefore the book's fallible.
See, if I point fingers and I say, you guys do terrorism, you guys will cut the head off of the apostate. If somebody leaves your religion, you can kill them. You can put a fatwa on them. You can cut their heads off. You'll kill your enemies. You'll lie to your enemies. And then they say, well, you'll also do the same thing. Okay. Even if I just concede that and I say, yeah, you're right. We've done the same thing. We had the Crusades. We killed our enemies too. So
why would you be bringing it up? What point would you be making? Why would you?
What I'm saying is there's no point there for either side. So what we have to do is we have to compare who you follow that leads you to God, which is Muhammad, the living prophet, to Jesus. And if you compare Muhammad to Jesus, there is no comparison.
No, they said Jesus is a prophet. They don't say he's nothing special. They say he wasn't born from no virgin.
Yeah, and
so if he's just a prophet, and anybody can be a fucking prophet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if I agree, even if I concede for the sake of debate that everything they say about Jesus, he wasn't born of a virgin, he wasn't crucified, but he is who the Christians follow. Christians follow Christ. In Islam, they follow Muhammad to Allah. In Christianity, we follow Jesus to God. So let's compare Jesus and Muhammad. Who was more moral? That's how you win. That's how you win this debate. Jesus was far more moral than Muhammad.
You only have hearsay of what Jesus means. You don't have historical facts that he even walked the earth. So yeah, if they're gonna lie to get you closer to God and feel like it's okay, they're gonna tell you Jesus was perfect. They're gonna pump you up with fairy tales to act like nobody can compare it to him, so you stay in your religion for the good of God, because it's okay to lie to you for that fact, right?
I have the Quran. I have where they talk about Jesus. It doesn't say anything about Jesus like going around marrying young girls or having multiple wives or being a warlord and leading people to slaughter whole races of people. Jesus, it doesn't. So then what they're going to say is, but Jesus is God, and the God in the Old Testament does that. And then it becomes a Trinity debate. So to avoid the Trinity debate, to avoid the pointing fingers about the Old Testament versus the Quran, we simply go off of the life of Jesus versus the life of Muhammad. Who was more moral? I think that's going to be my focus. That's the winning argument.
No.
Yeah.
Whoever believe in their faith the hardest and go out and try to prove they going to heaven and sacrifice themselves, that's who's right.
Did my system just lock up? Can you hear me? You're not in the Discord, Cree-Dog. We see you in chat, though. I'm trying to set up on a new Linux OS, so I cannot do Discord if I wanted to. Why are you using Linux? Sorry, I can't understand the dude. Feels like I just called my tech support. Did my system just lock up? Can you hear me? Hello, anyone?
They trying to say you sound like Indian. They Hindu, they ain't Muslim. Tech support be like from India. I didn't even hear no.
Oh, he's talking about the guy that was like, yeah, that's
I didn't know.
Ijaz. Okay, I'm gonna play this.
England, after breaking away from the Roman Catholic Church, carried with it the same minimum age requirements, age of consent for marriage of 12 years old for girls and 14-year-olds for boys, is written into English law. And then the Catholic Church, before the 1917 Code of Canon Law, the minimum age for a dissoluble betrothal was 7 years. 7 years in the contractees. The minimal age for a valid marriage was puberty, or nominally 14 years for males and 12 years old for females. This is the 1917 code of the church. So this is something that was, up until very recently, the Catholic doctrine. I referenced Thomas Aquinas. I referenced Gratian. Sam is a heretic. He's throwing all of the Catholic Church under the bus. He's throwing canon law under the bus. And Jay refuses to say that these are all pedophiles. Jay refuses to condemn Thomas Aquinas as a pedophile. That's shocking. I hope all the Christian listeners, especially the Protestants listening, note that these heretics, Sam and Jay, are down with pedophilia.
All right.
Did you not hear
that was
my
grimy.
condemnation? I explicitly said I don't have a problem condemning Aquinas, so you just blew past
as a pedophile. As a pedophile.
He did condemn Aquinas earlier.
Answer?
Yeah.
Do we answer? Do we ask a question now, or what?
Well, he asked you guys a question. You guys gave a very lengthy answer. So it is on Team Christianity here. I'll let them get the last word because we're way over time here, and I know you have to pray very soon, Dan. Yeah, I'll let you guys.
Daniel, pretend to listen better. I know you're going to embarrass yourself. You just destroyed your prophet again. Because if you read the Old Testament, God didn't stop at Sinai, and you're accusing me of not reading the Bible. I think you want to be an ummi like your prophet. Continue reading the rest of the Old Testament. God kept sending prophets with miracles and signs to keep ratifying and confirming his existence and that this is his law, and he has a right to put to death whomever he wants. Because in 1 Kings 18, Elijah had a showdown with your spiritual ancestors because your God, Allah of the Quran, is Baal. And their God showed up miraculously that your God is fake and Yahweh is true. So no, I am consistent with the Old Testament narrative. All throughout, God shows up miraculously through prophets to confirm, I am God, this is my covenant, I have a right to do with you as I see fit. Nothing for your prophet, the prophet of Baal, because your God is a fake God, and the God revealed in Jesus is the true God. End of story. Bye-bye, you lost.
That's what they,
Oh, you
they
saw a miracle, therefore kill the adulterer. Oh, you saw a miracle, therefore kill the homos. Yeah, that makes sense. That's real great morality there.
But he's being a hypocrite. They throw gays off rooftops in his religion. So I
Some
don't.
people. That was their Papa's bull. What did the Christians do? You going back to that? They threw gays off rooftops.
Look, I'm not even
in the church giving little boys herpes. What the fuck you talking about?
Oh Lord, that happens in every place where there's children and there's adults leading them. That has happened.
Don't.
Pederasty. That's happened throughout all of history. Pederasty has always happened with the Greeks, with the Romans, with the Muslims, with the Christians, and the public schools, the liberal public schools today. That still happens. When you have
saying in school today and they letting it happen, what are you saying? It's not reported or what?
What do you mean it's every week Every week Long Crime YouTube has a new video about somebody who got caught sleeping with a student, a teacher who got caught sleeping with a student. This is what happens when there are soft targets, meaning children. When there are children gathered, sick people will find their way into that organization to take advantage of those kids.
Does that make the whole population fucked up? Like the ones throwing the gays off the roof, that makes the whole population fucked up. No, you said the ones throwing the gays off the roof,
whether it be a Catholic or a Muslim or a Christian or a teacher, it's wrong to do that. But sick people will find their way into those institutions to do that to the kids, and that doesn't mean that that's justified in Christianity. But if your prophet did it,
it is saying it's justified.
You're kind of justifying it.
If they just moved the priest to another church without jail time, is justifying it. These preachers be getting away with that shit forever in the church, and they know about it. They've been sued. They've been covered up for. They got quiet.
I don't like that. Yeah, I have
the
a problem with that.
They've been released because of it.
Oh my
and
God,
y'all don't
the Epstein list.
Yeah, it's big, powerful people on there. How you think the dang on Prince got his title revoked? If the Prince of other countries over doing the shit, I'm sure it's motherfucking other people. They look to him like he's some type of religious figure. In they country, a prince is almost like a bishop or a knight or something supposed to be revered, and they over there fucking doing the same shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, Freddie. I'm saying that yes, that stuff happens, but it's not justified and it's not good.
How's it not justified when they don't go to jail?
If your prophet showed that as an example, then how can you say it's wrong if Muhammad, peace be upon him, did it? Muhammad practiced polygamy. Muhammad had his wives killed. Muhammad married young girls. How can you say that it's wrong if your prophet did it? Now, Jesus never married a young girl. Jesus never had his wife killed. Jesus never encouraged people to kill the apostate or lie to the non-believer. Jesus never did that.
Jesus never burned no fruits either.
So if somebody who claims to be a Christian does something like that, I could say, you're not following Christ. Christ said, don't do that, and you're doing it and justifying it. You're not following Christ. You're not a Christian. But if a Muslim says, oh, that's bad, I would never do that, but your prophet did it, how can you say it's bad if he justifies it? Boom. Where's my sound effect?
Y'all cheat. That's what it is. Y'all listen to the shepherd. If he says it's okay, then it's good for y'all.
Boom. That's the winning argument.
Church. That's not the winning argument.
That's it. That's how you do it right there. You don't point to the Old Testament. You don't point to the Quran. You point to Muhammad versus Jesus. Epic battles of history. Who was more moral, Muhammad or Jesus? Jesus.
And you arguing two different cultures with two different objective truths.
Shut up. I'm going to play this video.
I got two questions for the Muslims here, I think, from the supporters here, real quick, and then we'll close this thing out. And thank you guys. That was a fantastic debate, by the way. Sound arguments made on all points. I was taking a whole bunch of notes. I learned a bunch myself. I was learning a bunch because I'm not the most religious guy, so it was great to see both perspectives here. Razor Sharp 135 says it's a TTS. Okay, just came in. All right, so we'll let this play. It's actually a talk-to-speech here. It's Sam's favorite
Just
voice.
curious here. How is sin defined in Islam and in Christianity? Or
Simple
to say
question.
it this way, what is sin in Islam and in Christianity?
All right, so I'll let each team just give their quick definition of it.
You want to answer, Jay, or?
We would just say that any sin is just simply a moral move of the will against the good, away from the good, against God's law. That's it.
Amen.
For Islam? Or do you guys
I
agree with
say-
that definition?
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar definition. Like God sends a law, and then if you disobey it, it doesn't matter. You have to see a miracle to obey the law. Like God sends the law. If you disobey it, then that's a sin. And then you can ask for forgiveness, and God will forgive your sins.
All right. What else do we got here? Danny Dana says, is it sunnah to get ridden by
And this is why they'll bring up God being unchanging as his law unchanging. Well, if something new, and this is what that lady asked in the last debate, if something new like AICP comes out, AI, artificial intelligence, child pornography starts becoming a thing, and God may send a law that says that's bad. He'll write that law in our hearts. And we know, everybody just sees that and knows that's bad. And then you'll see people who justify it and normalize it, and we know that's bad. If you start engaging in CP, even though it doesn't say in the Bible, AI CP is bad, don't do it. It's not written in the Bible, but we still know it's wrong. It's still written on our heart that that is not moral. And so if you start engaging in that, you're sinning.
If that was the truth and it was written in our hearts, it would have never existed because they would have been like, you can't come up with that. You can't print that out. You can't watch this. How is it even here if it's not morally in our hearts to even have it?
Love your neighbor as yourself and love the Lord your God. How do you get AI CP out of that? That's not loving your neighbor. If you allow stuff like that, that's not loving yourself if you engage in stuff like that, and that's not loving God. That's loving fake images of children doing weird stuff that a robot made. So it's obvious. It's obvious to anybody with a little bit of brain power and morals, and that's wrong.
You're talking about children of Satan.
What is the only sin that was never forgiven in the King James Bible? Denying God. I'm going back to sleep for another hour. See y'all after a while. Shut up, Marlon.
Go back to bed.
Go to sleep. You tired, be quiet and go to sleep. All right, I'm going to play
Make 3
this.
sandwiches before you go.
Yeah. Make me a sandwich.
Dark Jin like Muhammad did. Question for Jiz and Homo and Daniel bro. All right.
It's raging.
Yeah.
They're raging. Yeah, I think I got under their skin.
Islam only says 42:11 in the Quran makes it pretty clear that Allah having body parts is to be taken figuratively. Okay?
42:11 in the Quran. Let me look that up real quick. Because that's about the body parts. This is not really important to morality, but I am interested in it. 4211.
Arm, leg, arm, head.
I shoot
Man.
you. Arm, leg, arm, head. Even when the bruises in the hip this year, I shoot you. Arm, leg, arm, head. He is the originator of heavens and the earth. He has made for you spouses from among yourselves and made mates for cattle as well, multiplying you both. There is nothing like him, for he alone is the all-hearing, all-seeing. To him belong the keys, treasuries of heaven and earth, and of provisions. See, I don't know how they get where is that in 4211 that it says anything about figurative arms and hands. Maybe I'm
You just said it. But it probably don't say it in that verse, but they used to say Allah just meant arm, leg, arm, head, meaning man. That's what the acronym Allah.
But he has two right hands.
Oh God.
Yeah, I talked about this the other night. They say Allah has two right hands, and you say the pharaohs have two left hands, right?
No, right hands and a foot. Left-handed people.
The hieroglyphs. Well, in the hieroglyphs, they're always shown as having two left hands. But Allah had two right hands, and Jesus is the right hand of God. So there's some sort of deeper meaning with left hand and right hand.
I already told you the right hand is right brain is imaginary shit. It's really the left side of the brain, but the right side of the brain control the left, which is the intellectual, non-creative side, the reason and everything else. They don't want you to have reason and logic, so they make you right-handed. That's why in Egypt they was like, put your left foot forward. And now the motherfuckers try to change it to put your right foot forward. And everybody they find left-handed, they thought was a sorcerer, some type of intelligent being. So they'll kill them and make everybody right-handed and only make shit for right-handed people. That's why everybody's work. Everybody's living in the imagination.
That's deep as fuck, though.
Everybody living in the imagination side of their brain. Y'all thinking this shit.
I gotta do a deep dive into this someday. I know we've talked about it before. We've went
you
through
think
this.
Egyptians couldn't draw two right hands if they wanted to?
Well, I don't think they were very good at drawing, and I think they were doing cave carvings.
All them hieroglyphs are carved in fucking granite and hard stone. Them motherfuckers are perfect letterings. What you mean they ain't good artists?
Well, they were right-handed, or they were left-handed. So we're gonna have to do a deep dive into this left-hand, right-hand conundrum thing, because this is crazy.
You've never heard that?
Me and Freddie have talked about it years ago. I've gone into it, but I've never done a breakdown of it on a video or on a stream or something like on the Monday night show where I just talk and I dig into this stuff. But we've talked about it in streams before, and it is crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I tie my right hand behind my back and make myself use my left.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You smoke joints with you smoking joint with your left hand right now.
I'm smoking a cigarette with my left hand.
Whatever it is.
No. I don't know. To it.
So wait, you're using your left hand, that means you're right-brained, and the right side, and Shiva's talked about this too, the right brain and the left brain. One is the creative side and one is the logical side, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. But it's whatever. It's all pseudoscience. Y'all ain't gonna believe it unless they dissect somebody. I have 10 left-handed people versus 10 right-handed people on a intellectual challenge or something. I don't know.
We could do some studies.
But the motherfuckers that's born ambidextrous, hey, they got something going with them.
Yeah, Allah has two right hands, but the Egyptian, the pharaohs, they're all shown as having two left hands. And so
Where do you
Freddie's
get that
saying
for that?
the hieroglyphs, right, Freddie? That's what he's saying. That's why he said he ties his right hand behind his back and uses his left hand, because the Egyptology was in all the hieroglyphs, all the pictures that you always see two left hands.
I missed that.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will look again.
Yeah,
We've pulled it.
I think they're still in there changing shit.
And then so he's saying the left hand is the true like power of God. But then in Christianity, we say Jesus sits at the right hand of God. And then in Islam, Allah has two right hands. And he's saying that this is a perversion of the original followers of whatever God is would have been left-handed people. But then they started killing them off and they started pushing this right-handed doctrine.
Uh-huh. And not only that, they start pushing the payout, the payout.
And that's why everybody's right-handed today, is because I guess they were killing left-handed people. Because the true wisdom comes from the left-handed people, which is the right brain. The right-handed people are using the left brain.
My daughter's left-handed.
Your daughter's left-handed? Dang, she might be a dang. She might be a dang Egyptian goddess or something.
Yeah, she's a smart ass. I don't know if she's smart, but she's a smart ass. Yeah, I raised her that way though.
Huh. I'm about to be ambidextrous.
Don't be trying to adopt my shit. Joseph Smith, dude, he owed me some money, and I'm coming for his cult.
Joseph Smith stole from you? He did steal from the Egyptians.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get his ass. I got my lawyers working on it in California out here.
He did, but yeah, go after the Mormon church. You might make some bank.
Are you talking about King Tut and King Ptolemy, or however you say that?
I'm gonna pay before them. Yeah, I'm going to love them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. And they only created polygamy into their religion so it could take off and they can grow their numbers faster and they can have more babies, and then look how it worked out. So yeah, motherfuckers like.
I think you're right about I think that's true. Mormons and Muslims, when they incorporate polygamy in it, it's so that they can rapidly grow and expand. And it's
something degenerate that works out for your religion and your population is bad.
Another thing, it's very appealing to men. If you want to get men to join your cult, you tell them.
It ain't appealing. It's written in our hearts, Josh. It's written in our hearts by God.
It's written in our animalistic nature. It's not written in our higher nature of God.
Be plentiful and multiply. Get your genes out there. That's what we do as men. It's produce. I don't know what you do as a man, but yeah, that's our whole reason for living is to spread our seed. You over there on the fucking keyboard. Yeah, you don't understand yet until you understand. Until you look into your kid's eyes and say, yeah, I'm gonna put everything into you so you can have, oh, this is us, baby. Nah, you over, mama. You still your mama's boy.
I don't even live with my mom. I talk to my mom like once every 2 months.
Boy. I can tell that.
I'm my mama's boy. I went 2 years without talking to my mom.
You gotta say, drop her off a baby and say, here you go. Baby this one. Don't baby me.
I've been alone since I was 23. Actually, I was pretty much alone at 17, in and out of jail and running away and stuff. But I'm not a mama's boy. I want to have kids. I want to have some kids. I want some ladies, but that's the lower nature.
No, having kids is not our lower nature.
The higher nature is you find a wife and you have kids with your wife.
Well, whatever.
The lower nature is just run around and bang all the women and make as many kids as possible.
Help repopulate.
No, God wouldn't let it happen.
But when you have a religion that
You don't have
says,
free will. You don't have free will. Remember, so even if you try, you
I
couldn't
know,
do it.
I'm gonna do what I want. I'm gonna do what I do, not what I want to do. I can't.
Yeah, right.
Whatever I do, I just what I was supposed to do. Maybe I wasn't meant to have a bunch of kids. I am Mormon, by the way. Cree Dog is Mormon.
Cree Dog.
Cree Dog.
He might. That's disappointing. I'm coming for you, Cree Dog. I'm sorry. It's disappointing. I'm coming for you. Y'all took my Book of the Dead.
They did. They took an Egyptian Book of the Dead and they wrote a whole. I guess I should say LDS. Well, no, if you're a real Mormon, you would just call yourself a Mormon. LDS, that's modern. That's new
Latter-day
stuff.
Saints.
Yeah, they started calling themselves saints to destigmatize the name that came with Mormons. But the true Mormons are like, yeah, we're Mormons.
Yeah, but then they'll switch and say, no, that's the old Mormons or something you're just talking about. No, that's the Latter-day Saints. You try to corner them and they'll jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play this. It's pretty much almost over, but I gotta go pee real quick, so I'll be right back.
This thing is like split down the middle with people that support, both either or the religions. Aristotle says, question for Team Islam: is the Quran created or uncreated? Answer without committing shirk, violating Tawhid, or violating Tanzi, or making the Quran unknowable. If you think this question is irrelevant, you have no grounds to criticize the Trinity.
The Quran is uncreated. We don't need
Question for Team Islam.
Okay.
Is the Quran created or uncreated? Answer without commuting shirk, violating Tawhid, or violating Tanzi, or making the Quran unknowable. If you think this question is irrelevant, you have no grounds to criticize the Trinity.
Well, you were answering it. Sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Jess.
The Quran is uncreated. We don't dispute this. We don't doubt this.
Yeah, the claim was that the Trinity is incoherent because there are multiple minds. That was our critique. That's why this is either polytheism or it's incoherent. The Quran is uncreated, but the Quran doesn't have a mind. The Quran is not a person. No one has claimed this, but people do claim, Christian theologians do claim that Jesus has a mind. Is it the same mind as the Fathers and the Holy Spirits? There's a debate. There's no clarity in the Christian tradition because it's a contradiction. That's why. But we don't have the same problem in Islam. The Quran doesn't have a mind, so how does it contradict monotheism? No one could explain that. No one could explain that. No one could explain that in this debate.
Please go ahead and.
So because there's a debate, it's not clear. Would that mean that because there's a debate in Islam amongst all the schools, none of it's clear about the attributes?
No one debates about Islam having
they don't debate the
multiple gods having.
They don't debate the attributes.
That I have multiple attributes. That doesn't mean I'm multiple people. Like how is that contradicting?
You're telling me you don't debate.
How does that contradict?
Daniel,
explain.
You don't debate Tawhid. You know you debate Tawhid.
I'm not saying that there are debates. That there are no debates in Islam. There are debates in Islamic theology.
Exactly. So that was a bad argument.
No. But there's debate in Christianity about the nature of God. There isn't that same debate about there's being three and one. What is the difference between the Father and the Son? Do they have the same knowledge? Do they have the same will? Do they have the same knowledge? Do they have the same will? We don't have the same debate.
Bo Branson.
We don't have that same debate in Islam.
It doesn't matter the same debate.
And you have
debate means it's not clear.
No,
debate, it's not clear. That's a fallacy. You're a fallacy machine.
No, that's not what I said, actually. So you don't follow the argument. That's the problem.
All right, I'll fly through these real quick and close out. Chris Procession says, hi, Sam. It's Board Cody. I have a question for Hijaz. You're citing scholars to prove reliability, but plenty of scholars, Metzer, Gerdishin, Joedsi, Rayner, Reisner, says the NT traces to actual words of Jesus. What scholar says Quran traces actual Jesus?
Do you want me to answer this? It's quite simple.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so scholars do not say it traces back to the very words of Jesus. They actually say it goes back to the ideas about what Jesus could have said. It's called the ipsissimo vox, so what Jesus could have said. There is no way to determine that Jesus actually said anything that is claimed in the New Testament. And between the Gospels themselves, they're not datable to the 1st century CE, which is the big problem. We can largely assume that they're from the 2nd century onwards, as Sam claimed in his interview with Chedisco, I think was the name. Just to be clear, as for the Quran, however, they don't have to guess.
Okay, I'm going to stop this. All right. The reviews and stuff is over. We're just going to, I guess, hang out in Discord now. Dude, it's crazy. You do a dang Destiny debate review, chat pops off. And talk about Muslims.
It was about 30 waiting to just pounce on you.
Yeah. There was like 50 people in chat. They were all going at it. It was going crazy.
It was funny.
I'm at almost 900 views on this stream already. So
if you want views, you know how to get them.
Out chasing off Destiny. Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
No, every time I do a Destiny debate review, we always get some new people. We always get, You can just like make Destiny reaction content all day. What, Freddie?
That's what a lot of people do.
It's like that on fight night when you're a streamer fight and a whole bunch of people came that one night.
Yeah, that's because I was showing the fight on the stream.
Yeah. He got banned, I think, for that. But a lot of people came. That's when Lil E or whoever that little young motherfucker was. Call me Uncle Leroy or something.
We had like 50 people in the Discord that night. And everybody's just going crazy. Yeah, whatever happened to that little E guy? I was hoping he would come back, but he never came back. He was funny.
No, he knew I was sparing his ass. It wasn't no fun. I was just letting him get me because he was a kid. I wasn't trying to roast his ass for real. But at the same time, he had hot ones. I was letting him get his jokes off, but he wasn't the same dude. He hopped up on camera. I was drunk. I think I bet him. He showed a white dude on the picture, or a black dude. He was a white voice. I knew he was white because he showed himself out on the balcony at first. And then he went next door somewhere and put his friend on the phone. He wasn't fooling nobody.
All right, now I got to look up a couple of these. Hold on 1 second.
I'll put a link over there in the side chat.
A Muslim or something coming up, Josh?
What?
Do you have a Muslim debate coming up?
Yeah, I'm going to DebateCon, and I signed up for the 5v1. They call it Outnumbered. You know how Jubilee does the thing where it's like a whole...
Okay. You signed up for a 5v1 against a Muslim.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Now...
And that's the only thing you signed up for?
I also did the 5v1 versus Planet Peterson. He's like an atheist.
Okay.
I'm not as worried about that one because like he's an atheist. I've debated atheists my whole life, so I don't really need to study up for that. I do need to brush up on my numbers for my fine tuning and the math, which I'll probably look into that a little later. But the Muslim one is the one I've always wanted to debate Muslims, but I've always said I want to read the whole Quran before I start, and I haven't read it all yet. But so I'm going through it, and a lot of these things I've heard before. So like this Sunan Abi Dawud 5224 gay stuff is what I wrote. But I've heard that before, but I forgot about it. So doing this, now I wrote it down, and now I know the reference for it. What is this one? Go ahead.
They said to look at the Hadith as like our New Testament, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the hadiths. I just have the Quran.
Well, I'll put the hadith link in the side chat.
Yeah, I saved it. I have it in my folder now. But of course, I don't have time in 4 days to read through all of it. So I just
tried to read on a little bit of stuff, and there's a lot in there.
Now, hadith. Is that kind of like the Talmud for Jews, where they're going to say, well, we don't really follow all of the stuff in the hadiths, or because people are saying, well, that's just Shia Muslims. So there's different branches and sects of them too.
Yep.
Shia and the Sunni.
It's Shia and the Sunni. Yeah. I'm not a professional or expert on it.
That's right. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to stick to the Quran, but this stuff is interesting, so I'm gonna look up some of these things. So Sunan Im Majad, 1944. Let's pull that up.
The Beck Lover guy. That's how I come to all this stuff. That was a year ago when I watched it, about a year ago.
Did you say Danny Glover?
No, Beck Lover. B-E-K Lover.
Oh, okay, Beck Lover.
Yeah.
That's totally different from Danny Glover. What the fuck I heard?
The verse of stoning and of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow. When the messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came and ate it. What does that have to do with Aisha?
That they believe, I guess.
Sunan Im Majad, 1944, the hadith about a goat eating a verse, narrated by Aisha. A goat ate a verse from one of the... A sheep eating a page of the Quran are largely defective. Thus, most don't consider the event to be authentic.
The originator of the goat ate my homework.
The dog ate my homework. The goat ate my homework.
The originator right there,
That's
boy.
good. I could say, how can you even trust any of these sources when a goat might have ate your damn homework?
The goat might have licked that shit. What are you talking about?
The goat might have ate the homework, homie. Listen, you ain't did the education.
You ain't been doing the education. How can you do the education if a goat ate your homework?
Right, there you go. You ain't got the answers, and I rest my case. That's fucked up. No, but on Best Buy, they got a case for your GoPro that has an extra battery at the bottom of it. And it plugs into the battery port, and it lasts like an extra maybe 6 hours. So if you want to get that case to go around your GoPro, you got extra 6 hours. And it's only like $10 more than the $25 one you bought.
Well, I already bought the damn case. You should have told me this
In the
before.
back, it's Amazon. I put it in the chat. You never read your chat, so I left. Yeah, you had the fucking stream muted.
Last night, I know I was slacking.
Wow.
But I got the GoPro. I got the DJI mics. I got the gimbal. I got the phone. I bought a new battery charger, but I left it at work, and it better still be there when I go in tomorrow. I'm gonna be pissed if somebody stole. I bought a brand new, because I have this big ass brick, which charges my phone like 5 times, but it's old and it's like I've dropped it and it's breaking. So I got a new one that's smaller. But I freaking left it at work.
You'll go back to work before next weekend.
I'm going back to work. I go back to work tonight. But there's a bunch of dang jerks there. And they might have stolen my dang thing.
You ain't got no lock, it's gone.
I'll be pissed.
Start looking for people with bulging pockets and a wire coming from their phone. They're gonna be using your shit. It's gonna be hidden right in front of you.
And I've already got Rob Knorr and Jim Bob both said they're down to do an interview.
Nice.
Andrew said he'll try, but no promises.
Okay. That's what's up.
I don't know how I can message Jake Rattlesnake. I'd like to message him and ask him. Let me see if I can. Let me see if his inbox is open on. Because a lot of people don't have their inboxes open on Twitter. Dude, Andrew is very accessible. Like, you can message him on X and he'll respond to you within an hour.
Yeah.
Even Daddy Jub said Daddy Jub messaged him just trolling, and he responded to Daddy Jub.
Yeah. That's how you. If you're serious about making this your life's work, you gotta respond to everybody.
Yeah, and you got to reach out to people, which is one thing I suck at. I don't like asking people for stuff. I've always said I'd rather they come to me, but you can't. You know. Oh, you can message Jake. All right, I'll message Jake right now.
There you go. It's gonna be in Nashville, Tennessee, right?
Yep.
Plane crashed in my hometown, Louisville, Kentucky. Big UPS plane. 7 people died. As soon as it took off, it went boom. Yeah.
And then Rachel, but I would message Andrew and I'd be like, hey, by the way, if Rachel's interested, I'd interview her too, but I'm not going to message a man's wife in her DM. I don't believe in sliding up in a man's wife's DMs. I don't like that.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I used to slide up in floors. No.
Yeah, well, you're a piece of shit, so.
I ain't never no floors DM. She had same open chat as everybody else. Everybody can see everybody's messages. Haters. No, but sometimes, you can always say, I didn't know I couldn't do that. You can be one of those. You need to try to debate the governor. Pull his ass in there and see what he's doing for Tennessee and why they can't never pay their federal taxes. Fucking bums. And ask them why they crying about food stamps. That'll be a good one. You think Trump should pay for food stamps, or you think he should fight it in court?
I think I read an article today that he already got that. They shot that down. He's not gonna.
He ain't got paid.
Yeah, he ain't gonna pay it.
Okay.
It's crazy. I don't want to say where I work, but the place where I work.
Yeah, they coming in stealing?
No, but so like our raises are based off of sales. One of the criteria for if we get a raise is based off of the sales. And the sales numbers have to stay, in the green, in the positive. And we're always above last year, right? And now, for the first time, 3 days straight, we're below where we were last year. And it's just because of the food stamps. That people don't have food stamps, so they can't go buy stuff. So our sales are down. You know what though? Maybe, and I still think I'll get a raise, because if 90% of the year we were in the positive, I'll probably still get a raise. But even if I don't get a raise, I'm okay with it. Fuck these damn commies. Learn to get a job. Go to work. You're not going to live off our system anymore. We're taking food stamps from the ABODs. We're taking food stamps from the illegal immigrants. And Democrats need to get with the system. I think they're trying to keep this government shutdown going through the holidays just to piss people off against Trump.
You know they are.
There's going to be riots. There's going to be looting. If we get past Thanksgiving and we get into December and there's still no food stamps, we're going to see rioting and looting, just like we saw last time Trump was president. They're doing all of this to make Trump look bad.
Law. No, for martial law. Trump, it's in Project 2025. It's all part of his plan to make them riot and cut off the food so they'll starve and cut off their Social Security. And the first one cry is the one stealing. And he got this all planned out. So when they checks get cut off, they're going to be like, oh, he must have been doing fraud. He's crying.
Whatever. I'm with it.
They said this shit.
I'm with it.
Yeah. You gonna lose a job once these Mexicans lose their food stamps. They're gonna say, well, we don't have to stock our stores as much.
I don't care.
Sorry.
I'll get another job in a day.
No, you motherfuckers already gonna have another job.
I'm on Indeed. I get text messages for job openings every day. I get multiple text messages for job openings.
Yeah, do you qualify?
I qualify for all of them. The only disqualifier I have is I have a record.
Yeah, right. That's a big disqualifier, motherfucker.
It's a big disqualifier, but guess what? I'm able-bodied. I speak English.
So
I get a job.
Look, you can't be trusted, motherfucker. They don't want you around their money. They don't want you around their...
English, you sure you are?
Yeah. Which way is the safe?
What'd you say? Are you crazy?
I said, you sure you're speaking English?
I speak English.
Speaking body. Yeah.
Do you remember that guy that was on the panel last night? What's his damn name? Jesus. Hold on.
Tomahawk.
Vanna Black.
The token citizen.
What do you mean, Freddie? He's
the black dude?
Yeah, he's an ex-Muslim.
Yeah.
African. I think he's African, or no, never mind.
What was his name?
Hold on.
The token citizen.
Black.
Oh, no. I don't know who he was. I ain't see him. I seen the other dude, Tomahawk, somebody. Unless there was a name change, and his name could be anything.
It could be, yeah. Especially the way YouTube's doing right now with your handle or your name or whatever.
Yeah, I ain't watch it all last night. I ended up falling asleep.
Hell, I hit my damn knee when I was almost at the end. And I turned and hit my knee on my leg, or hit my knee on my desk. Hell, it made me sick, man. It hurts so bad. I broke out in a sweat.
Damn.
What state are you in? I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah. Cree dog. Dearborn has been sacked first attack, so it seems.
What?
I'm usually just willing to just flat out ask them.
They full of Muslims up in Dearborn. That's a Muslim city. Up there in Dearborn, they took over. And Michigan. Dearborn, they fucking they got their own little part of town. Like the Jews. They just got their own little place to do it in.
I just messaged Jake. Let me see if Apostate Prophet has his DMs open.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Freddie. The token. Okay. I know
Yeah.
exactly what yeah. I got you.
Is it the same guy or not the same guy?
No, it's not the same guy. But I know what you're talking about, or who you're talking about.
Okay.
So, okay, this is another little segment I wanted to do. Chat and guys on the panel, what are some questions? And I'm not trying to do no sabotage interviews. This is not like hey, I want to interview you and it becomes a debate. I told him it was just simple questions. What would be some good questions to ask Rob Noor?
What's his background? Once he starts talking, he won't stop.
Yeah. Rob's easy. Rob, you just like bring up something and just go.
Ask Rob Noor, what does he think about Article 11 in the Treaty of Tripoli, with everybody wanting us to be a Christian nation?
He's not.
And John,
he's not a theologian. He's a politics guy. You don't even. Do you even know who Rob Noor is?
Yeah, he's the dude that talk real fast that be on that Speakeasy channel sometimes. He wear a hat.
Yeah.
Fat chubby dude.
Yeah.
Oh, he is.
But he's not gonna know about the treat. I don't think he doesn't like. He always says he's not into like philosophy and theology.
Oh, okay. He's not into theology.
Yeah,
so he's not.
So politics, I'd ask him, what do you think about the government shutdown? And I would say, I feel like they're going to try to keep this going through the holidays, assuming that it's still going by this Friday, which I think it will be. But so I would ask him about the government shutdown. So we start with light questions like and another thing I want to focus on with all of them is like, how did you get into YouTube? What do you recommend small channels do to grow? But then the government shutdown, that's a good topic for Rob.
Well, Rob Noor hung around with Destiny a lot, or whatever.
Ask him, does he love Project 2025? Ask him, does he like the individual mandate for Obamacare? And if he says he don't and he hates it, tell him that was created by the same people that created Project 2025.
Heritage Foundation?
Yeah, the individual mandate. The Democrats picked it up as a bargaining tool because they want to be bipartisan. It was a Republican idea.
Form this into a concise question.
I just did.
No, you're still talking. What's the question?
What does he think about the individual mandate? Do we like it? It's Obamacare. He don't know that. He probably don't like it, but he probably gonna say he hates it. But it's a Heritage Foundation thing. Tell him, did you know the Heritage Foundation came up with the individual mandate that you had to pay if you didn't have insurance? And now everybody's crying about it as soon as Obama thought of it and put it in the fucking plan to negotiate. Then it became a problem. So if he likes the individual mandate, then tell him then why the Republicans refusing all the fucking shit right now and won't negotiate with the fucking Congress to open the government. That's what it's about. These motherfucking mandates and the fucking Obamacare. They're cutting out all of these subsidies and people's shit's going up. Their premiums are going up. Next month, everybody's premiums going up like 10
Mine
times.
already did. No, it ain't 10 times, but it's enough.
Yeah.
Mine already went up.
They said someone looking at $14,000 premium or something. It might have been the white end of it, but still, that's a lot. Yeah. They play games. They play games on both sides, and then make you think these ideas are their ideas, and then it's a duopoly. They've been coming up with the fucking shit since 1990, 1980. Heritage Foundation been coming up with this bullshit.
Okay, so do you think Trump is actually doing Project 2025?
Yeah.
That will be good. That will cover all that shit.
Yeah.
They got a Project 2025 website showing how close they are to completing it. So if he says no to that, he's gonna say, yeah, they're doing it. They have a website so you can track how much percent they done. They're 40% right now in the first year. What do you mean? Don't have them look at you like it's a dumb question.
He'll probably say that he wasn't part
Well,
of it,
because
but
during the election, all the lefties were like, he's going to do Project 2025, and all the right wing guys were like, no, we're not going to do Project 2025. We don't care about Project 2025. What the heck? And we don't fuck the Heritage Foundation, blah blah blah. And now they're saying, look, he's doing Project 2025. So,
who are they? The left?
that's what the left is saying. We are doing. So Heritage Foundation is more of a libertarian, like a think tank NGO, a group. I haven't read all of Project 2025, but what
It's
I think
900.
he's probably doing a lot of. I think that there's probably a lot of common sense, right wing, basic stuff in Project 2025, and yes, Trump is doing that. Do I think that
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, do I think that he's following Project 2025 to a T? Probably not, but there's probably a lot of things in there that is basic, like all right wingers are going to be like, yeah, let's do that. And so he's probably doing those things.
No. And even the right wing going against him in court, and that's why he's losing on a lot of the shit that he's fucking trying to get done. A lot of these judges like, no, you can't do that. Well, hold on, wait a minute. You can't do that. His own judges. They know what's the fuck going on. They not even with Project 2025. Because he ain't running the country. He's trying to make us a Christian nation and Christian nationals.
Ask him about attacking Venezuelan governments to install some random Juan. You're saying, ask him, are we attacking the boats in Venezuela to install a regime change, initiate a regime change, basically? I don't want to ask Rob about that. Yeah. Huh.
You was arguing regime change and lost on that damn VK, wasn't you? Could we kill or assassinate?
Oh, yeah. Should we kill and assassinate other world leaders?
You lost your ass on that, boy.
I think I won that one.
Nope. Because you just have to keep on killing. They'll never end this and never stop.
Well, that was with Abe, right? No,
Yeah.
I think, okay, yeah, I did lose that one.
I ain't gonna lie to you. But it was a good debate. I ain't gonna lie.
Whatever. I don't care what the chat says. I won that. I never lost a debate in my life. Now, Jim Bob is more theology. And I'm interested in his cartooning and the stuff. How did he get involved with the cartooning stuff? Yeah.
Where did he draw cartoons or something?
Get involved. Yeah, he does like political cartoons, and I think he's been published by some, I forget who it is, but
What was that racist motherfucker's name? Dilbert. He did a Dilbert when what happened with that? What was you know what I'm talking about?
Eric Adams. No, not Eric Adams. Eric Adams is the mayor guy from New York. Yeah, I watch his Coffee Time with
yeah,
the Dilbert
he did
guy.
the one with Yeah, that's all I know for a fuck. I can't think of who it is.
He
But
does a
yeah.
show. He does a stream in the mornings. It's
Separate from black people. That's what he said. You need to separate from white people. Need to separate from black people. He was
yeah.
pushing that. Okay.
That's when he went kind of viral for a
Yeah.
controversy.
Yeah. I forgot what the deal was.
Scott
Yeah.
Adams.
Scott Adams?
Yeah. Yeah, I like him. He's got a great video where he runs through AI. He's talking to AI and he's talking about how you would steal an election. And he's like, AI, tell me a story about how you would potentially steal an election. And the AI gives them this big story. And then he basically walks the AI through exactly what happened in 2020. And the AI's like, yep. And then he's like, isn't that what happened in 2020? And doesn't that mean that the 2020 election was stolen? And the AI's like, no. The 2020 election was completely free and fair. It's like, what do you mean? Everything you said in your story and everything that I said happened, and you agreed to it. Conclusion, premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, premise 4, 20 different premises, and you agreed to all of them. Conclusion, the 2020 election was stolen, and the AI says, no, it was a completely free and fair election. And it's like, what are you talking about, AI?
Did you hear that Trump was suing the DOJ for 200 and what was it? 200 and something, but by 30 days, he can't get no business to give him a bond for his bond, and they might lock him up this time because he can't get a bond for his properties or something. And his bond, he has to pay a bond. You can Google it right now, and no business will give him a bond for his collateral for his business, and they might start seizing his assets. Letitia James might start seizing his assets next month. But right now,
dude,
if
every
they don't
time
come
you
up with
say
that
this stuff is
bond,
going to happen, it never happens, Freddie.
yeah, he's gonna come up. He's gonna have to come up with some bond money. I know, right? But yeah, but no, the motherfuckers came out saying, yeah, anybody else would have been locked up. It's a whole bunch of news coming out about with this bond shit and fucking court saying, yeah, anybody else probably would have been locked up. Like, yeah, of course he probably would have been.
Guys, you can come on the panel if you want. Anybody who wants to come on the panel, you can come on. I'm doing. None of the Muslims who were in the chat earlier were able to get into Discord for some reason, but
they probably on the international line, man.
I am still interested in any.
It could be, Freddie.
Specifically, Islam versus Christian morality. If you have any good arguments, if you want to, and Christians or Muslims, if you want to come up and state your case, I want to hear all the arguments. But also, we can talk about other stuff, and also I'm trying to think of good questions to ask Rob Noor, Jim Bob, maybe Andrew, maybe Jake Rattlesnake, maybe Rachel.
Ask Andrew, he remembered talking to a pharaoh. Yeah, he'd be like, yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't remember you. I'm sure you were just another person that he destroyed.
No, we got a whole panel.
You don't even know if that was Andrew.
Yeah, I do know it was Andrew. I told you it was Andrew.
No, because you said I was talking to a guy on Discord, and I was like,
talking to 4 people on Discord.
You were talking to 4 people on the Crucible Discord.
And then Andrew ended his show and came in there and got in on our conversation. And then I roasted his ass. And they was like, no, yeah, he's telling, this is what he's been saying. He's like, no, wait a minute. Yeah, exactly. And they tuned his ass in to what I was saying because they'd never heard it before of the Christ being the original KRST, and they stole it in the plagiarism, and he's saying the Trinity and this and Osiris and the Christos from Greek. And I drew it all the way down, and Andrew was like, fuck, no, you're trying to say, I'm like, yeah, for real. All right. Say what you want. And the other people was like, it's kind of making sense. It makes sense. So after Greeks came into Egypt, right? Socrates and all the greats had to get schooled in Egypt. They came into Africa. Saint Sinai is in Africa, if Moses so-called existed, right? I told him about all of that. How the motherfucker
That's a good wrap-up question for if I do talk to Andrew. The very last question will be, does pineapple belong on pizza? And when he says no, I'm going to debate his ass. I'm going to be like, you're wrong, Andrew. Here's why. Let me tell you about this.
Yeah.
YouTube origins, advice for small streamers. What led you to orthodoxy?
None of that matters. You ask them, where do you think they see Christianity in 50 years? Watch what they tell you.
That's a good question.
Yeah, because everybody's starting to wake up. We're giving all this money to Israel, and it's all the Christians in government. They like
or American Christianity. Where do you see Christianity in 50 years? It's too.
We got a Muslim in New York now, one of the biggest cities in the United States. They voted a Muslim in, so all right, they cool with a Muslim running them better than a Christian already in a major city. So let's go. What about California? If Gavin Newsom find him a Muslim, will he be better looked at? I don't think it's that many. I don't know how many Muslims it is out here. But Gavin Newsom probably a Jew. I could see him in a little hat for some reason.
He's too tall.
No, his hair slicks back nice. I don't know. He might be Italian or something.
What kind of nose? I ain't never really paid no attention. So you got the
Me
nose.
neither. I don't know. He keeps it under wraps if he is. California ain't really paying attention like that out here. Jews run this place.
Muslims in the chat were not ready for their own funny stories about Mo. The one guy tried to come in, but yeah, he couldn't get his audio working right. But for some reason, StreamYard, he can do StreamYard, but he can't do Discord. I was like,
Yeah, Freddie pointed out he might have been an international call.
Yeah.
Freddie is impressively stupid. It's really something. Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
I'm a dumbass. Everybody's got to do their role. Everybody's got to do their thing, do their part.
Yeah.
I was calling you dumb the other day. Are you crazy? Because you asked Rev about free will, and he gave you the same answer that I would have given you. And you're like,
yeah,
yep,
I didn't hear it.
You're like, yep, I agree. We have free will. He pretty much said, he said, God's omnipotent and omniscient. He knows everything, and he's everywhere all the time, and he's all powerful, and he created us, and he knew the ending before the end, beginning before the end. And so, but he kind of dodged the question. So he had a clever way to to dodge the free will question, but the answer he gave was basically, we kind of have free will, but we kind of don't have free will. And then you're like, I agree. And I was like, what do you mean? He just dodged.
I wouldn't agree with that yet. If I'd have caught it, I didn't catch it.
Well,
I really didn't.
If you didn't have free will, would you have a conscience?
Because free will is just philosophical gobbledygook. It's just
would you have a conscience?
It's not theology. There's no God gave us free will in the Bible.
Yeah, but there's a conscience
will be done,
that makes it not free.
Jesus said, "Not my will, your will be done."
Yep.
Right.
You got so much say the man six. Don't make it true.
And then in the garden, they'll point to the garden. They'll say, well, what about the apple? Well, God didn't say, You have free will to choose if you eat the apple or not. No, God said, do not eat this apple.
But they did.
But they did. Why did they? Did they freely will? Did they freely will themselves to eat it?
God's will wasn't going to fill their stomachs.
No. Hold on. Are you crazy?
If they said let God's will be done, they would have.
Freddie, hold on. I'm talking to Are You Crazy? Did they?
Well,
did they freely
kind of
will them?
Will. You're saying it different, JS.
No. I'm saying God put this tree in the garden, and He said, the only rule is do not eat this fruit. Did Adam and Eve freely will themselves to eat that fruit?
I don't like the way you're saying that. I don't freely will themselves.
Yeah. Did they?
They used their free will. They made a choice, and that's something in the brain to me. That's it. You stop. Then you take your action on your decision.
Did they do that?
Did they have free will?
Did they do that? Did they do that of their own? Did they do that of their own free will?
Yeah, they sure did.
No,
in my opinion.
So you're skipping the serpent influencing the woman, lying to her, and telling her to do it, and then the woman influencing the man and telling him to do it.
The serpent presented the choice.
The serpent influenced them to go against their father and his rules and his laws, and they followed. And Eve, and this is what the Bible says: the woman made the serpent her god, and the man made the woman his god. As soon as the serpent influenced the woman and she listened to the serpent, the influence of the serpent, she made Satan her god, and then the man made the woman his god, and they were following, the woman was following Satan, and the man was following the woman, and they both stopped following their father. But that wasn't freely willed.
Unless the snake bit them and put a poison in them and made them fucking in a train.
If there's an influence, then it's not free will.
Well, you can't. You have to avoid the influence. You have to let it influence you, don't you? It's still free will.
You do drugs, right?
Free will
is the ability to make a decision without blah 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 blah, without any influence and all this other stuff.
Exactly.
Yep. I've read it a million times.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So they did not make a decision without any influence. There was an influence there, and they followed. And this is what when I did my debate with Stepfire, my opening was, so like what Easy will say is there's a bunch of different paths you can go down, and God already knows which path you're going to choose, but you still have the choice among all the paths. And I said that's not what's going on here. What's going on is there's two paths. Your father is telling you, take this path. It's going to be hard. You're going to suffer, but in the end, you're going to have eternal life. And then this dark, shadowy figure is on your other side, and he's saying, take this path. It's going to be easy. It's going to be fun. You're going to have a lot of parties and a lot of sex and a lot of drugs. And then in the end, don't worry about what happens in the end. And you listen to either your father or the dark, shadowy figure. This is the id and the ego from Freud. This is the angel on one shoulder and the demon on the other shoulder. You listen to one or the other, and you go down one. But whichever you go down
one,
whichever you go down, you didn't
down one.
But you didn't freely will it.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
One of the.
It wasn't free.
You were presented with a choice. Here they are. This and this. Pick. Make.
All walk away.
If I say, here's a candy bar that costs $2. Here's a candy bar that you can take, but you're going to get shot when you walk out of the store.
I don't want shit you got.
Are either of those choices free?
What? You can't do it. They don't work, Josh.
It does work.
Free,
what does free mean?
Number one, you don't know you're going to get shot. Number two, you're giving the man money for your candy bar because that's just the way it is. That's the laws of the land.
You can steal the candy bar and go to jail, or you can buy the candy bar.
We'll steal the candy bar.
Either
that's
way,
your choice.
Either way, the candy bar is not free.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's going to cost
Even if
something.
you-
There's going to be a cost or a.
The cost you're putting to it is not wouldn't fit in my.
There's going to be a consequence.
No, some people still can get away
There's a
with it.
consequence to every free will choice you make.
But you said on that stream, you're like, I just don't understand why people can't make choices. Nobody's arguing.
No. I said I don't understand why you can't compare it or make it like a choice.
But nobody's saying we don't make choices.
You're saying the choice
you are.
In the morning.
It's already made for us. It's not made for us.
In the morning when you wake up and you open your cabinet and you have Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles.
Yep.
And let's say you choose Cocoa Pebbles today.
Yep.
And I say, why did you choose the Cocoa Pebbles?
Because I like them better. I don't know.
Why do you like them better?
Because I just like them better.
Yeah, he can go in there and the box could be
because
empty.
the way the taste of chocolate, affects your tongue and your brain.
It would be the only choice I have, probably.
I'm asking, why do you like Cocoa Pebbles better than Fruity Pebbles?
Why do you like what you like? That don't matter.
It does matter. It does matter because
if he bought both of them,
your likes.
It does not matter.
He can have a different cereal.
This is an integral part of the debate. This is a very important part.
Fruity Pebbles is not
why
part of the debate. Nope.
Do you freely will your likes?
What the hell?
If you
I have no choice.
Your
I
choice.
have no choice what I like, Josh.
You have the choice between Cocoa Pebbles and Fruity Pebbles.
Mm-hmm.
You choose the Cocoa Pebbles. I asked, why did you choose the Cocoa Pebbles? You said, because I like them better. Why?
Yep.
Why do you like them better?
Because every human has their own individual taste.
But did you choose?
That's not anything to do with free will.
Did you choose your likes?
Yes, absolutely. I picked the one I like best.
Why do you like it the best?
I told you. Every human has their own taste buds.
That's not okay.
That's
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying the way that the flavor of the chocolate acts on your taste buds and coordinates to your brain, this sort of experience, it feels better to you.
And you gave me two choices. I used my free will to pick one.
No, you didn't use your free will.
Yeah.
You relied on what you like more, and you don't control what you like more.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
You don't control.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. You said you don't control what you like more, and you picked based off of what you like more, but you don't control what you like more. So where's your free will?
Gosh.
Think about it. Are you crazy? Think about it.
I already have.
Gosh, why didn't you buy two boxes?
You cannot control what makes you happy. You cannot control what makes you sad.
Exactly, because you don't have free will.
That has nothing to do with free will.
That has everything to do with
being a damn human.
That's
just being human.
Oh my God, that has everything to do with free will. That's the whole core of the argument.
No, it don't.
That's the whole basis
of
everything.
Of your argument. I'm not going to let you take me down that path.
If you said it's because when I taste Cocoa Pebbles, it reacts with my brain, and I enjoy that reaction more than the Fruity Pebbles, then I'd say,
you're skipping over something. You gave me a choice. Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles. I like fucking Cocoa Pebbles.
Why do you like them?
Because I chose to like them.
No, you didn't. You don't control what you like.
Holy shit.
He could have chose never to even try them before. He chose to try them for the first time.
The reason you like the Cocoa Pebbles more is because you've been conditioned to like them more. And then I would say, why do you think your taste buds react with the brain that the way that they do, that you enjoy Cocoa Pebbles more than Fruity Pebbles? And we're going to go through an infinite regress. You're going to say, eventually it's going to get to because I was born. And I'm going to say, why were you born? And you're going to say, because my mom and my dad had sex. And I'm going to say, why did your mom and dad have sex? Why did they like each other? Why did they choose to be with each other? And we're going to keep going down and down and down and down and down until eventually we get to Adam and Eve and the fruit. And then I'm going to say, why were Adam and Eve here?
And we're going to the same
argument. You're going to say because of God.
Definition.
So your will is contingent. Your will is contingent on God. You would have no will if it wasn't for God. Your will is not free. You are influenced in everything that you do. There is no free will. It's a made-up philosophical term. It's a bunch of gobbledygook.
I never said it was
We do
law
what
or
we
written
were.
in the Bible. I'm just everybody plays with it. It's philosophy, yes, it is.
But
It is
anyway,
gobbledygook.
that's the argument.
You're presented with 2 or 3 options. You might be presented with 1,000 options. You decide on the one thing you want out of that 1,000. That's your free will. It's over right there.
No.
Stop.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it does.
That's
my
not.
definition. That's why you'll never agree.
Because your
Yes, it is.
definition is not based off of any philosophical definition of free will.
I don't give a fuck what it's based on. I'm telling you what I think.
Oh, so it's a proprietary. Free will just means I choose what I like.
Nope. I'll give you the reason.
Yeah, it's a proprietary definition.
So?
You can just blame it on God for anything that happens.
This is why.
No, Josh,
I gotta pee.
He's wanting to prove something. I'm not gonna let him.
That's God. That's God. That's God. Everything that happened is God.
I'm not gonna let him.
I gotta
Like
pee.
You understand what I'm saying, Freddie?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Josh,
That's my argument, and there's no way I can get my brain to accept it any other way.
Yeah.
It just won't, because I'm a logic-minded person. That's all.
Man's fallible, and they love to take accountability off of them. So Josh trying to take accountability off of him.
That's exactly what it does.
So he can lose his conscience from the free will, because we use our free will, but God put it on our hearts to know right from wrong. So we do have a conscience. That's what we walk around with, knowing that we have a conscience. So that conscience that we bear is what makes us know the difference from doing right and wrong. Because I can go out and kill 4 people right now. With that guy saying, "Oh, it was them 4 people, time to go."
Yeah, that don't work that way.
And that I need to be motherfucking locked up for the rest of my life and put in motherfucking, because I made a bad decision, not because I was possessed and all of a sudden God knew them people was gonna die and these kids need to be raised without a mother and it was all God's plan. It's easy to hypothetically say, "Oh, yeah, that's just hypothetical. I mean, that's just God's plan." Yeah, he intended that to happen, with no proof. You just believing in the daddy and saying everything that happened.
Undermines. If
God
you don't look at it, you have choices. It kind of undermines everything, don't it?
Right. Right.
The next question is, did God know that you were going to choose the Cocoa Pebbles and not the Fruity Pebbles?
Did he know?
Did he know?
If he wanted to know, he would know.
That's kind of answer.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Did he know or not which you were going to choose?
Yes, he does.
Could you have chosen differently?
Yes.
You would have proven God wrong.
No, absolutely not.
Wait. God knew you were going to choose Cocoa Pebbles, but you think you could have chose.
Josh, you're going to have to open your brain a little bit.
No, you're going to have to open your brain a little bit.
No, if I go with your theory,
you just said something
contrary.
You just said something that didn't make no dang sense.
I can sit here at this desk and not do shit the rest of my life if I go with yours. I'm not going to be that way.
You just said something that didn't make no dang sense.
To you, because it's hard for you to comprehend.
Yeah, he can't do it. He can't get it in there. It won't fit. It'd take a damn hammer and a sledgehammer and a chisel and a friggin' screwdriver.
I am not the one being obtuse here. You are.
Okay.
Because
now you're going to go after personal because you're losing.
I'm not going after you personally. I'm just saying you're being obtuse.
I'm doing it on purpose.
I've given you a simple premise. You have 2 choices. You choose one. Did God know what you were going to choose? Yes. Could you have chosen differently? You say yes. Therefore, you could have proven God wrong.
Josh, he didn't tell me, Ray, choose the damn Cocoa Pebbles.
That doesn't matter. I didn't say anything about that.
He's presenting me with taste buds so I can taste what I like and make my own decisions.
It's a very simple question.
It is. It's so simple. I found it stupid.
You have 2 options.
Yeah.
Does God know? Does God know which one you are going to choose?
Josh, hold on.
You say yes. Okay, we don't have to keep doing this, but I'm not the one being obtuse here. I'm not.
Yeah, you are, John.
No, I'm not.
The fact that he got 2 cereals alone he bought 2 cereals means that he don't have a preference, that he'll eat 2 different kind of cereals.
I know.
But today,
The next day, he might
gets
pick the Fruity
he
Pebbles.
gets
That's irrelevant.
so God don't know if he's gonna put them both in the same bowl at the same time or not.
That also goes to his whole, it's because I like one more. Well, then why did you buy both of them? Because you like both of them. But on the certain day,
You get to choose.
I
You
like
get to motherfucking
no,
choose which
listen.
one I like. Because I
Listen.
like them both.
Listen,
No.
I like Fruity Pebbles and I like Cocoa Pebbles. But when I wake up in the morning and I reach into the cabinet and I grab one, right? I have a choice there. I have a choice between the two. I like both of them. But on that day, when I choose the Cocoa Pebbles, why did I choose the Cocoa Pebbles? And could I have chosen differently? Does God know which one I was going to choose before I chose it? And if he knew, could I have proven him wrong and done the opposite of what he knew I was going to do?
If there's no response from God, God's not in the equation.
Well, this is for people who believe in God, but
no. Because you
Yeah,
saying
so
God's
not
all
only did God know that you chose it, he knew when you were going to ask yourself the question. He knew what question you were going to ask yourself.
he actually designed
and
me to do it.
Right.
Yeah. He designed me on that day to pick that box, because what would happen if maybe I picked the Fruity Pebbles on that day, and since I reached to the left instead of the right, it took 0.2 extra seconds to grab that box out, and that led to me getting hit by a car later that day. Like,
okay. So with Pharaoh having love in his heart, he had to harden his heart because he couldn't choose. His free will wouldn't allow him to do what God wanted him to do. He had to accelerate the plan, right? God had to accelerate it because dude had free will not to harden his heart over God. I got you.
where did my lighter go?
God didn't know he was going to do that, right? God didn't know he was going to resist harden his heart, so God had to do it for him. So actually, in the Bible,
God knew he was gonna be like,
yeah, okay.
God knew
So he did it for him.
Pharaoh was gonna be like, man, this really sucks. I need to release these
Yeah.
Israelites. And then God was like, no, you're not. No, you're gonna do what I said, not what you decide.
See, exactly. Well,
So
that happened
even
in
the
real
people
life.
who don't believe in God don't
Why
have
don't
free
he
will.
intervene like that in real life then? Why don't he intervene if that's the case? Why, when you go reach for the cocoa plant,
You say
the fruit?
intervening. When you say intervening, you're implying that he's not always there and that he has to step in at some points. I'm saying he wrote everything.
He stepped in to help Moses escape.
I'm saying
Yeah.
everything that you do, everything that I do, everything that happens on the earth, every time a bee stings somebody, every time a butterfly flaps his wings, God wrote that.
That's easy to say when you ain't got no proof.
This is when
You're saying God knows, God did, God sees with no proof,
Yes.
but he never answers. He never shows.
God designed
Right.
an eagle to eat a
Easy to say
fish.
God
When an
said,
eagle eats a
God
fish,
did.
God
When you
designed
ain't
that.
got no proof.
Oh
You ain't got
God,
no
we're
proof.
not doing free will again.
I don't want to do free
Yeah,
will.
I think this is a free will debate. Yeah.
I didn't mean pucker as an elder line pucker. I meant pucker. Never mind.
I don't want
even
to.
know
Okay,
that
we
well.
can get off free will, but
Yeah, Josh,
always
man,
just
you're
like
gonna
free
argue hard
will.
over that one.
what are you guys' best arguments against the Muslims? Morality.
They kill people now. That's it. I'm done on that
Well,
one.
I don't know
they
if that
follow
works for
pagan gods, so
everybody.
That's fake news over in Nigeria. They not killing Christians.
they've
They
killed
don't
more
eat
Christians
bacon.
than any
They
other
don't eat.
group in
They
the
don't.
history
They
of
don't eat. They
time.
don't.
What are you talking about?
They don't eat bacon. That's all that needs to be said.
Ooh.
They don't eat bacon. That's all it needs to be said.
Yeah,
That's
if
a
they don't
good
eat
one.
bacon. That's a good deal right there.
Wait a minute. They can eat bacon if it's like.
But then
turkey
they would
bacon.
say
They
pig
can
is an
eat pork
unclean
bacon.
animal because it roots in
James,
its
shut
own
your fucking
shit.
mouth.
Did you
Turkey
just call
bacon ain't
fucking
bacon.
turkey bacon? Fuck you, James. Get the fuck out of
Turkey
here. Leave.
bacon's
Go to
bacon.
bed.
Turkey bacon is
Oh
not
man, I just
bacon.
woke up. Like
You need to go back to bed. You need to sleep a little bit more if you're calling turkey bacon bacon.
Bacon means pig. Okay. Turkey bacon can't be bacon because it's not pig.
The Cocoa Pebbles butterfly.
Why does it
effect.
have to be pig to be bacon? What makes pig special? It has to be pig to be bacon.
That's my theory, Cree Dog. The Cocoa Pebbles butterfly effect. If you would have
The
ate the
other-
Fruity
other
Pebbles,
white
the
meat.
whole world would have ended. If you would have ate Fruity Pebbles that morning, Russia would have
Fuck
dropped
you.
nukes on America.
Fuck you,
America
Josh.
would have dropped nukes on Russia and China, and everybody would. It would have been nuclear winter in a month.
You would have just had Fruity Pebbles.
I didn't hear all that. I was on the call.
you
I
would
didn't hear
just
what.
have Fruity
after I
Pebbles.
left.
I mean, not to mention that your taste buds are also guided by your past experiences in your life, and actually tied mostly into your emotional connections to food, and
Oh
not your
gosh, that
actual connections
argument.
of how it
Oh
tastes in your
gosh.
mouth.
Wah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I was
No.
trying. I was kind of trying
wrong.
to point to that too, but yeah,
That's a horrible argument, though. Just
it's
because.
not.
It doesn't
No, it's
matter the
not.
choice
It
you make.
seems that you don't actually choose it.
Damn.
That's the point
Yes,
of that
you do
argument,
choose it.
James.
You don't choose what
No,
you
you don't.
like,
Influence doesn't.
No, you're right about that part.
and you don't
influence.
choose
You're
what you
born
Well,
with
it
love.
doesn't mean there's not choice. Just because certain things are influencing things doesn't mean there's not choice. I don't have to choose
You're
Fruity
right.
Pebbles. I could choose
You're right,
Cocoa
James.
Pebbles.
You're right, James. Influence doesn't equal choice. And you know what else doesn't equal choice? Free will doesn't equal choice.
Facts.
Free will does equal choice because you get a choice.
No, it's the agency of the choice that you make. And the whole point of it being free is that it's free from influence. And it's impossible.
Not necessarily. Not from a I don't think necessarily from a theological point of view that that's the case of what free will would entail.
Free
We're
will is
talking
a
about
philosophical
theological
thing, not a
concept,
theological.
not a
Free will is
well,
not a theological concept; it's a philosophical concept.
no, it's a
Yes,
theological
philosophical,
concept.
and it sucks.
It's both.
It may
but
also. What was that other line?
Okay, James, what's the theological definition?
Well, a theological definition, from my best understanding, is that you get a choice to choose. Now, you can choose whether or not influence will play a role or not. You don't have to, though.
Did you learn that back in your day, James?
Oh
Back in
gosh,
what?
I'm still not hearing the end of that.
Free will is a
Six
choice
months
to
ago.
choose.
Dude, James does
I
sound
think
like
at this
he's
point.
800 years old.
And
So
I'm
no
still not hearing the end of that back in your
Well, we
day.
have somebody in here that's almost 900. What do you think there, Abe? What's your view on free will exactly? Not a little bit, exactly.
I think we absolutely must, by definition, have free will because
There you go.
Christ wouldn't have
Josh,
to die
eat
for
shit and die,
sins
man.
if you could not
Just
sin.
'cause Abe's-
If you could not sin, because you do not have a choice, which sin is choosing to separate yourself from God, then Christ's sacrifice would mean nothing without free will.
Do you
There you
think Jesus could have chosen to sin?
Are you Jesus?
Could he have
I-
chosen? I would say yeah.
I don't know the mind of God that way, so that's an impossible question to ask me. That'd be like asking, why did God decide to make me?
Are you not?
And you also just you basically just
are you not
asked,
building
can
God's image?
can a rock also be a fucking loaf of bread? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you
Well,
mean?
no, a rock cannot be a loaf of bread because
Exactly. Hell, peanut butter and jelly, I guess.
Oh, they're doing that. The whole category error dodge.
The all-powerful
The whole category
God
or Josh, you know,
that
it's almost
created
like
all things.
there's almost categories within what we use to create concepts.
It's a simple
need to be
question, and it's a
respected,
logical
otherwise you can't make
question.
sense out of anything.
Could
It's
Jesus
only
have
logical
chosen
to
to
you
sin?
because
What?
I can't
And
know that.
concepts are
That's the point.
labels, and labels JS hates. So
Well, you can know it. It's an immediate like.
No, I just don't like
contradiction.
rhetorical tactics to dodge questions.
Okay.
Did I use a rhetorical?
No, the category error thing, and it's a loaf of bread to a rock. No, it's not.
Yes,
It's a
it
very
is.
no, it's not. It's a very
Yes, it
simple,
is.
basic.
You're asking.
That's
You're
fine,
asking.
apples
Can
don't
God
Tell me
break
why.
His own identity? Can you say? Are you
Are
trying
you
to
s-
ask?
are you
Can God break
saying-
His own identity?
Are you saying Jesus?
Are
it
you
was-
saying God
it-
can remove
you're
Himself
saying,
from Himself?
So you're saying Jesus didn't have free will,
I'm saying that He had the will of the Father.
and am I a brother, or are Christians brothers to Christ, one with the Father in the same way that Christ is one with the Father?
No.
No. Okay, so Jesus is a liar too.
No.
Okay.
We are trying to reconnect to God. We're not.
Well, I was
literally
just
connected to
quoting.
God.
I'm just quoting Jesus. So you're calling
The
him a
one with the
liar.
Father is I am
Okay.
one with
Maybe
you.
you just don't understand what's
JS
actually being said there.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
you're interpreting it wrong there, JS. You ever think about that? You ever say I'm wrong? No, never. You say that.
I've said I'm wrong lots of times.
Not on this.
I don't know. You don't say it a lot.
Well, I'm not wrong a lot.
Takes a lot. Takes a lot to
I've
say.
never heard him say I'm wrong. Wait a
wrong.
minute.
I have said I'm
Takes a
wrong a
lot.
bunch of times, but I'm not wrong that
Not
often.
a bunch
so-
of times. Whoa. Back that up.
I
Not a bunch
have.
of times.
You're giving me a fucking headache with all these lies,
Maybe a
JS.
few.
Many times
bunch.
I've been like, "Oh man, I was wrong about that." So
I don't think I've ever heard that.
No, I don't agree with that, JS. No.
That's a category error.
And no, I'm
Yep.
not wrong about that.
shut up. Anyway, I'm trying to learn about Islam.
Anyway, why
I'll
you
tell
want
you
to learn
everything
about
you
it?
need to know. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Islam's
What?
gay. That's it.
What are our best arguments for Christianity is more moral than Muslims or Islam?
And besides the fact that they're supposed to follow everything that's in our scriptures, but they don't.
Yeah, that's the Islamic dilemma.
What do you mean they're supposed to follow everything within the Christian scriptures, but they don't? What does that mean?
What are some stats I could look up? What are the
There's literally-
stats?
Just look up Sharia law, and that should be enough for morality.
Are you
True.
perfect though? It would take you being perfect to follow
Remember
everything
Sharia
perfectly,
law,
James.
James?
What?
You roboted,
You would have to
Abe.
be-
You
you would have to
roboted,
be-
Abe, but you said, "Are you?"
Hey, robot, yeah.
You would have to be perfect and without sin for you to follow every command perfectly. Are you that?
No.
Then how could they follow all of it perfectly, James?
What do you mean they have to follow every? What are you
You said
talking
they'd have to follow every letter of the scripture perfectly.
No, I said what about the whole fault thing. I wasn't talking about. What are you
I was
talking
the one that
about,
said
Abe?
that they're supposed to follow the scriptures.
Well, they should follow the scriptures, but it's.
Well, I was asking
it's
about
a-
what he meant by the whole fault thing. I was trying to get clarity on what he meant by that.
What do you mean fault? I got a
I
fever,
thought you said
James.
something
You're
about
gonna have
fault.
to.
I thought you said
I
something
never
about
talked fault.
finding fault with Christian scriptures or something.
I did not say that at all.
My bad. That was a misunderstanding on me then.
Proportion of terrorist attacks by religious and right-wing extremists in the United States. Oh my God! When I look up these stats, all it's telling me is right-wingers are terrorists.
It's always that way.
Yeah, that's lefties.
It's a skewed game that we're playing, just like the Oklahoma City bombing was. It gets quoted as a right-wing act, and there's so many deaths in that one event.
Yeah.
So then they utilize those kinds of numbers, even though there was no right-wing political animus behind the action. But they use it anyway.
What I'm specifically, so I searched terrorism stats, Muslim versus Christian. How could I find who does more acts of terrorism, Christians or Muslims?
I don't think you're going to find it.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's probably not. It's probably not tracked yet.
Of course not.
It's unacceptable to even track it.
Right.
Like,
It's racist.
Yes, exactly. Because,
Look up terrorist
Islam's
criminals.
It's just hating Muslims, you're a racist.
Islam is a race,
Oh man. Huh. But I mean, we know the London bombing, we know the Pulse nightclub shooting, we know 9/11, assuming we're not going to get too conspiratorial and say, like, I could say that our government knew about it beforehand and blah, 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 but I do still think that some Islamic terrorists flew planes into buildings.
Well,
Is that?
Well, I mean, it's possible they knew about it because we even apparently, according to some people, knew about Pearl Harbor before it happened, but then they let it play out.
Well, it's just like every attack that we've seen. There's been FBI foreknowledge of almost every attack that we let go unstopped. Like almost every single one of them has been known by the FBI or CIA or whoever. And it's like, oh, you knew, but you did nothing. Okay, cool. Good to know that our government knows and does nothing about these risks. Cool.
Yeah, and that's a problem, but that's
because they let all the things that led up to it, they put in place to lead up to the fucking war.
regardless,
So-
that's beside the point though.
Yeah.
Who does more attacks? Who does more acts of terrorism
on American soil?
On all over the world. Christians or
I
Muslims?
think you know that answer.
I do know the answer, but I need some sort of like, and
Hold it up. He's trying to find something to make it.
They not in the picture. They not in the picture. If you talking Christians and Muslims, you're not talking about the fucking 50
to
years.
know it is not to have a solid argument.
You talking
Here's the
about
problem.
Jews. You ain't talking about Jews.
It's not going to be separated that way. It's going to be separated into like religious extremism. It's not going to be separated by religion, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
So
what if
why not
what if I
search
search
up
list of Islamic terrorist attacks and then list of
well, you should probably put it more like Islamic extremist attacks.
The
And
thing that's
also,
annoying
like,
about when you're
Christian
looking up like a lot of these individual Islamic attacks is that they do cloud it under religious or right-wing extremism. The only way that you'll actually be able to know is actually go through the whole story and see what that person was actually believing.
Dude, they have a whole word for it, jihadism. Or
Jihadi's holy war. That's what it means.
Yeah, it means holy war. Yeah, but
Okay, and
if-
so
if
what would
you
their
look-
counter be? Their counter would be, well, what about the Crusades?
It would be, but it would be disanalogous.
Right.
Covert
And
operations.
it'd also be another Islamic attack on Christians.
Right. That was a response we were doing.
That's what I was just going to say. That was an encroachment into the European continent, and it was pushed back and driven further because they had conquered all of the territories all the way into Europe at the time. And so, yeah, that would be self-defense more than anything, but that will always be their go-to. The Crusades were oppression of the Islamic peoples. It's not the truth, though, when you look at the actual history.
And you also look up how the Ottomans exiled like fucking millions of Christians out of what was
So,
originally
2004
into
Madrid train bombings killed 193 civilians. July 7th, 2005 London bombings killed 52.
Now, with what you just said, Lion, that actually brings into view a few issues that could be quoted as some level of retaliatory issue, and it would be something along the lines of the Ottoman Empire was promised territories after the end of World War I that were never given by European nations, and so I could see them trying to utilize that in some way, but it's still disanalogous to what we've seen happen.
I mean, either way, even with shit, I forgot what I was saying.
I'm looking up. It was so bad it blurred. Safe search. Anyway, I looked up a few of these. I found a few. I'll put them inside chat. Attacks.
Just, so we're being fair about this. Don't tell anyone I know stuff, okay?
Dave, you're
The goats ate your homework. I'm gonna have to drop that line. That's gonna be so funny. I'm gonna be like,
Now, I will say this: Muslims don't have a sense of humor when they're debating. So if you make a joke about their religion, they're going to want to fight you. So if you make a joke, they're going to fight. So you better be prepared for that.
Especially if you slander their prophet.
Yeah,
Right.
Mom, you can't make a joke about him.
well, we glove up then. I don't care about what he thinks. If he gets pissed off and rage quits, then I win. So
just make sure there's no acid vials or anything around, okay?
If he gets mad, I'll be like, glove up, buddy.
They only throw acid in the face of women. If they get a hold of you, they just, take a machete to you. But
Aisha said the verse of stoning and breastfeeding an adult 10 times was real. The paper was with me under my pillow. A goat ate a verse.
Jeez.
Huh.
You also bring up the fact that the Quran, the version of it that they have, is actually just a compilement of random pieces of scripture that are of their scripture
that were supposedly memorized.
Coherent.
Yeah, that are supposedly memorized by different imams because the original was destroyed at some point. So it's all from the memories of like a few men. If you go and look at like David Wood and Apostate Prophet's work, they've gone over a bunch of that before. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I do need to go over some of that stuff. And yeah, the problem is, so I like God Logic, but God Logic focuses on the Trinity debate and the divinity of Christ. That's not the topic. The topic is morality. So I got an email from Modern Day Debate. They said they're changing up the format. It's going to be one theme. The theme is Islam versus Christian morality. And there's going to be 5 prompts. And each prompt is 18 minutes. And so in that 18-minute time frame, each of the 5 people can come up and voice their argument. So maybe somebody gets 3 minutes, somebody gets 2 minutes, somebody gets 8 minutes, basically you divide the 18 minutes up among the 5 challengers. And so
you get to talk to your 5 people or your 4 people before? I wonder.
I don't know about that. I don't know if we get to like plan. I doubt that's going to happen.
Everybody don't have the same.
And also we don't know the 5 prompts. We just know the theme. We just know the overall theme is Christian versus Muslim morality, but we don't know what the 5 prompts are going to be. He knows. So they set it up this way on purpose. So the one is the most prepared, and then the 5 kind of have to, you got to be ready for whatever. And if I just jump up there, I say my part, maybe it's only 3 minutes, and then the next guy goes up. And then in the final edit, there's a chance that I may not even be in it, even if I'm one of the 5, and I don't even know for sure if I'm just signed up for it. So let's say 10 people are signed up, they're going to pick 5. So it's not even for sure yet that I'm going to be part of the 5. And then after that, it's not even for sure yet that I'm going to be in the final edit of the video. So, but I'm just trying to be ready.
It's awesome that you got a position in it, though.
I mean, it wasn't hard. If you're going to DebateCon, you could sign up for them. The other one's with Planet Peterson, and I'm not researching into that as much because I do that. Atheists. His topic is science, Christianity, and naturalism is his topic. And he's an atheist. He's a science guy, so it's going to be
evolution,
naturalism, and stuff like that.
Oh, I mean, Planet Peterson's pretty naked when it comes to philosophy. You'd be able to, be able to rip them apart if you could use the transcendental argument.
Yep.
I'm not even. Well, I would focus on fine tuning because he's a science guy.
Then he would just start bringing up random shit that has nothing to do with it, and just
you would have to transition. Yeah, you would have to transition from fine tuning into tag. Because
you mix them. That's what I was saying earlier. You got to mix them. You got to use one.
When people try to use the fine tuning argument, he just talks forever. Like that's all it does.
As soon as I say, it's impossible for everything that we see to well, not impossible. It's so improbable it might as well be impossible. But then I switch into tag and I say, when did morality evolve? Why haven't all these other creatures evolved morality? How do we ground our morality? And then we go into the transcendentals. But yeah, I'm not as worried about that one. I'm worried about well, not worried, but I'm trying to learn more about the Islam stuff, because maybe I'm a little underprepared for this. But
well, Islam's easy mode. Like, it was the first thing I learned to debate against when I became a Christian. Islam is easy mode. Judaism second easy mode, and then after that you just get into the fucking random Christian denominations.
Yeah,
and it gets more complicated until you get to the high. It gets more and more complicated until you get to the high church Protestants, and that's when it becomes annoying and difficult. And you have to know every definition of every word that's ever existed within the church.
Also, I don't think Planet Peterson is nearly at the same level. Like, Hakikachu is skilled,
like a premier Islamic debater.
Yeah, he's like one of the top dogs. And so but Planet Peterson is just like kind of he's not an average atheist, but he's a little above that. But it's not like Hitchens or Sam Harris or even Dillahunty, but he's more
Yeah, but we've all seen Hakikachu be shredded repeatedly as well. So
because he's a rhetorician, he's not really a debater. He just comes up to spread rhetoric. That's all he does.
I would agree with that statement, actually.
I mean, the mass majority of Islam.
But I can play that game too.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we practice in the first place, to be fair. So he's not even going to expect blood sport style rhetoric. He's going to expect you to be long form, super polite, super respectful, because he's going to see it as I'm the big name, I'm the important one, and everybody who comes in is going to be scared of my argumentation, and they're going to be less intelligent, and they're going to be less capable. So when you go in there, he's already going to have a big head about his status.
Yeah,
which puts him off guard already.
Yeah, and then when I say something crazy like, bro, a goat ate your homework. What are you even talking about?
Exactly.
Or you could even bring up like the dancing boys in Iraq or something. So
that would be such a good clip, dude. Goat ate your homework.
It'll at least make you laugh.
I could get clipped so hard.
Oh, shoot. We got to say
People
that.
will roll on the floor if you did that.
It'd be so beautiful, Chance.
Even if I lose on the grounds of like the facts and stuff, just to drop that bomb.
It would be so good. I'll laugh my ass off if I see clips of that online.
Yeah, I had a perfect timing to drop it in, right, Josh?
What?
I had a perfect timing when you say it. Don't just be forcing it, make it look stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it at the end too, where you can't run your ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's got to be as like they're saying, okay, wrap it up, time, and I'm like, listen, just throw it in there at the very end. The last little shot. Blah!
You would say something along the lines of like, we can't even trust your judgment of morality because a goat ate your homework. You don't even have the original.
Oh shit!
You got to get that in there, Josh.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I wrote it on my notes. Go 8 your verses. Go 8 your homework.
Yeah.
Oh man. And I think it'll be because there's part of me that's like, oh, nerves will be a thing. Like when you get up, but it's not on a stage with a bunch of people watching. It's in a room and you're sitting in a chair across from the person. So I'm not so much worried about now. If you're a newer debater or you've been doing online debates, the first time you're on a stage in front of an audience, it's probably nerve-wracking. But
yeah, I get that, but like at the same time, if you just remind yourself that's another human being, I'm a child of the Most High God. They're just another person, and it's inconsequential.
Yeah,
I'm just going to speak what I know is true, and that's all I can do.
Yeah.
I always said, like, the motherfucker not going on stage.
Now
The way I've always approached debating Muslims is I always get really fucking angry as I possibly can. And I think these motherfuckers are enemies of my God, the one who saves me. And then I get kicked out of every single Muslim Discord, but
So you're gonna be debating at DebateCon, Jay?
I'm not doing a debate at DebateCon. They're recording 3 of the 5v1s that Modern Day Debate does, the outnumbereds. Kind of like what Jubilee does, where they've got a bunch of Destiny did some, Andrew did some, Rachel did some. They're recording those, so I signed up for those.
Oh, okay.
So it's like in a back room, you go and they're going to record it, and then it probably won't come out. It's not going to be live or anything like that. It probably won't come out for like a month later.
Gotcha.
Hell, Destiny you can make look really stupid if you do abortion. That shit's easy as fuck to make him look unhinged and crazy.
He's not going to be there.
No.
The whole
said he was.
The whole theme of DebateCon is going to be Christianity on trial. So it's it's religion is the theme overall for all of DebateCon. So
Oh my God, Josh, you need to read that.
there's going to be atheists, Christians, and Muslims, and pretty much all of the big names representing the Christian side are all like Crucible Crew. It's Jim Bob, Rachel, Jake Rattlesnake. Apostate Prophet is not part of the Crucible Crew, but he's going to be there.
Or that surprised. I seen this motherfucker debating a dang on Christian nationalist. He pulled up last.
I don't understand why there's no little hats. Why is there no Talmudic people coming up there to debate? Well, I already know.
No, there's Hakikachu is going to be there for the Muslims, and then Planet Peterson and Dr. Carrier. I forget his first name. I've seen him debate before. He's smart. Andrew's debating him. He's a very smart guy. Intellect, not. I wouldn't say smart. He's intellectual, but
I like hate. Shut the fuck up.
Well, there's no such thing as a smart atheist. So he's intellectual.
Let me shove here.
And he's gonna that'll be a good one to watch. The only downside to doing these 5v1s is I don't know. I might end up missing some of the main debates. I don't know. I need to know what days they're going to be on also. Because when I do the recordings, I want to be in my suit. But I was going to wear the suit on Friday or on Saturday. And so if the recording's on, whatever, we'll figure it out. I'll be like, I'm running to the hotel room. I need to get the suit. We got to be in the suit.
Bring it in a backpack.
Yeah.
Go to the damn phone booth and change like Superman.
That's right.
Take that motherfucker to the cleaners and get 1 hour press real quick. It's gonna be wrinkled. Just find a one-eye dry cleaner when you get there and wait. Go get you some coffee and get that motherfucker pressed.
Because I know you two, I know a lot of it is the optics too. It's just you need to look the most professional, and then you're going to be the most likely to get picked to get on the camera and get in the clips.
If you take the backpack, take it to the fucking cleaners. It ain't gonna cost that much. It'll be done in an hour.
And look, I'm semi okay with somebody wearing a suit, but if you wear a tie, I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
I'm gonna
start sparking.
I got a blue suit with a red tie. That's the power play right there.
No, you gotta go in there with no tie.
I have I bought a black shirt for the daytime. It's blue suit, red tie. And then nighttime, same blue suit, no tie, black shirt, a couple buttons undone, chill shoes, more relaxed. So I have the formal,
take the jacket off.
I'm here for business, and then the casual look with the suit. But
no. Wow.
If you were gonna wear a suit, you need like a top hat or something too. You gotta complete the set.
I got pocket napkins. What are they called? Pocket squares?
Handkerchiefs.
Yep. I got a maroon one and I got a black one.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, what you need is you need like a
white stock
blue. You get a fedora that matches the coat. Just walk in. Every woman you see, tip your hat, and get up on that stage and debate. Got to go in there. If you're gonna go full like suit, you got to be a gentleman as well.
Let me see if I can find this picture.
Then I work with a conservative. Women are supposed to be at home. Barefoot and pregnant.
You talking about the women, Freddie?
Uh-huh. I think I'll go in there trying to win over no shit. You're gonna be first thing. Do you obey? That's all he wanted.
That's right.
Conservative women are the hottest women. They really are.
Wives. Oh no. I was watching something about who was it? Nick Fuentes, right? He said all them Christian trad wives are the ones waving a finger in their face, talking about
the trad. Yeah, the Christian trad woman movement is fake.
I don't know nothing about it. I don't give a fuck about it. I just said he said something about it, but he was saying something about it. And all blacks need to be in prison. I said, what the fuck? That's where he lost me. I'll never be watching none of his shit. Yeah. He said and black people, they just need to be in prison. I'm like, what? All blacks? That's where they at now with it. That's the solution. Like they ain't doing a good enough job of locking everybody up already.
Who are they locking up?
I don't know. I ain't been
A lot of states aren't doing a very good job of locking up anybody right now.
No, we got the highest incarceration rate in the world.
Yeah, because the American culture is a particularly violent one.
Let's make excuses.
It's not excuses. That's just a fact.
Yeah. Something's wrong with the picture. If you got minority representing the prisons at a higher number, that shit's retarded.
Unless they're the ones committing more crimes per capita. Because overall, it's about the same.
They don't want plead out because they got 99% conviction rate. So of course you're gonna plea out. Don't mean the motherfucker is guilty. Got no money for a
conviction
lawyer.
rate or just conviction rate?
Look,
The fucking public defenders ain't defending nobody.
that's me. That's me at homecoming in
Nobody give a fuck about your high school picture.
2011. Look at the zoot suit though. Mobbed out
don't
with
know.
the hat too.
Oh, that is you. That's your pimp suit.
Yeah, that was my pimp suit. Dude, I was killing it.
You say it was prom?
That was I think that was homecoming 2011. These two guys are dead.
Well, damn.
They both died of drug overdoses, but yeah.
That definitely a clip on.
Look at that suit.
Yeah, that's no real time.
I killed that suit. Boy, look at that hat.
You took out the hat? Where was your blue suit?
No, that was a rental. I don't know if the chat can see it.
You gentlemen have a good night. How about that? How about that?
How about
Maybe
that?
I will, maybe I won't.
You're
How about
gonna.
that?
I was prom king. I had the suit like the dude beside you had on: white shirt, black vest, white jacket, with a white and black fedora with a cane. I came in that motherfucker. I only been in the high school 2 years, and I was motherfucking prom king. I was like, yeah, this is my motherfucking beginning. I already knew I was gonna be like that. I started fucking leaving school early. I came from it was retarded. I only had 3 classes in senior year. I went to work like fuck school.
Yeah.
You know?
That was shit, what was I just about to say? I don't remember what I was just about to say.
Homecoming.
Oh, that was homecoming. Yeah, I was nominated for homecoming prince. I didn't win. But I was nominated.
Well, I guess it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
That's right. Especially if you wasn't on the football team, because I ain't played no sports, and for nobody like that to get voted for homecoming, that's a big deal.
We weren't like the popular crew. We were like the popular amongst the unpopular people.
Football team.
Was you a write-in? People
Nope.
vote on you?
Yeah, basically, they all wrote me in.
I
Like,
got you. Yeah.
I was like the Green Party candidate.
Holy shit.
We were like the druggies and the miscreants and the troublemakers. And we were popular. We were like the top dogs among the troublemakers, but we weren't the jocks and the preps and the popular kids.
So if they really wanted to have fun, they come see you and your crew.
Right. So everybody knew us, but it wouldn't look good on the school if one of us won the homecoming king or prom king or whatever.
Standing up there on stage burning one.
I think I was in juvie during prom, so
yeah.
That's awesome. I ain't never went to juvie.
Here, I'll show you the picture, chat. That's me in a dang zoot suit, an ivory tux. It was a rental. I wish I could have bought that. I want to own that. I want that now.
You couldn't take those pictures, baby.
You can't see it, Josh.
Well, you guys already saw it.
There
I'm
it is.
showing it to the chat. But
yeah, I see it now. Okay.
You think you're still the same size you were in high school?
The burnouts, yeah, we were the burnouts, yeah, pretty much. Oh shoot, where'd it go? Now it's gone. What the heck? Oh,
My last Friday, Saturday.
That's Todd. Todd used to call in on the panels and stuff. He died of an overdose like 2 years ago. We talked about that in a stream one time. And then Steven died this past year, same thing. And I got that call while I was streaming. I got a message and I looked at it and they said Steven died. But that was rough. But these two guys on the end here, both gone. Chris, there's two Chris's here. The Chris to the right of me is still my friend, and he's doing good. And then the other Chris with the white tux on, the other white tux guy, he went to the Marines. He's a crazy bastard. He's cool though. He went to the Marines and he's always been crazy.
Well, look at him in this picture. Wow.
Oh, he's faded in that picture. He's faded.
No shit.
All right.
You should have joined his ass and went with him.
I think we were all a little zooted, if you know what I'm saying. But
I mean, all kind of looking.
Yeah,
which one of them? Which one of them got you while you was asleep? The one that you're at?
What?
Yeah. That's Sandra.
No, there's another picture of the girls, and yeah.
Yeah. They don't say yeah. He ain't did shit.
Tomboy. Pull the tomboy. I want to see the tomboy.
Yeah. Post up. You got a picture of Sandra.
Sandra was not there.
Well, don't get all defensive about it, Jay.
She came later in life. She was a grown man.
I think that homecoming, one of our friends, maybe it wasn't that one, but the previous one, one of our friends owned a tour bus. And so we came to homecoming in a tour bus, like his dad would do tours for like rappers and stuff. And so it was a bus that had a bunch of bunks. Like it had like 12 bunks with curtains and stuff, and each bunk had a little TV at your feet. And it was for touring artists and stuff. And we came to homecoming in that, and then we had a party in it afterwards. Yeah, it was that's what this scar on my arm. Damn, it's pretty much healed up. You can't really see it anymore, but there's a giant scar on my arm. I was still a virgin at the time, but I had two girls in one of the bunks, and we were doing.
James, you can be a virgin. Call them.
I was a virgin. We were not having sex, but we were doing everything else outside of sex. And I had two girls in a thing, and they kept fucking with me. And I came out of it, and I got pissed. I was like, "Yo, I'm trying. What are you doing right now? You're cock blocking me. What are you doing?" And I got pissed, and I ran at them, and they closed the door. And I took my fist, and I hit it against the door. And when I did it, there was like a frame on the door, and the frame peeled. There's a scar on my arm right here, and it's been there my whole life. Well, since that time, it like the frame of the door like peeled all this skin off my arm. It was pretty bad. I was so pissed, dude. I had two fine girls in the little cubby hole, and we were.
So you didn't get to finish up whatever you was doing.
No, we were. I don't. We did. We did all the foreplay stuff, basically.
Nothing.
Them boys would have went home with black eyes. I'll tell you that right now.
We would call it sodomy. There was
what the fuck?
Oral stuff is sodomy. Okay, we were doing not natural sex. There was no P and V penetration, but everything else was happening, and they messed it up. And I got pissed. I was so pissed. That was probably the most pissed I've ever been. I was so mad. They were like messing with me. They're like opening the curtain and throwing stuff at me, and they ruined it. I was so mad. I think they were jealous, but that was funny.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, if they didn't have none, you did. They was jealous.
Rip to your old friends. Not sure I can forgive them for voting Democrat. I don't think they would have voted Democrat. I don't think they were voting, but no, Todd definitely wouldn't have. Todd was MAGA. Steven, I don't know. I don't think any of those guys in that picture became Democrats.
If you was with them at the time of their demise and you had Narcan,
would I have hit him with it? Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. You hating on my bracelet? Fuck you. You a hypocrite, man.
I don't think we should mass produce a bracelet.
Shut up.
We shouldn't mass produce a bracelet that enables.
It saves lives. No, it saves lives. This period.
Oh, he's saying because they died, they voted Democrat. You might be right, but Freddie has this idea of this bracelet that measures your pulse, and it has like maybe it has Narcan in it, and it has a little needle, and if your pulse drops too low, it hits you with Narcan. And this is his invention that he wants to mass produce and give to all the junkies on the street. I say this is a bad idea because you're basically enabling junkies to not have any consequence to using dope. Part of the thing that will take a junkie away from that is when they overdose and they nearly die and they say, "Dang, I don't want to die," and they come out of it. But when you give them all this, if we're mass producing these bracelets and giving it to all the junkies on the street,
what if I make the needle pierce them to where after they wake up, it stays in their arm and it glows red for like 30 days to let everybody know I done died and I'm back on this shit and I'm glowing red. So now it glows red after you come back and you can't take it off for 30 days.
Okay, but while it's glowing red, it doesn't work anymore. You don't get any more Narcan hits.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just saying we shouldn't enable people to do the thing without the consequence. This is like abortion. It's like
it's not.
If you're gonna have unprotected sex promiscuously, then one of the, and I say consequences, quote unquote consequences. I don't think giving birth to humans is a consequence.
This is helping somebody with a disease.
But guess what? If you're gonna take part in this, then you better be ready for what's gonna happen. If you're gonna have sex with a chick, then you better be ready to be a parent. If you're gonna shoot up dope, just know, if you're gonna shoot up fent, just know you might die. And if you die, that's your fault.
Yeah, with a chick, you liable to catch anything. So yeah, that's always been the risk. Not just babies, and it's harder to make a baby than it's easier to contract something. So most people, that's not a comparison. And abortion, plan B, so many deterrents before you even get to the motherfucking step you talking about with abortion. But anyway, yeah, it'll save lives of people that got a disease that can't stop their own. They not know what they do, so they loved ones that care about them that can't babysit them 24/7, have a babysitter that keeps them alive till they can get back to them. Because
I don't like utility arguments, and like especially when it's just half-assed utility arguments like that. If you're gonna make an argument about what's best for the person and what you can do to prevent them from dying, why not just lock them up?
Yeah.
I ain't lock them up.
Why not?
Because they ain't doing drugs in jail. Once they sober, what you gonna let them out, or what's the use? What's the reason for locking them up? Because they want to get high.
Yep.
No, because they ain't gonna do it in jail. They're gonna be in jail because
But
they
you're
want to
just
get.
enabling them to engage in the harmful behavior without any consequence.
No, they need to make money and pay for their own drugs. I ain't letting them do that shit for free. They doing it on their own. Like, this is just keeping their ass alive, so our insurance premiums don't skyrocket. Their parents are the
Insurance
ones
premiums
profiting.
didn't skyrocket if they were all in prison and they weren't able to be on insurance.
But your taxes will skyrocket because now you got a prison full of
Oh, and the
fucking
taxes won't
drug addicts.
skyrocket from all these random bracelets we'd have to hand out to people. Okay.
No, if it's people invest.
Topic on now.
Philanthropies run rampant with that.
Well, this is the thing. If you make those bracelets and you have a private company that's producing these bracelets, and they'll just charge the government as much as they possibly can for each individual unit, up until you're pretty much spending more than what it would cost just to lock them up for a couple months.
I don't think the government
Over the course of like years of them having to have these bracelets that save their lives just barely every once in a while.
This would be like
you end
life.
up saving money just by locking them up.
It ain't the government don't run Lifeline. You can get a button.
The corporation's not going to hand these out for free.
I know you got to sell them, and if you love or care about you, you going.
If I had somebody, I'll even say this: if I had a child that was hooked on hardcore drugs, and the only way I thought that they could be saved is from a bracelet, I would probably just fucking lock them up.
You can't just have somebody locked up because they want to do drugs, though. That's not our responsibility to pay for your drug addict
We don't
kids.
have a responsibility to give them bracelets or produce these bracelets that would perpetuate the degeneracy that they want to commit to.
And the insurance pay for it. It has nothing to do with it. They over 18. It ain't got nothing to do with the parent. It's on that person that don't want to use a loan and don't want to OD. Or want to make a friend that have to babysit them and steal they dope once they not off. Now you motherfuckers can go use by yourself. But if you fucking do too much, you locked out for 30 days. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my blueprints. But I just gotta come from a nasal spray to an injection and get that. Make sure that it's.
Well, they have
complete.
Narcan injections. Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta make sure that it ain't gotta be. It could go into any type of muscle, the fatty tissue. It ain't gotta hit a vein directly or some shit like that.
No, you put it in their thigh. You just boom, hit it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it should work. I just gotta do a little more research. Talk with the Narcan company.
I missed something. So you're going to get a watch that does the Narcan injections, automatic or something?
That's what he's saying. It's a watch that monitors your heart rate, and if you start to overdose,
and your heart rate falls too,
it hits you with Narcan.
Yeah,
gotcha.
The alarm go off. Don't respond to the alarm.
It's not a good idea. It's a good idea.
On the street.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea from a capitalist money making perspective, but it's not a good idea for.
I said if I was there, I hit him with the Narcan myself. I don't want no damn. You a hater to capitalism. If you do it, what's the difference in the risk?
I'm sure if you come up with this, you will be a multimillionaire
in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do I think this is going to be good en masse for society? No. Because you know what's going to happen is all these groups, all these like the government and all these groups are going to pick it up and they're going to start distributing it to homeless people. And now homeless people have no consequence for their drug use. There's no risk of death anymore. It's like, I can shoot up as much as I want all day and I'm never going to die. From
with that red light thing, what do you think these drug addicts are going to do? They're going to trade them amongst each other. There's going to be somebody that has like 30 fucking Narcan bracelets for each day of the fucking month. Like,
I mean, if they Narcan they want after they give it away. So I mean, all they gotta do is have somebody there. This is just taken away from somebody being there. I don't think it's gonna be that bad because I mean, people.
It's
That's how
going to
you
be
get.
bad. It's going to be way worse than probably even what we're saying right now. Anything that comes out like this always makes the actual act of it way worse. Once you make it easier and safer for somebody to commit to way more degenerate acts, I mean, ultimately, you're not even like solving the
Look
other
at the
problem
whole
to it, which is
modern.
the addiction itself that destroys the body. Eventually,
Look at
Narcan's not going to help. Eventually, the drug is just going to destroy their body completely. Where if you inject them with Narcan, the Narcan itself would probably kill them.
Also, a lot of them won't wear the bracelet because anybody who's ever been in an overdose state and been hit with
They hate it.
Narcan, they
Yeah.
hate it. They come out pissed off. I've seen guys come out, get hit with Narcan, and they start fighting the EMPs. They start fighting whoever hit them with the Narcan. They get pissed.
It don't matter. It
'Cause
don't matter if they
it's like
like
an
it or not.
adrenaline shock, and it
The
rips you out of
parents
it.
that paid
It
for it.
rips them out of their high. It rips them out of their
Yeah.
nod. And
Parents that
they
paid
come out,
for
and
it.
now all of a sudden they're sober and pissed off and adrenaline.
Get cut
They're
off.
like,
Look,
"Ugh."
they pissed off when they fucking get cut off from their parents anyway. So it's either word or get cut off. Either word Nancy or you're not getting no allowance. Oh, give it here. And then she'll go do her drugs and keep bumming money from her mom and she'll feel comfortable knowing that
this
she ain't got to
sounds-
bury her daughter.
This
Yeah.
sounds bad. This is
Security
gonna
on my
sound
daughter's
bad.
life now.
This is gonna sound bad, and it's gonna sound like eugenics and blah blah blah. But
Don't say it if it's gonna sound bad. This is your
no,
channel at
because
stake.
I'll say it because and I'll say this as a guy who has had lots of friends die from overdoses. I think
Don't say it.
I think that's a
No,
necessary risk to doing drugs that we need to have. There's a certain risk of you might die if you keep doing this. And when you die,
you don't think they know that? It's a disease.
Okay, so rather than give them an escape out of dying, which encourages more people to do drugs without any consequence, a lot of people will quit doing drugs because they'll say, "This is me. This is me."
What about better rehabs, Josh?
My heart stopped multiple times. I overdosed and died multiple times. And then eventually I was like, "Oh, I'm going to be dead if I keep doing this. I have to stop."
You don't want them to have that opportunity, though.
You're not going to get that opportunity if there's no chance that you're going to die from it.
But
if I got
saying
something on my wrist that makes sure I never die, I just keep doing it forever.
Yeah, what's the point of stopping?
Well, it doesn't even prevent you from dying. Eventually, you will die. Like this is just extending it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it.
So you're ultimately, even from the utilitarian sense, all you're doing is creating more harm, even with this.
You're just making it worse, right?
No, you're saving lives. How saving lives making it worse?
I mean, why not just address the root problem of why they're doing the drugs in the first
Exactly, rehab. But
Hey,
those
let's
just
build a fucking giant moat, giant stone cement wall in front of the entire border, from Canada all the way down to Mexico. Anyone that tries to come across illegally just gets shot, and then boom, guess what? There's no more illegal drugs, or at very least, very little. Every time that somebody tries, if you're going to make a utilitarian argument that's just about saving lives, then anybody that gets caught smuggling drugs in an airport should just immediately execute. Scare the shit out.
I'll make a compromise with you, Freddie.
All the doctors and all the hospitals.
How about,
because that's where all the drugs come.
How about this compromise, Freddie? How about when they have the Narcan bracelet, it hits them, the red light turns on. That red light is a transmitter for cops to come put this person in jail.
No.
Oh, no, you don't like that. So you saved their lives. Snitch bracelet. Snitch bracelet. You just overdosed. You almost died from using opiates. And now we're going to come get you. We saved your life. We saved your life. And now we're going to come get you and we're going to lock you up.
It's just a body finder. What if they don't get there in time?
See, I was gonna come up with a compromise, but you don't like
Police
that.
don't get
So
there
it
in
is
time.
just
It's not
about
bad.
enabling. It is just about enabling them to do drugs without the
No,
threat of dying.
because the time of the oxygen of the brain needing oxygen and the police response time ain't compatible. Period.
No, the Narcan bracelet saves their life. They're alive now.
Oh, I thought you said it just calls the police.
No, I'm saying they
And
overdose.
then the police
The
has
Narcan
their
bracelet
benefits.
hits them with the Narcan and it saves their life. But now the Narcan bracelet is a beacon
Yeah,
for the cops to come get them and lock them up.
Okay. Well, they gonna run now. It's a cat and mouse game,
What do
and
you
they
gonna run? You got a
they
dang
up.
bracelet on.
They mad. Yeah, it is. Catch me,
So they're
nigga.
gonna
This
take the
is
bracelet off and throw it.
No, even if they can't, you gonna have to find them. They going to go. Man, you know the disease of addiction is cunning, baffling, and powerful. They just don't. They will find a way. It ain't even them. It's not the eye. You know what I'm saying? It's the spirit. It's like I've been here and all this is bullshit. All these ideologies and the debates and everybody's talking about this bullshit. They be in another world. They freedom and they own thoughts, and that's where they want to be.
Yeah, I've been there before, and it's not the way to live. It's not.
I'm not saying it's worth dying for either, though, Josh. I'm saying rehab, community based, bring these people together and have them quit suffering in silence. It's better ways.
And actually, I'm an outlier. Like a lot of people that were in the same situation I was in would have embraced death. They're like, yeah, it doesn't seem that bad. If death is like the ultimate high, they embrace it. But I didn't want to die, and I kept dying. And I was like, we got to get away from this. And so, but a lot of them, they've overdosed 10 times. And it's the best nod they ever had. It's the most comforting feeling that they've ever had. So,
Mr. Down. That's crazy. Yeah. But
I played a video the other day of a girl talking about it. She said, I've overdosed a bunch of times. And the nod, where you're falling out, the fentanyl, what do they call it? The fentanyl fade or the fentanyl lean or whatever.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that.
But yeah, so
the feeling
you said
when you overdose and your heart stops and you're dead for 10 minutes or however long it is, like you're basically dead. Like
if it's like a disease, like the easiest way to get rid of a disease is to quarantine it and destroy it. Like that's what you do.
Yeah.
So whatever people that are giving these people these drugs illegally, if you're making the best utilitarian argument, it would just be automatic like execution.
How are Muslims relevant to this? We've kind of got off the topic of Islam and Muslims, Monkey. I know you probably just came into the chat because of the thumbnail and the title and stuff, but we've kind of.
Oh yeah. We can get back to Islam. I don't know too much about Islam. I don't pay attention to.
I mean, I know it's going to be hard to stay on that all night unless some Muslims jump on the panel, but. If you want to, if Monkey 6863, the Discord link is pinned. I'd love to have some Muslims come on here so we could stick to the theme, but I streamed for a while, so we're gonna.
Yeah, so you assuming he's Muslim because his name is Monkey? That's fucked up.
No, he's asking about how Muslims are relevant. No, I would think he was black because of that name, not Muslim.
Oh,
that's even worse, Josh. That's even worse.
We were talking about Islam and Muslims all night, but we've kind of the conversation has drifted. But I don't have. It's in the thing. Muslims call in. ZT Den, thank you for the super chat. Freddie is out of his mind. I pay for my father and in-laws to wear a medical alert watch because Medicare doesn't cover that. They have free Narcan.
They won't. Yeah, they got free Narcan, but they ain't gonna cover this bracelet either. I don't think the government gonna steal my idea and make everybody that do drugs wear it.
Oh yeah, they
like.
would. Oh yeah, if this was a thing, they would.
Why don't they do
You'd
life
see a
alert?
lot of
Medication.
government organizations start handing these
I
out to
don't care
homeless
if you
people.
fall down and die.
You would get rich.
Yeah, but if they don't care if you fall down and die off no damn life alert, they ain't coming. They said, yeah, that's a good idea. Make that shit for a private company. We ain't coming for you if you fall down and I'm falling and I can't get up. Private business.
Why are they told to lie to all non-believers? So how are we to trust anything they say? Yeah, I found that in the Quran the other day. See, I got notes.
You got a little list?
I got notes.
Index card?
I got posties.
Okay. Does it say anything about
Hey,
what's that?
Freddie, you've debated me before. Nobody's gonna say I don't do my research and I don't come prepared.
Yeah, when you do a debate, but in life, you shortchanged it like a motherfucker. You didn't know the topic. You motherfucking YouTubed it. So don't act like you don't need to do your fucking research and debate before you go. So it's different when you know it and it's fairly freshly imprinted. When you have it in heart, you get everything lined out like a map. You can't be moved. Well, you can be if you prove wrong, but you got to know where you went wrong in your timeline.
Yeah, so like everything they were saying, somebody sent me that thing and then I read it and I was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard this before." About the guy poking Muhammad with a stick and then starts kissing on his rib cage. I've heard that before, but I didn't have that prepared, ready to drop. Now it's on the tip of my mind, and so I gotta.
And yeah, be careful with the Muslims. They fucking wait for you outside that damn building.
Whatever.
Yeah, if you cut down the profit or yeah.
They up in New York talking about we ain't gonna be quiet and all this shit. Nashville might be the pop-off spot right before Thanksgiving.
I don't care, man. I'm not scared. I don't wear a mask. It ain't hard to find me. I'll fuck with Antifa. I'll fuck with the Muslims. Yeah. It pissed me off last year. Alex O'Connor was supposed to debate at DebateCon, and I wanted to go to DebateCon 5 because Alex O'Connor was supposed to be there, and he's an atheist. I think he's one of the 5 best debaters in the world right now, and I like Alex O'Connor a lot. I like his content. He's an atheist. I don't agree with him, but
he's smart though, right?
He's smart.
Debating.
Well, no, he's not smart because he's an atheist, but he's intelligent.
Okay.
but I love Alex. I wanted to go to DebateCon 5 to see Alex O'Connor. He backed out because Muslims were threatening him.
Oh, see?
Tell us the difference between smart and intelligent. Tell us the difference. Because I'm confused.
Oh shit.
Smart is more like common sense, observing the world, logic. It's a combination of intellect, logic, observation, common sense. Whereas intelligence is you could be super intelligent, but if you're denying God exists, you're not smart. Does that make sense, James?
He's not logical. He has no common sense.
How are you logical if you say God doesn't exist?
Yeah, but he can. Yeah, but logical doesn't entail necessarily you'd have to say that God doesn't exist. It would entail the fact of how you think logically. That's what
Where
logical means.
how
How
can you
you
be
think.
logical? What do you mean? It's just a bunch of synapses firing in your brain, and it's just a bunch of chemical
So then no
compositions
one
and
can be smart.
evolution, and it's a result of chance.
So
Like,
no one can be smart by that logic.
smart
No one can be
people
smart.
believe in God. Smart people know God, I should say.
No one can know God.
Nowhere in the definition of
Knowledge,
smart it requires you believe in God.
whatever. It's a proprietary definition. It's my definition.
But in the actual definition, I don't think it requires
You can
that.
be an intellectual and not believe in God, but you can't be smart and not believe in God. Smart people believe in God. Or smart people know God. Whatever belief, whatever you want to say, knowledge, belief, whatever. Smart people know there's a God. Intellectuals think there's not a God.
Because they're smarter. They're better.
Because they're higher IQ, they have intelligence quotients. They have they have more intelligence, and their intelligence actually there's a certain point where seeking after intellect and intelligence it overweighs your better judgment, which is to know there's a God. And now you're dumb. You're super intelligent, you're super smart, you know a lot of big words, you know all about all these different big
You
words and
contradicting
stuff.
yourself, you
But you're
motherfucker.
dumb. But you're dumb.
Educated idiot.
Yes. You're a useful idiot.
Yeah, but that's based on your definition of the words, though, not based on the actual definition of the said words.
Whatever, James. Whatever, James. But anyway, Alex O'Connor was supposed to be at DebateCon 5, and I wanted to go to that one. And I was like, I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to go because I want to see Alex O'Connor versus this Muslim guy, or I want to see Alex O'Connor versus Andrew. Really, that's my like dream debate. For years, I want to see Andrew versus Alex O'Connor. Because Alex is not going to let Andrew. Man, I want to see that debate so bad. But I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think Alex will do it. I think Alex is going to be like, Andrew's not really at my level. He's not prepared for this. He's going to resort to rhetoric and attacking me, and I'm not going to do that. But I want to see Andrew Wilson versus Alex O'Connor. That's my number one debate that I want to see. That'll be the most watched debate of 2026 if it happens.
Yeah, right.
It will. That's what needs to happen. And listen, I hope somebody from the Crucible clips this and sends it to Andrew. Andrew, I don't think you're ready for it.
Oh, damn.
I don't know. I don't think you're ready for it because Alex is a beast, dude. And maybe I'm just saying this to be to stir up some shit, but but I want to see it. I hope it happens. And send it. Send the clip. Send it to him. Tell him I said that. It'd have to be who would moderate it? It'd have to be. It's not gonna be no whatever, no fresh and fit. It'd probably have to be modern day debate. I don't know who else is, or at some college campus. I'd like to see it. Maybe Uncensored America Ooh, if Uncensored America could get that on a college campus, on a stage, Alex versus Andrew, that would be probably one of the top debates for the past decade. That would.
Because they would have to load up security for that one.
No. No, I don't think so. It's not with a Muslim, so nobody's going to blow up the place, but.
What? Well, if that don't get somebody up here, I don't know what will.
That's an assumption. That's an assertion that only Muslims do that.
Yeah, that's what he just did.
It's an assertion.
That's why Alex didn't go to DebateCon 5 is because there were threats and he was scared that somebody was. He's like, I'm not even arguing for Christians. I'm just an atheist arguing against a Muslim, and they had all these threats on his life, and he's like, I'm not going.
Wait a minute. Did the one that he was debating do that, or did the people that follow that guy do that?
Alex, he was supposed to debate a Muslim at DebateCon 5.
Yeah, but did the Muslim that he was debating threaten, or did someone follow him threaten?
No, a bunch of Muslims threatened it.
Well, see, the one he was debating didn't do it. I don't think all Muslims are bad.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, but Muslims get a lot of flack for doing bad things when they're not all bad, though.
Aren't you Jewish, James?
Well, yeah, but I'm.
Yeah, they want your head gone.
They're my brothers, so because of where they were born of Hagar, and Abraham is our father, so.
So you think
they want us Jews gone? I don't.
You think Allah is the same God as the God of Abraham?
No, I didn't say that. Did not say that. I did not say that.
You both come from Hagar.
No, they come from Hagar. I come from Sarah. They don't come from Sarah. I come from Sarah.
You come from Sarah?
Yeah, because Abraham's my father.
This is the same thing the Hebrew Israelites do. This genealogical bull crap. Do we both come from Adam and Eve?
No, Hagar was the Egyptian, right?
Well, everybody comes from Adam and Eve, right? I mean, that's what it says, right? I mean,
Hagar is supposed to be the Egyptian.
No, Hagar,
the same thing the Hebrew Israelites do.
Slave, servant.
Yeah,
they're not really slave of Abraham, the servant of Abraham. People want to say slave, but it's
what about? So Jacob and Esau, there were two nations warring.
Yeah, no, she was Egyptian.
In the womb.
Well, I think she was Egyptian though, Freddie, but that's irrelevant though.
If she had a baby by him and she was Egyptian, I think that matters.
No, it doesn't. The fact that she was Egyptian.
What year was Abraham walking this earth? What year was this supposed to be?
No, I can't remember what year it was. That's off my head. I have to look it up.
Oh, you gotta look it up.
Yeah,
okay, let me know when you come back when Abraham's year he walked the earth.
Yes, that Alex O'Connor. Freaking Alex O'Connor versus Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh got destroyed. And
I'm sure he wasn't named Egypt at the time.
But it took God Logic. God Logic was in the audience and he asked a question. It took God Logic one question to shut down Alex. So God Logic versus Alex. I think God Logic could beat him. I think Andrew could beat him. But it would be more rhetoric than. But yeah, I'd like to see God Logic could beat Alex O'Connor. Andrew Andrew could beat him with rhetoric and with words. Andrew would come out on top. Jay Dyer. I wonder if Jay Dyer and Alex O'Connor have ever tangled. I don't think they have. Jay Dyer could do it. Other than those three, I don't know who can beat Alex O'Connor. Because Dinesh did a horrible job.
But the answer to your question, Freddie, Abraham walked between 2100 BCE to 1900 BCE.
Yeah, that was before. Yeah, I think that was before Egypt was Egypt, wasn't it?
But Egypt was Egypt in 4000 BCE, according to what history says.
Oh, really?
Yeah, history. What I remember learning in history class was that Egypt started in 4000 BCE. That's what I remember. But that was what history says. I don't know if I believe that because I don't think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would be the
Why
correct
don't you believe
time
it?
frame.
You believe the rest of it. Why do you pick and choose what you believe? What makes you
I
doubt it?
mean, what I pick and choose what I believe.
What makes you doubt that it didn't start at 4000? If
I'm
you
not
believe
sure.
if you go by what the history say on most things, but then that you'd be like, I'm not sure. It just says that.
Question history. It doesn't mean you have to go by it all.
What's the point of questioning history? How are you gonna prove it wrong?
Well, you look up records and you see what they come up with as the latest consensus. What happened?
Well, that's more. That's more
You have
the
to excuse me.
history
I'm eating
itself.
gummy bears right now, so excuse me.
Okay.
I'm just eating some gummy bears right now.
I'm eating gummy bears.
So if you find two histories that say two different things, which one you choose to believe? If they both contradicting each other.
Well, you have to obviously see if you can find more sources leaning towards one way or the other way. And that's more likely probably
50-50. And what if you find 50-50? You go with the one you
the
find
likelihood
one.
you find 50-50 is slim, but okay.
Yeah. Because of those are the victors write the history, so they will destroy. They go through the dark ages, or they destroy all the information where you don't have no history to look up, right?
Well, if that's the case, then you
You
couldn't know
just have to
what is
believe what you know.
period. As far as we know, everything they tell us is distorted.
You know everything they tell you is
Based on that
distorted.
logic, based on your logic.
So why would they get rid of information in the dark ages? If you ain't got nothing to compare it to but one history, how you gonna go find other history by the same people that created the history that you're reading to debunk the history that you're reading?
But how about you find people that lived during the time to prove it?
You think you can
They didn't
find people
destroy
that live?
everything. It's not possible to destroy everything. That's impossible to
You
destroy
think you can find?
history.
Yeah, it is. It is. You can decolonize countries and change and
Yeah,
get
but you
rid of
know
their
people
whole
bury
population.
history, right? Like people bury it to protect it. If it's valuable enough to that people, if people come through and try to destroy it, they'll bury it to protect it. That's exactly what they did with the Torah scrolls and everything in Qumran. They buried it between Qumran and all the other places where they
What was those
buried stuff.
places
Because
ready
people
on?
try to
What was
come
those?
through and destroy it and do all these evil things to my people's history. So
To your
yeah.
people's history.
Yeah,
What did,
I'm a Jew.
what did they write those scrolls on, James? What did they write those scrolls on?
Parchment.
Parchment paper.
Parchment paper, yeah. So what?
No. And where them trees grow at?
Parchment paper's not from trees, Freddie. Shows how much you know.
No, them scrolls was made out of papyrus.
That's what
Parchment
the
paper.
beginning. That's
Not
the
papyrus.
beginning of the scripts. That's where the beginning of the scripts started from, with the scribes that deciphered them. And you don't know a lot, James. They stole what you think is your history, and your people thought they were Ptolemies in Greece. They studied Egyptian writings. You know how the language became into language, the Phoenician alphabet? Do you know how you got your language?
Oh,
Do you know
supposedly,
how
supposedly the
the Greek?
Phoenicians and stuff. I don't know. Supposedly.
No, it ain't supposedly. You trust your history, right? Do all your facts and do your history. In the same words that y'all came into the words, the God was with the word, right?
What are you talking
If
about?
God
The God
was
was
the
with the word.
word,
What are you
yeah.
talking about,
And then the
Freddie?
word, come on.
Are you trying to quote John, like the Gospel of John,
No,
which I don't believe
no,
in? So that's irrelevant. Like,
no. I'm
no, yeah,
trying to
you
see where
are, because
your
you're
people
saying
got the word from.
I don't
Who
you trying to
hid
quote
them
the Gospel of
scriptures? Where was
John.
they studying that? Where was them scriptures hidden?
What?
What? Man, you don't know your whole story, James. You better be careful who you follow and claim as your family. You find out you've been lied to, it's going to be very depressing.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
My God. What makes him your God, James?
I didn't say God.
If
I
you'd
said
have
gosh.
chosen, no, you said, oh
Gosh.
my God.
I said gosh. Not God. Gosh.
Oh, oh, okay. So you don't say the whole word, so you don't use his name in vain. You say gosh, and it means something different.
Well, it would be hard to use a title as in vain because God would be a title, not a name.
Dog, where you find these motherfuckers, dog?
The proper name is the Yod Hey Bob Hey, not
Yo,
the
hey,
God part.
Bobby.
That's a title. That's a title, not a name. And besides, I don't even know if Elohim is best translated as God in the first place. That's a nor here nor now subject.
God comes from dogma. You don't know nothing about the dog stars, the crux, the winter solstice, the astrologist, before your time, the alchemist. Y'all
I'm
have
not
so
saying the
clue.
astrologists were before your time too, Freddie, by that same logic.
No, it's in our DNA. We was born from the stars. That's why y'all lack
You're
melanin.
an Egyptian, right? Like,
No,
you're an Egyptian god.
Egyptian is a Greek word. They came into Africa and named it Egypt. See how your
Africa named it Egypt. Oh gosh.
no, the Greeks named Egypt Egypt.
Oh gosh.
You didn't know that? You're fucking dumb. You think Egypt always been named Egypt? Oh, cause the Bible only names it Egypt. It don't say its past tense name before Egypt.
Well. It doesn't
Yeah,
say Egypt in the Bible. That shows how much you know about
it
the
does
Bible.
say Egypt
They
in the Bible.
translate. They translate Mizraim as Egypt. It's not.
And
It's Mizraim in Hebrew. Thank you. It shows how much you know about. Shows how much you know about the Bible. So.
you know it says for a fact Egypt. You said it doesn't say Egypt. It's translated into Egypt, so it does
It's
say Egypt.
translated in Egypt doesn't mean it would actually
What
best
it says.
be. Yeah, but it doesn't mean
I
it
know
actually
it
would be best translated as Egypt, but that's the closest equivalent they got in English. Not everything. Not. They don't.
Be
They
careful how
don't
you say
translate
what's
it as
not in the
literal
Bible.
as it should be translated.
Yeah, be careful what you say is not in the Bible. Because when you say, "Oh, it don't say it's Egypt in the Bible," it does say Egypt in the Bible.
No, it doesn't. Mizraim is not. I don't think
In the Bible,
Mizraim would be best translated as Egypt.
Yeah, why
And
they
either
put
way,
Egypt?
Egypt is a translation into the English, not actually what the Bible would say. The Bible is in Hebrew, not in English. Hebrew, Aramaic, and then if you believe in the New
Yeah,
Testament,
all of them
Greek.
came from Phoenicians, and even that word
Even technically, even if you
don't
don't
give
believe
a
in the New Testament, you got
location.
the Septuagint, which is Greek, which is
They don't
the
even give a
72 elders
location.
that translated the Torah into Greek.
Right, because they believed in Serapis before that, right?
No, they wanted to make sure everybody that was in the diaspora could read the Torah, because not everybody remembered Hebrew when they were in the
Everybody wasn't
diaspora.
tough to read.
Hebrew got lost a little bit while they were in the diaspora.
What, to go ate the homework? How Hebrews get lost this time?
Well, if they're in the diaspora and the
Go
majority
ate
of
the
the
homework,
people
Josh.
outside of Israel speak Greek, are
Yeah.
you gonna really sit there and try to learn Hebrew all the time when you need to speak Greek in order to communicate with everybody else around you? Does that make
All right.
any sense?
How many
Does
people
that
could
make
read
any
and write back
sense?
then?
Makes perfect sense. If God wanted it to be, you wouldn't lose shit. He's all knowing. If he wanted his religion to be perfect, he would lose
You
nothing
got
in
a problem with the
translation.
all-knowing thing? I don't think God's all-knowing, so
Ah,
try
well, you
again.
don't know God if you don't think God's all knowing.
Try again.
Okay. God's definitely all knowing, or he wouldn't be God.
James doesn't believe God is all knowing.
I don't know all-knowing is necessary to be a God.
James has pulled some new stuff out of his ass where God is not all knowing.
He's not. In his book, he can't be.
What does it say he's not all knowing, James?
Well, what does it say he's all-knowing? I could turn that question back around.
In essence, he has to be if he's God. He is knowledge. He's outside of time and space and anything that could be known, he
Tell me
knows.
what verse says he's all-knowing. Tell me what verse.
No, there's no verse.
Okay, boom. Argument over.
Yeah, you're doing verse concept fallacy.
No, that's not verse concept fallacy, no.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't God be all knowing if he's God, James?
Why does God have to be all-knowing in order to be God?
Because if he's the creator, he would have to know how everything works. Now you tell me why. How can anything work
Yeah, but
without his
knowing how
knowledge?
something works doesn't mean you're gonna know what that thing's gonna do just because you know how it works.
You do, because if you
Like he
created it, you
can't.
know exactly what the fuck is gonna do, James. You made it. You designed it. This is your imprint in this. You know what the fuck is gonna do. You made this environment. You created everything around this motherfucker. You created everything, so you know exactly what's gonna fucking play out.
All right,
That's what
so
God is.
James, just a quick Google search. Psalms 139:4. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. Proverbs 15:3. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, keeping watch on the evil and the good. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And Isaiah 46:9-10. I am God, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things not yet done. So this is the omniscience of God.
So he knows everything you're gonna do. So therefore, what you're saying you don't have free will? Of course, you don't believe in free will.
No, don't try to run.
Yeah. Why are you dodging? You said God is not all knowing.
Well, I don't. Yeah,
And
but
then you
then
asked
I
for
believe in free will. So how
scripture.
could God be all knowing?
You
if there's
asked for
free
scripture
will,
for the omniscience of God, and I just gave you 4 verses. Google just gave you 4 verses for the omniscience of God.
Short bus about to pull up in 2 minutes. Hurry up, James. Explain.
And there's a lot more than that. If I went through the whole Bible, I could pick you a bunch.
Well, I could talk to you and tell you why I probably don't think that means what they are saying it means, but you wouldn't even engage on that anyways.
So how do you get knowledge if God is not all knowing? Like, how do you? What does knowledge come
Just
from?
because God's not all knowing doesn't mean he doesn't know nothing. That's the dumbest argument ever.
I don't even
that's
think
just
the
going to the other
Jews. I don't even
extreme.
think the Jews would agree with you on this. When you
They
deny God's
probably wouldn't.
omniscience,
My people
when
probably would not agree with me on
you're
this.
denying God's omniscience, you're denying that God knows everything. The
Let's
creator of
go.
everything, who is the beginning and the end and knows, you saying he doesn't know everything.
But doesn't mean he doesn't know nothing.
Yeah, what does he
He doesn't
know?
know.
Oh, he knows as much as I know? He knows as much as you know?
He doesn't know what you're gonna do. He doesn't know your actions and what you're gonna choose to do.
So he doesn't know the end.
I believe we have free will. So
Does
yeah,
he
doesn't know.
does he know the beginning and the end?
No, not. He doesn't know
No.
what you're gonna do.
Okay, so Isaiah was a liar.
What do you mean? Just because Isaiah said knows the beginning from the end, that doesn't necessarily mean that.
Is Isaiah a liar when he says that God declares the beginning from the end, or the end from the
Yeah,
beginning?
but he can know when it's gonna end. Like he can know when he's gonna choose to decide.
But he's not all knowing. How does he know that? He hasn't.
But
seen
he's not
it
gonna
yet.
know what you're gonna do in between, though.
But you're saying he only knows what.
Yeah,
he
but
can
he's not gonna know
observe
what
and
you do
he's
in
seen.
between. He declares the beginning from the end. That's saying he would declare when things start, and he's gonna declare when he makes it all end. But it doesn't mean he has to know what happens in between. Though.
Did God know?
He doesn't have to
how
know
many?
what people do in between.
Did God know how many hairs were going to be on your
See,
head?
you're not even listening to me. You're not
I'm
even gonna sit
listening
down
to you and I'm responding. Did God know how many hairs were going to be on your head before you were born?
Did God know how many hairs was gonna be on my head before I was born?
Uh-huh.
Everybody's here. Not just one person.
Just say no and say Jeremiah and Daniel are liars, or David. I'm sorry, David. And David the psalmist and Jeremiah are liars. You said Isaiah's a liar, so just call all your prophets liars.
He's not a heretic. He's not going to say
You've already said
liars.
Jesus. You've already said Jesus is a liar. So Jesus is a liar. Isaiah's a liar. Jeremiah's a liar. David's a liar. God is not all knowing.
See, you didn't hear my argument for the other one.
It's okay.
Because
It's okay.
you just ignored it. See, what's the point of me even arguing if you're just gonna ignore what I'm saying?
Yeah, you haven't said anything yet. I was waiting for your answer and you weren't responding. So
Well, you ignored what I said about him knowing the beginning
God?
and the end.
Well, I asked you.
completely
Did God
ignored
know how
that.
many hairs were going to be on your head before you were born? Yeah. Yes or no?
What?
Did God know how many hairs would be on your head before you were born?
Well, just because he can know that without actually knowing when you're going to be born. He can look into the womb. Can he not?
Wait, he didn't know. Wait, he knew how
Can he
many.
look into the womb and then see how many
He's
hairs
a
you're probably have on your
He
head? and
looking at
count
my
them?
girl's womb. He better not be looking at my girl's womb.
You better not be in my girl's womb.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
bro. Hold
that
on,
doesn't
bro.
necessarily mean
You
he has
looking at
to
my girl's
know
womb.
before you
Can't be up in my
put in the
girl's womb
womb.
like that.
Yeah, man. Get up out my girl's womb.
Hey, chat, just so you know, a lot of Juicy Reacts is based off of Freddie.
I don't know they ain't. He just saying it because I'm black. I'm more civilized. I ain't that fucking ghetto at all. Quit playing. I ain't got no grill, none of this shit. But James.
But no, that is what Juicy would just be like. Why you up in my girl's womb?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's right. God peeking in my girl womb. Come on, James, man. It's all good. It's all good. That's all right. We marking it down on the calendar tonight. James said God ain't all knowing. Freddie got him
He
to
said
say
this a couple weeks ago, and I didn't drill in on it, but I kind of like this is.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't.
Hey, it's the contradiction in the Bible because he didn't know them.
I'm willing to
angels
listen
gonna
and
have sex
understand,
with
but I
the humans.
gotta rebuke you on this one, James.
Man, that's y'all y'all type of religion. That ain't my religion, but in y'all's religion, God was confused. The angel had sex with the humans, and he didn't know that was gonna happen.
And
And
I think most Jews would agree with me on rebuking. Is this a Jewish thing, James? Because I don't think do Jews
yeah,
believe God is all knowing. Let's look at it.
Pretty sure Jews believe God is all knowing. As
Okay,
far as like,
so you're going against your people right now too.
okay, base game.
I don't have to agree with everything that they think.
No,
though.
yeah. That's what I'm asking. I'm wondering because.
But did you go look at some more
I've not
history and
fully thought
find
this
that?
whole thing out either. To be fair.
No,
Well,
you said you already
we're gonna
go
walk through it
find more
right now. We're gonna
references.
think it out right now.
Yeah, let's go look and go Google or however you
My
research
biggest
your
thing is, what
references.
do you do about the fact that
If
he
God's
didn't
not
seem to
all
know where
knowing,
Adam was when he asked Adam, "Where art thou?"
Yeah, let's
And
say
part
that.
around the
I did ask
garden.
you
right?
that. Yeah,
I've
I
explained
know.
this before. So
No,
have you
no.
ever? Hold on. Have you ever seen a parent playing hide and seek with their kids, James?
God don't play no games. Tell him that, James.
Just
God
okay.
don't play no games.
Have you ever shut up, Freddie? Have you ever been a kid playing hide and seek with your parent? Okay. You don't have to answer the question.
I
It's a
play hide and seek with my cousins and stuff, but not my parents.
whatever. It's a rhetorical question. It's to demonstrate this idea. Okay, so I'm
telling the truth. I
let's
don't think I
say
play with
let's say
parents now.
hold on. Shut up, Freddie. Stop. Hold on. Let's say hypothetically I'm a father, right? And I have a little son, you know? And I say, "Okay, bud, let's play hide and seek. Go hide." And he goes and he hides under the couch cushion, right? He gets under the couch cushion. He puts the couch cushion over his head. And I walk into the living room. Now I can see, obviously, he's under the couch cushion. But I say, "Where are you? Where are you, buddy? I can't find you. I don't see you." I would say that's what God is doing with Adam in the garden. God knows where they are. He knows they're hiding behind the bush. He knows why they're hiding behind the bush.
You playing a game with him. Come out from behind the bush so
Yeah,
I can
where
give
are
this
you,
woman
Adam? Adam, where are you? I can't find you, Adam. And Adam says, I'm hiding, God. I'm hiding from you. How you going to hide from God? How you going to hide from your father? You can't hide from your father. Your father knows where you are.
Yeah, why they write it in there like that?
When I read it, that's what I see. Is a father playing hide and seek with his son, and his son messed up. His son just freaking put glitter all over the kitchen. And then his son is hiding behind the curtain like, "Please don't find me, Daddy." And the dad says, "Where are you?" "Oh, I don't see you." "I know where you are. I know what you did."
Let's get your ass out here. We ain't about to play no games. It ain't where are you? Let's get your ass out here. I'm serious. You done fucked up. When your daddy ever came in there playing the game after you done
played
fucked
the
up?
game. God played the game with him until God served the
Your mind.
punishment. He played the
Yeah,
game
did it
with him
came
until he said, "Now
Yeah,
get over
exactly.
here,
Go play a
and it's
game and
time for
then
the
have a
spanking."
psychotherapy shit. No, we ain't about to play
Guess
no
what?
games.
For
Then
the
I whoop
rest of your life, you are going to
your
sweat
daddy's
from
a
your brow
psycho.
to provide for women who don't
Yeah,
appreciate you.
okay.
And for the
Get
rest
the
of
fuck
their
out.
lives, they're going to have painful childbearing, and they're going to hate it and try to find any way they can around it.
Yeah. I'm sure they had to write that in stone.
You can call it exegesis, eisegesis, what you want, but James can't answer to it because it makes sense.
No, it don't make sense.
Address chat, please. Sorry. Okay. Dude, address chat, please. What's chat saying? See, the best way to get me to respond to chat is with a super chat. I thought he was already taken care of with that good old Communist Control Act. ZT did. Now it's time to enforce that stuff. James is really holding on to the James Kosher Talks arc.
That's right.
Well, no, because even the Jews don't agree that God is not omniscient. Saying those
Even
words
I
has nothing to
agree.
do with you. I have become so cynical. I think we're puppets. I'm at a stage of I want to cut strings. I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to go about throwing in the towel. What the? ZT, damn, what are you saying?
Somebody want to do what? Throwing the towel on a religion, or
I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to go about throwing in the towel. No, get out of here with don't do that. No, what are you talking about?
tell them call the Christ line.
They're still working on it like him and Viva. Blah, blah, blah. I understand where you are coming from. You are not alone. Just give it to Jesus and the people working on his plan. The mayor is a local official, technically. This is what happens when you tell me to react to chat. There's a whole conversation going on in chat that is outside of the conversation. And what am I'm just going to read through all these, like, address chat, please. To be fair, there's a lot of contradiction in the Bible, but that is not my question.
No, you missed one. There's help to ease
Jesus
my
wasn't
cynical mind.
all-knowing, so thanks for proving that he is not God. Bro, you're not... Oh, my God. The Christians are going to hate me.
It's okay.
Whoever this guy in the chat is, you're not talking to a Trinitarian. Jesus is the Son of God.
Son of man. Son of man.
Son of man. Son of
He
God.
never even called himself Jesus in the Bible. You want to be literal, James?
He denied
He never
being.
said
He
that.
denied. He directly denies being God in the Bible. So
You're not talking to me, Freddie.
this is
You're
why
talking
I'm not trying to go into a Trinity debate. Because what happens is I get more Christians coming at me than Muslims. But
Muslims.
this argument is not going to work on me. I do not say Jesus is God. I say Jesus is the Son of God, because that's what Jesus said. I just quote Jesus. So
he said son of man too.
Yeah,
Son
and
of
it's in
man.
I believe it's in Timothy. He says, "Who am I?" He says, "Some call you Elijah, some call you Moses." And he says, "But who do you say I am?" And he says, "You are the Son of God." And he says, "You see this because it has been shown to you, but they don't see this." Anybody who says Jesus is anything other than the Son of God deny what Jesus says. So I'm not. Oh, you're Unitarian. Interesting. I'm not Unitarian either. I don't agree with the Unitarians. Unitarians say Jesus was created. I say Jesus was uncreated. You're not going to put me in a box. It doesn't matter which label you try to put on me. The only label I try my best to be in is a follower of Christ. I'm a Christian. I follow Christ. So if Christ says something, I go off of what Christ says. But yeah, your Trinitarian stuff, I don't care about that. I'm not trying to debate about that. I'm not trying to debate with Christians about that. I'm not trying to debate with Muslims about that. So yeah, it's not Unitarian. I've seen a lot of Unitarian churches with rainbow flags out in front of their churches. So no, I'm not a Unitarian. I'm a Christian. I follow Christ. What Christ said is what I believe. If Christ says he's the Son of God, Christ is the Son of God. So, heretic. And now the Muslims calling me a heretic. Don't you have like a club to blow up or something, dude?
Holy shit.
This is what happens when they tell me react to chat. Address chat, please. GT Den, what was that message about? What were you saying? You're looking for listen, live your life. Stop worrying. Stop doubting. Stop fearing. God cast out all fear, doubt, and worry. There is no such thing as fear, doubt, and worry. Everything's going to be all right. And I've been in the depths. I've been in the darkest depths. And I was still content with everything I had. Paul writes about that in Philippians 4:10-13. He's been stoned. He's been imprisoned. He's been persecuted. but I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So
I'm going to say one word. Haram.
Haram! Abdul, get the rocks!
Right.
No hate like Christian love. No hate like Muslim love. No hate that yeah, I know. I can't even read this guy's name. I wish I had a name that I could read to call him.
Muhammad Abdullah.
Muhammad Abdullah. Muhammad Abdullah. Now I'm not. I said this to somebody last night. I said the Nicene Creed. I agree with it. I believe Jesus is the only begotten, uncreated, divine Son of God, with him from the beginning of time, or not even the beginning, before time, outside of time, all eternity, uncreated, Son of God. And he shares an essence. He is one with his Father. He shares an essence with his Father. Their ontology is the ontology of the Father, which is the ontology of God. The only difference is I won't say Jesus is God. I would say the Father is God. The Son is the Son of God. And he's one with his Father, and they share an essence. But and Trinitarians won't even argue with me about this because they also say the Son is not the Father is not the Son, and neither of them are the Spirit. So it just comes down to semantics and philosophical gobbledygook at that point, where we're just we're trying to argue about the essence of God, which none of us can understand. And even the Orthodox and the Catholic will call that a divine mystery. The only thing is I acknowledge that it's a mystery and I don't know, but I'll quote what Jesus said, and I'll quote Jesus, and I'll say, he's not God. He's the Son of God. He's one with his Father in the same way that I'm one with my Father. He's my brother. So, pyramid dinosaurs.
Mystery systems sounds familiar.
This is why people say I'm Mormon adjacent. People say I'm Muslim adjacent. Jesus and Muhammad have the same message: worship God alone. I agree. But let's compare Jesus and Muhammad. If we're talking about Islamic versus Christian morality, let's compare our formative prophets. Even if I concede to you, Jesus is, and this is for the sake of debate, for the sake of the debate with a Muslim, if I concede to you, Jesus is not God, he's the Son of God, he's the prophet for the Christians. Muhammad is not God, he's a prophet that leads you to Allah. Let's compare Jesus and Muhammad. You don't want to play that game with me. If we're talking about morality, Jesus was objectively more moral than Muhammad. Debate over.
I mean, wouldn't Jesus want unbelievers to be taken out just as much as Muhammad?
Jesus never.
What do you mean by taken out?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Because
Killed?
they're going to be, in Revelations it talks about how at the end Jesus is going to come
Revelation?
back and fight with he's going to fight with the unbelievers and take
There's
them
only
out.
it's
Wipe them off
Revelation.
from the face of earth. Well, ever how you say it, Revelations, whatever.
There's
Revelation.
one. It's singular.
Revelation, but either
It's
way,
not plural.
Revelation. You're doing the semantics.
No, it's just.
But the point is, though, at the end, he's going to fight the unbelievers and destroy them. Wouldn't that be just as much as Muhammad would want to destroy the unbelievers? I mean, Jesus was not a
That's what he's
time
talking
to
about.
put him off.
James is gonna be a Muslim in a week.
Jesus was not as kind as people put him off to be. Like
I don't.
people.
No, I don't
People put
think.
him
I
off
don't
like
believe
he's
in
this
soft.
hippy
I don't believe in
dippy,
soft socialist Jesus.
hippy dippy, like softy. Like that's what people
But
put
I
him off
also
to be.
don't
This
see
hippy dippy
Jesus.
soft.
I also don't see Jesus having multiple wives, young wives. I don't see his wives strangely dying.
Well, getting married wasn't even his purpose.
I don't see him starting wars
If
against
he
people.
did get married, he could have had multiple wives if he wanted to. But that wasn't his purpose.
But he didn't.
Yeah, but his purpose wasn't to get married, though. That wasn't what he seen as his purpose.
But that was Muhammad's purpose.
Well, Muhammad is not Jesus, though. Jesus and Muhammad are
Muhammad is their top prophet.
Yeah, but Jesus saw a different purpose that he shouldn't get married. So what does marriage have to do with anything?
I follow Jesus.
Like, you're completely ignoring the fact that I talked about how Jesus wanted to get rid of all the unbelievers.
I'm a Christian, which means
ignoring that fact.
follower of Christ, little Christ, or Christ one. I'm one with Christ. I follow Christ.
He's not this softy. You're ignoring the fact that Jesus isn't this softy.
Nobody said that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you ignored the fact that I said something about Jesus wanting to get rid of the unbelievers like Muhammad does. You tried to change subjects.
In Revelation, Paul the
that.
Revelator on the island of Patmos having a vision.
You mean John the Revelator?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It was John, not Paul.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes. I know. Paul. God. Now I'm saying it again. John the Revelator. John of Patmos, on the island of Patmos. I misspoke, James. I'm sorry, I misspoke. You see that, guys? I misspoke.
And you acknowledged you were wrong.
And I acknowledged that I was wrong. I do that all the time. I do that all the time. What do you mean?
You only do it with James.
No, I do it with anybody. If you pointed out that I misspoke or I said something wrong, I'll acknowledge it. What do you mean? Go watch my protest video with the No Kings protest. I have a cut in the video where I say,
let's get back on subject, though. Jesus was not as kind as people put him out to me.
Anyway, nobody's arguing that he was some nice, soft guy.
Yeah, but that is one area where they can overlap, though.
But
he wasn't. Get rid of unbelievers.
He wasn't calling for the death of unbelievers.
Yes, he was. At the end of the time, he's going to come destroy all the unbelievers.
At the end of time, he's going to show up and he's going to destroy
and destroy anyone that does not worship or follow
Christian
nationalism.
Man, you about to make me smirk the fuck out. I'm sitting here trying to have a peaceful morning, just sitting there writing, spending time with my kid. You about to make me smirk the fuck out. What is wrong with you? What the fuck do you mean by kind?
Nobody's saying Jesus was nicey nice. Like
I was saying he wasn't.
What up, Jalen? I
gotta pee.
Hello. Before I go pee, I gotta say hello, Jalen.
Hello, Joshua. Hurry
Hello,
up.
Jalen. Welcome
I'm
in,
just
Jalen.
so happy you admitted you was wrong for one.
Oh.
Hello, panel. What's up, Frederick?
What's going on with you, Jalen?
Here because I heard Joshua actually admit that he was wrong for one time. I was like, oh, history's being made.
Yeah, he just misspoke, and he know he misspoke. He ain't really. He know he be wrong about more shit about misspeaking.
That man is wrong every single day of his life, but he never admits it.
He'll take the small ones like that and apologize and act like he's doing some real apology shit, but no. He just meant to say John instead of Paul or whatever.
No, he said Paul instead of John. He meant to say.
Yeah, but that's some shit he apologized for. Not that he's been fighting the fact for 3 hours and been wrong about it.
No. Or do a whole debate and learn information and still will not.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Now, I got one time he was on here. He did a video. We looked it up. I've been doing all right. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. I'm not gonna be here long. I see Joshua walking back, and I was just like, Joshua admitted he was wrong. And then I wanted to give my take. God, of course, is all-knowing. Hello, James. God is all-knowing, and I'm surprised you're saying that. But also, something I'm not surprised about is, of course, Joshua, your friend, would set you up to be just dominated by Frederick, set you up be in the lion's den and stuff, and that's your fair and your
I didn't set him up.
Josh.
He comes here of his own free will.
Yeah, but you said you heard him say that a while back, but now you decided to pound after Frederick was already letting him know what was going on. Then you tag team.
No, like a week, like a couple weeks ago, he said something about God being all knowing, and we didn't dig into it. And
if you that true Christian that you're supposed to be, you should have got it right then and there when you heard it and stuff. But no,
we were talking. There was a bunch of people on the panel, and we were talking about other things.
You let your friend get attacked and stuff and dominate. Yet again. Anyways, I just came to say hello, and I'm glad you acknowledged that you was wrong.
Who wants to come up to debate?
Wikipedia's bad research. Bye, everyone.
Who,
have a great one, Joe.
Who'd you say wants to? Who wants to come
James,
up to debate?
We're back here again.
Oh, Mr.
I wouldn't even fucking pay attention to that dude.
This guy already tried to come on the Discord. He said Discord doesn't work for him. He wants me to do StreamYard, and I don't. We do Discord, so if he can't figure out how to work Discord, then he can't come up and debate. But yeah, he's been here. He's been here all night, ZT Den, and he tried to get on, and it. I don't know, Mr. Muslim. Correct. Jesus is a prophet in our scriptures, but that is one of many titles that belongs to Jesus.
No, John was the last prophet. But anyways, James, I got to come at you because you pissed me off.
Okay.
So what do you mean by kind?
What are you talking about? I didn't say. I said he was the opposite of kind.
Okay, so you're saying he's unkind. So what is?
Yeah,
kind?
he was not as kind as you could put him out to be. He's nowhere
really?
here.
So you're gonna have to tell me a point where you think he was unkind.
I think he was kind. He wasn't nice.
Yeah, but I'm saying that he's gonna destroy unbelievers at the end, though. Like that's.
Okay. So because you take this presupposition of annihilationism, you take that to mean that God is unkind.
Well, I not think that's kind that he's. I'm just saying, far as the violence.
If a man is evil and cannot exist in the presence of God without extraordinary extreme pain.
Hold on a minute, Elder Line. Most Christians see him as this hippy dippy, like he's not gonna do no harm to people. And
yeah,
like
Protestants are gay. I agree.
And like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of what they would define as kind, he's not that kind.
Does Jesus
they define
ever
kind as like not doing like
yeah, they're
violence
retarded. There's a plenty of people that don't understand philosophical categories or concepts that try to make assertions about God's character and nature that are stupid. So
does Jesus ever command his disciples to kill the non-believers?
That will happen at the end. You realize that's going to happen.
How about the apostate? How about the person who leaves Christianity? Does Jesus ever tell his followers to kill the person who leaves?
Unbelievers are going to be taken out at the end, Josh.
Okay, this is what the whole point of it.
James, and let the unbelievers.
As far as I know, any unbelievers are just to be cast out into outer darkness.
I don't know why James is making this argument like I believe in hippy dippy Jesus. I'm an authoritarian, James.
Well, that's.
I believe in the death penalty.
And why on earth are we arguing?
Because I'm talking about. I'm comparing Muhammad and Jesus.
Because most Christians believe.
Okay, so most people make an assertion, so that automatically makes it true, right? James,
Jesus never told his followers to kill the apostate. He never told his followers to lie to the non-believer. He never told his followers to marry
Again, his followers will be
multiple
taking out
young
people that
girls.
are unbelievers at the end. That's part of the end time stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that's going to happen. What's the point?
That's my point. He's not as hippy dippy.
What do you think? Do you think that I'm? Do you know how hard I've railed against hippy dippy Jesus, James? Harder than you even know. For years before you ever knew
are
me,
you
I've been against
arguing
this.
about?
I'm not. I'm saying Jesus is not the same as Muhammad.
He ordered the death of the unbelievers, just like Muhammad ordered the death of unbelievers.
Jesus never ordered the death of the non-believers.
Yes, he did. He's going to. Like,
no, he said
he
one
said
day
it's gonna
he's
happen
going to come back.
In Revelation, he said it's going to happen right there at the end.
Yeah, he's going to come back and he's going to handle it.
That's basically telling you what he's going to do already.
As a general. But he doesn't tell his followers to go around killing non-believers
or
putting
the ones that are going
fatwas.
to be with him taking out unbelievers at the end?
He doesn't tell his followers to go around cutting off people's heads.
At the end,
He doesn't tell his followers to do terrorism in the act
so
of the religion.
So the ones going around with him at the end is not his followers. They're just some strange random people that go around with him taking unbelievers out. Like they're just
show me where Jesus commands his disciples or his followers to kill the non-believer or to lie to the non-believer. Huh?
In Revelation, how many times do I gotta say
In Revelation, he says he's going to come back and he's going to.
Him and his followers are going to do it together. It's going to be all.
So this is what Revelation says, but the cowardly and unbelieving, the vile, murderers, the sexual immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters, the liars, they will all be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second
unbelievers.
Death.
This is the second death.
Because anyone that does all that,
cowardly, and unbelieving, the vile, murderers, the sexual immoral, you know that there is two different types of death at the end, right? The second death is not just confined to the fiery pit of the lake of fire. It's also consigned to being separated permanently from God and being scattered into the darkness where there is nothing but gnashing of teeth and madness, right? So this verse right here is talking about the people who are truly evil, the ones who worked against God, the enemy. But also, you seem to think that second death means literally disappearing because you take the atheistic assertion that death means non-existence.
Mm-hmm. Let him think about it. Gotta put it on his heart.
I just don't like where he's accusing me of supporting hippy dippy Jesus. Like I'm definitely against that, and I've been against that for years.
Yeah, but if you're saying Jesus didn't order the death of people that are unbelievers,
what is death?
You're supporting
Jesus explicitly tells.
Hold on, I want to know what is death. What is death to you?
It's the annihilation.
That's not what death is. Death is separation from God. Separation from God.
Yeah, but to be annihilated is to be separated.
What does Jesus do?
To be annihilated is to cease exist. That's not death.
When Peter cuts off the ear of the Roman soldier, when Peter cuts off the ear of the Roman soldier, what does Jesus do?
So you don't have the good parts of what life is.
Pick and choose.
When Peter cuts off the ear of the soldier, what does Jesus do?
He say, "Calm down, little homie. Let him have."
He puts his ear back on. Jesus. Now, I'm not saying this is nice socialist Jesus, but I'm saying Jesus does not spread this message of kill all your enemies. We love our enemies.
In Revelation, Josh, it will happen
in the end. In the end, yes, they're gonna suffer because of what they did. In the end, they're gonna suffer because of what they did. Yeah, I agree.
And because they were evil, they will have no good given to them. They will have their good things while they were here.
And a lot of those people are already going to be dead, and they're going to be consigned to the lake of fire. So this is not. It's not about. If a Christian, let's say, James, you were a Christian, and now you say you're a Jew and you don't believe in the New Testament anymore. If I was a Muslim, I would say, Muhammad would tell me to cut your head off. Jesus would not tell me to do that to you.
It depends on when it was in time. Because if the Nicaea Creed say you supposed to be anathematized, your ass about to be anathematized.
That means kicking out of the group, Freddie. That doesn't
Banished.
mean
I
you're gonna be
know. Out of
killed.
society. That means not a part of the fucking. You ain't gonna survive out there.
Yeah, but it's banished, banishment from the church, which is a
Man.
form of death.
I don't know about the form of death. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it is. You think death means
Yeah,
non-existence
yeah.
or
It's a
ceasing?
form of death. You can't even exist in their society. Nobody's to talk to you because you read different or thought different. You're cast out to society, and more likely
Yes,
you're
because
gonna
the
be
church is supposed to be unified in one of mind. Yeah.
under the poverty. You're gonna be less than the poverty stricken. They're gonna victimize you, and you ain't got no
No,
rights
they
to
won't
call the police
victimize you.
about
They just
nothing.
let you leave.
Chat keeps bringing up slavery, dude. I don't care about slavery.
I know, and that's what the problem is.
Yeah, I think
When you
slavery
want
is.
to talk about if Christians was more terroristic than Muslims, you got to talk about slavery and why it wasn't
If it
illegal
weren't
to
for
rape a black
slavery,
woman
Freddie wouldn't
into
be
the
here in
into the
America today.
1800s.
So
Then
No,
you also would
rape
have to
wasn't even
discuss
a
what the
sin.
different types of slavery. We still have slavery. We still have prisons.
Yeah.
We still have people we enslave right now.
We have
So
wage slaves. We have all.
you can
Chattel
say you
slavery.
can
Chattel slavery.
yeah, chattel
Treating
slavery
humans
is
like
still
chattel
is an
slavery.
improvement to the concept of what slavery
Mm.
is in Islamic concept, which is just complete and total use by
Yeah,
whatever
how it was
means that they
used, when
decide.
it was used, it was all part of the devilship, and Christians utilized it. So did the
And
Jews.
Muslims utilize it to have sexual slaves.
Yeah, but you putting it in the comparison.
Sexual slaves, and
You can't not want to
to
talk
work
about
them
it.
to the point where they completely die, and that's it.
Facts. In odorum salvatatis. Forced underage sexual relations were not permitted under Mosaic law. And in between the fall and the law, there was a lot of bad stuff that happened. But once the law came and they said, you don't look on your father's nakedness, you don't look. There were laws made
The
to
Mosaic
say,
law is nothing but the law of Hammurabi. This is the same plagiarized laws y'all call the Mosaic laws. What the fuck are y'all talking
The
about?
thing that a lot of people will try to say is that there's a bunch of really evil shit that happens. Yeah, no shit. There's a shitload of evil stuff that happens in the Old Testament. You have to have that evil stuff to then show you the corrective measures to get rid of those evil things.
Yes.
And to be able to see it naked, see it as it is evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what I say. I say, until you're born again of Christ, until you follow Christ, the only way to the Father is through the Son. Until you follow Christ, the world is the Old Testament. We still have the Old Testament today, and that's the world. That's the New Testament is through Christ.
Yeah, the remnants of the old pagan religions and
the world don't give a fuck about the Old
the gods that
Testament.
they worship, all unified under one banner called Islam, and is still continuing to do the same shit they've always done.
Islam still lives under the Old Testament because they don't have Christ, because they don't follow Christ. They follow Muhammad, who is Old Testament, and Allah, who is Baal. And that's why when we look at your prophet, when we look at Muhammad.
Quit saying Christ and say Jesus.
Okay, Jesus. Whatever.
Christ is just a title to you or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Now we're playing games with the name. Was it Yeshua, Jesus, Christ is the Messiah, Christ KRST, blah blah blah. Yeah. I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. So don't play those games. You know who I'm talking about.
You didn't want to say Jesus.
I'm talking about Jesus, who is the Christ.
He is the Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus is the Christ.
The Messiah. The one and only unbegotten, divine, uncreated Son of God.
Is that what Christ means?
Yeah. Born of a virgin, crucified, died for our sins, rose again 3 days later. That's who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Not talking about Serapis.
Right. That ain't what Christ means, but go
And
ahead.
so I do want to point out something that just happened because I've been reading your chat as I've been talking. This is how disingenuous Muslims are. He just misrepresented everything that I just said about the Old Testament and said that I said God was evil. This is what they do. They don't actually engage in good faith. You're going to have, if you ever actually debate a Muslim, you have to just pretty much expect what they're going to do is just make really retarded assertions and try to make rhetoric points to try to discount and lie about what's in the scriptures that are Christian.
Yeah. And that's
And ultimately,
fine.
it doesn't matter.
I'll
And
do that
ultimately, it
too.
doesn't matter because there's still the Islamic dilemma that it will never be solved. It's still something that's going to be brought up from now until the end of time. They're never going to be able to escape it. They can't. They're supposed to follow our scriptures. They don't. The only thing they can do is lie and say they're corrupted. That's
And
all
there
they
it
can
is.
do.
Jesus is not even his name, buddy. There it is right there. Yeah, I know. Whatever. Yeshua, Jehovah, Yahweh, whatever name you want to give to it. We know who we're talking about. The historical figure. We know who we're talking about. But yeah, I'll if that's what Hakikachu wants to do, he wants to roll in the mud, I'll roll in the mud. You know? So
Ideologies, two devils fighting.
And so he doesn't even understand. He's used to talking to Protestants too. So he's talking about you don't even follow Jesus, you follow Paul. I follow the fathers. I follow Jesus who gave them the knowledge. They have the perfect knowledge that was given them and passed down by Jesus. You follow some naked dude that had a seizure in a fucking cave who fucked little kids. That's what you did.
And see, being elder lion.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
I don't follow the church fathers. I follow Jesus. I'm a Christian.
Right,
I
which is
follow
why
Christ.
you should only follow the four gospels. You shouldn't follow Paul at all.
I don't follow Matthew. I don't follow Mark. I don't follow Luke. I don't follow John. I don't follow Paul. I follow Jesus.
Yeah, and Jesus only talks within the gospels.
Right. And now I
So
do
you
think
shouldn't
Paul.
even be using Paul.
No. The reason I reference Paul is because Paul is like me.
No.
Yes.
He was a member of the true church. He was an apostle.
Yes, Paul.
And the apostles are greater than that of any other father that's ever existed.
I see myself in
Their
Paul, and
connection
I
to
see
God was
Paul in
almost
me.
perfect.
Paul is the guy who is like, I know how to talk to all these people, and I'm gonna move around through all these people, and I'm gonna learn how to speak to all them the way I need to speak to them to spread this message. But I'm following Christ as Paul was following Christ, and so
Paul spoke everything different than what Christ spoke about. Original sin and born sin. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
he said it in a different way.
No, it was totally opposite what he said.
And this is what people don't understand is that it's not about verbatim. It's about saying it how you understand it, how people understand it, and I don't know. They're gonna say this is ecumenism or dispensation, whatever. All these big words that we make up to explain these things, but Paul was a man who was a flawed man who
knew how to manipulate people,
followed Christ. And he said things, and it might sound different than the exact way Christ said it, which adds validity to it. Because, of course, two men aren't going to say things the exact same way.
Not when Paul admitting that he lies to bring them closer to God.
Okay,
he did.
No, he admitted he lied, but he didn't justify it.
Yeah.
But he didn't justify it.
He tried to say that he lied for a good cause. Said he lied for a good cause.
He said he lied and he meant it for good, but we're all liars, and who is to judge me but God is to judge me, and we're all liars, and he wasn't justifying his lies.
Yeah, he was.
He's saying he was
When the
doing the
fucking
best that he
church
could.
call
It's
you
like
out on your
it's like
bullshit, and
it's
you
like
say
if
it's
I
just look at
say
my congregation. Let's
it's
say
like
just because
if
you
I
can have a
say,
big
yes,
congregation.
I'm trying to follow Christ. I know I shouldn't drink to drunkenness, but sometimes I drink to drunkenness.
And
Are
now
you
look at
are
my
you gonna
congregation
are you
and
gonna
drink
judge me and you're
nothing.
no
Are you
better?
all gonna judge us and y'all know better? No, it's not how you fucking. It's not how it works. Just because you can grow a congregation,
Yeah, it's an
don't mean you
argument
can
from
lie.
hypocrisy. Paul was addressing an argument from hypocrisy. It was basically people say, "Oh, you're a hypocrite." You say we shouldn't smoke. You say people
That's
shouldn't smoke
manipulation.
cigarettes, but you smoke cigarettes. And it's like this is an argument from hypocrisy. Yes, I know I fall to these things just like you fall to these things, but it doesn't mean that it's
No,
good.
no, you lying to people, telling them to live this way, and you making this shit up. And just because it brings them closer to your sky daddy, you think you're doing good. And
Whereas
that's
whereas in
manipulation.
Islam, Muhammad would say it is good to lie to the non-believer. It is good.
You're saying the same
Tawheed.
thing.
Tawheed is good. It's righteous. It's the right thing to do. Whereas a Christian would say, it's not the right thing to do. Maybe I did it. Damn, I shouldn't have done that. My bad. But, we all mess up. We get that. We understand that.
So how can we say that you're even called or a prophet or apostle from God if you sitting here up
I
here
don't say
lying?
I'm an
Not
apostle or
you,
prophet
I'm
from
talking
God.
about to the people that, yeah, Paul. How the fuck can you even say that you this if you done been lying? Everything you said is discredited.
Does
You're a fucking
Paul
George
does Paul
Santos.
call himself a prophet?
Apostle. He
You
says
call
he's an
yourself a
apostle.
teacher?
He's an apostle, which means a student or a follower of Christ.
No,
Jesus
apostle
is
means sent
already
out
gone. He never
one.
even met Jesus.
It
He
doesn't
wasn't
mean
one of the
student or
damn disciples.
follower.
All right, so I just
Student or
read this
follower is
verse. I just read this
disciple.
whole verse that you guys are talking about where Paul says he lied. Literally at the end of it, he says,
When I fools you and
for it,
guys.
and why not let us do evil so that good may come, as we are slanderously reported, as some affirm that we say. Their condemnation is just. He's talking about other people saying that he's a liar. So you just walked straight into a fucking verse that immediately discounts what you're
I didn't
saying.
say nothing
You just
about that
walked up,
verse.
you just hit a damn brick wall, motherfucker.
I
Straight
didn't
by
say
the
nothing
Lord.
about the verse, so don't put y'all in that.
No, they were telling me this in chat earlier tonight, and I read the whole passage, and I was like, okay, so everything you guys are saying is wrong. Like I just read I read the whole passage.
But
I
there
read
is a
the whole
spot
thing.
where Paul says he lives under the law to gain those who are under the law, which is like lying, even though you don't have to live under the law.
No, he
So he's
says I
not
am not
lying by
under the
living
law.
under the
He
law.
says I am not under the law.
Yeah, but he lives under the law, so he tricks people by living under the law, and then he doesn't
Second
have to live under
Corinthians
the law.
12:16. Look up 2 Corinthians
So he
12:16.
lies to people by living under the law.
What is
To get them
the point of all you're pointing to is that Muhammad borrowed from Paul. So you guys we've turned this into Christians attacking Christians. This is supposed to be a critique on Christian
Well, I'm not a
morality versus
Christian,
Muslim.
so
Okay, well, this is supposed to be about Christian morality versus Muslim morality, and if you say so
Well,
basically,
he say
James, all you're saying
Christian.
is the Muslims
2 Corinthians 12 to
took what
13.
Paul
It
said, and
literally
they
talks about him having a thorn in his side. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
2
does.
Corinthians. 2
You're muted,
Corinthians
nah, it was
Joe.
about the
12:16.
thorn in the side. I'm pretty sure.
No, it said maybe I was trying to catch you off guard and trick you, but be it so. I did not burden you, but being crafty, I took you by gal. That means I lied to you. Y'all, I don't know what book y'all got.
If Paul contradicted Jesus, he would have been called out by the apostles. That didn't happen. I agree.
Well, they
I
tried to
also
call him out on certain things, actually.
also I'm not anti-Paul. I know the Muslims are very anti-Paul. I'm not anti-Paul. I think
Actually, they
Paul
did try to call Paul out on certain
Paul's
things.
actually my favorite of the apostles.
Yeah, you thank you, Paul.
Actually, they did try to
Paul
call
was
Paul out
based.
on certain things, JS, but
Like
he
what?
did things to show to them that they could probably trust him, even though he was doing it deceitfully. Because he said he did things deceitfully to gain people to what
That
he thought was
wasn't
Christ.
apostles calling out Paul. That was Pharisees calling
No,
out
that
Paul.
was apostles calling out Paul. It was James. It was James, the brother of Jesus,
Corinthians?
calling out Paul. No, in Acts. I'm talking about the book of
You're,
Acts where Paul did the
we're talking about
sacrifice.
Corinthians right now.
No, I'm talking about the book of Acts, though.
Okay. Well, now
You
you're
said
jumping.
they didn't call out Paul, though. You're saying they
Yes,
didn't call out Paul.
Peter and Paul had
The
disagreements.
apostles did try to call out Paul.
Peter and Paul
Acts.
had disagreements.
Yeah, they formed a first council and they settled it.
And it was resolved.
Yeah, he did a sacrifice to show that he wasn't going against the law, even though he was.
So why didn't they cast Paul out right there?
Because Paul looked to them like he was on their side, but he was not, though. He was teaching contrary to what they taught.
But you don't care about any of these people, James.
Just because I don't care about them, don't mean I don't care about to tell the truth about it.
But tell the truth about what? You think they're all liars. James is a liar. Matthew's a liar. Luke is a liar. John is a liar. John of Patmos is a liar. Paul is a liar. They're all liars.
Well, I think
so. Shut the
So
fuck
truly
up.
So
believe that
the
he
only
was the
thing
Messiah.
the only thing that I can find that you're even talking about is where Paul prevents a crowd of people sacrificing food in his name.
No.
This
That was a
crowd,
spot
these
where
pagan
Paul.
crowd, the pagan
That was a
crowd
spot
tried
where
to
Paul went to the
sacrifice.
temple in Acts.
Yeah, went to the temple, debated a bunch of people, shown that he was correct, and then they tried to sacrifice to him to worship
No, that was
Paul,
when he.
and he
That
stopped
was
them.
when he went to a pagan temple. That's not
Uh-huh.
to talk to pagans. That was when he's talking to pagans, but he went to the actual temple.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a verse because you keep saying shit, but you're not giving me verses.
Okay, let me get the verses, man.
It doesn't matter what James thinks they're all liars.
I mean, yeah, ultimately by the end of it, it doesn't really matter because you deny Christ in his entirety at this point. So you're not even, you are.
He says the whole New Testament is lies. So,
yeah. So it doesn't even matter ultimately by the end of it. So I don't even know why you're even arguing about scriptures that aren't even yours anymore.
Now, you know the truth about him now. He's the chosen one.
Well, and how long until he becomes Kemetic or Muslim?
Well, he might be to it's God's timing, unless he chooses to harden his heart and have him go on a rampage and start, But hey, you said it's only God knows.
Jub, what up, Jub?
Hey, Jub.
How was the fights last night? Yesterday. Good. Yeah.
I'm making money. You should have been up trying to win some
next
money.
week is gonna be some fire fights, but I'm gonna be in Nashville at a dang event at a party on Saturday night. The bar better have the fights on TV or I'm gonna be pissed. I'm asking if I can bring my laptop in and bootleg some dang fights.
We don't want to be on no fucking laptop in a bar. Mm-mm.
I don't know, but they better have them on the TVs. Because apparently, Andrew said he rented out a whole rooftop bar with open bar, open food, which means in one night, I'm going to eat enough and drink enough to make back all my money for this trip.
Wait a minute, what do you mean by open bar? Like,
open bar means as long as you have a ticket to VidCon, you drink until you can't drink no more.
wait a minute, so you don't have to pay to drink?
Yes.
Drink until you get escorted out. That's the plan.
Yes,
please.
it means open bar. It means you walk up to the bar, you ask for a drink, they give you a drink, you don't pay.
I not know what an open bar is, dude.
Well, I don't hang out in bars, so.
It's the best thing of all
So where's
time.
this verse, James?
I
I'm
think
still
I've
waiting for
only
this verse.
been. I think
Hold
I've only
on.
been to 2 open bar events in my life, and I don't really remember them that well. But, but yes, James, that means you got your ticket to DebateCon Saturday night. We go to a bar, and you order what you want, and you don't pay for it. Yeah. So we about to get
Kinda
faded,
nice.
buddy. You about to wake up in the dang gutter.
And just so you know, James, Jews are allowed to lie to Christians to convert them to their religion too. So if you're taking a Judaic perspective, the Talmudic perspective,
Well,
you're
again,
probably
I
not
don't
going to even
care
be
for
able to find that
Talmud,
verse.
so that's not relevant. I don't care.
It
for
is relevant because that's what that whole religion is founded off of now.
Oh, hold on. I'll pull you in. Okay.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
What up? Who's this?
I'm just passing by. I was reading the chat and watching the stream. So,
Okay. I know. Okay, we got a Muslim in here. You Muslim?
what? No, man.
Oh, damn.
I would rather die than to be a Muslim. Okay.
Don't say that. Don't say that. It's their ideology, it's their faith. It's just like Christianity, just a different branch.
Yeah.
They've been fed the garbage since they was little, like y'all been fed some been fed whatever. You know, you adapt to it.
Nah, I'm just a Bible believing Christian, so it's all right.
Yeah.
Do you have I was hoping some Muslims would come on here because I want to hear from them and talk to them, but
Yeah, you had this guy with this squiggly name.
Why you want to hear from them?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, y'all never understand it. It's all gonna sound foreign, and you what you saying is gonna
21:15,
sound
Elder Line.
because I'm trying to
to
prepare for a Muslim debate, so I want to.
Don't debate them. They're just gonna come in there hawking you to death.
It can't be rude like that.
Well, it's true though. They're trained liars. What else can you say? But hey, you know.
They told the same about y'all, manipulators and colonizers and takeovers and never trusted. Hey, they
Dude, when
said
did
they think
colonizing become a bad thing? Because everything,
You
according
gotta
to my
start
research,
there. You
everybody who
gotta
ever
read all the way
colonized the place is cool
to
as hell.
25.
I wish I could colonize somewhere. Just roll
no.
up.
When
Hey,
you
this is mine now.
think colonizing, what do you think colonizing means?
It means rolling
making it
up with
awesome.
superior technology, superior tactics, and taking over, dude. Gimme. Women, thanks.
No, that
Food,
ain't.
appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of times that ain't how it ended up happening.
This guy says the
It ended up, I'm over here in damn Florida, air conditioned. Thank God bless white people.
It's probably
These used to be
left at
Seminole
home all
lands,
the
dude. They're over here with
time.
bow and arrows.
Yeah.
Doing rain dances and shit. You know what I do when I want rain?
Turn the faucet on.
This guy says Satan hates Islam, but truly, I mean, like Islam is of Satan.
That's that's another thing I wanted to look into. Sam Shamoon has talked about that, where Allah is actually based off of it's not just
there's nothing
Baal,
here
but
that
it's
says
Baal.
James.
Satan just a scapegoat for fucking Christians that
You
can't
didn't
take
see the part where it
accountability.
says
Muslims too. Ain't no fucking
they
hell.
said
Ain't no fucking Satan.
he was accused of
Y'all
lying.
need something to be scared of to do right. So they scare y'all with another lie to make y'all be good, and y'all think it's okay. Christians and Muslims. So
But it
both of
says
y'all
that
just
they
debating through the same idiotic concepts. So it'll be a good
Yeah, I don't
debate.
really care about your
Which one's
opinion.
more
Anyways,
stupid?
I'm trying to have an actual constructive debate to bring somebody back to
We
the
can't
fold.
have a
That's good.
constructive debate with two
Yeah, but
idiotic concepts.
can't have a constructive
Can't.
debate with you because you don't even understand the verses that you talk about at all. You misrepresent them
Yeah.
almost as bad as Muslims do.
No,
Anyways,
I
James,
don't.
let's get back to
It
what
says
we're talking
exactly
about.
what the fuck it said.
But the point is though, it talks about how Paul was accused of doing a thing called like not telling the Jews not to follow the law in that part. And they were trying to get him to prove that he wasn't, and he did the sacrifice, even though he
But
was
Jesus
teaching
Jesus
that
also
they're
did the
not
same.
under the law anymore. He was teaching that, so he was deceiving
What
them
about
by doing the
David
sacrifice.
also did the same thing.
Who gives a fuck if they
What are you
did the
talking about?
same if
David
it's
did what?
deception?
What did David do?
So Jesus references David.
What
They
about
say
it?
they say why are you performing miracles on the Sabbath? And Jesus says, didn't David feed his soldiers on the Sabbath? Or it was something like that.
You talking about when they went into? You talking about the part where David and
Yeah,
them
they
when he was on the run?
Yeah, so
He went
David
into he went
yeah.
in and ate from the showbread, which is not permitted unto him because
Motherfuckers
he's
be
not
like,
a
look over
priest.
here. Don't say that.
So David
No, exactly what the fuck
worked
you
and
talking.
fed his soldiers on the Sabbath, and Jesus performed miracles on the
What does
Sabbath.
that have to do with anything?
You're saying
Doing
that
good things
Paul
on the Sabbath.
what does it
Doing
it
good
has to
things
do
on the
with
Sabbath
everything
has
with what you
nothing to
just
do with
said.
what we're talking about.
It
And
has
doing good
everything
things
to
on the
do with what you
Sabbath
just
is
said.
permitted according to what Jesus said. It's not that it's a problem to do good things and help people on the Sabbath. That's not what it means to break the Sabbath according to Jesus' perspective on keeping the Sabbath.
Let this Jew school you.
Jesus
I love
did
this
break
guy.
the Sabbath, and
No,
David
he did
did
not.
break
He
the
did not
Sabbath.
break the Sabbath. If he broke the Sabbath, then
Yes,
he
and
did
that's
one
when he
thing that goes
talks
against
about
what the
that's
Messiah
when he talks
was
about the
supposed to do, and
spirit
that's
of
even
the
more reason
law.
not to believe in him as the Messiah.
That's when he talks about the
That's
spirit
just
of the
more reason
law,
not to
not
believe
the
in him as the
letter of the
Messiah.
law.
He didn't break the Sabbath.
Yes, he
Jesus was a
did.
righteous man.
Jesus blatantly broke the Sabbath, and
So you're saying he was unrighteous?
the Jews called him out for that.
He didn't. He broke the Sabbath according to their interpretation of the Sabbath, but not according to what the Bible says is the Sabbath.
According to the scriptures and according to the
What
Pharisees and according
scriptures?
to
What
the Jews,
scriptures tell you that he broke the Sabbath? Give me the verses.
they are questioning him because he
They
broke
are
the Sabbath.
questioning him, but it doesn't mean that he broke anything. Just because someone's questioning someone doesn't mean they actually broke something. Doesn't mean you broke the
Okay.
law when the law is asking you when a police officer is asking you
the
questions.
law
Does it mean you broke the law? No, it doesn't. It means they suspect that you broke something.
So
It
the
does
law
not entail that you did break something.
Did Jesus and did David do
Suspicion
work?
is not guilt.
Did Jesus and did David do work on the Sabbath?
No.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Yes, they
There
did.
was accused of
According to
doing
whose
work on the
interpretation
Sabbath.
of what work is?
Give
According
him
to
the
whose
verse.
interpretation?
Give him the verse. It's foggy outside.
He said, "You cannot live by the letter of the law. You live by the spirit of the law."
That's why Jesus said that the Sabbath was what that man was not made for the Sabbath. You know.
But rather, the Sabbath was made for man. Yeah, I know.
Not man for the Sabbath. So.
But the Sabbath was made for man. It's a day of rest.
Yeah. So
Made
you
for
take a
man.
day of
I
rest.
still
But guess
don't see
what?
where you're getting
Sometimes
where
you
he
can't
lies.
rest.
He says he's
Yeah,
been
but
accused of being a liar. They've said that he was accused of teaching stuff to Jews that were not necessarily true. So they went and he committed to a ritual that would prove that those things are untrue about him.
And also, why are you disagreeing with
yeah,
me,
he lied
James?
because he lied by doing the ritual because he
But you
was
don't
teaching
believe
not to
Jesus
follow
was the
law.
Messiah. So
Really?
why don't you just say, yes,
Before or
Jesus
after?
worked on the
Paul
Sabbath?
said, didn't Paul say, like people will say Paul said that you're not under the law no more. You don't have to follow the law no more, whether you're
Where at?
Jew or Gentile.
How about
Where at?
David?
Ain't that what people say about Paul?
Okay, I'm
That's
not
what
worried about what people
it's
says. I'm
writing.
asking you to prove what you're saying.
James doesn't believe
So you
in
think
Jesus
Jews?
or
So you
Paul.
think
How
Jews
about
should follow the
David?
law then, Elderline?
I don't
How
think it
about
matters.
David?
Yeah,
What about David?
So you think Paul taught that
I don't think that
Jews should
there's any
follow the law?
Jews left, James. What are you talking about?
Well,
James, do you
Romans
think
7:12.
David was a righteous man after God's own heart?
David was a righteous man after God's own heart.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you to provide a verse if this is before or after the Acts where they had the first council where they made a decision about that. So,
Well, the thing is, Paul never said the law
No,
was
they made
bad.
a
He
decision
said
about
it's good.
Gentiles in Acts 15. The Gentiles are supposed to do only 4 things.
I'm trying to keep it Old Testament with James.
Not sacrificing on the idols, not eating of blood, no sexual immorality, and
yes, this is in early
what
parts
was,
of Acts.
what was the other one? 4th one.
See, I'm asking you to provide me with a verse where Paul teaches that they don't have to follow the law anymore.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
that's
here's-
generally how certain verses are interpreted.
If you look at the
I think
whole
it's in
thing,
Romans.
Paul said that the law was good and holy in Romans chapter 7, verse 12. Then
When they asked Paul when Jesus coming back, he said Elijah was Jesus. He came back. So this is the new law.
There is no harm in following the old laws, but
No,
to use the old laws to not follow the new laws is bad.
Well, the thing is, there's the law remains the same in the new covenant, though. When we get to
Does
the actual new covenant, yes,
We-
because there's a spiritual aspect of the law
So does the
already.
spirit of the law, is that
There's
what carries
yeah, but
forward?
there's a spiritual aspect already in the law in the Torah because you're supposed
You're
to have a
doing a
change
word
of
concept
heart.
fallacy now.
You're supposed to have a change of heart. Have you not read the part in the Torah where it
Yeah.
talks about where you're supposed to have a change of heart? And
Mhm.
you're supposed to
And
go
you're supposed to
towards
commit to those works which would help
supposed
you
to
change your
commit
heart.
to the law and actually do the law, live the law out, not just physically.
Yeah, I understand
like
I
the
understand what
without
your
works is
heart
dead.
too.
Faith without works is dead.
Mhm.
Can we
Which
talk
works?
turkey though?
Who got
What
that duck quacking already?
I'm trying to talk turkey. Is JD Vance piping Erica Kirk?
Nope.
Oh.
He's too gay. He's
I don't
scared
want
of
to.
his wife.
I don't even want to go into that because I got some theories and people don't
That's
like.
not how I hug a lady I ain't never been intimate, you know?
Yeah, I have a whole. Yeah, I got a whole.
He probably a piece of shit.
I got a whole headcanon thing that maybe I'll write a book about someday, but we'll see what
I give a fuck
happens.
about your book.
We might write a book about this someday, but
About your book or what you think about JD Vance's sex life. You gonna write a book.
yeah.
All right, well, James, I'll come back at you later. Anyways, did you guys hear that they actually figured out who the person was that put those pipe bombs around the Capitol?
This damn Fed, bro.
Yeah. Well, another report just came out that there were 225 feds, and then we had another report about a year ago about 60 feds. And now it's 225 feds on January 6th. So
I think there's feds at all those protest shits, personally.
yeah. Oh, I think they were. I was at the No Kings in Salt Lake City, and I think they were following me around. And I said it. I was like,
Did you know?
These guys.
Did you know Lenin?
This guy's a fed. This guy's a fed. This guy's a fed.
Did you know Lenin was sent into Russia from Germany prior to World War One? That was a psyop by Germany, dude. They've been doing this shit from day one, sending people to fucking breed discourse and shit.
Bro, you all got the same headset on, and you're all wearing the same outfit, like, but they were following me around because I was the opposition, and they're like, hey, we're here to back you up, and it's like, are you?
What they call them, paid
Who are you?
political what they call them, paid actors? No, what they call them? They something. Someone said, yeah,
Agent
paid,
provocateurs, yeah. But they thought so they find a guy like me who's going into the belly of the beast with a MAGA hat on, and they're like, hey, we got your back, buddy. And then
They're trying to
me around.
radicalize you, dude, so you go shoot some shit up, I'm sure.
And they follow me around the whole time, and I'm
They're
like,
like,
ooh,
"We
I
got
got
'em."
a squad behind me. But I'm not stupid, dude. I know how this works. I don't trust the first thing I did at that protest is walk up to the they're not called Proud Boys anymore, but the masked guys, and I said, "Why are you guys wearing masks? Take your mask off." Like, you're supposed to be on my side. You're supposed to be get your mask off. Stop driving in circles with your truck with your flags on the ground, boots on the ground. Why am I the only one doing this? And they
Next
soft as
protest you
Charmin.
go to, next protest you
They
go
all
to, they all
soft as
gonna be.
Charmin. The lefties are soft as Charmin. The right wing guys with
Guys,
the mask on are soft as Charmin. You ain't showing up. What are you
next
scared
protest you
of? You
go to,
scared
they
of
all
losing?
gonna
What are
be
you scared of
unemployed.
losing?
They job. They all unemployed thanks to your.
Dude, they piss me
Look
off
at
more
that.
than the
Oh,
lefties piss me off. The right wing guys that show up and counter protest piss me off more than the lefties piss me off. Because I expect these lefties to be retarded, but what are you guys doing? You're not doing anything. Like, take your mask off and let's go.
Oh my shit.
It's all right.
John, now that you the one that got spit on, let's leave their mask up. How about that?
I'll get spit on. They won't.
But if you got a mask, it won't get on you.
Well,
JS liked it a little bit. You know he did.
I was
He's
rubbing
like,
it in.
Mom. Oh, Mom, a little moisturizer.
Nah. I wonder if it makes you half Indian now.
Hello. Uh-oh.
They say native
Shiva's in the
spit is
chat.
akin to fucking Cetaphil, dude.
Yeah, I had a connection with the stars after she did that. I felt a new connection with the stars. I embraced the Mother Nature. Gaia.
Yeah, that's so cool that people think that way. Like, this is Ireland and you tech ass. Like, have you read one fucking history book, retard? Every country on the planet took the land from someone else, you fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus. Except what? Ethiopia is the only place that's never been colonized, I think. So one place. 500 square
ZT
miles.
Den, shout out for the super chat. Keep your eyes open if they're dangling a carrot in the hand, confirming what we know. What are they doing with the other hand? Dun, dun,
Exactly.
dun.
What the colonizers do. They funnel the money out, hook up the motherfucking mineral rights systems for your country for the next 500 years. And now they leave, and you think, oh, they just poor for no reason over there. But you don't know that they got fucking companies over there dealing in francs. They don't even use francs no more.
Any
They
place
companies
that's
owe
poor or
billions of
starving
dollars.
is by design, I believe.
I guess now that Shiva's here, because I do also need to prep for Planet Peterson and the atheists, but I need much. I need more prep for the
James,
Muslims, but
James, I'm gonna bring you back in the fold, kicking and screaming one day.
For the Muzzies.
James had a good debate today.
I need to pull up my.
You need to stop listening to all these damn heathens.
James doesn't like me anymore because I'm a
happy.
Gentile.
I'm happy to do that. I actually wanted to. I'm going to DM you a link, JS.
Yeah.
Because there's a browser extension that you can get, which if you install it, and then you add a browser source in your OBS that points to this link, then you can set it up so that you can highlight comments that are in your chat in the same way that you can in StreamYard, and it will pop up in your OBS as this kind of comment. And then when you're when you're offline, you should check it out, because it's like when I used to use OBS, because I used to go live using Discord as well. This was one of my kind of pre-stream checks was, have I put the correct URL into the browser source that will allow me to highlight comments. And then what you do is you pop out the YouTube chat that you're highlighting the comment on, and then when you
this all sounds really complicated.
No, it's not. I mean, it's complicated the first time you do it, and then after the first time, when you see how useful it is, that in OBS you can do the exact same thing that you can in StreamYard and highlight
Yeah,
comments.
JS can't do this, dude. JS is a geezer. This fucker just discovered ad block like last week.
He like, yeah, you do it for me.
This guy still uses Hotmail.
No, I have Gmail.
Like, wouldn't you like to be able to highlight the comments like you can in StreamYard? So you click on the comment, and then it kind of
pop them up on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I might just like move to StreamYard. Maybe for Christmas. That's what I'll ask for.
Before you spend $1 gazillion a month, because didn't StreamYard like double their prices last year or something?
Oh, it's a monthly service?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Well, you could do
Well, it could be
annual,
monthly or it could be yearly.
But this is free.
It's like
This is free.
$500 a year.
Right. Well, this is free. And yeah, StreamYard is kind of easier for people who just want to kind of watch on their like phones or whatever.
But there's also
join the panel on their phones.
No, it's deeper than that
Download
because
it,
YouTube has a partnership with StreamYard, and I think they promote channels
really?
that have StreamYard. And so you'll see channels that have StreamYard, they get like pushed up, and they'll and also accessibility for the viewer. Like I had somebody tonight and they're like, "Oh, I don't want to do Discord." And a lot of people are just, they want that. I want to click on StreamYard and I want to be in the stream. So
I mean, I could walk you through setting this up right now.
Well, we're not going to do that right now, but
Right, okay.
But
No text session.
Well, it's also not that important to me to be able to pop the chats up on the screen. Like I have my whole chat on the screen, so
yeah, but
and if they super chat, I'll read it. If you want me to read it, you want it to pop up on the screen, send some money.
Right. Well, that could be one of the features.
But
that not only do you respond to their comment, but it's immortalized in the video in text.
Nice.
So so we've been talking about Muslims all night because I need to crash course.
Right.
Because
I don't know that much about Islam, to be honest, so I can't really talk to you about that.
I signed up for 2 5-verse-1s at DebateCon, Shiva.
Right.
One of them is against Daniel Hakikachu, a Muslim guy.
I have no idea who that is.
He's a pretty big YouTube Muslim debater.
Okay.
And then one of them is Planet Peterson. He's an atheist.
Right, I know who that is. Is there any chance at all that you're mispronouncing the Muslim guy's name?
No, that's how you say it. Daniel Hakikachu.
Hakikachu.
Yeah, it's HAQIQ.
His name sounds like a Beatles song.
It sounds like a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
Not to
Right,
be
okay.
confused with
Planet
science.
Peterson, he's like very, pro-evolution, isn't he?
Science, atheist, naturalism. Yeah.
All you got to do is watch his videos, find 3 points that you disagree with him, and then hammer him home at those because you already know what he thinks. You got him at a disadvantage because he got his views out there online.
But
you got to find a view that you can debate.
So hold on.
We're
We're at a debate con where
Okay.
Jim Bob's going to be there, Rachel's going to be there, Jake Rattlesnake, Andrew Wilson. A lot of the Christian audience is going to be Orthodox people who watch Jay Dyer, they watch Andrew, so there's going to be a lot of tag arguments, and I think I'm of the
Tags the
opinion.
pile of dog shit.
Yes, yeah, I'm of the opinion that that's not the way you deal with atheists like this. Hitchens said the strongest argument for Christianity was fine tuning, and so if you're talking, if you're talking to a science guy, a math guy, I want to focus on the fine tuning of the universe, and
I don't know what that means.
The
It means if
mathematical
Jupiter was 1 inch
impossibility.
to the left, we'd be fucked.
Right. Yeah.
Yes,
We've
yes.
had this conversation.
Right,
you
right.
need
We've
to have
done it
this
before.
Yeah, you need to have this conversation with a mathematician, because like maybe if it comes from him, then it'll
Yeah, but
make
mathematicians are
sense.
bullshit, bro.
But it's like if you're going to work out the probability, and it's worth pointing out that probabilities relate to future events, not past events, because the probability of past events that have happened is always 1, right? Like, so to work out the probability of future events, you need 2 things. One is it's called a sample space, and that's the range of different possibilities that there are, right? And then the second thing that you need is a probability distribution, which is the likelihood that any given instance in a sample space is going to occur. And that's and then with that information, you can then come up with a formula that lets you know what the likelihood of any given action is given the sample space. And the problem with saying the universe is finely tuned is that we only have a sample space of 1, which is the universe that we can observe. And so we can't derive a probability distribution. Like we can't say, how likely is it that a universe where beings are made out of bananas
and this is
going
why
to occur? Right.
And this is why the rebuttal to fine tuning is like multiverse theory.
No,
because
we
only have one universe.
Right. What I've just outlined isn't multiverse theory.
No, but what you're saying is our sample size of our universe
is 1.
Is 1.
Yeah,
and our
like,
sample size of planets that can sustain life is 1 versus how many planets that we know of.
6,000.
How many planets? 6,000 planets that we have observed that have no life. So 1 in 6,000. Okay.
Right.
Now,
but how many?
Now with
planets
the
are
James
there?
Webb Telescope, I think that number is probably amplified.
Right. But you no. The current estimate, I think it's like 5,800 and something, 5,900 and something. Like it's just under 6,000. But that doesn't.
But it's not about. It's about the number of variables that have to be met in order for a planet to sustain life.
Right.
Water.
Right. So isn't Kepler 652b
a
think
planet?
that's the one.
A planet that we may have found that has some water on it.
No, that we have this. No, not that that it has water on it, but it's in a Goldilocks zone, because that's the first thing.
Yes, the Goldilocks zone.
If the planet isn't in the Goldilocks zone, then there's no point.
How do we know?
But see, this is
they call it
hang on.
Planet X or some shit.
There's no point. There's no point thinking about other considerations unless you are also considering other potential forms of life, say like silica based or sulfur based.
But you're also looking at the fine-tuning argument as just being the Goldilocks zone in a planet that could sustain life. So I could take the fine-tuning argument and I could fine-tune it down to an even more precise measurement, like the amount of variables it takes for the human eye to register sight. The amount of variables that it takes for one human eye to work is equal to the amount of variables it takes for a planet to sustain life. So if I have a planet that could sustain life with 18 billion eyes that can register vision. Now I have 18 billion eyeballs, and each of those, the variables of them being able to work is equal to. So now the variables compound on each other, and now we have.
There's only 9
No,
billion
no.
people.
That's your error. They don't compound on each other. So this isn't like the example that you often use.
Well, I'm not going to have an eye
winning.
that works on a planet that can't sustain life.
Right. Precisely. So
if it's
you
one in a billion chance.
Well, wait, no, JS. Yeah, no. Yeah, but you can't say that because you have these separate things and that the odds of any of them happening are slim, that you can multiply them together like you can if you win the lottery. If you can, like you can if you win the lottery.
No. If there's a 1 in 10 chance that I can play the lottery, and there's a 1 in 10 chance that I can win the lottery, then that means there's a 1 in 100 chance that I can win the lottery.
Here's why, but here's why you can't. Because the argument that you've made previously is that it's like winning the lottery every day for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah.
Right. But subsequent lotteries aren't causally dependent on the prior lottery having taken place. Right. So
but
lottery,
hold on. Address what I just said. Let's say
no, because this undercuts the argument.
Well, no.
Listen.
I'm going to break it down to simple math.
Listen. No. Listen. It's not
hold on.
about,
Well, before I.
Because this is a category mistake. This is a category mistake.
Okay.
Here's why. Because a lottery that happens tomorrow has nothing to do in terms of its cause with the lottery that happened today or the one that happened yesterday, and it won't affect.
I know. Okay, I know. Let's take that off the table. Let's go to this.
Okay.
Let me go to this. If there's a 1 in 10 chance that I could even play the lottery, and then there's a 1 in 10 chance that I could win the lottery, then the chances of me playing and winning the lottery is now 1 in 100, right?
No, I don't think that's how that works.
How is that? Maybe not how that works?
This is why.
No, because
this is why I said
the 1 in 10 of me being able to play the lottery and the 1 in 10 of me being able to win the lottery have to be put together.
Right.
For
Okay.
the 1 in 100 of me being able to win the lottery.
Okay. This is why I said you need to have this conversation with a mathematician.
Right. Well, I'm not going to be talking to a mathematician. I'm going to be talking to a guy on the internet who believes in freaking naturalism.
Because I don't think I don't think that you can say like maybe you could say.
I think what I'm saying is mathematically sound, and also what I'm getting this from is from mathematicians who have written stuff like this.
Okay, so let's say that it's true, and that the
James P. Gills is an optometrist. He's an eye doctor, and he wrote about this, and I read all of his books. So,
right, but that doesn't speak to how likely it is that universes could exist that could contain creatures that have eyes like that. Maybe that's really common.
If there's a 1 in a million chance that a creature has an eyeball that can see and register sight. And then there's a 1 in a million chance that a planet can sustain the life to have that creature. Those things compound on each other to where now it's a 1 in 10 to the
we can't make that determination because we don't.
If you don't have the first step, you can't get the second step.
Just stop asking me questions and then not letting me answer your questions.
It's
really irritating. It's really irritating.
I gotta pee.
Why not?
I do gotta pee though. It's been a minute.
Why not? Because
it's first and second order. You can't get to the second order if you don't have the first
JS,
order.
let me answer your fucking question.
Well, hold on, I gotta pee though.
Well, go and pee if you need to go and pee, and then come back and listen. Well, can't you take your headphones with you, or are they wired?
They're wired.
Right.
Okay, talk about something.
My word. He makes it difficult sometimes.
Yep.
You just now figuring that out, Sheila?
No, I'm just expressing it, James. So, things happened in the world. I hear.
Yep.
Nothing new, eh?
What has happened? I hear your White House is being demolished partially.
Yeah. The ballroom.
Well, it'll be nice for you to have a ballroom.
By the way, if you haven't gone and liked the Juicy React stream, it's at 30 likes, and we need to get to 50 before we get Juicy Reacts 2.
So the reason why I don't think welcome back to your chair.
Yeah.
The reason why I don't think you can say that is because we don't know how big the university is, how many solar systems it contains. I mean, we don't know how many galaxies it contains, let alone solar systems, and we certainly don't know how many planets that there are. So we can't say that life bearing planets that the chances of those occurring are rare, and so that therefore life with eyes that's suited to see on those planets are also rare. Like we just can't say that because we don't have any detailed data. So, like, we could hypothesize, but that would be assuming that there is no life on planets that are
How do we not
400 million light years away.
So if we can observe Mars.
Right.
And there's no life on Mars. And we can say, well, what does it take to make life? It takes this certain amount of radiation, this certain amount of sunlight, this certain amount of atmosphere, this certain amount of pressure, this certain amount of water.
To make life like us, carbon based, either bipedal or quadrupedal.
Since they came out with quantum physics, dude, they don't know shit, is what we learned about science. Science don't know shit, dog.
Yeah, well, that does appear to increasingly be the case. Yeah.
Well, because science exists to prove itself wrong. I think science is pretty cool, but also I think there's a lot of shit they don't know.
But that's one of the good things. Well, at least that's one of the things that I like about science is that I think you're right. It kind of does exist to prove itself wrong.
Yeah,
but that's not seen as a failure. That's seen as a success when a previously held scientific view is dropped. That's seen as a success, right? Like the ether, for example, I think was a widely held view in the Victorian era.
About dark matter.
Don't they? I mean, I think there's still the dark matter hypothesis seems to be still widely held.
Yeah, it's held, but I'm just saying, what the hell is it? Come on.
Well, we don't know.
I want to know.
So
it's space melanin.
Fine-tuned constants. The strength of gravity, when measured against the strength of electromagnetism, seems fine-tuned for life. If gravity had been absent or substantially weaker, galaxies, stars, and planets would not have formed in the first place. Had it only been slightly weaker, the main sequence of stars, such as the sun, would have been significantly colder and would not explode in the supernovae, which are the main source of the heavier elements. If in contrast gravity had been slightly stronger, stars would have formed in smaller amounts of material, which would have meant that in as much as still stable, they would have been much smaller and more short-lived. The strength of strong nuclear force when measured against the electromagnetism seems fine-tuned for life. Had it been stronger, more than about 50% of all hydrogen would have been burned in a very early universe. Had it been weaker, a similar amount stellar nucleosynthesis would have been much less efficient, and few, if any, elements beyond hydrogen would have been formed. For the production of appreciable amounts of both carbon and oxygen in stars, even smaller deviations in strength and force from its actual value would have been fatal. And there's sources for
But
everything.
none of this speaks to a creator, right? Let's say that all of that is right, that in any universe where life can exist, those are the conditions that need to be
Right, and this is why the argument
present.
against fine-tuning is multiverse theory.
Well, no, not even multiverse theory.
That is
still
the argument against it.
Well, it's an argument against it.
Yeah.
Another argument is the
so we just happen to be in the one where life exists, but there could be other universes where life doesn't
there are
exist.
other arguments, right? Like there's the probability distribution argument, which I outlined earlier. That's a different argument, right?
Yeah, but you're saying we don't have enough evidence to make a strong probable argument against it, but we do.
Well, no, I'm saying that we don't have any data either way to derive any probability distribution. Therefore,
we do. We have other planets that don't sustain life.
Right. So if we're stepping down, like what is it, 2 orders of magnitude, or maybe it's 3, down to the planetary level, that's a different conversation, right? But it means that we're agreeing that we can't make probability distribution arguments about the kind of constants that are necessary for the existence of for life to exist in the universe, because we only have a sample space of 1, right?
You keep saying that, but we don't have a sample space of 1.
When we're talking about universes, we do, because we can only observe one universe.
Right. And therefore, we go to multiverse. So, but as far as planets...
Well, no. Or we go to...
As far as planets, we don't have a sample source of 1. We have multiple planets that we can observe that don't sustain life. Why don't they sustain life?
It depends. If we're talking about just...
Do you think Jupiter is real?
Right. If you're talking about just this solar system, then we have a sample space of 9.
Okay.
Right?
So it's not
and
1.
But 1 in 9 seems like pretty good odds.
1 in 9.
I mean, it's not as good as 50-50.
Yeah, right. And that's assuming that we only know about 9 planets, but we know about 6,000 planets.
Well, hang on. Well, now you're broadening out to a different scale.
No, I'm fine with keeping it at the 9, but
right. And see, the problem with broadening it out to exoplanets is that now we need to introduce a variable to the equation. And sorry, I'm kind of gonna, because I've been playing with Unity recently, so I might kind of lapse into programming speak. But so we need to introduce a variable, which is oh shit. Also, I'm a little bit stoned, so I've just.
You smoking weed again?
It's a relapse. Just to remind me
you know
why
what they
I
say
start.
In recovery, every true recovery needs a
right.
relapse.
Oh yeah. So we need to introduce a variable, which is the amount of information that we have. Right, and that, like, the more information we have, the more reliable our probability predictions can be. The less information we have, the less reliable they can be, right? So when we're talking about our solar system, which we can observe quite clearly in some detail, then we can make fairly accurate predictions about what's likely to occur, right? But when it comes to exoplanets, where all we might have is spectral analysis or fluctuations in the light output of the star to even indicate that there's a planet there, then it becomes much more difficult to make the same sort of probability predictions.
Can we narrow this down from the universe?
I'm talking about.
What if I say?
I'm talking about planets that we can observe. So that's within this galaxy.
What if I say
within the Milky Way?
What if I say when your dad nut and your mom, there
Why
were
you gotta be so crude, dude?
there were 40 million
they
to
made love.
180 million sperm, and you are one of them.
Wait, are we now dropping the planet?
This is not a personal attack. I'm not attacking.
No, I know, but I just want to be clear that we're kind of drawing a line now under the planets argument.
Well, no, we can go back to that later because this is my point that they all compound and they all pile on top of each other. So the fact that your dad even existed,
right?
On the fact that a planet can sustain life, that's step one.
Right.
Next step, the fact
Shall
that
I
your
tell
dad,
you
the fact that
the
your
probability
dad, the
of
fact
my
that your
father existing is one.
Yeah, figure it out. Figure out the probability of your dad
It's one.
existing. How?
One.
One?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Now you're
100%. Like so.
So we're picking
the
an
way you
arbitrary
measure-
place. We're picking an
Wait,
arbitrary place of where to start off.
It's
from.
not
But if we start
arbitrary.
from,
Listen, JS, it's not arbitrary. So when you're describing a probability, the convention is normally 0 to 1, with 0 being like completely impossible and 1 being totally certain, right?
Right.
Or
Right.
0% to
I
100%.
understand that. Yes, I
Right.
understand.
So the probability
we're starting
of
with
my father
your
existing,
father exists. That's one.
right? Because
That's
he
endless
clearly
fallacy, dude. A prior
he
event does not
existed.
change the probability.
But exactly. But what is the probability of your father existing? Well,
One.
his father and his mother had to have had sex,
Right. And the
And-
probability of that happening is 1.
and the probability of him being the result of that is somewhere around 1 to 40 million to 1 in 180 million.
Well, no, it was 1.
Well,
Look.
no,
this
because
is
you
a-
know
this
your
is a bit
grandpa
like-
existed, and then
th-
we're gonna
this is
do
a
it.
bit
We're
like-
gonna do
this
infinite
is a bit-
regress here.
Yeah, this is a bit like turtles. It's 1 all the way down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, if we get philosophical with it. This is like infinite immortality. Every time
Well, no,
something could have happened.
I don't think this is weird philosophy. I think this is.
It is weird
basic-
philosophy.
No,
There's-
I think that this is basic mathematical
There's
principles.
1 in 180 million chance that your dad was the result of your grandma and your grandpa having sex. And there's 1 in 180 million chance that your grandpa was the result of your great grandma and your great grandpa having sex. And there's 1 in 180 million chance that your grandma was the result of your great grandma and your great grandma having sex. And there was 1 in 180 million chance
Right.
that your great great grandma is the result of your great grandma and your great great grandma having sex. And there's 1 in 180 million chance.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And
So-
we do the infinite regress of that. How do you exist?
What do you mean? How do I exist? Because
You
my
exist
parents
because of the
fucked.
result of impossible probabilities that happened.
Well, no,
Is that by chance?
no, stop,
or is that by
stop.
design?
Right, stop. Okay. First of all, you keep using this word impossible to
How
describe.
many
Wait, no,
monkeys?
let me respond. The way conversations work, JS, is you speak and then you allow the other person
How
to
many
respond.
monkeys typing on keyboards randomly before you get Romeo and Juliet?
Otherwise, look, I'm just going to start doing the same thing
Okay,
that
go
you're
ahead.
doing,
I'll
and you're
stop.
going to
I'll
get
stop.
pissed off pretty fucking quickly.
I'll stop. Go ahead.
What was your question? Fucking hell, you
My
twat.
question is, how long do I have to hit a bunch of random
No,
pieces of
before that
metal
bullshit.
before I have a Rolex? How many tornadoes have to
right.
blow through a junkyard before I have a Corvette?
So I think this isn't a philosophy issue.
It's
This
a
is a
watchmaker's
mathematics
argument. I'm giving you the fine-tuning argument. I'm giving you the watchmaker's argument.
What are y'all even talking about?
No,
You
the
talking about hitting metal and
isn't
making a
the
Rolex.
watchmaker's argument like to do with if you find a watch on a beach and you'd never seen a watch before, you would assume it was designed due to its complexity.
No, the watchmaker is, yeah, if I took a hammer and I had a bunch of random scraps of metal and I just started smashing them, how long before I get a Rolex?
I don't know.
Long enough.
That will probably never
Long
happen.
enough.
It would probably never happen.
Right.
Right. But you're
How
here.
long? So
You're the Rolex.
If you have,
you're
if
the
you have-
Rolex that you claim comes from the result of hammer smashing.
So, is your contention that you can't have complex
You're
systems?
the Corvette from the tornado.
Hang on. Yeah. Again, JS, you need to allow people to respond. If you're going to go to DebateCon, you are going to have to actually allow your interlocutor to speak.
No, I don't. I only get 5 minutes.
Really?
My goal in 5 minutes is to crush. But go ahead. No, I'm listening.
I forgot what we were talking about. This is why I stopped smoking weed.
I'm talking about you're the result. You, according to your worldview, you are the Rolex that came from a hammer smashing a bunch of metal. I would say that's bullshit. So
I mean, Rolex seems like a really weird analogy. My understanding of the watchmaker argument.
yeah, maybe you're a
is that-
Timex. I don't know.
or a Casio.
Yeah, maybe you a Casio. You know, you
I
ain't
knew
a
he was going to
Rolex.
say G-Shock.
You a G-Shock?
Yeah, he's a G-Shock. Just scratch my paint.
Yeah, you might not be a Rolex, but you know.
Again, we don't. I would argue that it's difficult. Like, I'm not saying that the universe isn't designed. What I am saying is that the inferential arguments that we can make that suggest that it is designed don't seem to me to be very compelling, because they all seem to rely on either category mistakes or a misapplication of mathematics.
You're not addressing what I've asked you.
I think he's saying probabilities are irrelevant because the shit already
But
happened. But I don't. It's true.
Yeah, I mean,
it was kind of like a dodge.
no, it's not. It's not a dodge. Like you're saying, if how likely is it that something as wondrous as a human body could evolve on something as marvelously complex as the planet Earth, in something as beautiful as the solar system,
randomly,
etc., etc., etc. Like
randomly.
When you say randomly, what do you mean? Do you mean without cause?
Well, I mean, it just happened.
Yeah, it's
Right,
according. You don't think God was fucking jacked with long hair? It's like, what's this? Oh, mountains.
Well, hang on, wait, but that's not what randomly, like random, like it does mean.
It is
it
random.
Just happens, but
it is
but it means it happens without cause.
The initial cause had to have been random.
Any cause.
Any cause is random.
Like, so there are
your something is coming from nothing, so it had to be random.
Well, no, I mean there are like subatomic particles.
There was a cause behind
that appear to manifest without a cause, right? And we don't understand why. So I think like some protons might, or photons perhaps, I don't know. Like, so
Yeah,
so I'm not saying I'm not saying that the universe is purely deterministic, but on the macro level, it does appear to be the case that if you want to produce a certain effect, then you need to have certain causes and conditions in place beforehand, right?
Yes.
Right.
I agree.
So it's not random. It's caused.
I agree. That's my point.
Why is scratching
Well,
my
no,
face doing all of that?
it's
Thank
just
you.
you're trying to
thank you for
you're trying to
conceding
work this you're trying to work this back to
no, I'm
first
saying that
cause.
everything that happens has a cause.
Well, I've been making that very fucking argument on panels ever since I've been debating Christians.
You're making the contingency argument for God. So all of those causes, if we go through infinite regress, once we get to the beginning, what is the cause?
What beginning?
Eventually you're going to get to a beginning.
Why?
Okay, and see, so it's just infinite, so it's uncaused. So what's caused was uncaused, is what you're saying.
It's turtles all the way down, baby.
It's turtles. The caused is uncaused. Do you see where you have a cognitive dissonance here? That
I'm not claiming that I mean, well,
this is
here's
a
an
problem for
interesting
you.
thing.
This is not a problem for me. I agree.
Well, I'm not sure that it is a problem for me.
I agree that everything that came to be has a cause.
I'm not sure that
you're saying.
I do agree.
You're
Hang
saying.
on, wait. No. Let me tell you what I'm saying, because I know that you're going to get it wrong. What I'm saying is, and I'm going to add one or two words, which you wouldn't add, which is that things appear to be caused.
What do you mean appear? It's proven everything has a goddamn cause according to human knowledge. So you living in some world that don't fucking exist.
Well,
he just agreed that everything has a cause, but then he's like, "Well, no, they actually just appear to have a cause."
Have you ever heard of a Scottish philosopher called David Hume?
No.
Yeah, I know about Hume.
I'm reading his book. An inquiry concerning human understanding, and I'm on the section where he's actually talking about cause and
I'm reading Descartes and Schopenhauer right now.
Right.
So that's cool that you want to press.
Like when we're saying things have a cause, like if I have a billiard ball, there's no way that you could know a priori, just by looking at the billiard ball, stationary, that if the billiard ball were to move and strike another ball, that the secondary ball would move.
Yeah, and you're presupposing the billiard ball. Where did the billiard ball come from?
Well, but you're also presupposing some kind of causal power.
No. I'm presupposing that somebody made the billiard ball. You're starting at the billiard ball and looking at the effect of what the billiard ball does.
Let's just assume
where did the billiard ball come from?
Let's just assume that we both
and let's say pool ball. Can we speak American?
No, fuck you. Let's just agree that let's just assume that we agree what a billiard ball is.
So we agree that we all assume America's
right.
one.
So the argument that Hume is making, and I haven't actually finished this chapter yet, so maybe I'm going to mangle it and then have to walk this back later.
Now I'll have to read Mangala.
Mangle it.
I don't know.
Mangala.
Is that we can say that certain causes will produce certain effects only on
you're
the basis.
presupposing.
Oh
the
my God!
origin-
Let me fucking finish a
Because
sentence, man.
I already
What-
know. Because you're not addressing what I said. We're talking about Hume's billiard balls. Where did the cue ball come from?
Whoever made the cue ball factory.
Whoever
Y'all are
made
just
exactly.
everywhere
Thank
in
you.
this
You
conversation.
just
Who built the factory?
you just
Who built
conceded to creationism.
No, I just conceded to the fact that
You just
that billiard.
conceded.
No, no,
the cue
I
ball
conceded.
hits the billiard
Wait,
ball hits the other balls
No,
and it
Josh,
causes
no,
a
no,
reaction.
no,
Where did the billiard ball come
no,
from?
stop,
The creator of the billiard ball. You
Right,
just
yes.
conceded. I win.
No, what the fuck are you saying? That's like the weakest straw man I've ever seen. That straw man is so weak, it isn't even bound into the shape of a man. It's just a fucking heap of straw on the ground that you're pissing on and then declaring victory. Get fucked.
I would like to, but
Claim victory awful fast.
Shut up, James.
On the basis of nothing.
Shut up, Donnie.
Shut up, Donnie. You're out of your element.
I'm not out of my element.
That all Gentiles are
I'm
worthless.
not in my element.
James, did you say all Gentiles should burn?
The what?
Did you say all Gentiles should burn?
No, I did not. What the?
I did not say that.
That's word on the stream, dude. Word on the streets and on the stream. That's what I'm hearing.
Why would you hear,
James,
huh?
let me ask you, should all Gentiles burn?
No.
Why'd you have what's this about, dude? You want me on fire, James?
No, I don't. What the fuck?
I wouldn't say
No,
if you said James burn.
Chat, you heard that, right? He was talking about the cause and the effect of the billiard ball hitting, and I said, where does the billiard ball come from? He said, the creator of the billiard ball. I win.
Where does the creator of the billiard ball
You
come
are
from?
coming with some tricky things over here because I know you lost that debate with me yesterday.
Where does the creator of the billiard ball come from?
The creator of the billiard ball is uncreated. Yeah. He's outside of time and space.
Oh, is that what you're assuming?
That's what I know.
See, in my analogy, the creator of the billiard ball is just a man.
You can't
who
do
lives
this.
in a house
Descartes
and works in a factory.
Descartes proved this. You can't erase all presuppositions, because if you erase all presuppositions, what are you left with? I think, therefore I am. Well, you're presupposing I.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that.
Right.
I don't think
that's been
that
shown
Hume,
that even
the don't
greatest
think
thinkers of our time,
I don't think Hume is trying to do that. Like, what he's trying to say, I think, is that you can't look at a thing and then a priori determine what effects that cause will have. You can do it a posteriori, based on experience, but you can't do it a priori, independently of your experience. So, like, you can't like look at a piece of marble, and without ever having seen marble before, know that if you place one slab on top of the other one, that it's going to be very difficult to get them apart unless you slide, right?
Deal with the infinite regress. So you have the
Why?
billiard balls, and I
Right.
say, where did the billiard balls come from? Well, whoever made the billiard balls. Who made the billiard balls?
Whoever made them.
Right. And so eventually we're going to get to an unmoving mover, Aristotle's unmoving mover, the uncreated creator, who there has to
what
be
makes you think
a designer.
What makes you think we'll get there?
And now we get into transcendentals, because if there's who's snoring?
Ready.
Freddy snoring.
That's
Okay.
how boring you guys got.
Hold on. Eventually you have to get to the unmoving mover. You don't get something from nothing. You have to get something from something that is outside of something. And so
Well, that's a tautology. You have to get something from something.
it's a tautology.
Like it's circular. You're just saying you have to get something.
Not
Like
if
like
the
you're making the argument that I make. You have to get something from something.
not if
So
the
if
not if the something that something is coming from is not a thing. It's outside of something.
then it's not something.
Right. It's everything.
Wait, what? No.
So
now we're back in the realms of me not knowing what the fuck you're talking about.
No. You get something from nothing. I get something from everything.
No, I don't.
Damn, I gotta write that down. I gotta write that down. I just
when
came up
have
with a
you-
dang
when-
philosophical
when have you
breakthrough.
when have you ever heard me make any sort of argument along the lines of there was once nothing?
You were talking about the billiard balls. I asked where the billiard balls come from. You said the creator of the billiard balls.
Right, which would be a thing. Like, when have you ever heard me make an argument,
Right.
any sort of
And then-
argument?
And so the next question is, where does the creator of the billiard balls come from? And so
Right.
we keep going
His
down this.
parents.
We keep going backwards down this line. And what do we
His
get to?
turtles all the way down.
What we get to is eventually
Right, an infinite regress.
something comes from everything. And
Right.
God is everything.
Is God a being?
I don't know what you mean by being, but
Like a being, like you and me.
This has to be the most boring conversation ever. What y'all talking about?
Cat, if you can't handle it, then get the
I
hell
can
out
handle
of
it. I can handle it.
Cat,
But you guys
look-
been talking about this for about 30 minutes.
Cat,
That's
look,
what I'm
if
saying.
this conversation is boring you, then I suggest you just be more moist.
Oh, okay. I'm going back to being quiet.
Shiva has a good way of shutting women up. He just talks about moistness.
That's one of the worst words in the human dictionary.
You believe something came from nothing.
Is it-
I believe something came from everything.
No, I don't. Again, you
And
keep saying, wait,
everything-
no, stop. No, you keep saying, I believe something came from nothing, right? I challenged you.
Atheists typically
Well,
believe something came from nothing.
No. I challenged you to provide me a single instance of me making any sort of argument that could ever be construed as something comes from nothing.
Well, you were talking about the billiard balls and presuppositions, and I said, where did the billiard balls come from? You said the creator of the billiard balls.
Right.
And when you said that, I win.
Well, no, because for you, it just ends at the creator of the billiard balls. But for me, it continues on.
No, it begins at the creator of the billiard balls.
No, because I'm not assuming that the creator of the billiard balls is the first object ever to have existed.
If y'all don't cut it out with these billiard balls, y'all been talking about these billiard balls for 3 minutes.
You're
Cue ball, the
assuming
billiard
that.
ball.
Like
My ball,
there might
billiard
be
ball.
like 100 billiard ball tables, each of them with their own billiard balls. And
what are the
for some-
odds?
and for some bizarre reason, their own billiard ball makers.
And what are the odds that every billiard ball knocks the 9 ball into the left corner pocket on the break every
Isn't it the
single
8 ball?
time for all of eternity?
Isn't it the 8 ball, not the 9 ball?
Fine tuning, transcendentals, cosmological, ontological, all of them put together. We're proving God in this piece.
No,
I
so what
wonder
you've
how you're
done
gonna do on debate
is
con.
you've strung a
Nobody's
couple of
ever disproven God with
a
me.
couple of arguments that you failed to land with a couple of arguments that you haven't mentioned, and combine them together to form a weak argument soup. And then you're saying, "Hey, look, I win with this bad mixture of shitty arguments."
Yeah, he pretended like he won the other day. It was crazy.
I'm making a good mixture of great arguments.
Is that what you think you're doing?
It's like chicken pot pie for the soul.
We can think
Oh,
we're doing
no.
one thing, but from another person's perspective, we're
Shut
not
up,
doing that thing.
James.
Yeah, Donnie. I'm gonna keep going.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, but like I say, we can think we're doing one thing, but like from another person's perspective, we're not really doing so well.
Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
A mouse in my pocket?
You got a mouse? Who's we?
He keep coming up with these weird curveballs. Don't
You
let him
keep
take you down,
mice in
James.
your pockets, James. James, why do you keep mice in your pockets?
I don't keep mice in my
Look how
pockets.
you
I
got,
hate
James.
mice.
James, don't let him bait you.
That's a strong word, I know, to say hate. But I hate mice.
Oh God, James,
I
don't let
honestly
him bait
hate mice.
you.
James, what do you think is going to happen when word spreads that you keep mice in your pockets?
The word is out.
Well,
So
I
I'm
don't
telling
know.
everybody.
I don't know why people would spread such lies and heresy for.
Because there's lots of heathens that watch this stream, James. Lots
I
of
don't know why someone.
dirty heathens.
Oh, so that's why they spread those heresies. Okay.
Can we go back to talking about the sand people?
What are the sand people?
The Muslims.
The Muslims.
Oh, right. Okay.
Muslims is
That's
that
what
is racist as I don't know what.
I don't know why he
You are
calls them the
nobody flagging you
Muslims,
for
but
that.
okay.
What do you
Strictly
mean?
speaking, Kat, I think it's xenophobic rather than racist.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever you want to call it.
Or stupid.
Whatever you want to call it, but I know that won't be in debate con.
Can we call it George?
You see, chat, I'm not afraid of Planet Peterson and the atheist arguments. I could do that all day. I'm more so worried about, I'm trying to prep for Hakikachu and the Muslim arguments, but
It's so weird that you won that debate the other day. Like you totally lost.
I've never lost a
It's
debate in
weird.
my life.
You lose every week.
Do you suspect collusion, Kat?
We did lose
Kat,
one debate,
Kat, do you
JS.
suspect collusion? Kat, do
He's
you
the only
suspect
one.
collusion?
He's
Is
the
there?
only.
Me,
He's the only one that goes there every week and loses.
Is there bad things happening here, Kat? Do we need to hire a private investigator?
We gotta figure this out.
We need to figure it out here.
I'm
here
just
and
hoping.
now.
I'm hoping the $1,000 prize carries over to the next week because I can't.
You hope that every week, so you get another chance.
Well, I know a chat wanted to get it up to $1,000 prize, and that's where it's going to be this coming Friday. But I can't be there this coming Friday. I'm going to be at DebateCon. I might jump in for a minute at some point, but I can't stay there all night.
Oh,
so...
is James going with you to DebateCon?
All right, JS, I dare you to go onto a panel at DebateCon whilst you're on Verbal Combat.
I promise he's gonna be the first one out because he just always.
No, Verbal Combat happens at night. It's gonna be Friday night. Friday night, I'm gonna be probably exploring Nashville.
All right, here's what you do.
With James?
Here's what you do.
James,
you
getting
go
there.
onto.
When are you getting there, James?
Friday. That's my plan.
Friday
Oh,
during the day.
Both of you can
That's
do
my
this.
plan. Friday.
Did you think you're gonna be there early or late?
Probably gonna be there early because I'm gonna. My
Well,
plan
Grid
would be to
One-
leave out early. I gotta talk to my mom about my transportation because of where my car's messed up.
All right. Well, I don't care about all that. But Grid One is
You gotta
Grid
talk
One-
to his mama.
Grid One is doing an event Friday from 10 a.m. to noon, and you think
I
you're
know.
gonna you think that you're gonna be there in time for that?
I probably will be because I'm wanting to leave out early,
Okay, well then you need to get
like extra early.
you got to sign up for. It's a free ticket, but you should. Maybe I'll
I
send
don't know
you.
if I don't know if I want to
Why
go to
not
the
sign
thing
him
that
up?
Grit's doing. I don't know if I want to go.
Whatever. I'm gonna go to that.
And then what are you doing in the evening?
And then
Okay.
Friday during the day, I'm just gonna be hanging out in Nashville.
Well, I'm hoping
Bothering people with
go
signs.
around just
And
looking around
as soon as
Nashville.
James gets there, James, do you want to do a man on the street video?
No, I told you he was gonna go pick.
Like you don't have to say, but will you hold the camera for me and I'll hold the microphone and we go talk to some people?
Tell him no,
Well, we
James.
can
Tell him you have
try
to
it.
get paid.
Because I'm shy.
Okay.
Like at protests, I'll walk up in a protest and just start yelling at people. Yes, but walking down the strip, talking to strangers, I'm kind of shy with that. But if I got you holding the camera and I'm holding the microphone, we can try to get
He's
some interviews.
trying to make you his cameraman, so just say that you need to get paid.
I have a
He's getting
suggestion
free
for
labor.
you.
I ain't paying
I
you
have a
shit, buddy.
I have
You already get a free
suggestion.
room you already get a free room the whole time. So, but you don't
Yeah,
have to
he's
do it.
using you. He's using you as his cameraman.
I have a suggestion.
It would be fun.
JS, why don't you go around Nashville with James as your cameraman and you holding the microphone, and you get random strangers participate in verbal combat in your state?
That's basically what he said he's gonna do.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, just basically, James, you hold the thing, I'll hold the microphone, and we walk on the strip in Nashville on Friday.
Well, for whatever reason, James, don't do that because it just seems like you're going to be the one getting punched in the face.
He's gonna
Don't
be
do it.
behind the camera. I'm not even
I
gonna.
know, but he has a
No, I mean
punchable
the worst that will happen to James is that he'll be sold into sexual slavery. It'll be
He
fine.
has a punchable face.
If
That's
anybody
exactly what's
touches
gonna happen.
James, I will whoop their ass. They ain't gonna do that.
We saw what happens when you you get spat on, but James is gonna get punched.
You don't think that I could have Spartan kicked that chick into next Tuesday if I wanted to?
I would have
No.
enjoyed it. It would have gave you good content. You should
Her
have done
face,
that.
her face was right at my high kick level.
It had a
Could
target
you
sign
could
on
you
it.
Spartan kick the Batman though?
No, that's not necessary. We don't need to do that. But
If he,
but James,
went
Friday.
So it's only necessary to kick the people who are demonstrably weaker than you.
The cameraman always survives. See, Bill Hicks knows they don't mess with the cameraman.
That's
They're
a
gonna mess
lie.
with the attention is gonna be on me.
There's
But-
literally a video of a guy getting shot. That was the cameraman.
And James, for your channel, if you wanted to switch up and you wanted to try it, I think that would be funny. I think that would be. I would post it, and you could. I would send you the footage. You could post it, dude. It'd be so funny to see James on the street. He's like, "Hey, I'm James. We're about to talk
this
to
is
these
bad.
ladies," and
This
you're
is
like,
bad.
dude, it'd be so funny. Oh my god, I could think of so
He's
many
gonna
things.
get punched.
Like James is like going up to like hot chicks on the street, and he's like, "What do you think about a?" Hold on.
Well, that's bad. That's
All right, okay, here's what you do: you get James to wear an in-ear earpiece, right? Which
Oh, they're
JS
saying Grid's event is 10 to 12 hours. The thing I got said 10 to noon. So it was only 2 hours.
and then you get.
But whatever, James. Here's the deal.
You get JS's chat to suggest what James has to say to people in the street, and then JS.
Dude, that'd be so
feeds-
we could do
feeds
so
that to
much
him.
with this, James. It would be so funny.
James, don't do that.
You
have a
don't have to.
punchable
I'm
face.
not but I think it would be cool if we could go walk on the strip. I have the microphone and you just hold the thing and we I
It's
think
called
we
having a job.
anyway.
You
Friday
never know, James. You might meet a nice Jewish girl.
But Friday, James, when you arrive, I may not be at the hotel. I may be at. So I'll probably DM you my cell phone number, and you can just text me or something.
Leave him on the thing on the whatchamacallit, on the list so he can get in the room by himself. You gonna be Southside, James. messing with Josh. Yeah.
No, but we'll figure it out. But no, Grid was talking about me maybe debating, but I haven't had time to prep for anything. So unless he was talking about Fabian Liberty, which would be like a libertarian thing, which I've been doing a lot lately. So I could kind of just do that off the top.
Well, you better get prepared because if you lose, I'm going to giggle.
I never lose.
You lose. I've seen
Never
you every
lost. Never lost a debate in my
Apart from when you don't win.
week. Yeah,
You
every week.
didn't. You lost to me, JS. So
Never lost a debate in my
don't
life.
forget that. You lost to me.
That's due
You
to
lost to
democracy.
James? That's
I will
bad.
never let you live that down. You lost to
That's
me.
bad.
Did you also lose to me
Midnight.
when I was pretending to be
Read
a
it
potato?
again. It says 10 a.m. to
I
midnight.
think he did lose to
Oh,
you when you
shit.
be
You lost to
Colonel
Shiva
Potato.
too?
I thought it said 10 a.m. to noon. I was like, it's only 2 hours.
Why are you
Apparently, it's
passing
10
by
a.m.
what
to
Shiva
midnight.
said?
So
You lost to Shiva?
He lost to me pretending to be a potato who was a Southern Colonel cat.
You lost to a potato. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretending
This
to
is
be a
getting a little
potato.
ridiculous. Getting a little ridiculous.
I'm not surprised. But James, would you be down for that? Like walk around on the strip and you hold the camera and we do like a little man on the street thing?
Maybe. I mean, you're gonna see.
Would you be down for you hold the camera while I strip?
That sounded like a soft
No.
no. See, that
It
was a
sounded
hard
like-
no.
Yeah, and I don't want to force James into something he doesn't want to do. But
James,
I
will you
don't
hold the
know. I
camera while I
ain't
shake
never
my
done
little
a man
ass?
on the street kind of thing before.
well, no,
JS, so I
you're
don't
not
know.
gonna
It ain't
have to.
nothing. All you're going to do is sit
Listen,
there
Yeah,
and
I'm just
watch
gonna be
him.
standing there, but the thing is, I still would be like nervous, like just standing
James,
there.
will you hold the camera
all you
while
gotta
I
do is
clap
hold
my
the
cheeks?
camera and watch me. And listen, if you don't want to
Yeah.
do it, that's fine. I'll do it myself, and I'll hold the
James,
camera
stop
like
being a
this
pansy.
while I do it.
I'm already gonna be. I'm already.
And you want to know a secret, James? I'm nervous too.
You're both. Shut up.
Yeah, with
do
me
you
just
think?
standing there, that makes me feel even more nervous and not saying anything to nobody.
What are
that
you
makes me
nervous
feel
gotta shut that
about,
shit
nervous.
down,
James?
I
dude.
get
That's
nervous.
bitchy
I get
before I
nervous
tell you
every
no.
time I
James.
go into a protest. Every time I go into a debate, I get nervous. So
For what?
Dude, I
Who
get nervous
cares?
going into a fucking Walmart.
I get nervous when I piss in a damn bathroom stall.
You
I
guys have
can't piss if
problems.
there's someone around. I use the handicap stall because I truly believe I have a handicap. I have to
Oh
use the
my
big
You
one.
God.
know what we do? We deal with it.
You
I
gotta
know
try
y'all
and shut it
are
down.
not nervous to go out and bother people. You guys
Listen, dude.
live to bother people.
You got two type of guys. You got guys will tell you they're like not scared. Oh, I'm never scared. Like, no, there's no
I know
bravery in the
Fabian
absence
Liberty.
of
I
fear.
know who
You
he
gotta
is.
be scared, dude. And you gotta say, fuck that shit, dude.
Look, I've been naked in front of many, many people. Hey, what you
I
scared
know who
Well,
for?
he
that's your
is. I
job.
know who
So
he is.
All right, well,
ZT
add
Din,
fucking
but
6 more to the
also,
list. Come on.
I haven't gotten any confirmation that I'm even doing a debate at Grid's thing. So, like, I told him I was like, I'd like some time in advance to prepare for it. So,
I was supposed to be on Grid's thing. He asked me to come.
if
Oh, I never did.
if it's something like that where like I just show up and now you want me to get on stage and debate this guy, maybe I'll do it. I don't know, but I haven't been told about it. So as far as I know, that's not on my docket.
You know what my new thing that I'm doing is? There's this thing on YouTube. I know you guys probably are whatever, but it's like or on TikTok, and I just go to people's parties. Like I watch, people watch people and how nervous they get and how they like kind of find their little groups of people, like the kids that can't dance and the ones that can, and then there's a black guy selling cocaine. I don't know. I've been people watching lately.
Dude, Bill, it would be so funny to have James on the street. Dude, it would be so good to just
Everybody's
have
on cocaine, dude.
James with a microphone on the street, and he's
I
like,
got
"Hey,
off of it.
ladies, what do you think about
modern dating.
That's bad.
What do you think about these men on dating apps? Like, dude, it'd be so funny. It'd be great content, James. Dude, I can already picture it. It would be
Yeah,
so
what are you
good.
scared of, James? All you gotta do is hold the camera, walk around, and bother
Well,
people.
no, I'm talking about I would do some man on the street stuff with him holding the camera, and then we switch.
That's what I said. I'm wondering why James
And
is
then I
scared.
hold the
He's looking
camera and
everywhere.
he holds the mic. And I would post that on my channel. I would send it to him. He could post it on his channel. Dude, I think that would be epic to have James out there. Like, I'm James Light Talks. Today we're out here talking to these women. We're
Oh
going to find
God!
out
Don't
what's
let
up
him.
with modern dating.
Some fat girl is gonna beat him
Listen,
up.
I'm going to get off. Before I go, it occurred to me there is something that would strengthen your argument regarding probabilities and whatnot, which is that if you can find a mathematician that you can quote mine, where he's got kind of formulas, and then you can bust out the formulas and say, look, these
Yeah.
are the actual odds.
Well, there's a lot of them. Yeah, I
yeah.
have a folder of a lot of them.
You got a folder for everything.
But anyway,
No, I
thanks for
have
having
them
us.
open right in front of me right now. I was looking
he's
at
got
it while we
tons
were
of
talking.
those.
Yeah.
He got like
It was,
1,000 folders of nothing.
Homeboy thinks he's
no,
a
they're
damn
not full of
Larry.
nothing, Cat.
Yeah.
Cat, they are full of things that make him moist.
Yeah. I hate that word. For whatever reason, that word, you should figure out why that word disturbs women.
The universe appears to be designed
It
because of
was-
the fine-tuning
well,
of the
but-
universe. Scientists
Hey,
have
you
discovered
should say that,
recently-
James, when you get on the street. You should say, "Do I make you moist?"
That's a good question.
Yeah, that
Why that
goes.
word disturbs women, though? Why is that, Sheba?
I think it disturbs
The
Cat.
fine-tuning
It's a disturbing
Yeah,
word.
it disturbs
And the way
most
you
women.
say
I
it is
think.
even more disturbing.
Biologos.org.
We're going to talk now about the fine tuning.
No, I mean, Marilyn was on here the other day. She appears to be a woman, and she wasn't
Everything makes her
bothered by
moist.
the
American
word moist.
articles.
Everything makes her moist. That's my girl, though.
See, now you're saying the word now, Cat.
I know. It's
gosh.
horrible.
Now
It's-
Cat's become immune.
No, I'm not
entered
immune.
your-
It's a dirty word. I don't know why it is, but it's
So you're saying dirty words.
look,
Or
that
Cat.
and
Oh, this shit live.
So it's a
Cat.
dirty word, but yet what you
The
do.
human eye is
to
an
earn money is not
extrinsically
dirty.
complicated
Wait,
organ.
what
It
James
acts like
say?
a camera to collect light, but instead of photographic film, it has a highly specialized retina that detects light. Possesses
Shut
so
up, JS.
intricate
What
the
James
eye
just
that
say?
its origin has been a long cause of celebrate among creationists and intelligent design proponents who hold it as a prime example of what they term irreducible complexity. A system
What
that
did
cannot
James
function
just
in the
say?
absence of any of its components and therefore cannot have evolved naturally from a more primitive form. Charles Darwin acknowledges this in Origin of Species. He nonetheless firmly believes that the eye did not evolve in that way, despite a lack of evidence in intermediate forms at that time. Yeah, I got a folder already on this.
Okay, what did James say?
With the math
James,
and
repeat
mathematicians,
He said
yourself.
moist,
scientists.
Cat. He
No, he
said
didn't.
moist.
What did he say? Repeat yourself, James. 'Cause I
I
think you shot me
said,
astray.
yet somehow moist is a bad word, but yet what you do is not a bad thing that you do for money.
Oh, you shot me astray, huh?
Damn, James,
Well,
what the
you do.
fuck?
Don't you do sex work for money? I mean,
I'm in the sex industry, of course.
You don't do sex
that
work
gets
for
you
free?
moist, so
I've
therefore,
literally been on stage with hundreds of people in a
yeah,
room
but that gets you moist though
and
doing
naked.
sex work. So how is the word
You don't
moist a
get
bad
moist from
word?
that. Actually, you get
Therefore,
dried
your
up.
job
Why
is
would you
bad
get
You
too.
dried
why
up,
would you
cuz.
get dried up from that? Because
You got a
you
fake
Why
literally
y'all
funk,
talking
James.
about moistness?
So you shot me astray, huh, James? And you scared to go outside and talk to girls. For real?
Damn, James, that's fucked up.
That's
Well,
bad.
no, I was just trying to
Dude, and James
understand.
is like, don't
I
you
was
do
just trying
sex
to
work for money?
understand the logic. That's all.
Yeah, he tried to shoot me
I was just
straight. Go
trying to
ahead.
understand the logic behind this.
Why would I get moist? Man, I
Well,
hate
you're
that
into
word.
sex work. That kind of gets you moist. I mean,
No, it doesn't. It actually dries you up.
how does it not? I mean, how does
No, of
sex
course
work not
not,
get you
dude.
moist when you're vagina lets juice out.
Just like being a cashier at Walmart doesn't get you moist. Just like being a fucking
Yeah.
mailman
Like,
doesn't
just
get you
because I
moist.
get on stage and I'm
He's
naked
doing
doesn't
work.
mean. Yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm over there getting excited from the perverts.
She going to work.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
a
trying to
job.
understand the logic. That's all. I'm just trying to
So you
understand the
think
logic.
you think dancers literally get excited over the men sitting there giving them money? And
I think like
I'm sure you probably do. Isn't that the whole
one in
point of
200.
sex
James.
work? You get excited when men give you money because you sexualize yourself? I mean,
why would I get excited and get so I'm not gonna use that word no more. So horny that I'm just jumping off stage and getting in people's laps and having a field day. Why would I be doing that?
ZT said, "Reach out to Grit."
It's
Listen,
a turn
if
off.
Turn off?
listen,
I don't get that.
if I show up
They
there
want me
and
into
Grid
work.
needs somebody to jump up on
That's a
stage
turn
and
off.
debate Fabian Liberty about some libertarian, some anarcho-capitalist bull crap, I'll do it. But I'm gonna tell them, I'm gonna be like, I've got my laptop here and I've got openings that I've written for every debate that I've ever done. I'm just gonna recycle an opening and then we can go from there. So I'm prepared for prostitution, prohibition, legalization of drugs, any of those topics, we can do it. So
All you do is repeat yourself over and over. I noticed that about you. Very repetitive.
really, have you listened to any of my formal debates, Kat?
Oh, not your
Damn.
formal ones. I haven't listened to the
Oh,
formal
okay.
ones.
I've never repeated an opening before.
You've never listened to them, but yet somehow you know that
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I hear them
How
every
does that
week.
work? What's the
I'm over
logic
here
in knowing
every
that someone
week,
repeats
and he
something?
I
you've
listens
never
every week.
I write an original opening statement to
that
every
makes no
formal
sense.
debate that I've ever.
I
Shut the fuck up.
literally see him debate every week on Speakeasy.
Yeah, but that's VK though. That's not formal debates. He asked about formal debates, not VK.
I said no.
Two different things.
I said no.
Well, he said he never repeats himself on formal debates. He didn't
Yeah,
repeat-
on
said,
VK,
okay.
on VK, if I've done the death penalty 20 times, of course I'm saying the same thing that I've said before.
Yeah, because it eventually comes back around and loops back around.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I mean, that
I
just
didn't say anything.
happens.
I haven't said anything. He's
And
just
also,
talking.
I've been streaming for 4 years, so there's themes that I like to talk about and that I say, and there's like quotes that I have that I say regularly. And so yeah, I repeat them. Yeah. Because maybe tomorrow somebody's listening that wasn't listening last week when I said that. So what are you talking about? What's your
Well, we'll
point,
see.
woman?
We'll see.
We'll see. I've never lost a debate in my life.
You lost to a potato.
No.
He lost to Shiva, which was behind the potato.
No, you lost to Shiva. I lost to
What
you,
does that
James.
mean though?
Was
Like,
what
it's
that
not
mean?
You lost
that,
to Shiva
like,
too in
is that a
that,
good
in that
skill,
debate when
you
he was
know?
going as Mr. Potato.
Yeah, I don't lose arguments.
I think I'm a good debater, but it's never gotten me anywhere. Except
Well, you
fucking
ain't tried
pissed
hard enough.
off.
Well,
You've lost a lot of debates to make. Stop, Cope.
I'm
Elderline jumped in.
Elderline
My
comes in here and
boy.
runs in here and like you lost.
never
Elderline
lost a
said-
debate to
He said, "Cut the
Elderline.
cap."
Coping.
And he
Coping.
swiftly
It's all
got out
coping.
after he just
What's that
moted you.
soundboard at? Let me see if I can get that soundboard. The cope.
He lost the Elderline.
Cope board.
You better not do a
never-
duck sound. That's my shit.
Nah, I'm with. Nah,
It's
I'm
all a
doing-
cope. It's all a giant cope.
I've never lost.
So
It's
you
all a
lost
cope.
the Elderline.
It's all a giant cope.
No, I may have lost to the democracy, to the votes.
Can I comment on the cope thing? I don't like that this new generation says cope is like an insult when this new generation has the worst fucking coping skills of all time. That's why all these fuckers are killing themselves. We're creepy little fucks. Everybody's on medication. We're pussies. We can't cope, and we make fun of people who cope.
Touche.
I mean, yeah, I know coping's not
And
always
we have
bad.
the easiest go of it of all fucking
I
time.
I get that,
you know what
Job.
I'm
The
saying?
coping's not always bad. I get that.
No, it's
We all
only
cope
good,
in some
actually. It's
way. I
only
get
good.
that.
Coping is only a
Look
good
at him
thing.
coming in with this heat.
No, it's not. No, it can be. It can be.
Life's
it
hard
can be-
shit, bro. If you can
No,
cope
it
good,
can be bad. Hey, wait a minute, Job. What if
That's bad.
what if your coping mechanism is to literally not interact with people in order to cope? Is that good or bad? That's a bad cope, right?
I think that's in the eyes of
word
the
coping
beholder.
is literally a positive word.
That would be a bad cope.
Somebody
then,
said
because if I don't
repetition is the
interact with
mother of
people,
all
then
arguments.
I'm not
Consistency
gonna
is a
get
good
nowhere
thing.
in life.
Yeah, if I keep
If I don't
saying the
interact
same
with people
things
at
over and
all.
over and over again for 4 years,
All you do
know.
is switch up the sentence. It's still the same sentence. See, I've noticed that you do that a lot. Like you
Yeah.
say the
Yeah, you
same
can't.
thing, you just switch the sentence up a little bit.
Right,
You can't
because
talk for
that's what
4
I
years.
believe is true, or that's what is the
No, you
truth,
try to
and
be a
that's what I'm arguing
know-it-all.
for.
No, you don't. You try to be a
Oh,
know-it-all,
someone
and
remove
then
the
you
other
say the
cope
same
one.
thing, and you switch it up a little bit, and then the person gets
You
distracted.
Get the
know,
baby powder.
I used to get offended when people would say, "You're just a know-it-all," or "You just a know-it-all. You just always got to be right." I used to get
That
offended when
is.
people would say that to me, and now I've
You embrace
realized
it.
that's a compliment.
Yeah, you embrace it. You
Yeah, I
embrace it.
know.
You're a
Yeah,
know-it-all.
yeah, I know it all, and you're an idiot, and I'm right. Yeah, you're
You think
right.
that's what they're saying?
That's what they're saying. That's pretty much
He's
what they're
he's
saying.
he's taken it and made it a compliment.
I know one thing you don't know, which is
Well,
what
it's
know-it-all
all
means.
cope though, Bill.
If
That's
somebody
from
says,
Andrews.
"You're
Discord.
just a
It's all
know-it-all,"
cope.
what that is every time they start saying something, and you're like,
Giant
"That's
cope.
dumb as shit. What are you talking about?" They're like, "You're
No,
just a
I've
know-it-all.
noticed.
You
I
just
have
want to be
noticed.
right all the time."
I have
What that
noticed. You
tells
will
me
do.
is
You're even right when you're wrong.
I
It's
know it
weird.
all, and I'm right all the time. What
I know you think you are. It's funny. It's like you wearing like you're a very overflated
I don't think
ego.
there's much wrong with that though. Like I think a guy should have a few things that he's hard fucking line on, and he knows he's right. And god damn it, if you prove him wrong, he's still fucking right because he got nuts.
That's
Well, there you go. Let them drag. Let them drag.
If you have nuts, there you have to have a couple things you're fucking loyal to.
Let these nuts hang.
Let
Like
me tell
bumper
you
stickers
something.
are gay, and if you have bumper stickers, you
You're
should
supposed to
be
say I let
shot.
them drag.
Yeah.
Well, let me
Speed
tell you
bump.
something.
Like color blindness is not a thing, it's attention-seeking
ain't.
behavior.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
And
That's what you do.
gluten
You
free, dude.
literally
You want
get
to take
off
gluten
on
out of
trying to
pizza?
be
And
I'll
right
fucking
about
stab
everything.
you.
asthma? What the fuck is
Gluten
asthma?
free
Stab
is
somebody
better than
talking about
gluten.
gluten
Are you
free.
talking about
An allergy. I never had an allergy, dude. I'll rub poison ivy on my
Allergies are
gooch right now.
bullshit. I ain't
Why would
never
you do
heard of no
that?
damn
Allergies.
allergies.
That's not even an
Allergies,
allergy.
gluten-free, colorblind, asthma. Shut the fuck up, B.
Putting poison ivy on your junk is not an allergy.
Lung cancer.
Putting poison ivy on you is
I don't
stupid.
know about lung cancer,
It
but
just is dumb.
I'm
Now
not
lung
gonna,
That's
I'm
cancer is
not,
bullshit
different.
too.
I'm not gonna go all the way to lung cancer,
That's
but
bullshit too, dude.
Yeah, he just went to a whole different page. He always making things
Fucking
extreme.
leukemia. Tighten up.
Okay, they're all fake.
Fucking tighten up, dude. Oh, I got leukemia.
You better watch your
Hey,
mouth
leukemia
because
is
one
not a
day
joke. I'm telling you, leukemia is not a joke. I have family members that
Everything's a
have
joke,
leukemia.
dude.
James always got a family
Everything is
member
a
with a
joke.
disease.
Well, my family's died mostly from cancer, so
James
Oh yeah,
always
James, mine too, dude. Like, what? Mine too. What the fuck?
it's not a joke. Cancer is not a
It
joke.
is a joke. I just made the joke, and now I'm laughing at my own
Cancer
joke.
sucks.
You think
It
you're the
does
only
suck.
person who knows somebody who died of cancer, James?
I didn't
See,
say
when
that.
I
I'm
was
just
saying
saying it's
like,
not a joke.
when
I
I was
never
saying
said
like, when you have
that.
nuts, you gotta stand on things. Everything
I've
is a
never
joke.
said
No, you're
I was
supposed to
the
let
only
them
one that knew
drag.
people
You're
who
supposed to
died
be
from
like,
cancer.
I
I
let
never
them
made that
drag or
statement.
whatever.
I'm just saying cancer
How
is
did you
not a
stand
joke.
on things? You
I
don't
think
settle
if
no
shit
business.
is difficult and sad for you, maybe you joke even more.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I agree.
I love whatchamacallit, humor. What's it called? Dark humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just I don't like being
Cynical humor.
serious. I think is
Yeah,
more
you
the
have a
issue.
cynical
No,
humor about stuff.
maybe not leukemia and cancer, but definitely allergies, asthma, color blindness. That's all bullshit.
ALS.
Yeah.
How is blindness bullshit?
What's that? American Sign Language? ALS, America. Wait.
It's
You
a
almost got it.
horrible.
You
It's
almost
just
got it.
such a bad fucking
See,
disease.
he know everything, but didn't know that.
No, it's okay not to know medical shit because they purposely name that stuff all bullshit like that no one knows. Why is a dick doctor not called a dick doctor? what is it? A proctologist? I don't even know. A urologist?
Well,
What?
I mean, yeah, but don't they see both though? Like both
Wait,
genders?
I'm wondering why you put
No, a dick
blindness
doctor don't
in
see a
there.
dang
Why
pussy
would
doctor.
blindness be?
Gynecologist goes to
Why
the
would
gynecologist.
blindness be
An
a joke?
OBGYN ain't going to see a dang dick doctor.
God, dude, if you lose your eyesight, you just fucking hear
Oh,
stuff.
so they specialize. Wait a minute, both
So
specialize
it's not a.
in their
Dude, color blindness is 100% attention
Watch this,
seeking
dude.
Specialization would just be covered
That's
under
fake
one.
as shit, dude.
You think?
Cat said, "How is blindness bullshit?"
What is
Watch
there a
this.
lot to know about? As far as like two different.
If you can't
different
see and
ones.
you've never been able to see, you know what's weird? I always thought, like, how do blind people dream? If you've been blind your whole life, like, how do your dreams come? Like, what do
Watch
you
this,
dream of?
dude. If blindness doesn't exist, watch this.
I said
There's
blindness
a
does
squirrel.
exist.
There's a squirrel 0.8 miles that way.
I'm not the one who said didn't exist. Josh said it's bullshit.
Well, I said
Spiders 80 meters
optometry.
that way.
Optometry is an op because the eye is the most complex things that we know about on the human body, and even the optometrists agree that they don't really understand the human eye. We don't understand colors and how we perceive colors.
Okay,
You
I
could
have a
never,
question.
you could never tell me if my red was your blue, we would never know the difference. And
Never know the
I'm gonna
difference.
start. I'm gonna
Yeah,
start a
so-
topic. What do you
You
think
can't
blind
describe a
people
color.
dream
you
of?
can't describe it. There's no. So when people
Jay,
say
do you ever try to
they're
explain that to
colorblind,
people
what
and
I
they don't
say
get it?
is you're looking for attention.
You're looking for
Yeah, it's
attention because you're
fucking-
blind.
No, colorblindness.
Well, and who gives a shit if you're colorblind?
And I also
Like,
have a whole I have a whole
what are you
folder on
actually
this,
missing
so-
out on? You know what I'm
I
saying?
know people.
If I didn't have red,
I say stuff and people think that I'm just fucking
Well, I
around
mean,
and they think
bro,
I'm
you're
just some
missing out on,
retarded
like,
guy on the
details of
internet.
colorblind,
I got a whole folder on this, so
Oh,
detail
not the
knowing whether or not
folder.
it's
Yeah,
red or
don't
not.
come at him with
you
the
might want to
folder.
take a
What's
step
red to
back
you
because I
might
know
be
what I'm
blue to
talking
the
about.
Because that
colorblind
folder is dragging, huh?
My
You
folder's
got that
dragging
folder.
like these nuts. I got a folder.
Yeah.
Colorblindness is not real.
Go ahead
Helen Keller.
and
Helen
hit him with
Keller
the
You're
was a
seeing
folder.
one
fraud.
color and your friend seeing another
Helen
color.
Keller was a fraud.
Y'all be arguing
Helen Keller was the
over
biggest
who's
fraud of all
right,
time.
who's
Helen
wrong.
Keller is the queen of frauds, and you're talking about deaf and mute and blind and colorblind.
Helen Keller is the queen of frauds.
It's a woman thing. It's a feminist woman thing. They're
What
like,
is
but
Why
you're
does it have to be a
colorblind.
female thing now?
We gotta make sure.
Because if
Most,
it
care.
sucks,
most
it
males
came
are
from women.
colorblind. Women don't
If
don't
something
usually go through
sucks, women
colorblind.
created it, dude.
Women don't usually have that. That only males really have
Traffic, women
colorblindness.
created that. Taxes, women created taxes. Fucking
Hey, what is it?
Let's just go beat the women down. Who cares? Let's just go punch a woman in the face. How dare she do
So what,
this?
you think we're gonna take accountability, dude? That's the whole point of y'all
How
being
dare
here.
you seek accountability? How dare you? Even though males
Is
are
that
the
what that's called?
biggest people
Delete
that
the
have
folder?
color blindness, women don't have that. I don't know.
Men, we're
Men are
killing all the
literally
stats, dude.
men literally have more medical conditions than women. And that's proven that because they're always doing some stupid shit.
No, because we have to deal with you guys and fucking it's the silent killer.
Oh, that's what it is, huh?
Yeah, listening to a woman's story fucking takes 8 years off your life.
I've literally been listening. I've literally
You
been
hear
listening
3
to Josh
stories,
talk
you're
about a
dead in a
cue
month,
ball
bro.
for 30 minutes. Talking about a damn ball for 30 minutes.
That's funny.
You think somebody's suffering here? It's me.
No, I think actually, no, I wouldn't trade though. I think I would prefer to be a man, but yeah, we do have more health complications, and I'm half joking, but I half think it's like, you ever seen a married man, dude? He's getting beat down daily. The laundry.
Well, that's whoa. That's in a bad marriage. That's not in a good marriage.
How dare
Is it
you?
though,
How
James?
dare you?
That's
disrespect
every marriage,
That can
James.
be- that can
James,
be
you
good
don't know what the
marriages.
hell
What
you're
are you
talking
talking
about.
about?
James is the only man on
are you
here
talking
that
about?
Every
is.
marriage.
Just go ask married guys, like, are you loving every day of
James
your
is
life?
the
Like when
only
you go home?
guy. James is the only guy that wants to be married so bad, but don't want to talk to girls.
Dude, once you get married, you're gonna start loving being at work.
I
Right,
love
you're
being
gonna sit in
free.
your car for an hour in the driveway, like, fuck.
And then, you
Come
know we're gonna
on,
ask.
man.
You know we're gonna ask what you doing out there.
My dad don't love being at work, and he's a married man. So.
You are never
Does he
gonna
love
be
being at
married,
home?
James, if you don't get out and
He'd
try
rather
to
be
meet
at
a girl.
home
Damn it,
than he's
James.
playing his video games at
Damn it,
home when he comes
James.
home. or watching TV or
Elder
whatever.
Lion came back and talking pop his shit. Go
James,
ahead.
all you had to do is bring up the life expectancy of married people compared to non-married people. That's all you had to do. What are you doing, James? Come on.
Elder Lion be
Get your
coming in with
stats right.
the Elder Lion be
Wait
coming
a
in with
minute,
that
you
heat.
forgot to fill me in. What's the life expectancy?
Yeah, they probably do live longer.
But James, James, I have a question. How do you expect to be married when you don't talk to girls?
Why do you think I don't? Why do you think that I don't talk to women just because I don't approach women?
Okay, approaching women is talking to them. That you have to approach them to talk to them, right?
Not necessarily. You got dating apps and
Well,
things.
you get online. You're an online dater.
And talk on dating apps and then eventually meet.
But you have to approach them eventually, right? But you don't approach women, so how would that happen?
I would go
You
on a
gotta roll
date
up like,
once
hey,
never
shawty,
led
want a
nowhere
thug?
on a dating
You don't
app,
approach 'em.
or I'd go on a date because they ghosted or something.
You don't
You
pay
gotta
for
roll
dates.
up on them like,
You don't pay for dates and you don't approach women. You basically play online, is what you're saying. What are you gonna do? Make a Sims character and get you a little family?
What?
James, what's gonna happen? You gonna build you a Sims character and build you a family? Because it's weird that you don't approach women, but you think you want to be married, and so you just go online and play with girls.
here's what you
gotta
do,
get-
James. You gotta find like a daycare near you, and then you start bringing treats to the daycare.
He gonna have to do something. He gotta get a single mama.
Stop
Like, yeah.
Stop it. Don't
And then
do
the
that.
mom comes by and she sees how compassionate you are. She's single. Say,
Mhm,
hi, I'm
this is
dying.
exactly what he has to do.
Okay,
That's exactly what he has to do.
You recovered that.
That's game. That's game.
What were you
He
thinking,
said,
dude?
I was you
when
recovered.
you talk about bringing candy to daycares, it kind of got a little weird.
Yeah,
He's thinking with the
I
fact that
thought you were
you are
going somewhere
young.
else with that.
Yeah,
You
with
know,
a white
load up a
van.
van.
We didn't know what you were doing with that one.
You
Well,
trying
who
to
you
be a
are,
nice
John? He's
mom.
thinking he's gonna go somewhere completely else with that.
But that's what you need to do, James. You need to go to a daycare and go find a single mom that's down on her luck.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you gotta do that. But don't bring candy because people will automatically assume with you.
James shows up
Now
in the
you still have
candy
the
and
Halloween candy grace period, though. You can have candy for like another 2
Do
days, and then
not bring candy to a daycare in a van
it's
and
still
start
about
asking people.
Halloween time. You can slip it past the goalie.
James, don't do that. He's giving you bad game. Do not go there to a daycare with candy. Talking about that's bad. Don't do that. Everybody will assume horrible things of you
Oh man.
because we were literally waiting to hear the rest of the sentence. Yeah, do not woo a woman by bringing her kid candy. I promise you, it's not gonna work out. You're gonna be have a 500-foot what is it called?
Dick.
Trespassing. No, a
Oh.
500-foot
Restraining order.
You restraining order.
Order
You
of
can't.
protection.
Order of protection. You start going to daycares handing out candy, and talk about it's bad. And have you heard about the word of Jesus Christ? He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you messed up.
Oh my gosh. She clearly
You
hasn't
need
been
to.
I thought
paying
James was
attention.
done with Jesus.
Oh yeah,
She
he's a
has not
Jew
been
now. I forgot
paying
he's a Jew.
attention, clearly.
No, I keep
James
forgetting
hates
because he
Jesus.
changes so quick to what he wants to do. First he's Orthodox, then he's Jewish. He's next thing he'll be a Muslim. Who knows?
He might be. He was kind of on the side of a lot of the Muslim arguments.
No, I wasn't on the
bandwagoner.
side. I was just trying to make a point.
He's
Just
a
because I was
bandwagoner.
trying to make a point that Jesus wants to take out unbelievers too, just like Muhammad doesn't make me somehow on Muhammad's side.
Oh, just a little bit.
No, it just makes me
Muhammad went to a daycare.
trying to hold you accountable and
James goes to a daycare.
trying to show you about how it's similar and everything.
But you don't even believe in Jesus.
Because you're the one debating a Muslim, so you're the one that wants to talk about Islam and debate Islam. So I'm just showing you how he could come back with that.
James is gonna be Muslim next week.
I see you.
I can't
You're the
keep
one
up with
debating
James.
Muslim.
He get a new book and start becoming that. Next thing he'll want to be
Muslim, as
a
you call it, a Muslim.
whatever you
Muslim.
want to call it.
He's a big little baby, dude. Damn.
He done switched up so much. It's crazy.
The whole
He didn't like
show
anything
was
that y'all
supposed to be
do.
about you debating this Islamic person, so that's the whole point of this show.
James, you get in there and be the
The
best
subject of the
Jew you can
show.
be. Is it rude to call a Jewish person a Jew?
Call a Jewish person a Jew?
Yeah. Is that
I
like?
don't care. I don't care if I get bodied as long as I get to drop the whatever the go date your homework line. that's my whole purpose. But I will
just
try to.
Just don't insult Muhammad.
Men are very simplistic. He
I
just wants to drop a joke.
I have to. Well, I have to go to the morality of Jesus versus the morality of Muhammad, and that's what I gotta go to.
Well, just try not to be too overly insulting. He may not take that too
I
well.
see you got a new headset, Jess.
You definitely won't take that too well.
I don't really care how he takes it.
Jess don't give a fuck about nothing.
You're gonna take it from behind, dude. Whether you want it or not.
I really don't care how he takes it. He's about to take it how I give it.
Oh, bam.
And that's hard.
Period.
Long, hard, and
oh god.
I didn't say
Please
long.
don't
I
get to
said
them.
hard.
No Vaseline. Just horrible.
Vaseline won't be needed, dude. After I whisper a couple sweet nothings.
Bitch, you can't even respond to me because a goat ate your homework.
He can't wait to use that line. Men are simplistic. He just can't wait to bother somebody with that line.
Yeah, dude, men are simple. That rules. Being simple is fucking sick.
Oh no, the complexity is gratification in itself, I would think. But simplistic is fun. All you gotta do is feed your man and just let him sit there with a Rubik's cube. He'll
Dude,
try to figure it out.
I'm gonna show up as Juicy. I'm gonna show up as Juicy Stage Trap and be like, Jared, I heard that Muhammad had sex with a little girl and he had a bunch of wives. Why they keep ending up dying? And you want to kill people. You want to kill
James, you're gonna get punched in the face.
You want to kill the
James.
apostate, the non-believer?
James, do not be his cameraman. You're gonna end up getting punched because you're the most punchable person around. Do not go around with Jazz with that camera.
No, we got to do it, James. We got to.
James, fear for your life.
We got to go walk around on the strip. I want to do 2 videos. I want to do daytime.
Well, we're not talking about Islam.
No.
He's setting you up for failure.
No, I just want to do daytime man on the street video and then nighttime before Friday night before we.
I don't think we're gonna find a lot of.
Josh is going to say anything to get a reaction.
It's not about Muslims. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about.
He will though.
I want to do a man on the street video, and then at some point I want you to take the mic. You don't have to. I'm not gonna force you to do it. But I would appreciate it if, bro. It's not a big thing. We'll go out there and I'll say, hey, just hold the camera and let's try to get some interviews. And
JS,
whatever. If you don't,
Sunday we can get some Jews.
Oh,
I got Jewish community.
It's not about Jews or Muslims or any of that stuff.
No,
it's just man on the street. It's just talking to people and just be like, hey, what do you think What do you think about this? And
he's going to say bad things. James, you will be getting punched in the face. Please, James.
Not. James is not going to get punched in the face.
They're literally going to walk past your ass and punch you in the face.
No,
because you have a punchable face.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, because he's going to say everything that he just said he's not going to say. He's going to say it and get a kick out of it.
But they're not going to do shit.
They're going to punch James.
I'm gonna walk up to the hottest girl on the strip and I'm be like, hey, we got an interview question. You want to do an interview? Let's go. You doing an interview now? Oh, you don't want to do an interview? Well, you doing an interview now, bitch.
I would say, get away from me, pervert. That's what I'd say, and I'll punch James in the face.
Why would I be the one getting punched?
Because you look punchable.
Look, James, I'm gonna teach you some tricks. I'm gonna teach you some tricks. We're gonna be walking around the hottest girl on the strip, and we'll be walking by, and I'll say, "Hey, you drop your smile," and when she turns around and says, "What?" and then she laughs, and I say, "Oh, you found it. What's your name?" Oh, we'll do some pickup artists. You want to do some pickup artist stuff?
Other
Ain't
line
nobody
coming with
leaving
that
that
heat.
damn motel room, James. I told you. I warned you. You see that baby oil next on the bedstand? Don't do it. Get out
Don't
of
do
there.
it.
He asks you. If he says, "Hey, my shoulder's tensed up," don't do it.
Make sure you have an extra room, James, because they already said they're gonna leave you in the hallway.
Oh gosh.
No.
Lord Jesus.
Is
Do
Maryland
not
even
do that.
going? Like,
Who?
If Maryland
Maryland.
goes, she's gonna make a lot of pit stops. If that's like quadruple dipping, I wouldn't even. Like,
Yeah. There's a
I
lot
like
of.
Maryland, but I don't think that you should be involved in that train.
I don't think she'll be there.
I don't think
she's
she got a
actually
ticket either.
going.
I think
just
she's been
talking it up.
bullshitting the whole
I
time.
been said that. I said that the first debate. Said that was a lie.
Yeah, I've said that. The whole, yeah.
Yeah, no. She just likes to be on the internet and tell people to take their pants off. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, she's just one of those women that like to sit online on panels and just get attention by saying some crazy shit, you know?
Yeah, but I do like Marilyn. She's very simple herself, but I like
I mean, yeah, those kind of women are everywhere.
that. They are. That they are.
Mhm. Yeah, they are.
They are. And you
That
can't
they
stop
are.
them either.
That they are.
They are.
It's like you're just saying the same thing over and over.
No,
That they are. That they are. That
I
they
don't want to say nothing bad about her because she seems like a decent lady, but
are.
I don't think this is a panel for doing what she does.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, girl, you getting girl, they do not like this type of talk.
There's a lot of women who sit on panel. Never mind. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, I know what they do.
Yeah.
I come to debate.
Yeah. You going to debate?
I come
I mean,
to
like a lot of
debate.
women also try to come up and on panels and try to justify the life they live as if it's moral. When it's
I
not.
do that a little bit. I don't justify it.
Oh, wow, whoa. Oh, you do that? Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't justify it though. I literally say I do what I want. I don't justify it.
That's
I didn't say it.
justifying
do what I want.
I never
That's
tell people to do
justifying
what
it
I
by
do.
saying I do what I want. That's justifying.
No, I just have no shame.
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 Well, even if you don't have shame, you're still justifying it by saying you're just doing what you want.
I don't think
I
a
highly
lot.
doubt you have no shame.
I don't know if you. I don't know if y'all.
James, you don't know me very well.
You might have
I highly doubt
misperceived
you
what I
have
was
no
how
shame.
I would have ended that sentence, but
You may have gotten good at hiding or suppressing your shame, I should say, but I highly doubt you have no shame.
Look, I don't advocate any young lady to get into the industry I'm in because if you're not built for it, you don't do it. And it's a lot of you have to be a very mentally strong person to do what I do. I mean, JS has done what I've done, and you have to be mentally strong to do what I've done, or you'll just suck and you'll just give up and you take $75.
No,
I don't think anyone has the mental capacity to do this. I think it slowly destroys and frays the soul to the point where you don't even you don't even feel anything anymore.
You might.
That's been proven out. That's been proven out by a
You
lot
might.
of shit.
You might because it's a very tiresome job.
Nobody. It's not a tiresome job. It's a complete and total
Oh, it is.
degenerate. It's completely and totally degenerate.
tiresome.
It destroys yourself. You
No.
don't have anything left.
It depends on how you view it.
I kind of
Depends on how you view it.
Well, I don't respect none of them, but there's also like the pick me woman who jumps up on the panels and so I don't respect any of them. So
No, I give a little bit of respect.
I'm not talking about you, Kat. I'm just saying.
I know what you're talking about.
I see both sides. I see the pick me women and the women who are openly just hoes online, and I don't respect none of you.
Well, let me tell you something. I think some of them give us a bad name, but
I respect all women.
I don't respect nothing.
I don't
respect
I
none
respect
of you.
very few. I respect very few people. in
Women are
general.
superheroes.
Oh, thank you. I
Respect
don't
is
think
earned, not given.
Yep.
Well, I've earned
Cat said
mine.
thank you like I'm being serious, dude.
Watch, James. After this weekend,
I know you're not being serious. We're both
after
doing
this
sarcasm.
weekend, you'll be saying,
"Oh,
JS is a cool dude in person, and he's a real
James.
one." So you'll find out.
James.
Freddie knows I'm a real one. I
I feel like Jess would be fun to hang out with, but James, you will get punched in the face if you do what Jess does. I promise you. If you sitting there, you're gonna catch strays. I promise you. You just have this energy that people will punch you. Don't do that. JS, he's not punchable. He kind of seems like it's just different. He has a different aura. James, person will punch on you.
Person will punch on me.
Yes, they will. They'll just do it out of pure you could be talking about McDonald's, so they just punch you right in the face.
If anybody tries to punch James, I'm gonna beat their ass.
Yeah, I hope you do, because you're gonna have to do a lot of. Hey, look, your back gonna hurt after you get done with this. Oh, James, Lord Jesus, please don't get out
Rent it up
there
in
and.
the motel room, James. Don't do it.
Mm.
Oh
So that's bad. And you not to do that. They already got you out in the hallway, James. You need to figure out how you're gonna get your own room.
No, he can stay in my room. There's not gonna be.
Look. You're already halfway in the door, but outside the door as well. He don't even know where you gonna be sleeping.
Won't be surprised if you wake up and JS is big spooning you.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be the little
Even if you're
spoon.
sleeping on the couch.
JS has been known to big spoon his boys when they fall asleep.
JS seems like a person that will leave you outside in the street because he's too busy at DebateCon or doing something with some girl. You need
No,
to
if
figure out
if I'm
I
doing
don't think
something and you're like,
so.
"Oh, JS, I need the room key," and I'm like, "Well, hang out, go find something to do."
You see? He already said it. He's already saying, like, you can't go to the room, but you can go walk around and look stupid.
No,
Yeah, but that's not a bad friend. It'd be a bad friend to try to come up in the room when your boy's about to get himself a piece of ass, dude. You gotta go
But you
find
have
something to do.
James with you. You have James with you. You know he needs help.
You got a wingman out.
Nah.
No, but
You should be stopping that, James.
if
You
he
need to
shows
warn
up
him there with the damn
Friday,
Bible.
if I get there Thursday night and Friday I'm out doing stuff and he shows up and he's like, "JS, where are you? I need to get in the room." I'm gonna be like, "I'm not at the room, so come
Find something
find
to do.
me. Here's where I am, or find something to do." But yeah,
And you know that's going to be difficult
Bro,
for
you
him.
could easily leave a key at the front desk.
He could,
Hey,
but
my
he's
buddy
not.
James.
I said that too, but he's not.
Okay, if
No,
I can
that's
do
what
that,
you
I'll
could do.
if I
Just
can do
when you
that, I'll
check
do
in,
that.
leave a note. James is welcome.
I already said
James.
that. I said put him on the list, and he refused to do that.
Key for James, but then they're gonna think I'm gay at the front desk.
Everybody thinks you're gay. You're running around with James.
Pulling up. That's not a gay thing. Sometimes you need a hotel.
If I'm like,
he knows.
if I'm
He
like,
knows he can do that. I already said
"Hey,
that. And
front
he's
desk
just
lady,
not doing that.
when my boy James shows up, let him get a key." Nah.
Yeah. That's what a good friend does, but he already got it to where he's going to be your ruler for a while. You know he like to be dominant.
I lived in hotels for like 3 years. I'm a
So you know you can leave him. You know you can leave him as on the list, so that he has somewhere to be.
I know how hotels work.
Oh, you do.
When
Dude,
you
I
live at a
love
hotel,
hotels.
that's not a sort of hotel that keeps a list. You just walk to the door and knock.
No, you can leave. No, you can literally go to the clerk, whatever you
Not
want
at a
to call her.
hotel you live in, dude.
Yes, you can.
No, he's talking about a goddamn, little
He
rinky-dink
ain't
hotel,
living in
little
it.
door to
No,
the
I've
extra.
stayed in nice hotels too. I lived in.
You lived in nice ones? How the fuck you afford that?
When
We all think you're
when I
impoverished.
did door-to-door sales, I stayed in hotels for 3 years straight, and we stayed in some nice
Nice
hotels. Yeah, we stayed in some nice hotels.
Yeah, weekly.
Man, I'm picturing some
There's
little
weeklies.
fugazi.
Usually,
I like a fugazi hotel.
usually, I'd say 80% of the time it was a rinky-dink. and
Daisy Hotel.
maybe
I like
10% of the
rinky-dink,
time it was
honestly.
like a mid-level. But
James,
there's
what are you
like
gonna
10%
do?
of the time we stayed in some nice hotels. We had top roofs, top floors of the hotels rented out for conferences and stuff. So
James, what are you gonna do when Jazz is busy doing a debate or talking to girls and you just sitting there and he says go do something? What are you gonna do? You gonna walk around and
I
speak the
don't
word?
think there's going to be a lot of girls there.
I
If I
think
know
there
what
is.
I'm gonna do, I guess I'll just figure
Oh,
out
there's
something to
gonna be
do. Go
girls
around
because
Nashville. I don't
there's
know.
gonna be girls because
You don't
every
know.
girl
They're
can't
They're
get in a
going to
debate.
a fucking debate convention. There's
I
going
know
to be
there's
like
gonna be
5
girls.
girls there.
There's
What
gonna
the
be like
fuck are you talking about?
Girls
Yeah, I
love
don't,
to debate.
I
Girls
don't
are
think it's going to be
coming.
like a pussy convention, you know?
No, I'm just saying girls love to debate. They're gonna go there and lose. They're gonna be there. There will be
I
girls.
mean, love to
I don't
debate.
think
That's
so. I don't think so. There might be like
There's
3
gonna be
girls.
fat white women sitting there trying to know it all and don't know nothing.
They're
Well,
gonna know how this wiener tastes. Ain't that
They gonna know
right?
James though. James gonna get the
Can we
most play
just
to be
shut
real.
up about debate con? Just move
Girls,
on to
hey,
another
look,
damn
I could
subject.
talk about
no.
debate con. You shut up, Donnie.
Well, you gotta be excited, dude. This is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, but Kat keeps going on about like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do when you're outside and you
Like,
ain't
it's
got
a
no room?
debate
He's literally
con.
telling you that.
Where is this
Like
at? Where is this con at?
Nashville.
in
Yeah, you can
Nashville.
fucking just walk around in Nashville the month it's gonna
Yeah.
be, and it'll be. You can just fucking walk around Nashville. It's a beautiful city. There's a lot of shit to
That's what
see.
I'm saying.
got a lot
But
That's
it's
what I'm
to
saying.
offer, yeah.
The
It's
ladies is
safe.
going to
At
be
least it felt safe.
the ladies is
But
going to
it's
be
James.
Friday and Saturday night. I want to
There's a lot that I could
like
probably do. Walk
I
through
want
the
to
museum.
go out and do some like man on the street stuff. I want to like
I really think that James is gonna get way more play than Jazz because there is gonna be just up his alley of girls. I think he's gonna do just fine.
eh, I'm a southern
He's gonna,
boy. You don't yeah, I don't think
Yeah, but you're not that
Mhm.
kind of southern though. Like
You ain't southern
He's
like
a Florida
him.
boy. I told you, boy. I
there's
told
a difference
everybody. I
between
told you, boy.
Virginia Southern and Florida Southern.
Yeah, Florida's as real as it gets, dude.
There's a difference. It's a distinct difference.
Oh, he said he said he got you over a barrel.
You want to
I'll
you
probably
How
not
about that would be a good
I'll
video.
probably dress up cowboyish.
That'd be a good video. Who can get more numbers, me or James?
I think James is gonna do. I think James is gonna do good because
So
all
I think
he's
me dressing up
adorable.
like a cowboy is gonna get me more numbers than
You
you
think?
dressing
Okay,
up.
you dress up
I
like a
think he.
cowboy, and I'll dress up like
Because
how I
just saying.
dress.
I think that I put my money on James for sure. We should take a poll. We should take a bet. I mean,
That's
I think
cowboy country right there. That's country music city.
in Nashville. He could do good in Nashville. Don't play with him. He's a country boy.
Oh
Don't
Lord.
X him out. He might be kicking you out the room.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. I could see him with a couple fat greasy
If
girls.
James procures some cowgirl, I'll leave the room.
I can see that happening.
You have to, bro.
He's
That's
adorable.
wingman shit. You got to get up out of there if your boy got a piece of ass. That's
But
man.
Jazz isn't gonna allow that. Jazz is gonna hate. He's a hater.
Look. I don't have sex with them until we're in a relationship. Like we're like
James.
married.
James.
What?
He acts like he's
James.
ever dealt with this situation before.
He's never been involved in any of this, and he's literally talking about, I don't have sex. You ain't never had sex ever. Cut it out. You've held hands. It's fine.
But he's right.
I love holding a lady's hand, dude. Oh,
Yeah,
the
he's gonna be
little
holding a lot of
soft
hands.
hand. Cause I got some bear paws on me.
And then James is worth value because he has never been tarnished or some nasty little girl with no shoes on is gonna talk to him. Little
Ooh,
hick
Dude,
self.
that's a video right
You
there.
gonna lick them dirty
James,
toes,
man on the
James?
street. What do you think about a virgin man? Dude,
James, you don't have to
He's gonna
sleep
get
with
so
them.
much play.
James, you don't have to sleep with
No,
them
we're
before you
not
get in a
gonna get him.
relationship.
We're
Just
not gonna
lick in
allow
between their
this.
toes and shit. Suck the big toe. Look,
Yeah, don't do that. What he's doing, but
you don't have to be in
he's
a
something
relationship
similar.
for that. lick the
Yeah,
bottom of that thing.
get you a dirty foot girl walking around free, a hippie. She gonna love that. She gonna hear you a
You treat
virgin,
that
and
foot.
everybody's
Treat
gonna
that
want to
foot like
be.
Fat Joe. Like Fat Joe just bought a new
We're
pair of damn
not
Air Forces.
trying to defile James.
Oh,
Okay.
the women
That's not
will try to defile
defiling,
James.
dude.
But it would be a funny video, like
That's cleaning a lady's feet with your tongue. That's literally biblical shit. That's not anything.
I'm about
That's
to
all
get my
above
feet
that
board.
is not biblical. What do you what Bible
I
verse
don't
is
know
that?
which verse
You
is
don't
that.
clean a
You clean
woman's
your feet
feet?
with your hands.
Uh,
Scratch my paint is
Even
my type
that,
of
bro.
dance.
That's
That's
New
romantic as
Testament, not
shit,
no,
James.
necessarily
You
Tanakh.
bust out a little
Ruth
lavender on shouty feet, get the rubbing down. Ooh.
Hey, look, I'm
Ruth
switching from
slept at
Goon. I'm
Boaz's
switching from
feet.
Goon. I'm with Scratch My Paint. He got it. He got it.
Wait a minute. Someone cleaned their feet in the Tanakh.
James, you're out of your
I'm
element.
saying
Clean
you're
someone's
cleaning
feet
someone's feet in
in the
Tennessee,
Tanakh.
bro, and she gonna give you the numbers. She gonna give you the whole kit and
When did that
caboodle.
happen?
Golly, James is gonna be literally a walking billboard because as soon as they find out he's a virgin, oh my God.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
They coming for you, James.
And the beauty of it, James, is they are whatever you make them believe you are. Like that's what you are. Just you know. Yeah, I
Yeah, he's
run a
gonna
little
tell him that
company out
first thing he's
of
gonna say is he's
Virginia.
a virgin.
We
It
ship
is
phone
And
cases.
it is
women
true.
are
Like
no good.
I could just go down to like a local bar and I could just tell them I'm
You can
from
fake the
Florida.
funk,
I'm
bro.
only here for the weekend and yeah, like man.
Anybody with two eyes would never talk to Jess. I don't know why they would, because I ain't getting no money out of it. I'm barely getting a drink, or I'm
Why?
buying him a
JS
drink
isn't a bad looking guy. What the fuck are you saying here?
because he doesn't have nothing. He's
She's trying to
literally,
He cleans up nice. He smells
he
good.
ain't
He
buying no
smells
girl a
good.
drink. He ain't buying no girl a drink. He ain't doing
even
I've
when
none
I
of
never
had
that.
bought a girl a drink.
He's a
even when I
douchebag.
had dreadlocks I smelled good.
He's a douche,
Or
though.
actually, I've only bought girls a drink that I'm not trying to sleep with.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm picking James because that's bad.
Not that I'm not trying to
Lying.
sleep
You
with
also
I
ladies.
would
lying.
never. That's like going to JS. Why would you go to JS when you know you're not getting a drink? You're gonna be dehydrated. You're not gonna have no food, and
You
you
realize that
literally
alcohol
better
doesn't even
figure out.
hydrate you, right?
You better figure out where. I didn't say that, but you better figure out where you gonna go tonight. Messing with JS. That's like a one pump. That's like a 30-minute date. He got his issue, but the woman, she got to go home. She got to do the walk of shame. Why would you do that with JS? But women are stupid and they will do that for whatever reason. Hell no.
So what did
Nothing stupid about
JS
having fun, dude. Having fun
JS piss
is
you off or
He ain't no
something? So now you're
fun. He
coping.
ain't no fun. That motherfucker's gonna come give you trauma.
She lying.
He gonna give
yeah.
you
How do you
trauma.
know this, dude? Why you dogging my
You can
boy
tell.
like
You can
that?
tell by his douchebag shirt.
He's
You can
showing the
tell by.
gun, bro. What the fuck? The guy's jacked. He can't
Okay.
show his arms.
He can do it. You want to date this nigga? You want to date him?
You would.
No,
You checking him out? What are you doing? Yeah, you
we didn't. We're
shut
not
your
talking
filthy
about dating.
mouth.
We're
What's
talking
the
about fucking.
prompt? There's no prompt at this point.
We ain't talking about dating, bro. We talking about
You talking about getting
bumping
You
laid?
do
nasty.
realize Job is JS's brother, right? And plus, Job's not gay, right? Like you do
James
realize that.
is.
I'm not
We
gay. I
all know
wish I
he's not
was
gay. We
though.
know Scratch My Paint isn't gay. We know he's a freak body. But you
I
over
wish I
there,
was gay.
James. Yeah, no. Scratch My Paint is a freak body.
We're not trying to get James laid. Okay.
Oh well, take him to Nashville with them girls that don't wear
But
no
no,
shoes.
but for on all seriousness, it would be fun to do a man on the street. I do a man on the street with James holding the camera, and then we switch, and he does a man on. I think it would be
Yeah, you
funny.
need to put him on the street mainly because I'm telling you, he gonna go
Even
viral.
look, James. All we do is I think it'd be funny to see you do like dating and just see you like whatever if you don't want to do it,
People watch. I
whatever.
literally was people watching the other
You're not
day.
obligated to none of this. I'm just thinking
You
of ideas.
are
I'm
gonna
just
do it, James,
spitballing
because
ideas.
you
And
are.
Yeah.
You will do it. Get James out
It
there
would
to
be
see how
funny.
socially awkward he is, and then it's fine. I
Yeah, but
literally go on in panels and watch people be socially awkward. It'll be cool to see how he tries to get
it would
a wife.
also break him. Well, he's just through going on panels. He's come out of a lot of that awkwardness. So
Oh,
Yeah,
but
but you
it'll
don't
be so
understand.
fun.
You don't understand. Like I'm awkward at first whenever I do something, but then like I'll get over it after I do it enough and I
yeah,
repeat
No,
it
I
enough.
look. I
yeah.
watch
Like
this.
that first
Look,
man on the street, I'm gonna be super awkward.
No,
It's
and I promise
it's gonna
if I
it's
put
gonna
that
take me
microphone in
like
your hand
a
and
couple
I'm holding the
times doing
camera
something
and
like that before I'd ever get over the awkwardness.
James can go
I'm like
viral.
James, hey, these hot chicks are walking up. Ask them about dating in the modern age.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you would take to it like a fish out of water. You just be like,
you do it.
you'd
You
be
gonna
like,
take a
hey,
fish out
hey,
of water?
ladies, dude,
Oh my man.
it would be
Oh
epic,
God.
Yeah, I
dude.
would. Especially when
But
you're
I
talking about
mean,
like hot chicks.
but
Yeah, hot
look.
chicks,
You said
I've
hot chicks, like
hot
They
chicks.
don't got
I'll
many of
get
those
you
in Nashville. They
distracted
got
by
a
their
couple.
hotness.
No, we
They
picked
got
the
some.
They got
hottest chicks.
James Speed.
We picked
They
the
got James.
hottest chicks on the strip, and James
They got
walks
some
up to him
big
and he's
ones
like,
down there in
"Hey,
Nashville.
ladies, what do you think
That's what I
about
need.
dating in the modern day era?
And don't you want to be married? Don't you want to be
No,
married?
what do you think about marriage? You're not
On
trying to
the
find
first
a
date, are y'all going
On the
Dutch?
first
dude.
date,
Oh my god, it would be epic,
you
dude.
have to get him
What
on
do you think about
camera.
going Dutch on the first date, ladies?
Oh, that's
Oh, you don't like
exactly
Yes,
that?
what.
Well,
yeah. You splitting the
You know
tab? You
what?
splitting the tab, ladies?
Oh
Dude,
God.
oh, it would be
Have
so
James do
good.
that shit. I'm gonna be all
ladies,
over it.
if your man leaves a lousy tip on the table, what do you think about that? Your young Dr. Phil out there on a strim meet, bro.
That's
About to
bad.
meet you a little bar, bro.
Dude, that would
Yeah,
be
he reminds me
awesome.
of Mr. Mackey. Mr. Mackey is him. He just
Oh,
get
let's
out
He's
go
there
got
look
that
up.
little
with that
southern
bad.
We'll go
drawl,
some
bro.
like.
People love that shit in Nashville. Come on.
Yeah, he gonna
No,
get
what you need
played.
to do, what you need to do is you need to get a whole bunch of quotes from Myron Gaines and just give them to James as
Oh,
he's
don't
talking to
give
women.
James. James, you gonna get punched in the face listening to him line.
Dude, it'd be so
No,
funny. Nobody's gonna get
If
punched, but
if he tries to be Marlon Gaines, oh, you're gonna get punched in the face.
no,
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
don't
do
ladies
do
like
that.
that.
Marlon Gaines.
Myron,
Don't do it,
Myron.
Myron.
I'll
The
say,
ladies
Myron.
like
I'll
Myron
say
Gaines.
worse than
No,
Myron
Myron
Gaines
Gaines. I
to
think
him,
he's
but
from. Isn't he from Fresh and Fit?
Yes, he's one of the fresh and fits. He's
Yeah.
what,
Oh,
fresh?
I was offered to go on
No,
that
he's
panel.
fit. No, he's
You
fit.
know,
Myron Gaines is fit.
I got offered to
Fresh
go on
is
that panel, and they wanted me to come on there, and I said, absolutely not. You are not finna drag me. I don't know why girls go on there to get their face pushed in the dirt.
Oh,
Crazy.
Fresh is
so they're
named
advertising.
Gerald or
clout.
Walter. Walter's his name.
Clout
I
is why they
ain't.
go
I
on the
don't go
show.
on there.
It's like why the girls go on whatever clout. That's
I
exactly
don't
why they
go
go on.
on to those
Well, no,
panels.
the women that go on whatever do it because they think they're smart. The people that
Yeah,
go
they
on
think
Myron
they're
Gaines
smart.
podcast, they do it to advertise their
You
OnlyFans
go
to a
on
bunch
there
of
with
And
that.
degenerate, godless
you'd be
atheists.
surprised, James, if you have like a you look somewhat professional. You have a camera, you have a phone in a gimbal, and you have somebody standing there recording you, and you have a microphone in your hand, dude. Everybody wants to get
It's
on
gonna
the
be
camera.
around you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Especially
because they
girls.
want that clout.
Especially
yeah,
girls.
it's
They're gonna
yeah.
want to sit there
Want
and
that
drunk.
clout.
Because the first couple times I went to protests, I was like, oh, I don't know how to approach them and stuff. No,
They're gonna approach you.
you just walk up in there.
Mhm.
You have a MAGA hat on, you have a camera, you have a microphone in your hand, they approach you. Like
They approach you. If you have a microphone, they approach you.
yeah. They want everybody
It's so
wants that viral
horrible.
moment. And so
It's so
Just
horrible.
that one moment that I went viral on that said channel.
yeah.
And
I
Hey,
think
I
I
got
think it would be so funny if you were there with a microphone and you're like, "What do you think,
man.
ladies, about dating in the modern day?"
And
Dude,
marriage.
that'd be so
That's good. Yeah, I want to hear James. I think he'd go viral doing that.
Ladies, what is your opinion on cum dodgers? It's been said they're
Uh-uh.
sweeping the nation. They say they'll take one on the chin, and when you try to put it there, they're all moving out of the way. What's your thoughts on that?
I can't wait to hear them say some religious stuff. And James said, "Well, I'm Jewish." I can't wait to hear that. I think he needs to be put on the front. He need to be.
I bet they're trying to tell me there's a
JS is
wonderful
good.
Jewish community here.
That would be
Nashville,
funny
and I'm
too.
like, I know
Is
about this
Jesus
Jewish
your Lord and
community in
Savior?
Nashville.
And they say yes, and you're
I'm
like, well, I'm
Jewish. There's Jewish
Jewish.
communities in Nashville, man.
I'm telling you, some dumb dinky girls are gonna walk over there and set themselves up for failure.
Oh my
And I'm
god,
here for it.
we could
I
do
am
so
here for
much
it.
with this. We could.
Mhm.
Oh man.
That's why I didn't go on Fresh and Fit. You ain't finna put me on there to make me look stupid. I do that just good enough. Hey, baby.
Well, you do that good enough without.
Hey, James, we would be.
No, James, finish that. Finish that, James.
I gotta put y'all.
Well, you do that good enough without having to get on camera or having to be on a show.
We would be
True
cracking
face.
up. I think me and you would be cracking up just talking about what we're gonna do next.
Don't start with this bullshit,
on the
y'all.
corner, and then we could take turns and be like, "You hold the camera, okay? I'm gonna say this," and then and
Nah,
with
it'll
me,
be
it's gonna
James
be more
Day.
natural. It's gonna be like, you know, a thing.
I just want to
But
see.
with you, it'd be it'd be so funny, dude.
I just want to see James walk up to somebody and say, or ask them, "Why are women so damn retarded?" I just want to see something like that.
The finest chick on the street. We find the hottest chick, and James just walks up to her and he's like, "Hey, woman. Hey,
Oh God. He's
Hey,
gonna get punched in
woman.
the face.
hey, bitch.
Hey, you woman there, stop it. I have a
Mhm.
question for you, woman.
Hey,
He's gonna
woman,
get
I have
beat
a
up by a
question.
dyke.
What do you think?" Dude, oh
Walk
my
up to one of
god.
them and say, "Why are women such damn whores?"
He's gonna get beat up by a dyke. Don't do that.
A dyke? Oh, that's those chicks
I'm
that
telling
marry
you, a
dudes
woman can easily
but
take you,
not
James.
even to have kids. Like, I don't understand why people get married if they're not even gonna have kids. Well,
You
what's
say
the
that
point
to
of getting married if you're not gonna have a
you are
kid?
gonna
Like,
look. Let me tell you something. JS
There's
can hold his
financial
own.
incentive, dude. There's all kinds of shit.
well, no, you can get that financial incentive absent marriage.
JS can
No,
hold his
there's a lot
own.
of
You're gonna get
entitlements that
punched.
only married couples get.
No, you can get all those entitlements absent marriage,
You
apparently,
need to
from what
do
I've heard.
what
But
you need to
What the hell did I click
you have to go
into?
through more paperwork though.
Grid one's in the chat. We're trying to think of
That's-
man on the street stuff that James could do. Dude,
Yeah, while we're in Nashville.
we're
Oh
in
my
Nashville. We're walking down the strip.
horrible
We
men.
find the hottest chick on the strip, and James just walks up to her and
I'm
he's
watching.
like,
I'm literally. I do this
"Hey,
every week.
woman, I got a question for you. What do you think about
They
dating
just
in the
they're
modern
fine.
day?" She's like, "I'm
They're
married."
basically about to put.
Hey,
They're basically.
James. As soon as she says
with
I'm married, be like,
James
"Well, you got another hand.
and
How
have
about a
him in
ring
there.
on that finger?"
They're about to have James act a fool.
Hey, are you
This
trying to
is
get
like.
me?
Hey,
Are
this
you
is
trying to get
young.
me killed?
No, I'm gonna teach you all the
James is
pickup
gonna get
lines.
punched
Murdered,
for
I should
sure.
say, because someone's gonna intentionally kill me.
I want to see you. I want to see you go up to the hottest chick on the strip and be like, "You like chicken? Grab a wing."
Nice shoes.
You like
Nice
chicken? Here's
shoes.
a
You want to
cock.
fuck?
I like that BBL. Oh, it's natural. Let me try it out for taste,
No, I
there,
was
lady.
saying you can insult their intelligence. Don't do all that degenerate shit.
He always talking about something degenerate. Get a little degenerate, James. Get a little bit.
Yeah, get a
your
little
feet wet.
degenerate.
Insult their intelligence.
Yeah, Adeline always trying to tell somebody don't be a
Let's insult their
degenerate. Get your feet wet.
intelligence. That'd go over very well.
Oh my
Be
god,
a,
I can already picture it
be a
now.
douche.
I'm liable to get slapped for insulting their intelligence.
Women
Yeah,
love an
that's
asshole.
degenerate too, to insult somebody's intelligence, a total stranger.
Nah.
Don't listen to Elderline. He a look. Have a
You
little
don't
bit of
gotta
fun. Get a little
insult
loose.
them, but yeah.
This is
I love this
James's
DJ.
Discord
All right,
grid.
James.
Insult.
And I
Oh
don't go
my
to
Do you
god.
church.
drink, James? James, do you
Because
drink?
also I assume James is like approachable. So if James walks up to a super hot woman on the strip and he's like, "Hey, what do you think about dating in the modern era?" or something like that, like she's more likely to talk to
They're
him.
getting ready for a debate call.
Oh, it'd be so funny.
That is funny. But James is gonna get a lot of prospects because he's just him. And he really believes in what he believes. Well, you don't know what he believes in, but he believes. And I feel like you should be a degenerate, James, just a little bit.
No, because I don't believe in that.
Okay, I don't believe in that. All right.
I don't believe that's correct etiquette for society. Society should not be like that.
Okay, you go tell them that, James.
Good job.
Get your feet a little wet.
That's the downfall of society when we're degenerate. Rome proved that. I mean,
well, I'm
I was
wondering
back to Rome when
how
I
it
think
is.
about degeneracy and just how
I'm wondering how
degenerate
it is
Rome
that
was.
you're gonna acquire these females without putting
It's
your
like
feet
a
out
book
there.
selling.
This
When you think
this
about
whole
Rome,
stream we were trying to focus on Muslim arguments, Muslim and Christian morality, because that's what Daniel Haikikachu is going to be doing in the 5v1. And so, but none of the earlier none of the Muslims could come on stream, but that's what I was
He
trying to.
could. It's just Muslims don't like being the only Muslim in a group. They like being in a group of like 5 or 6, so they can just overtalk you and spurg out.
I would have done it one on. I would have taken everybody down and just done. But none of them came on. So I mean, I know Machine Lies. He would be down. I should have talked to him beforehand. But the whole thing is, I said I don't want to do Muslim debates until I've read the whole Quran, and now I'm signed up to do a Muslim debate. And
why'd you sign up? No,
because it's an opportunity.
yeah, but they didn't have opportunities where you could take something other than the Muslim debate.
I signed up for both of them. I signed up for the Planet Peterson one and the Haikikachu one. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it where I can get it.
Yeah, breathing.
Leviticus 19:29. But yeah, I don't know.
Ladies, if you had to choose one, would you hate the player or would you hate the game?
You gotta hate the player,
game.
not the game.
I would hate the game for sure. Game
Hate the
is
player, not the
told,
game.
not told. I'd hate the game. The game is cold.
Ma'am,
the
you're
game.
very attractive. Do you think that men don't approach you like they used to?
That is rude as hell. That's why he's gonna get punched in his face.
James is not going to get punched in the face.
He gonna ask somebody, hey, "You're cute, but are you sure you ain't getting approached like you used to?" That's an offensive statement.
You ever stay in room 40? Room 40's nuts.
You better stop. James is gonna say something to the wrong person.
Hey, Grid wants in. Grid wants to be added in.
Okay.
But he has to go. Wait, Grid, if you're still listening to the show, you have to go to the join the show staging, and then they'll drag you in. As far as in the Discord, if you're still listening on YouTube.
Yeah, you got to go to the staging room because.
Yeah, we had issues, so had to make a staging room to drag people over from the whole reason it's awkward.
Yeah, I was talking about Grid's event earlier. I thought it said 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., which is only 2 hours. So I guess I read it wrong. ZT Dim was saying I read it wrong. But
I'll be back. I'm gonna go fix me something.
add me in. Just join any of the rooms you can join, and I'll pull you in. But
Who is Grid? Because is that the same dude that I was supposed to go on his panel?
It's the shit I live off.
Yeah. Yes, they were inviting you to go onto his panel to talk to
To try to
Cleaner.
down me, trying to get my little bit of that aura. I get it. Come on, get the button here, boy.
Add me in.
I was surprised Speakeasy was cool with me going on there. He was all nice. He was like, "Oh, here she come." I'm like, "Yeah."
He doesn't. He's not going to restrict people from coming on unless you
Of
do
course,
something.
especially if you get paid off me.
Yeah, but if you do something that is like TOS, then that's why your video is permanently blocked on my
I don't
Discord.
care. You keep telling me that. You done told me that many a times. I don't care. I don't care if
Yeah,
y'all see me or not.
because you accidentally might be wearing a robe that your nipple then
Well,
pops out.
players fuck up too. Who
Yeah,
cares?
and you've done it too many times for it to be a mistake at this
Here
point.
go Ellerline. Here go Ellerline. How you know? Here go Ellerline, always trying to talk about
Listen, dude,
degeneracy
getting
and
to
stuff
see
like
some
that.
titties is never a mistake, dude.
Yeah, she
No,
never
I'm telling you.
accidentally let a nip slip.
That's
You
the
know?
stars aligning, is what that
This
is.
5
Let
or
me tell
6
you
times
something.
in one stream.
It wasn't
Like,
no 6 times. You are exaggerating, Ellerline. Let me tell you
no.
something. I'm a free human. I could literally walk on a nude beach and have
No,
no
it was
issues.
one night she was wearing a robe.
Oh, we know about the story.
And the
Yes,
nip
we know
kept
about the
slipping.
story.
And then it was another night she was wearing a t-shirt with no panties.
But
I'm hashtag free the
but
nip,
to be
dude.
real,
Free the nip.
the square looks hella small. I've never actually opened up the square and seen that you can see the whole room and that other stuff. I don't care. Oh well.
Yeah, you're
Oh well.
saying you got a small box?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're stuffing it. Yeah. That's a joke, Otherline. It's a joke. Nobody cares. I ain't nobody coming for none of y'all. Calm down, Otherline.
It's like that duffel
Oh, here
bag
go
thing
Chuck.
from that one movie. I can't remember. It's a mouthful of words. Imaginary creatures or something. It's a side movie of like
Harry Potter?
of
Chuck, you're out of
Hogwarts.
your element.
Yeah,
What the hell is this?
beasts of imaginary creatures, some shit.
Yep. That dude, he's got like a satchel bag. It's an endless bag. You put whatever in it forever. It
Yeah,
never
Mary
runs out.
Poppins was
That's
the
what happens, huh? Is that what y'all think of women? He's just an endless bag, huh?
Mary Poppins had that first.
Okay. Maybe I should have used Mary Poppins.
Free the nipple. Don't free the nipple.
I don't have to free nothing. Let me
I
tell you
clicked the
something.
link, but the chat is locked. Yeah, you gotta I see you joined. Okay, there we go. Cool. Here's Grid.
Hey, Grit.
What up?
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
Not much. Just a bunch of degenerates hanging out, I guess.
Sounds like
Not Elderline. He's not a
Hey, you can
degenerate.
speak for
Remember?
yourself.
I knew he was about to say that. Little stupid self.
yeah. Give me 1 minute, guys. I gotta go do something really quick. I'll just mute myself.
Hey,
Give me 1
white
second.
girl.
Okay,
Hell,
cool.
here's the most
doubt it.
degenerate
'Cause
motherfucker of
I-
all time, Wagira.
I'm gonna go to the
Oh, yeah.
restroom.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to the restroom, but then I do wanna ask Grid some questions.
You've gone pee like 3 times on the stream.
Dude, I pee
It's the beer. It flows through you. Once you break the seal, you're done.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
you
very
can't break
good.
that seal.
Hey, Wagira, you just joined. You're already yapping.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Borderline hates degeneracy. So who's gonna be the next degenerate here?
Well, Kat, I think you have that crown solidly on your head here. So.
Actually, I think Maryland has that crown, but
Yeah,
That's a different kind of degeneracy.
I'm here for it. How you doing?
Is Freddie dead?
Nice.
I mean, I'm just getting here, but I've never heard him be this silent.
He was asleep. He was snoring a minute ago, so they put him on mute.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So, anyways, they're going to DebateCon, and James is gonna have to figure out where he sleeps.
Oh, neither of these dudes are getting any hoes out there, so they're gonna be sleeping in the same bed together, spooning each other.
What?
No,
We know what's good. We know what's gonna happen.
James is getting play. Sure. He's so innocent. He's a virgin. He's innocent. He hasn't been defiled yet. He's a free agent.
I'm not trying to get no
Actually,
play.
I think what's going to happen is James is going to end up carrying Josh home like on a stretcher or something. You know, he's gonna be wheeling him over to the hotel room after the open bar.
After the 12 beers.
Well, if
One
it's an open
time,
bar, I think JS is going to break the beer rule.
One time, Jazz drank so much he was just sitting on the ground on the string.
If it's an open bar, I'm drinking more than just beers. But
Bring your trolley, James. So you can get him back to the hotel.
Hey, I don't know what day it was, but Jess was like sitting on the ground because he was like, "I've had 12 beers, woman." He was just sitting on the ground, crawling everywhere. It was funny. You need to learn how to handle your liquor.
I don't drink a lot of liquor, but right now I don't know. I feel like I'm talking to you pretty coherently, and I'm 16 beers deep. So I drink beer like
Yeah,
like
you just
water.
get red. You just get red when you get flushed.
It really doesn't matter how fast you drink it.
No, the streams where I'm drinking liquor, it gets crazy. But
yeah, that was the first stream I ever watched of yours. Was you taking shots during the election or something?
Yeah, it was the election. I said I'm going to drink a shot. I said I'm going to take a shot of Jameson every time Trump wins a state. And so I started the stream at noon, and by 5 p.m. he had won like 36 states. And so, you know.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, you got to do it. It's cool. That's cool, man.
All I know is that stream ended up just being nothing but everybody screaming at each other.
Yeah, it was
just
rough.
What happened to the pepper ball thing you were gonna do?
We might. We'll see about that over Christmas. Daddy Jub, you know somebody with a paintball gun? Can we order some pepper balls? I want to see the difference between a paintball and a pepper ball.
You sleep?
I don't know
Well,
anybody.
it makes you have some milk to pour in your eyes.
I want a pepper ball.
Anyway, Grid.
Hey, what's up, man?
It looked like your message said the event was 10 a.m. to 12. It's not a 2-hour
10 a.m.
event.
to midnight.
10 a.m. to midnight.
10 a.m. to midnight.
So it's all day on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there and set up. I think we'll be ready to go by noon, and then we have time for about 5 2-hour debates.
5 2-hour debates. Okay. Do you have those all set up already?
Yeah, more or less. And I think we're gonna probably I think we'll be able to run 2. Basically, we'll run some debates upstairs, and then maybe some like more casual debates downstairs.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
I mean, I know some of them are set. Like Rob Noor is gonna debate tomfoolery. Jake Barr is gonna debate tomfoolery. Keeping Liberty is gonna debate Corinth. From the Crucible. Tyler is gonna debate Beth on some weird thing that they've got going on. We've got
Jake Varr is Jake from
VOPod.
VOPod?
Yeah.
So he's going to be there. Okay, cool.
Jake from State Farm. That's right. And then we've got Admiral Gibbs is going to be there, so he'll be looking for a debate, but he may do some moderation or some announcing for me. He actually used to be a Halo announcer. So for the pro Halo guys.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand how that works, but
like the gaming tournaments.
Yeah. And so he may do some of that. So yeah, I think we got a lot of people that want to debate. It's going to be pretty rad. And then we have the possibility of like Jake Rattlesnake may want to jump in. He'll be there. Jim Bob may want to jump in. He'll be there. So, hard to say right now.
Yeah. I
know you want to get in on one, so I'm actually we have a lot of people like like Fabian Liberty's an atheist. So that he's a very good faith
ANCAP.
debater. Yeah, ANCAP. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's really good to debate. He's very good faith that way.
I like prep time. I don't like
Sure. If you have a topic that you'd like to debate and someone that you would like to debate, let me know. Send me a message. We'll set it up.
yeah. I again, I like having prep time, and I like being prepared for the topic, and
Sure.
especially if it's going to be on a stage, which I've never done a debate on a stage, but I would do it.
Yeah,
But
it'll be cool.
I want to be ready for it, and so maybe I don't need to go up on the stage and do it, but it but if you got a spot you need filled, I can pull
Yeah,
up
I'm going to
something I've done
actually finish
before.
now that we've gotten commitment. So one of the problems is that we had two really good leftist debaters. Tomfoolery and Enemy Charlie were both going to show up, and so I had a pretty good mix of people. And in the middle of trying to develop the card out, Enemy Charlie ended up with a conflict. She couldn't make it, and so that you know that put it like a huge like monkey wrench in. So very fortunately, um, Corinth is going to come in, and so he kind of provides someone to debate with the ANCAP, because Scott, I think that's going to be a great debate. I think both of those guys are just really capable of being very esoteric, very um, um, like next level of debate, and not surrounding the issues. So and the issue is like the debate topic is nuts that they're going to debate. It's going to be great. And so yeah, I think it's going to be really good. Um, I think we have everything set. So if you have a topic that you would like to debate, that's the big thing, has been getting people to just nail down on topics.
Yeah.
It's just so hard. People will be like, "Well, I'll debate anything," and then I say, "Okay, will you debate this?" And they're like, "No, I don't really want to debate that."
Yeah.
Or, I don't feel good about debating that person on that. So,
Yeah, like on the internet, if you throw out a topic, I'll debate anything. But if it's on a stage, I want to be prepared, and I want to be,
yeah, absolutely.
I want to do the best I can do. But
Absolutely.
so
I want you to do the best you can do.
yeah. So I mean, I don't know if there's like a space and nobody's filling it, then I could.
I mean, we have room for right now. I have 3, maybe 4 solid debates. I need at least one more, maybe 2, because some of these may not take 2 hours, right? Like
Yeah.
some of them may be an hour and a half or something, and we can run. I have enough room and enough equipment to run 2 debates at the same time if I wanted to.
Are
So
you gonna be streaming? How are you gonna be
we're going to
streaming
live
all of them,
stream.
or?
Yeah. So we're going to be live streaming, and so the building obviously has internet, pretty good. I think it's what we need to just stream one stream. But just in case it wasn't good enough, I have Starlink as well, and so I'll be setting up my Starlink.
Shout out
so that
Elon.
we'll have. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Thank you, Elon, for Starlink, and
Yeah.
so we're going to
They
be using
love
the
him in
Starlink.
Guatemala.
I think they love him everywhere right now because he's getting internet in places that's never had internet before.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and there's a whole discussion to be had about, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I would have predicted that China was on pace to have the largest wireless network in the world, because they've had, they're such a big country, and there's so many little towns and villages that have never even had phone service. They never ran telephone wires out there. Don't have a power station like we think of a power station. So they didn't have the existing infrastructure, and so when cellular became a big thing, it was like, okay, now this is going to be the biggest market for cell phones, and they're going to have the best technology because they're going to just be refining it so quickly and so many evolutions. But I think what we found is that they've kind of lagged behind. That I think the mobile services is about where I would expect it to be. But as far as like Starlink and the massive amounts of internet, they really have kind of lagged behind. And Elon just, with the way he's got Starlink set up, you can use it in a boat moving, right? There's actually a way I know people who are using it in their small planes. They're able to have, because once you get over 1,000 feet, you have very iffy internet. But with Starlink, you can have internet at 14,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So you said a bunch of names of people that I didn't even know, like, were gonna be there. So I'm trying to message speakers from DebateCon and trying to like set up maybe small interviews, just like short little 10-minute interviews. So
Well, they're one of the people that I would really like to have at the debate. I don't have any way. I don't have access to them. I don't know anybody that knows them, and they're not gonna. I doubt they would take my DMs, but and that's Planet Peterson. If we have Planet Peterson, Corinth, and Tomfoolery on the left, because they're all leftists, and he's an atheist. I think that we'd have two more really good debates on
he's not
potential.
He's not like super big to where he's inaccessible. Like I've seen him do smaller
I think
debates
I think that
recently.
he's very accessible. I just don't have any access to him, and he doesn't know who I am and all that. So I've had somebody trying to reach out to him, and they just haven't been able to get a hold of him yet, I guess.
But yeah, maybe I'll if you got time, I'm trying to just do like a bunch of little short interviews. So maybe
So
I'll.
the other thing that's happening is, and Tom, and we talked about this in the beginning, and I clarified this for Tomfoolery the other night, is that you are welcome to bring your gear and live stream in the event. You can get the man on the street impression. You're certainly welcome to interview anybody that's there. It's not like once you walk in the door, put your phone away or anything like that. It's going to be it's a pretty legit event.
So if I bring a gimbal and a microphone and a laptop, that'd be all right.
Yeah, bring whatever you want, man.
Okay, cool.
So, bring whatever you need, whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get a bunch of contact. James Life Talks here is going to be staying in my room at the hotel, and
Is he really?
Yeah, and I think
make him sleep on the floor.
Well, he's gonna be sleeping on the floor. Yeah.
Ask him if they can bring a rollaway in. When you check in, say, "Hey, I need a rollaway."
I told him bring an air mattress.
Oh, an air mattress is legit too.
Yep. Yeah. But I gotta
actually
go. I got a room in the Crucible block because they have the Crucible block at the hotel. I don't know who's gonna be staying in there, but I got the room there. So, but
yeah, it's gonna be really legit. We have so I had actually way back when I started kind of repping this out, I put out that if anybody if it's far away, it's an hour and a half, maybe almost 2 hours away from the event site, but my lake house was available and I blocked it off so that anybody could, so people could stay there, and I wasn't going to charge anybody or anything. It's not a big deal. But literally this week, I unblocked it because nobody was taking me up on it, and and it is far away, and so I literally rented it this week until like middle of December. It's like 40 days of rental. So
just for this event, there's people.
No. Somebody's house flooded and they needed a place to stay, and so they rented my lake house, which is what I do. It's just an Airbnb for me now. We haven't been there. I think we went once this year, maybe twice. We don't go very often.
Yeah, it should be fun. This Crucible party open bar, I'm a little scared because I gotta stay
Right.
away from a damn open bar. I'll turn into an animal.
Yeah. I don't drink
But
at all, so it's not gonna bother me.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I
I
never
should
did
probably
drink.
not. But
I never started, so I never had to stop.
yeah,
It worked out pretty good.
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
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 Shoot, what else?
How's everything? I mean, so are you coming in on Thursday? You coming in on
I'm
Friday
supposed to
again?
get there at like Thursday at like 11 p.m.
Mhm.
So late Thursday.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Okay.
there's no problem with the flights. I'm a little worried about the government shutdown and
Sure.
the planes and stuff like that. I hate flying,
Yeah.
but
Where are you coming from?
Utah, Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah. I used to drive through Salt Lake City all the time.
Yeah. It should be a good flight there. I usually don't have problems with I don't know, we'll see. But
I don't think it wasn't on the list of the affected airports the other night. I don't think. Most of the airports that are affected are like, a lot of them are places with like hubs for multiple
international
things
stuff.
like FedEx or UPS or whatever,
Uh
and they just don't have they don't have the control tower staff right now
yeah.
to take care of it. So, but smaller airport like B&A was affected for like 5 hours the other night. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, then that's already a high stress job, high suicide
High
say
burnout.
rate. Yeah.
High burnout.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll be all right, but I'm assuming even if there's like a delay, I'll still be there by Friday. So
Mhm.
it'll be all right, but
Yeah.
I was planning on just hanging out in Nashville on Friday, and James says he's going to arrive on Friday, so you know, walking around, doing man on the street stuff, hanging out in the city, but I'll definitely be coming by your event and hanging out there. Seems like
Sure.
there's going to be a lot of names of people I want to meet, so that'd be cool.
Yeah, it ought to be really cool. The we it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be interesting no matter what. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. And
Do you
so
know
that's
anybody
all I care
who's
about.
you know anybody who's signed up for the 5v1s with Planet
No,
Peterson and
I haven't paid any attention to that.
so they're doing a 5v1 with
Mhm.
Planet Peterson, Daniel Hakikachu, and I think Jim Bob, or I forget I didn't
I think
sign
it
up
is
for
Jim Bob.
Yeah, I think it's Jim Bob. So I didn't sign up for that
Yeah.
one, but I signed up for both of the other two. So I've been
Yeah.
that's what this stream was for. I'm trying to crash course to learn about Islam, and I've throughout my life, and theology is my favorite topic, and different religions
Sure.
and stuff is what it's what I like more than politics, more than anything is theology. And
Right.
so I've just been doing a crash course on, if I'm sitting there across from Daniel Hakikachu, what am I going to say? And so
Mhm.
that's kind of what the Planet Peterson one I'm not so much worried about, because I can argue with atheists
Yeah.
all day. But
He's a pretty straightforward atheist too. He's not the debate that he had with Andrew was just it was laughable almost. But
Planet Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah. He did one with Chris Lestrange the other day.
Oh,
So
did he?
yeah, and he seems kind of chill. So I'm not really worried about that, but I was like, man, I'm kind of unprepared to go into this with Hakikachu. He's like a top dog Muslim debater. So
Well, so it's been my experience so far that the Muslim debaters will say they're going to be there and then they don't show up. So we'll see if he actually shows up. Because in New Jersey they had 5 different Muslim debaters that were going to show up, and also had a before that they said people were going to that they'd had threats and whatnot. So
You talking about
got
last
armed.
year at DebateCon 5?
Yeah, DebateCon 5 in New Jersey.
Yeah, Alex O'Connor was supposed to show up.
Yeah, and they basically, so James got armed security, and they still didn't show up.
Huh.
And then they were going to show up the next day. They promised they were going to show up the next day. They didn't show up. So my experience has been, and that's not the first time that's happened. So I'm hopeful that they'll show up, but I'm not not basing I mean, it doesn't affect me too much. I think the 5v1 things, I don't like them as much as just a straightforward debate.
Right.
So
Yeah, and there's a
even
lot of
2v2
editing. A lot of editing's going to go into it, so it's
Yeah.
like if you're one of the 5, the way they edit it, it might be like a minute of you, and so
Yeah.
whatever, we'll see, but
Right.
I think it'd be
Yeah,
cool.
and they pre-record those. I don't think they live stream those.
Right.
So
Yeah,
everything we're going to do at my event is going to be live streamed. I actually went out yesterday and I got a separate PC and separate monitors just for the event because I didn't want it. Well, I'm bringing my monitors, the big monitors, but I didn't want to bring my PC, the PC that I use to stream from, because it's got all my stuff on it, and I just don't think it's a good idea to just have it hanging out in public, right? Like that just seems like a bad plan. So so I have we're gonna have all basically dedicated equipment for this. So hopefully it all works out, but we'll see. I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Be really good. I didn't mean to sidetrack your
No,
conversation here about.
no, you're good. I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you about this
Yeah.
stuff. So
I was just trying to listen to what degeneracy was going on over here, and I was like, "What?" In the? I clicked in, and it was like talking about like some weird stuff, and I'm like, "Wow, what did I click into?" It's Sunday morning. Why is it
This-
James at church?
I
That was
just
my
don't
first question.
understand.
James, why aren't you at church? This is usually what happens on the Saturday night streams. Once it gets into the late hours, we start off. Here's a theme we want to talk about, and then it kind of.
Yeah.
I was reviewing Destiny versus Mohammed Hijab, and whenever you review a Destiny, whenever you react to a Destiny debate or something, it gets a lot of interaction. So it always brings in new people, and yeah,
It looks like some people dropped since I joined. I apologize. I didn't mean to run anybody off.
James. We're trying to get James to agree to do like a man on the street with him holding the microphone, like going up to the hottest girls on the strip and just be like, "What do you think about modern debating or not modern dating?"
Oh, that would be awesome.
Smash or pass. Have him do smash or pass.
I don't hate that. I think that there's some mileage in that.
It would be funny. It would be very funny.
Just train him all the responses to be in defense. Well, what makes you so fancy?
Stop. And now this guy doing weird stuff with his mouth is my little brother. He's a Zoomer troll. Are you a Zoomer, Jub?
No, I'm a damn. I think they call us alpha as fuck generation.
Oh, alpha as fuck generation. Okay.
Never heard that one.
Yeah.
We bridge the gap between you lame geezers and these lame youngins now.
You're somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
No, I don't think my year particularly is named.
Uh,
Let me see.
your generation has a name. You're either a Zennial or a
Yeah, you're either a Z or an Alpha.
yeah.
Gen Z.
You're Gen
Damn.
Z. You dang Zoomer.
That's okay.
See, but it's called a transitional period that shares characteristics of both. Like I was before GPS, before internet. Come on now. We played
I'm not
outside when
really
I was a
sure I'd
little
talk
kid.
about transitioning on the internet these days. Some
Yeah.
negative connotations.
Technically,
I met a beautiful lady.
I'm a millennial, but I'm at like the far end of millennials. So some people call us Zennials. We're like Gen Z millennials.
You're a grandpa millennial. That's what it is. It's called a grandpa millennial. I'm one of those.
Wow, that's
Yeah, it's called.
Yeah.
Where's your AARP membership card, pal?
I don't have one yet. I need to get one though. And I have to be a little bit older. I'm not old enough yet. I finally did get I got my first senior discount a couple of weeks ago because at the golf course they lowered the age to get the senior discount from 63 to 55. Made it by 1 year. Or 6 months, I guess. 6 months.
I wouldn't peg you over 55.
Yeah,
What would you
I'm
peg him?
55.
I'd peg you maybe 47.
Yeah, you look younger than 55.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I don't act like I'm 55. I perpetually think of myself as I'm
All I
21.
heard is that he would peg someone. That's all I heard.
I think everybody does.
Is the address of the venue where you're doing your thing, is it on the, because I the Eventbrite thing that you sent out, I signed up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is the address on there? Because I didn't.
Yeah, it's that well, I mean it should be on there. I put it in there.
Can you say it, or you don't want to say it on here? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to put it out there too much, but I mean it's
But it should be, because I don't remember
so
seeing
if
an
you
address when I
Google
signed
search
up.
Marathon Village, if you Google search Marathon Village, it's like part of Marathon Village.
Okay.
Nashville.
All right, I'll check it.
Yeah, but it's 20 minutes from the Hilton where they're having the debate. So it's like a short Uber or rent a car or whatever. It's basically just straight down 40.
Yeah, maybe if there's a couple guys that are staying in the hotel, we can.
Yeah, just share Ubers.
Yeah, try to share Uber. But yeah, I'll definitely go check it out.
Ride sharing.
Yeah. Should
It's gonna
be
be
cool.
good, man. It's gonna be a really great event. But I wasn't gonna do the Eventbrite thing, to be honest, because I was like, I don't really care who shows up or who doesn't. We could have 10 people there and I'd be happy. But my wife was like, "Yeah, you really should do it." And then it's like a conspiracy, man. Like the next day I was talking to the caterer and they're like, "Well, how many people are you going to have?" And I'm like, "I don't know, somewhere between maybe 50, maybe 100, throughout the day. I don't know. Just like, well, we have to know. We have to know how many people to cater for."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Fuck. All right, I'll do the Eventbrite thing. It'll be fine." So that's what I did.
And
that's why that exists.
There's gonna be food there and stuff.
Yeah, so I'm taking care of lunch. We're having a barbecue. Right now, it's looking like we're gonna do pulled pork and brisket.
Oh my god!
What?
I'm from the South. I'm from Florida, and I live in Utah, and I miss good old Southern barbecue.
The caterers are kind of balking on the brisket because it's just it takes more time, I guess. I don't know, but they're okay. But I think we have enough time to make it happen. I think we're good. But whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. But we're gonna have like they have like some mac and cheese thing they do. Like it's like a baked mac and cheese or something.
Do you have
And then
any
they'll
idea?
have
Maybe you can't say, but do you have any idea based off your Eventbrite thing how many people you think are going to show up? Or
just from the conversations I've had with the people that have shown up, plus the people who I just think are too damn lazy to do the Eventbrite, I think we're probably I suspect we're going to have somewhere between 50 and 100.
okay,
Originally, I had so much interest and so many people DMing me that it was like, well, I think we're going to have somewhere a little over 100. But just like anything else in life, everybody says they're going to show up, and they never show up.
yeah, yeah.
We've got, but the food's gonna. I'm providing lunch. I'm providing soft drinks and water. If you want alcohol, you have to provide that for yourself. I don't buy alcohol for people.
You can't, but you can't bring alcohol into the event.
Yeah. Have
Yeah,
you seen the event? Have you seen the venue?
No, I don't even really know where it is.
Oh, okay. All right. All
But
right. I got you.
but here's one thing: if I tell you I'll be there, I'll be there. So
Yeah. No, I got that part. Here, let me get this link pulled up because it's legit. So let me there it is.
yeah, I signed up for it on the Eventbrite. I didn't even see an address, and I thought it said 10 to 12. Well, I guess it said 10 to 12, and I assumed that meant. I was like, it's only 2 hours.
Right. Let me throw you this in a DM. Where you at here? Right there it is. You can share the. I mean, you can share the pictures if you want to, but so. And the motorcycles that are in the picture, those are all for sale.
Are you selling motorcycles right there?
Yeah,
Oh, I
so
like.
it's
Okay, that's cool. That's yeah, this is not what I had pictured in my mind. I was picturing more of like a
right.
white walls and
No, bro. This is me. This is how I get down.
and you're selling all these motorcycles there?
So the guy that owns the building, he had this bright idea to do a guitar and motorcycle shop, selling them, vintage motorcycles, obviously, and it just didn't work out. So now he basically rents it out as a venue for people to use. And the building might be for sale. I may talk to him about. I like the building. I like where it's at, so we might purchase the building. But when in the discussion, I'm like, hey, are all the motorcycles going to be here? Because these are just the best props ever for my event. He's like, yeah, they're going to be here, and they're all for sale. Somebody wants to bring cash and take them home.
What about the guitars?
The guitars all the guitars but one when I was there were gone. He's moved those somewhere else or whatever, or sold them or whatever. So, and the way the venue, the pictures are obviously from when they were staging for other. I mean, it's used as a studio so that they do all kinds of ad work there and take pictures and whatnot. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it's a cool venue.
And there's going to be
so upstairs is where the debates are going to happen, or where the big debates will happen. And then I think we have, since it's divided into 2 areas downstairs, I think we could have a second debate going on, or interviews, or I mean, there's a lot of potential there. We'll just see what unfolds. Pretty open to suggestion, to be honest.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So we've rented. I've rented chairs. We've rented tables. So don't break those. It's not a bar fight. Don't go wild.
I won't get too crazy.
And then I've got a PA. I've got a little PA system thing that we've rented so that we could play music downstairs or whatever. We'll just have to see if it comes through the floor upstairs, which I don't think it will. I think it's an old building, so I don't think you'll hear anything upstairs. And so yeah, I mean, it should be really really rad. I think it's gonna be cool. We're bringing in a couch. We're bringing it, so you can sit because the couch that's in the pictures that you see isn't there. So I'm bringing in a couch and maybe some I don't know, like a coffee table or something, just if you wanted to do an interview, you'd have to play a place to sit down and do that. So
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I wanna go and I wanna watch the debates, but
well, the
also,
theology debates for you will be really cool.
yeah, this is the best one for me to go to because that's
The
my favorite
people that
thing.
he's got coming in are like doctorates in theology and shit, so they're not like
Yeah.
they have a level. The question is if they can explain, if they can express the knowledge they have in an entertaining enough way that people will watch it. Right. But I think if you're just into it, right, like you are, you enjoy the study of theology, I think you're going to probably have a really great time with it.
Yeah, but I also love debate, and I also understand there's a certain level of rhetoric. So, like I was talking about earlier, Hitchens said sometimes you have to sacrifice the argument for the joke, or for just to make the joke, or just to make the audience laugh. So that's why I love debate, because it's this battle, and it's not just about who's the most knowledgeable about the topic, but who is the most appealing. So there's charisma, there's a lot of things involved to win the debate, and I love it. It's like, and I also love fighting. I love UFC, which is another thing. By the way, UFC pay-per-view is happening. I hope that at Andrew's event they have the UFC fights playing on the stream, or on the screen at the bar, because he said he rented out a space at a bar. I'm gonna be like, can I bring my laptop in and and play the fights?
He
Because
rented out the floor. So the way the bars are in Nashville is they're multi-level buildings. So he rented out the whole floor, as far as my understanding is. Now with Sarah not being part of it anymore, that could have changed, but I don't think it has.
Yeah, that's a whole that's a whole nother thing. I try not to get too involved in the drama stuff, but yeah.
I'm on that same path.
Yeah.
And I know more about it than most people, so
yeah,
staying out of it.
Yeah,
Going back to what you're talking about, one of the things I tell people all the time is that you don't have to have maybe the better position, but if you can make a better argument, right? Even if you're absolutely wrong, if your argument is more believable and more, at least sounds more founded, you could win over somebody that's absolutely 100% right and just can't express that they're right.
Right.
You could easily win the debate.
Yeah, we were watching Andrew versus Mohammed Hijab earlier, and Mohammed Hijab kept attacking Destiny's character, and the whole audience was laughing, and people in the chat were like, do you think that's an argument? And I said, no, that's not an argument. He's not making an argument right now, but everybody in the audience is going to leave, and all of the clips are going to show that. And basically, in the mind of the audience, in the mind of the clips, what's going to live on is he won that debate, which it's kind of grimy, but like if we were in like some Oxford debate class or some Oxford debate school and we had judges sitting there with scorecards, he lost. But in the eyes of the world, he won.
Optics matter.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, it's an interesting thing with Destiny lately, and I haven't caught all of his debates. I just don't care enough. But the ones I have caught, he seems really um sardonic, right? Like he's not quite depressed. He just doesn't have the energy and the glibness that he used to have. He seems very much kind of beat down in most of the
Yeah.
debates I've seen him in.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, for Destiny, the reason that he, I think, won or optically won so many debates was the fact that when he made a point, he made it in a very cutting and kind of funny, kind of, you know, to his base at least, very laughable way, right, or humorous way. And it seems to me like he's lost that.
Yeah.
Right. He seems very much more coarse, and he's like on the verge of like losing his mind the entire time. You can just tell that's just like right there below the surface, like, and so if you
That's
get
been
some,
since the January 6th, and then it got worse at the Trump assassination attempt. It like he's just
yeah, he's on, and he hasn't. Well, I think it started with. I think it started with obviously his wife, his wife, basically throwing him under the bus, and
yeah.
and the way that happened, right? Like, my God, that is,
And it proved everybody who was saying, "Hey, Destiny, this isn't gonna work." It proved them all right. Like,
yeah, and not that I have any, fondness for Destiny at all. I think he's probably a really horrible, he's got a completely horrible set of worldviews, but at the same time, he has a, um, you have to feel bad for him going through the, going through what he's going through or what he went through, and the way it obviously affected him. Like, he was just he was trying to play it off, but he was absolutely wrecked, and he still is. And then right after that, he has all of the things with Pixie, all of the other things coming out that are so I'm getting a lot of background noise now.
You're
I
good.
apologize. I'm at my desk in my office, so my
It's fine.
family's
This is a Saturday night shit show.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's kind of disappointing because there really has. This is just my opinion. And you can, if you think differently, I'm all ears. But Destiny was the one guy that could really fight back for the left against the right, and was good at it. And
yeah, and he was the
now I don't
guy
feel like
that,
they have any.
as a right wing guy, I watched Destiny.
Right.
Like, he was the guy that I'm gonna go
Mhm.
watch Destiny to find out what the left thinks, and it was tolerable. And then, especially, well, it was when January 6th happened, and he started obsessing about that, and I was like, dude, come on. And then, but then especially once the Trump assassination attempt happened, and he started saying, and I was like, nope, I'm done with this guy. I don't want to hear anything
Yeah.
this guy has to say
Yeah,
anymore.
he was never able to reel it. He wasn't able to get past those things, right? That, which is something that I think that you
I
have
always
to be
knew
able
he
to,
was a degen, and I like that stuff's not surprising to me.
right.
But
None of it's surprising, right?
right.
Like, he talked about a lot of it. I mean, no, but I don't know. But the net effect that it's had is that, to be honest with you, it's hard to find leftist debaters right now. It's even harder to find leftist debaters that will actually debate you face to face.
Yeah.
And, I'm not saying it's all because of Destiny, but, just setting up this event, I can't tell you the number of people I reached out to, and they were like, I'll phone in, I'll call in. I'm like, no, it's in person. I don't want to do that. Okay. All right. And
Yeah. Well, there's a
it's really
level
been,
to like, I gotta travel out to it. Like, so like, for me, if I'm there and you're like, we need a space to fill. We need a debater. I'll jump up on the stage and I'll do it. I'm not going to be at my best, but I would like to be at my best. But
Right.
but yeah, it's hard to get somebody to. They're going to ask for money. They're going to ask for.
Well,
you know,
even
pay for my flight. Pay to get me out
yeah,
there.
even well, the leftists especially do that.
Yeah.
Because they want, but they don't. I don't know. It's a very interesting thing that it just seems like they don't want to debate in person, unless it's highly stacked in their favor. And it's not even it's not the money part of it. It's just, well, you can't talk about this, or if we talk about this, I'm just not going to answer it, right? And I'm like, okay. And then you have people on the left that have burned so many bridges that nobody will debate them. Like they can't get anyone to debate them, because who wants to debate somebody that's known to be bad faith and is just it's not gonna be good TV. It's not gonna give you a good show. Who wants to debate that, right? Like, so that there's that. This has actually been a little bit more eye opening than I had originally thought it would be, because and I think Scott's right about this. I talked to Scott about this, and he was like, the thing is that if there's a leftist debater out there that shows any talent, they get picked up by, the Victory or whoever, and they're paid, and they go on these shows, and they're the shows are basically scripted, where they won't talk about this and won't talk about that. You can't ask this question, you can't ask that question, and so because they don't want them to look bad, and so it's almost impossible to engage with those people, right? So then you have people like that miss the boat, like Soy Pill, right? Now, I could get Soy Pill out here, I think. Soy Pill is so bad faith, and he will ruin your show on purpose. And he's done it over and over again. And so why would I want to engage? Why would I want to have him out to do that, right? Like, why would I give him the opportunity to screw me over? And plus, like, if Soy Pill's there, Rob Noor, well, he'll be there, but he won't interact with them. He won't, there could be a meltdown there as well, because just the way it works. And, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of, on the right, there just doesn't seem to be that animosity, right? Like, Flow State's going to be there, right? Now, I don't know if he's going to debate or if he's just going to show up, but Flow State's going to be there. And he'd been planned to be there since the day I announced it. And so him and Rob have their little thing going on right now. And he,
I didn't know that. I'll debate Flow State on damn Christianity versus atheism. Or, well, he's an agnostic.
That would be awesome. That would actually be a really good debate.
But
so,
well, he's agnostic, but whatever.
Yeah, he's agnostic. He's not atheist, but he's agnostic.
Which is a cop out.
Right. But you don't know. So when Flow State, he was like, well, I don't think I'm going to go. And so I reached out to him and said, hey, what's up, man? He's like, well, I don't want to cause you any drama with me being there and Rob being there and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't think there's going to be any drama, but let me find out. So I call Rob up. Rob, Flow State is going to be at the event. Do you have a problem with that? Is there going to be any issue? And he's like, no, it's fine. Totally cool. Don't worry about it. And what the online stuff is online, real life is real life. Like, not a big deal. I'm like, that's what I thought you were going to say, but I needed to check, and so as far as I know, Flow State's going to make it. He may wimp out at the last minute. He is erratic, but I hope he makes it. It would be great to have him there. Him and his wife. So, but well,
yeah.
But on the left, I just can't. It just seems like it's not that easy. It's just not.
because they have to. I don't know. I kind of see this from both sides. Like they need to fall under the line to get picked up quick and blow up quick. Like a lot of these atheist channels and leftist channels, you see them blowing up very fast on YouTube, and you don't see the other thing
They
from the
get
right.
astroturfed.
Yeah.
So that's what I was talking about, right? So let's say that you decided that, or let's say that you had decided to debate from a leftist position, and you were good at it, right? You were articulate, you hit the right talking points, you made the right comments in the comment section. You would get picked up by, it's not Progressive Victory anymore, but what
there's all sorts of organizations
you'll
and
get picked up by
NGOs.
one of these organizations, and then they're going to put you in front of cameras on YouTube, on Twitch, on various other forms of media, and they're going to pay you to do it, and they're going to structure it so that you don't. If you take an L, it's not going to be a big L, and it's going to look like you really won, or you're just never going to take an L because they'll never put somebody in front of you that you're going to take an L. But you have to be controllable as well, right? Like you can't be Soy Pill, right? Soy Pill was on the right track to do that, but then he trolls too much. He's too big a troll. He's too big a loose cannon, and so that's why he hasn't really been picked up. He was, and he is getting paid, but he's just not. He's just not like star material, right? I guess is the way to put it. I don't know, but on the right, that doesn't exist currently, right? And that's actually my frustration right now is that when I started this, my goal was to get picked up by a pack or someone and just get paid for saying what I say anyway, right?
Yeah.
And not try and live off of my viewers, right? And not live off of donations, not, hope that I could get a good clip that would hit 100,000 views or some stupid shit like that. I didn't want to do that. But on the right, you don't see that happening, right? You have to build it yourself. You look at Andrew Wilson, who's going on Piers Morgan, right? And he's going on these other shows. Well, that all started with him getting on Tim Pool and doing well there and being not. I mean, he says the things. He's a little bit gruff, but he's not spurging out. He's not. He's I don't know, the way that he does things is I think really he does things really well, and he has a following that can't be ignored.
He's smart with the way.
He's very smart.
Yeah,
he's tactical, very tactical.
Yeah, I don't have those smarts. I say a lot of the
Right.
dumb shit that.
And I'm trying to do that. Like I turned down being on Tim Pool because the argument they wanted me to make was just a stupid ass argument. It would have made me look bad. Would have made me look really, really bad. And so I turned it down. And now I may have hurt my chances to go back on because there's no. You need me?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Oh.
Okay.
But yeah, I've thought the same thing. Like I say a lot of the things that you shouldn't say, and I don't know where there's. I made jokes about, if they're gonna pay me, I'll go kiss the wall, but in all seriousness, I'm gonna say what I want to say, and that's gonna be a detriment. It's you're not.
So you're saying you're not going to kiss the wall?
I mean, how much they paying me to kiss the wall?
No amount of money in the world that could make me kiss that wall.
I got $5.
I mean, I'll kiss the wall.
Are we talking about the wall over there in the magical city of Jerusalem?
but
this is the wall.
But certain people know don't talk about this. Let's just stay away from that topic. And that's smart. And that's smart if you want to grow. And also, by the way, I'm not again, I'm not some anti small hat guy, but
care what they do. They just don't want them owning Christian land.
yeah.
What are you defining as Christian land, though?
But there's that
let's see,
aspect.
from the beginning to Adam, from Moses all the way up to Christ, and so forth. I know.
Well, that means they can't own. That means we can't own no land based on
Yeah,
that.
because your religion doesn't exist anymore.
But it's not just that. It's not just
Based
that
on
topic.
that, we can't own no land as Jews. Like,
All right,
I gotta
let's
jump
take it
off,
away
guys.
from the small hats, but it's not just that topic. It's during, so for example, during the COOF, during the C19, I was saying a lot of, and I saw this happen with Rob too. Rob's been grinding forever. I've been grinding forever. A lot of us small guys on the internet, we've been grinding forever, but we said the things you weren't supposed to say, whether it was the Hunter Biden laptop, whether it was the election in 2020, whether it was COVID, the COOF, what all these different things we're not supposed to talk about, and we talked about them. And so the right does it too. It's not just the left that does it, but so I don't know, but yeah, the left is quick to pick somebody up if you follow the. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I see both sides doing that.
I don't think you see it as much on the right.
Not as much. Yeah,
because it's just harder to do it, and the money isn't there. The for whatever reason, it is changing. But for whatever reason, my observation is, having kind of explored all of these different avenues, is like for you to get picked up and paid on the right is almost impossible. Like, nobody's paying Andrew to show up on Piers Morgan, right? Like, he has to be invited. I bet
Right.
you they paid Destiny to be there, right?
But you had to go through. You had to go to college, and you had to join the right groups while you were in college, and you had to get embedded in them and work your way through them, and
to some degree, for sure.
Yeah,
but really the thing on the right is that the right is still very much focused on conventional media, and they're way more interested in actual TV and headline, or not headline, but traditional news outlets. And I've talked to these guys, and I'm like, they're like, well, if you have, they have unrealistic expectations where, like, if also Erudite had not endorsed Destiny as much as she had, and just walked a little finer line, she'd probably have.
She'd be on
500,000
MSNBC right now.
Yeah, she'd be doing commentary on every time somebody had anything to say that involved young women. She'd be saying it. She has all of the qualifications. But she made a small mistake, right? Same thing with Soy Pill, right? Like, Soy Pill has everything they look for. He says all the right things, but he's too big a troll. So while they're still paying him, whether he admits it or not, while he still gets a little bit of money here and there, and he gets a little more access, and they send him, they raid his Twitch channel, they raid his YouTube channel. While they'll do those things, they're never going to platform him like they do other leftist debaters, leftist commentators. On the right, it's still too based in traditional media, even though it's changing. I will admit it, but you look at where it's changing. You've got Piers Morgan, who left network news, right? Same thing with Tucker Carlson. Same thing with all of these other shows that you get on, but these shows are still not as big as the leftist shows, which are tied to those network shows. And so we're fighting an uphill battle when it comes to media. What's impressive is that on the right, the conservative side, we've made up so much ground with so little actual resources and access. And I do think you're right. Like, I think the right is less tolerant of your history. So, like, I don't know what your history is, but let's say you were
Bad.
Bad. Yeah, let's say you were an alcoholic. You went to jail. You did drugs. Or you beat up people. Maybe whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. The right. Once they find it out, they don't really. I mean, they'll still. You're still in the club, but you're at the back of the bus, right? Like you're just.
Yeah, when Trump got charged with 34 felonies, I was like, "Let's go, felons!"
Right. But it's a there's an entire mentality in the conservative sphere right now.
There's
that
more
I
purity
think is
testing on the right.
It is right. Yeah, and plus you have the thing about the left, and this has been true a long time, and I've said this a lot, and I don't think people really hear it for what it is. The left doesn't care about a person's background or what they've done, as long as they're saying and doing the right things right now.
Yep.
Where the right, if you go to the wrong church, people are going to bitch at you.
Yeah.
Right? Like all of the ortho bro versus regular Christian or whatever, and the Catholics versus Christians, and all of it's insane to me that there's so much divisiveness in this very specific area
or
where it
infighting.
really shouldn't be, right?
It's only
There's a lot of
infighting in the degree that
infighting.
it's religious
I'm
context.
sorry, I couldn't.
We can
I
all
had my
we can all agree. I think the majority of Christians can agree on what type of society we want to make. It's just the theological debate would happen in a different context. Just because there's disagreements with our theology doesn't mean that we can't agree on what laws we want to pass.
Yeah, but that's hurtful to our cause, because what ends up happening is because you don't agree with me on whatever, like because I don't agree with some of the ortho bro stuff, because I'm a Baptist and they're orthos, and or I don't agree with the Catholics, whatever. Where I personally don't care, I'll work with anybody. They may not want to work with me because they see me as like almost heretical, which they don't. But I'm being a little bit facetious here,
Yeah.
or hyperbolic. But we have so much infighting that if I'm talking to an Orthodox guy and he is saying, well, you don't even understand God, and I wouldn't, but let's say that I'm a little bit thinner skinned, or I'm just that I have a different personality, and I take that to heart, and I just don't like you anymore. Like I don't want to work with you. And now, rather than have a combined front and just not care that I'm Baptist and you're Ortho, we're all Christians, instead of having that mentality, what you have is you've got a very fractured party, and that's what the right really is right now. The Democrats are united in the fact that they don't even.
If you're not united, you're kicked out. Well, but they do the same thing too. If you're not united in the equality and the diversity and the inclusion, as soon as you question that, they'll kick you out too. On that
to some
side.
degree, but you have communists literally standing next to
liberals.
Liberals, and you have liberals standing next to leftists, and you have all of and they'll all root for the same shit, and not, they don't infight, right? And when they do, it's not, I wouldn't say behind closed doors, but it's very soft infighting, right? Where conservatives just tear the shit out of each other. And it's bothered me for a long time, and it's bothering me more and more now. The purity testing on the right is the worst thing ever.
I think the infighting.
I don't know why his volume's so low. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I have my volume
you're
down.
super quiet, Elderline. But
I'm trying not to be super loud right now.
Oh, you got to be quiet. But
good morning,
you said it makes the party stronger.
Yes, the infighting makes it stronger. We need to argue and debate people within our own sphere into the ground so that they can have better arguments for the debates they go into. This is why the liberals suck in each one of their debates. It's why they lose so many debates. It's because they don't have any infighting and they just have rhetoric that they want to push. So they don't even come to debates to actually give any points. They just try to make rhetorical. They just try to push rhetoric and convince people who don't understand what's actually happening. They just want to hear the good things.
Yeah.
And cheer for them. That's all they do.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. So like they also infight, but it's like just
It's
nod your
soft.
head and agree with this, and you're part of the group, and they tend to do that. But if you start to question something, then they eat their own too. The same way we eat our own, they eat their own. So
we don't even really eat our own. What we do is we just bully the stupid people out.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the purity testing has to stop. I think it's bullshit, and I think that infighting, and especially in the aspect of purity testing is pretty stupid and just not smart. While I do agree that debate is fine, right? Because in theory, you shouldn't get your feelings hurt in a debate. You should be able to walk away from a debate. Yeah, I said in theory. You should be able to walk away from a debate and be like, shake hands, and
Yeah.
we leave it all here, right? But unfortunately, that's not how it works, right? And I mean, it works. That's pretty much the way it works for me because I really don't give a shit. I'll say whatever in a debate, but then I don't. I try to walk away as friends, but whatever.
yeah,
You look at like you look at how the left reacts when we debate, right? A week or so ago, I had this debate on Prime Kai, and I think we finally did make it to the actual topic, but before the topic, Prime tried to, like, he had this topic about business where he was completely wrong, and every time I tear him apart about it, he would mute me. And then he would avoid it, and then he would say that he wasn't actually done asking the question or whatever. And it was so stupid, but he was so angry about it, and he hasn't asked me back since then. And he was really annoyed. He was really bad during that whole debate because he got super into his feels, right? Like he got like, I don't care, I don't hate you because of it. But at the same time, I think that when you the biggest problem I see on the right now is the divisiveness between Christians, calling other Christians not Christians or lesser Christians or anything like that. And that's not and if that were a debate, I could go with you, Elder Lion. But when you are literally doing that, and it's not a debate, that's just your opinion, and I'm not saying it's your opinion. I'm saying it. When it's these people's opinions, and they're constantly sniping each other, that fractures the party. And if you can't admit and acknowledge that the conservative group is fractured because of things like that, then you're blind and you're not actually aware of what's going on around you, because it's a huge amount of fracture right now, and people won't vote for things because that guy over there wants it. That guy said I wasn't even a fucking Christian. Fuck that guy. Right? Or the same thing goes when
Fuck that guy.
yeah,
right? That's exactly how it works. If you
yeah,
don't,
that
if you
is.
can't
It's
acknowledge
true.
that, you're blind.
Yeah, we could agree about.
I would just
We
say
could
that
agree
those
about
people
95% of stuff, but we have small like doctrinal disagreements or something like that, and
that are more important than politics.
they are, but even that
This is what I will
5%
say.
of
I will say
disagreement,
that
we're still
if
brothers.
maybe, I don't know yet, but when I'm just now like researching into ecumenism and how that doesn't really make us brothers, maybe distant cousins. I don't know. But ultimately what it comes down to is that people have priorities weird. They go to politics to solve all their problems when it's actually the reverse. If you have good grounding in the church, then politics around you will change based on that. If you focus on just politics and expect politics to fix all the problems in the country and the nation, then what happens is you have what happens right now, where it gets conquered by liberalism, where the left and the right, you can barely tell the difference in a lot of cases when what they're arguing for, mostly libertarians and liberals. And
this is why my primary
then you
focus
don't-
is theology first and foremost, and then politics.
Yeah, because theology is more important than the politics.
Right.
So you would agree with me then that the fact that we have so much fracturing between Christians, calling each other not Christians or lesser Christians, that would be the biggest problem that we face.
No.
How is it not? You
'Cause
just literally
I don't
said
think
that.
that
You
I
literally
don't think
said
that politics is that important.
Pretty big problem.
I think people focus
Right,
on it too
but you
much.
just said that religion is more important than
Yeah,
politics.
and if
Religion
somebody
is
is a
more
Christian, and they don't want to vote for something because somebody called them some mean words, then they're a bitch, and I don't care.
It's not
They
it's
can
not
go-
mean
they
words.
can
If
go
someone
vote-
says, if an ortho
vote
bro
somewhere
says that
else.
your hold on.
Oh, sorry.
You're literally talking. You're literally trying to justify something that you know is wrong, and I know you know it's wrong.
No.
If an ortho bro says that
That's bad faith.
all
I'm not going to tolerate that.
Protestants are, if an ortho bro says all Protestants are
toleration.
heretical because that's how that Protestants aren't even Christians, and so Protestants stop listening to ortho bros who are saying the right things. How is it not the case that fracturing is a weakness in our party, and it will affect the political outcomes because people will not stand for their religion being called
I
into
think
question.
ultimately what the Protestants do is they're liberal Christians. They don't actually care about any sort of authority other than
I'm a
what they can
Protestant.
read
I'm
in
not
the
liberal
Bible.
at all.
Okay?
I'm a Baptist.
You're a liberal Christian, though. Do
But
you
I'm
think
not.
that your authority? Do you think your authority over what you read in Scripture, your interpretation, is what your religion is founded on?
I believe that
I
I
don't-
listen to my I listen to my pastor. My personal opinion is that I don't actually talk too much about theology because I don't know enough, right? Like I've.
But
read
I'll
the
say I
Bible
don't
my life, but I'm
follow the church fathers. I follow Christ.
Yeah,
I
would say
don't
that
care
I
what
would
the
say that
church
the way-
fathers say.
So,
and
which
this
is
is the
your
schism,
interpretation?
exactly the schism between Christians that I'm
And then
talking about.
but me and
why
JS,
people are
me and
Your
JS
church father, I call no
Look,
man father.
But here's my point: me and JS can disagree about that, but we will vote and advocate for the same types of laws.
Yeah.
So this idea that this
You can
is what
disagree
the
about it,
biggest
but when you're
problem
literally
of the
saying
right
that I'm a
wing
liberal Christian, then
It is.
I say, you know what? I
Liberal
don't want
Christianity
anything to
is
do with the
subjective
ortho bros.
Christianity.
And when you ask for a policy, I'm gonna be like, nah, bro, nah, fuck you, you're out.
Okay, that's not
You
my
don't
problem.
understand that?
That's not my
You don't
problem.
understand how that works? It seems like a very apparent thing to me.
It sounds like
If you're
you're
calling
creating a
Christians not
society
Christians,
based on petty
if you're calling
bullshit.
Christians not Christians, and then you want those Christians to vote in the way that you want voting, then you're fucked in the head. You don't understand. You literally don't understand anything.
And to
This is
me,
a problem with Orthodox.
Irenaeus and Justin Martyr are no different than me and you right now, Elderline.
Well, I disagree because I think they dedicated their whole lives to this.
So did I.
Okay. So you were from
This
the
is the
moment
problem
of
with
birth
Orthodox.
up
This
until
is why
your
I could never
80s
be
and
a part of
70s.
the Orthodox Church.
Okay,
I
well, you
can't
can
get
blame me
behind that.
for that, but I don't.
I'm not
even
blaming.
part
I'm
of
not
the church.
blaming you. I'm just saying
Nobody's blaming
like,
anybody.
This is the separation that we see on the right with the Christians, and shouldn't we all just be
The
following
infighting and the
Christ?
fracturing. Right. And if the Protestants want to keep their worldview and not be questioned about it, they shouldn't try to debate.
I don't
And
try
getting
to.
butthurt,
I
and
do.
getting butthurt over being proven wrong, or not aligning with what I would say is passed down from Christ through the apostles up until now.
Yes, you
Okay,
say
James,
that.
go ahead. Yeah, I say that because that's what I
Morning,
have found
James.
is true.
But Grant's
And
not
ultimately,
talking about in debate Elder Line. He's saying that people degrade people
Right,
and
and
call
I
them
don't
not
think,
Christians outside of the context of debate.
yeah, those people are wrong.
So we
And
shouldn't
you
do
and Grid
that.
agree that they shouldn't be degrading people and not calling them
Because I think
Christians.
politically we would all.
on the
I think politically James, who's Jewish, and Elder Lion,
I didn't know
who's
you were Jewish,
pursuing
James.
Orthodox. Well, he's
I'm
Jewish now.
ethnically Jewish, yes, and
Islam by
a
the
lot
this
more
time next year, I bet.
religiously
But
that way.
But we would all agree politically on the same policies. I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe. I think maybe I'm a
to a
little
big
more
extent, we would.
authoritarian than Grid, but for the most part, we would agree policy-wise.
Yeah, and if people are going to get butthurt over the Orthodox Church providing arguments for why they think things are true, and
But
don't
that's
just
not what
take
we're talking
justification.
about. That's not what we're
so
talking about.
we're talking about
Nobody's
people getting
talking about
butthurt.
Elder Lion. Literally, you're making a justification for something that you know is wrong. A Christian
You keep
telling
saying
another
that. That's just
Christian
bad
they're
faith.
not a
I'm not going to do
Christian
that, dude.
is
That's just bad faith. I'm not going to
the right
tolerate
thing
that.
to do. It's just not. It's just not.
Yeah, I don't think that people that scream and yell and go and look for people on the street and call them heretics or whatever names, I don't even think that actually happens. I think most people take what happens on the internet as something that applies to real life people that go to the church. I think people misrepresent the shit out of it. And I think that people go into spaces that are orthodox and attempt to assert some sort of dominance over them through theological concepts that have never been around except for the past 500 years, maybe 500 years, and try to say that the Orthodox Church is wrong. And then when they question what those presuppositions that they have with sola scriptura and all the other solas, that each individually, if you take them and apply them, they break the other one. What happens is they get rolled in a damn debate and they don't know how to process that, so they're petty. And then if they're so petty that they will vote for the liberal party over
I
that,
think you're
then it's
conflating a lot of different
retarded.
things here. Nobody's saying that because you lose a religious debate that people are disagreeing with that. It's that the fact that they're and I'm not even talking about just ortho bros like yourself calling everybody else not Christians. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like even the Catholic Church has issues with other religions. Other religions, like even amongst Protestants, they have problems with each other. I'm saying when it comes down to it, you're free to believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. Okay. I prefer that you be a Christian of some sort. Beyond that, I don't care. Not my gig, right? First of all, I'm not a priest. I don't have the, I'm not competent to discuss theology or religion, right? Because I'm not a pastor. I think that it's very interesting that people debate theology on the internet, claiming to be from a religion that says that you shouldn't even talk about religion unless you're a pastor, right? Like that's weird to me, but whatever. I mean, you do you, bro.
That's not even true.
However,
You just have to have the
I
blessings
don't.
to talk about it.
I do not use Bible verses. I do not use religious
I agree
concepts
with
in my
that.
arguments. I do not touch theology because I'm not competent enough. Now, I've been a member of the same church since I was 9 years old. I have been, I'm not saying
That's
that,
pretty.
and
That's
certainly I
pretty
drifted
crazy.
away from that here
That's a
and
long
there.
time.
But I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I mean,
that.
that's a long time.
He just said that's a long
Nothing.
time.
Didn't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
Sorry about
Sorry.
that. So, and certainly I drifted away. I've had my bad spell too. I mean, I'm not by any means a good example. But I never criticize anyone else based on their religion. I never criticize anyone based on what they believe, what their core principles are, unless they are so far out of whack. Like I call a leftist all day. I'll tell liberals that they're just conservative light and they need to come over and be, stop being liberal, bro. Come on over to the conservative side. The fact that the infighting amongst Christians has gotten to a point where that it's spilling over into politics is insane. It's insane that it is. As Christians, we should all be relatively united. We're not. Now, certainly, I
Right,
can
from
also
well,
agree. I can
for
also
me,
agree that
most of them
even
are.
that there can be Christian churches that, like the one that baptized Nala Ray, right? Like I can absolutely say that there are Christian churches out there that are not being very Christ-like in their methodology. I can certainly say that. I can make that observation, right? But I wouldn't say that I personally would not go after the pastor of that church because I don't know anything about them. It's not my place, right? Not my place. Now we can debate all day long, but in general, one of the reasons why I really try and stay out of religious issues is I don't consider myself competent to debate religious issues. And Andrew says what's interesting is Andrew says the same thing. Andrew says that he doesn't debate religious issues, and he will bring up some religious concepts, but he doesn't debate religious issues.
But why are you not competent? Because you don't have a degree or a piece of paper that says you're competent to, or
Because I'm still learning every day about what I believe, as far as Christ and the Bible is concerned. I have matured over the years, and some things that I believed as a child, I now hold in a different light.
yeah.
And so, for me to have a conversation with you, for example, about
Divine mysteries.
well, no, but if I were trying to have a conversation, if you and I were to, JS, if you and I were to have a conversation about some Christian principle, what is it really? Old Testament versus New Testament, right? All I could really say is, look, as far as I'm concerned, or all I would ever say about it is Christ fulfilled the covenant. Covenant was fulfilled. He became the law, and therefore the Old Testament is now, as I believe it was intended, a set of stories and examples of how how to live your life and how you can screw up, things to do and things not to do, rather than an actual set of laws to live by. Now, I do understand that there's like Messianic Jews that believe in the Old Testament and still hold those traditions be the same. I understand all of this, but I'm not qualified to argue these points to any degree, right? Like there's going to be nuance there that I can't know, that and then arguing about it is just a matter of my opinion, and I just don't have I just have never been able to form a strong enough opinion on it because again, I learned something new from the Bible every time I look into it. So
Right.
if that's the case, I can't how could I possibly consider myself qualified to discuss it?
But we're never going to stop learning new things.
Well, but specifically about the Bible, which is, I believe, a holy book, it's not for me to argue. Now, other people can. I'm not saying that I project my rationale on
This
other
is
people.
this is one
This
of
is
the
just my personal
reasons.
opinion.
Hold on, I got a super chat. There's a sound effect playing in my ear. Thank you, Shazzy. This is one of the problems that I have with becoming like catechumen or something like that, is because I hear a lot of catechumens, when they become catechumen, they're like, "Oh, I can't talk about theology anymore," and that's what I love to talk about. That's what I love to debate about and learn about and read about and talk about with people and debate about. So
And maybe you should go talk to a priest instead of just listening to other people talk about
right,
it.
and so when I hear that, what I hear is an appeal to authority. I believe, let no man teach you, study to show yourself approved. I believe what the Bible says, which is, I don't rely on appeals to authority. I don't care how long you went to college. I don't care how long you studied in seminary. I don't care. You're no better than me. You don't know more than I know. We can both know just as much. I can study to show myself approved by myself on my own just as much as you can do it in Bible school, in seminary, in catechumen, whatever. I don't when you tell me you're basically just appealing to tradition and appealing to authority. You're saying these people studied it longer and more than you from people who are above you, and so they know
So
more
let's
than
take
you.
it to an
Why
let's
can't
take
I
it to an
know just as
extreme.
much as they can
Let's take
know?
it to an extreme. So if that is true, if you are separated on an island, you have no scriptures, you have nothing, but you understand that God is there, and you pray constantly to this God, would you then be able to know as much as somebody who's in an environment like the Orthodox Church, who learns what has been passed down for 2,000 years to them? Would you be capable?
So if this guy came to me while I was on this island and he said, "I know because this is what I've studied. I've studied this book and this is what I know out of this book." I would say, "Give me that book. Let me study it." I would not just say, "Okay, thanks, Mr. Guy that studied the book. Thank you. I'm going to listen to what
Well,
you
but the
said."
assertion is that
I'll be right
everybody
back.
would be capable. Everybody would be able to
That's
know,
true.
and everybody would be able to understand and learn new things from
Study
God
to show
just based.
thyself
Yeah.
approved. Let no man teach you.
So then this person who had the Bible,
I
let's
don't
just say,
I don't
or
care.
this whatever book,
Satan knows the
whatever the
Bible.
book.
Satan is
Okay.
studied. Satan
Yeah.
knows the Bible better than I do.
Hi, Marshall.
So then by that
Hi,
logic,
Chuck.
though, since he knows more,
I'll come play
and
us
this is
here.
why when people say if somebody tells me like I was going to ask this to Rev, if somebody tells me I'm a pastor, I'm going to say, "Did God call you or did you go to college?" Like how did you become a pastor? You became a pastor through going to cuz I don't like higher education. I think that a lot of that, even the Christian higher education, is a mess, and they'll indoctrinate people into the wrong beliefs and stuff. And so, what is it? Is it schooling? Is it why? I, it's just a big appeal to authority. Like, why can't I? I can study the same book you can study, and the catechumens can study, and the church fathers
well, I'll say
study.
this. I'll say this. Every time that I've tried to research or study anything when it comes to the Bible, and nothing like actually sticks. The only way then that it has stuck is me actually going to the church and being in the presence of what I know is God. And then these things stick. Then the interpretations of the people who are part of this church connect with me, or not connect with me, but stay with me more.
But so that's like a difference between because so you were it's like an inherent difference between us where when you hear somebody who knows it better tells it to you, it affirms it to you.
Yeah, it's a
When
teaching.
I hear somebody who says they know it better than me tells it to me, I say, "No, I need to know
Right.
this for
And
myself."
by what you're arguing though, you wouldn't even be able to take like the English language seriously because somebody else taught it to you. So you'd have to come up with your own language.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
It's an extreme, but it's still there.
I don't believe that's true. I believe that you can learn the English language without someone teaching it to you. I believe people can read it through books and understand it.
Nope.
Don't need
You wouldn't be
necessarily
able to
need
read
it to be
English without
heard.
knowing English. You would have to, if you were on an island separated from the English language, you never heard anybody speak English, you wouldn't know English.
Sure,
You
but
wouldn't even be
if there
verbal.
was a book there, that had the
If there was a book
pronunciations
there,
and
you wouldn't be able to read it. You wouldn't know the English language. You wouldn't know the context of the words and how they're used. You wouldn't understand the grammatic
that's
structure
fair.
of sentences. You wouldn't know it.
Okay.
And there's evidence of that
So
JS looked up the
my
other time.
understanding it
What
then
was
is
it?
so hold on. That's a great point. So and I don't know this. This is a legit question. Do they teach Orthodoxy in ancient Hebrew and Arabic that the Bible was written in, or they teach it in English?
Well, they teach it in the context of which the interpretation was
Context.
applied.
Context. So the context that who provides?
That Christ provided through the apostles.
I guess psychology would say I
Well,
have
hold on.
oppositional defiance disorder. But
I don't see. This is my problem with Orthodoxy. You're trying to tell me that somehow from the translation from Arabic and Hebrew into English, nothing was lost. Everything is the same. That
It would
that
have
the
to be.
story that the
It would have to be the
intent.
same. To
What you're
express
trying
the
to say
same.
is that the intent of the author is conveyed despite the changes in language and 2000. You said 2,000 years of
Yeah,
of
you'd
people.
have to have
So
a
I've
place
played
that's
telephone
grounded in
before.
tradition to be able to express what's actually being said.
I've played telephone before, and just me saying something to 5 people within 10 minutes, the story changes, the
Mhm.
context changes. This is my problem with Orthodoxy. I don't believe in humans. I don't believe in the capability of humans to do what you claim they can do.
Yeah, neither do I. That's why I give faith to the Holy Spirit that was sent to guide him.
Right, which is why when JS says that he can read the Bible, he can understand the Bible, he can commune with God and understand it. I believe that he can do that, just like I believe you can do that.
That would imply the
No,
Bible is
well,
like
there's
one of
a
the
lot of
Godhead.
parts where I read it and I don't understand it, and so what I'll do is I'll look into what are the
Gotcha.
I'll look into what do the Catholics say about it, what do the Orthodox say about it, what is the history on this, and I'll look into all these different sources. But I'm not just gonna take one source and say, "Oh, that's true. I believe that." I'm gonna look at all of them, and then I'm
That's
gonna
fair.
and then I'm gonna come to the best conclusion that I see. And maybe I'm wrong, but I have this problem with just accepting what somebody says because they're in an authority position over me. So I'm pro authority in government, but normative authority and religious authority, I don't know. I have a problem with that. Maybe it's a problem I have, but it's just
I think honestly, what would benefit you is actually going to talk to a priest.
I've talked to him,
having conversations with them, and asking these questions to them, and they'll give you a better answer than anybody else online can or any Google search can.
What happens if they give me the same answer that I got online, or the same
Well,
answer
then,
that I got from my own interpretation?
and that's up for you to decide what to do. I mean, I don't know what do you want me to tell you? It's up to you to decide what you want to do.
I don't know. There's certain scriptures when I read
Is
it.
JS less of a Christian, Elder Lion?
Hmm?
Is JS less of a Christian?
Less. He's about the same. He's about the same kind of Christian I am right now.
Okay, but he's not Orthodox.
Yeah, neither am I.
I've heard some Orthodox say that I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, I don't call myself a Christian.
Do you follow Christ?
I try to, but I don't know exactly what that means.
Okay. It's your heart and soul. Christianity isn't a book. I'm just reading chat.
Yeah, I forgot that you were still on YouTube.
Yeah.
So you did. I mean, I was just like, we're just hanging out, man. I forgot all about YouTube. You said you're reading chat, and I'm like, oh yeah, fucking chat.
Yeah. Freddie, you're muted.
This may not be working.
You have to unmute yourself, dude.
Maybe not.
What are you doing? I have him server muted. What the heck happened?
Yeah, you server.
Oh! I server muted you because you were snoring.
Oh,
that's right. Yeah, you fell asleep and you were snoring, so I server muted you. My bad.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, most churches want you to have a bachelor's degree or some type of theology degree to start preaching.
Yeah,
that's what I was telling you. And you don't like it, I know.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Can't preach.
I actually think that if you have a degree in theology, I'm less inclined to listen to you.
Okay.
Because
It's interesting.
Because the college system and the education system that we have, it's very liberal, and it's probably filled with a bunch of extra mess. Not necessarily, but often.
There's a Christian college near me called Belmont University, and they actually, it's in Nashville. You should visit it while you're here. And then there's Trevecca, the Nazarene, and but Belmont is a they have a theology program that's apparently pretty good.
Yeah.
Like
I'm sure there's some
That
good
was
ones,
pretty
but
good.
it's just overall, like when I hear I went to higher education to get educated on theology, it's like, yeah, but I don't trust the higher education in America nowadays. Like, so
Yeah.
but I'm
But
sure there's
because
some good ones. I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm just
Yeah.
You got me, bro.
I mean, I get it. It's a lot of those higher education places are very liberal.
because
Well,
Jesus
the
got
majority of the problem
all
right
of them.
now with higher education is because a lot of the degrees that they pass out is kind of bullshit.
Jesus would have
Kind of
got kicked out of
overpaying for
those
a bunch of
colleges.
retarded soft science bullshit.
Jesus got
Yeah.
thrown out of those rabbinic schools. So
right there.
So you would have said
So-
he doesn't. That's what the rabbis said to him. You're not educated enough. You don't know him. And then when he walked up in there and he said, "I know this better
Well,
than you do," and they said, "But you're not educated."
I think what the problem is a lot of people take scripture and assume that they're talking about something that applies to them when it's not. You're talking about God.
I'm talking about Jesus.
Yeah, God.
I'm talking about Jesus getting kicked out of rabbinic schools, and then he walked up in there and he started.
And what you're doing
He started
is you're
teaching them, and they
identifying.
said, "What are you doing? You're a poor guy who came from nothing, and how do you know this better than we know it?" And he's saying it from memory. He doesn't even know how to read what they're saying to him.
Well, he would know how to read every
I don't
language
know
that's
if
ever been
Jesus didn't know
invented.
how to read.
Okay. Well, he also could have just flown if he just decided to fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carpenters even back then had to do some reading.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, I don't understand how you think that's a dunk. Yeah, he could have if he wanted to. He literally walk on water.
It's not a dunk for you to say he could have read every language.
He would have known every language.
He wasn't taught every language. He didn't learn those things, but he knew the word was written in his heart and he knew it. Even though he was never taught those.
He didn't need to be taught because he knew everything.
He was never taught those languages. He got kicked out of those schools. And then when he went in there and they said, "No, you're just a poor guy. You weren't taught this stuff. How do you know it?" And he knew it better than the rabbis knew it.
Yeah, because he knows everything.
Jesus said, "Even the ones who haven't read the scripture, it's been written in their heart." So even if they didn't have the Bible, some of them, he was like, "Yeah, there's
I
people
agree.
over there."
That's why I don't think that scripture is even really necessary for the continuation of the church.
Yeah. A lot of Orthodox people are against universal literacy or the ability for everybody to read the scriptures.
Yeah, because they bastardize it.
Yeah.
And they create these big splinter groups that
I see where they're
are
coming
like
from,
from,
but
they think they're God.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, people can't read the scriptures, and they would.
Oh my God!
Speak of the devil. Speak of
I
the
was
devil.
literally when he said that I was about to say something. Marilyn must be here.
Yeah,
and-
God.
Time to blow the place up.
God has entered the chat.
Yeah.
God has entered the room.
Now listen here. Jesus
My
came to
God.
tell us Father's business. So if we know Father's business, Why would we need to go to a priest or some authoritative figure to tell us what Father's
Marilyn, are
business
you
is?
going to DebateCon or no?
JS, I don't know.
How do you not know if it's 5 days out?
Yeah, you
I
better
don't want
figure
to.
it out.
It's going to be a surprise. Yeah, let's leave it at that.
All right,
I'll leave you.
For who?
preach to us, Marilyn. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
No, seriously, we're
God help
friends of
us
God,
all.
and we're friends of God, not slaves, not slaves. So, there should be no reason why, like, there won't be an authoritative figure for all eternity. So why need one now? Like, it doesn't make any sense. In Revelations, it says, in Revelations, it says, to him that overcometh, Revelation 3:21, it says, to him that overcometh, will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. If we're going to sit with the Lord on his throne, why would we need our whole lives to go with an authoritative figure telling us what God means and what God
I
meant?
have never heard a scripture ever say that we're going to sit on his throne.
Well, that's what it says in Revelations.
If you give me the verse.
Revelations 3:21. Why don't you read it to me? Look it up and read it to me. Revelations 3:21.
Singular.
JS, I've got to jump off and go hang out with my 5-year-old and chase him around the house. So you guys have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and giving us some info on
I
the.
can only hear one of you. I can only hear one of you.
I was saying thanks for coming up and giving us some info on the event, and
Yeah,
I'll be there. I'll see you there.
Yeah, James, what were you saying?
Y'all guys and shit.
Have a great one. Have a fun with family time, because family time is important. Spend time with
Run,
family.
Grid. Run.
I didn't hear anything James said. What did you say?
Have a great one and have fun with family time. Family time is important.
Yeah,
Family
absolutely.
time was important. God wouldn't make orphans. Come on, James.
No, God didn't make orphans. People made orphans.
All right, see you, JS. I gotta go.
See ya.
But God knows it all, right? Oh, not according to
Why don't
James.
we just ask God these questions, man? God is
What do you want to know?
Every time your questions is supposed God.
Y'all are God
No,
too, though.
why don't you make a miracle
Oh
happen
my
since you're
God!
God's
Here we
chosen
go.
people?
It's I'm about to end the stream anyway, so.
Oh my God, I'm gonna go. Everyone wants to leave
What?
when I
No,
come
go
on.
ahead, Marilyn. Come on.
No,
I can't
I'm
trust
good.
you.
What?
I can't trust you. You a damn snake.
What? Why? Why would you say that?
He's scared she might say something. He's
You
scared she might say
you
something.
said you were gonna be at DebateCon. You gonna be there or
listen.
not?
Right, so I just
So
read the scripture,
better.
and it literally just sounds like we're given the role of agents as God,
Wow.
as agents, and not as God, but agents for God.
If we're gonna sit on his throne just as he sits and
Yes, on
sit on
Christ's
his
throne at the right
throne.
hand. Do you know what the
But
concept
we're
of the right hand means within
Dun, dun,
the biblical sense?
dun.
not the wrong hand.
Right, so you don't actually know that the right hand is referring to the council. So that's
It
cool.
doesn't.
Anyways, let's move.
But
Like,
we're
we can
all
move on to something
co-heirs.
else.
What does co-heir mean to you? The Bible says we're all co-heirs and revealed with Christ in glory. Why do you want to create such separation and division in the one body? What is that?
What is the one body?
We are all part of the one body of Christ.
Are
Is
we?
that not in your Bible?
The church is all part of his body.
Okay, so to separate it and to think that something functions without the other part, and like it's more important than the other part. God calls us the head and not the tail. You know, there's just so
JS is
many
coochie
things.
scent. What the, I'm reading. Shazzy said JS is coochie scent. What does that even mean?
Nose wide open, boy. Your nose wide open.
What that smell like?
Lord mercy.
Dude, did I just win, Chuck? What the fuck?
What? How do we have these conversations like
They
this?
tell you has. Like, yes, has. Coochie sense.
Hijab debate was earlier. You're gonna have to go way farther back in the stream to see it. We watched it. We watched that like 10 hours ago.
And just so you know, like the whole make thee the head and not the tail, this is literally telling you have to follow the commandments, which implies that there's an authority above you beyond that. So he makes you the
But
head
Jesus,
as long as you follow the commandments. So
but
you've
Jesus is
there's already a separation there.
Oh, you're so.
Jesus is the law. He is the law, and he died for us. He literally laid down his life to die for us.
Okay.
The law
That
literally works for
didn't
us.
answer anything I just said, though.
We don't work for the law. The law works for us. I don't know why you want to take power from us so bad.
You got a stalemate.
Well, you couldn't close.
I couldn't close. No. That was a good game, huh?
The way she's flapping around for everyone, it doesn't seem like a special thing. I know.
Oh my God, JS.
I'm reading chat. I'm just reading chat. That's
Flapping around, huh?
Everyone needs to mind their business and not mine. How about that?
Whoa.
They just said you're flapping
How about
around.
I ain't flapping
Sorry, I was
nothing.
muted, but hey, Marilyn, it's hard not to mind your business when you're putting your business all out there.
That's
I have not been putting
Base. Holy
You're
shit,
putting it all
James.
out there.
Base.
Like,
Holy
how can we
fuck.
mind our own business when you're putting it all out there?
Damn, James.
Damn, James. This is you got that thought slayer energy
But
back. You need to bring that back to VK. What the
Let's
fuck?
go.
I thought he understand.
That was awesome.
I've been keeping my business to myself, if y'all have not noted.
No, you haven't. You've been talking about it. You told us about James. You
Borderline
told us
know your
about
whole damn
Jed.
life
You
story.
told us about.
I mean,
I don't
yes,
know about a
I
She
lot.
don't know
keep
nothing about
it
me.
Well,
Yeah,
remember
well,
she
she
was talking
does.
a few weeks
Hold
ago
on,
about how
hold on,
you know it's
because
gonna be up in
few
I
Nashville.
weeks
don't
ago.
think JS actually knows this. What Marilyn does, she goes around to other channels and like whispers rumors about
I
streamers she's
know.
talking to and
I know.
revealing this
Yeah.
big thing that happened.
I know she
And
does
all
that.
these people are in her DMs and shit.
No.
Yep.
None of that's true. None of that's true. I got
It is
one
true.
name.
Bullshit.
She does
I
that.
bet it's
Yeah.
none of y'all's business. No.
And I bet you
I'm a
I
good
bet
girl.
you $1,000 she ain't at damn DebateCon. She just bullshit.
$1,000?
She just
Why are you
bullshit.
telling me like that, JS? Listen, I told you that new guy was that I don't even want to see. Not putting my business out there. I don't know if I'm going or not.
The new
it's up
guy
in
you've
the
been
air.
talking to, he
You're doing a lot
said
of putting the business out there for not putting your business out there.
some streamer, a new streamer said he doesn't want her to go to DebateCon.
These are all debooters. They're all just nerdy
Does he feel
debooters.
threatened?
Stupid. It gives me ick.
Yeah. Ay, caramba.
And plus, you know,
How you doing,
if I
Josh?
go,
Yes.
you know,
Marshall.
if I go, it's gonna be a total shit show.
Whatever.
Yeah, why do you
Sorry,
think that
man.
I
I
don't
didn't
really
realize
want to
you were
go?
there.
The whole drama shit that's been going on. Like, why would I want to go there, and why would I want to be a part of any of this bullshit that's happening? The only reason I
Why
would want to
would
go
you
is
be
to
a
hang
part
out with the
of
people that I want to hang out with, like JS, Fredo, Kat. And hey, if he ends up going, but beyond that, I don't want to have to deal with all the retarded
What's
shit.
the drama? There's no drama from Maryland. Maryland's
Damn, you
not
let me on
gonna
that
be
list.
Oh,
It's not just
Wow.
Maryland. It's a whole lot of people there that are just dramasphere retards that cling on to the debate sphere like a fucking cancer.
Wow.
Hell yeah, Elder.
Ryan.
Get him.
Well, you need to talk to your priest about that.
Whatever.
You don't
So you
get to tell
can't
me
interpret
what I ask or talk to my priest about
what.
anything. You
I'm gonna
don't.
step on all of them. I'm gonna step on all
Step
of them.
on him.
I'm gonna step on all of them.
Yeah.
Hey, Cat.
They about to find out.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Hell, Jeremy, I didn't know you were going.
Let's go back to.
Yeah, I'd hang out with Jeremy too if he was there. I'd hang out with
God.
just about everybody that I've met that I talk to on a consistent basis.
Jeremy's not going.
Okay, so I am on that list. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty base,
I
Elder.
bet I went on that list.
Those of us who can't go now, don't throw shade. I had planned on going, but I can't go now.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Why?
It's true.
That's what you call submission, John.
What?
I said, that's what you call submission. She can't submission to her man.
Why do you sound? Why are you underwater? What do you? You can't swim.
You know a fucking Pringle can isn't a microphone, right?
What?
Help! Freddie's drowning. Help him, y'all! Freddie's drowning.
I know he can't
Freddie,
swim.
Freddie, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can swim.
What are you
I
saying?
don't know. I've
Freddie?
heard some things. I've heard some things yesterday on a stream.
Oh, shut up.
Oh God. What is about cat?
Me and James are gonna go do man on the street videos. We're gonna do red pill man on the street content.
Is it going to be
When
live
I'm
or
in Nashville, I'm
something?
not going to be nowhere near a pool, by the way.
Oh yeah, and also James can't
James
swim.
and I are going to.
Wait, nowhere near a pool.
James is
Yeah.
gonna
Jess,
learn
I
how to
think you need to
swim.
see how far you can throw James.
Oh yeah, James don't know how to swim either, so he's about to drown too.
James is
can't
about to
fucking swim.
find
He ain't
out
got no
how to
fat on
swim.
him. He's gonna
about to
slink. He's
learn
gonna
how to
sink to the
swim.
damn bottom.
You have to come learn, James.
James ain't got a speck of fucking fat on him. He's gonna
James is gonna
sink
be
like
like-
a damn rock in a pool.
He's gonna text me, "Hey JS, I'm at the hotel. Where's the room at?" I'm gonna be like, "Oh, it's go down the hall and take a right." And he's gonna be in the pool room, and I'm gonna be waiting. And I'm just gonna chuck him into the pool.
All right. You think I'm that stupid?
Yeah.
You think I'm that
James is about to
gullible?
learn. James is about to learn that dead bodies actually don't float.
What up, YouTube? Today, James is gonna learn how to swim.
Yeah,
in there like
bro.
a newborn baby.
I got a pool. I'll facilitate the pool.
Is that Brandon?
Oh yeah, never mind. I can't. Don't
Yeah,
go James
yeah.
in my pool. Never
For real,
mind. It's
James.
empty right
James.
now. That would suck.
James, for real, you just gotta just jump in, dude. Just jump in. Head foot
James, you
deep
say you
pool.
ain't gullible, but have
Just
you
do
seen
it.
the clown yet?
I
Oh,
haven't seen
the
that
gay clown.
He found it.
Jesus Christ.
He found the
You finally
clown.
found it?
Yeah, he found
No,
it.
Found
he
it.
said he was lying. He
But
said he
to
was
be
lying.
to be fair, yeah, no. To be fair, he only
Oh.
found the clown after we had to spell the clown's name out for him, draw him a picture, show him where the clown was, and give him the actual details. So
It was like 2 hours of explaining the clown to James.
No. It was more like 2 weeks. Explaining the clown thing.
the
It's still not
professional
done. It's
not
still not
understanding the joke at all.
He's still not over. He still
Oh
it's
my
still
God.
he still hasn't seen the clown. He still don't get it.
Yeah.
He gets it now. It took a while,
I'll give him the
but he
benefit
gets
of
it
the
now.
doubt.
At
No,
least I
do you not
believe he
remember?
does.
He said he doesn't get it. He said he didn't get it. He just said he was saying
Oh
it so
my God,
people
you're
would
still
stop
trying
saying
to
bringing it up.
gaslight.
I don't think I get it.
It's the. Do you see
Oh,
the clown?
Yo,
Do you see
it's
the
gonna
clown
kinda
that
go wrong
hides
with
from
it,
gay
so yeah.
people?
Yeah, I see that. I do see that.
Okay.
He smells
Okay,
gassy.
good.
I see him. He's right there. Get out of here, clown.
Yeah, it's one of those
I mean,
silly
he
jokes
hangs
where you
out with
gotta
me
go
all
along
the
with it. So yeah.
Hangs out with me all the time. He's sitting right
Why
in
do
front of me.
but hold on, James, why do you have to say yeah?
Because that's the trick to it.
Yeah, but what's the trick? What is the whole point of the trick?
You're supposed to say yeah.
What? I know, but what is
it's
what
a loaded
does saying
question.
yeah? What does saying yeah indicate, James? What does saying yeah
There's
indicate?
no right answer to
It
that.
you're not gay.
There you go.
Yeah, he does get it. It's over. It's finally over.
No, Chuck. There is a right answer to that question.
If you haven't
Now
seen
here's a
There
loaded
is.
question.
There's a
though.
right.
If you
And
haven't
a-
seen
Here's a
him,
loaded
it's
question.
because you're gay, but you did see him. You found him, even though he was hiding from you.
Oh, that's a good point, Chuck.
You can Google
You're
it.
a
Even Google says that it's a
That
loaded
is a
question.
good
It
point.
doesn't matter what you answer. It's like if you went camping and woke up with a bunch of guys and woke up the next morning
Yeah.
with a rubber in your butt, would you tell anyone? It doesn't matter what you say.
Either way,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna say
God.
let's go camping.
Either way, we're going camping.
Oh, camping. You're weird, Josh.
Either way, we're
Nobody
going camping with a
this
box of
tent.
condoms.
All right, if there's
Nobody
100
leaving
dicks
this
stapled to a wall, how many of them are you choking on?
Exactly. There's no right answer.
Or no, it's
Fuck?
when did you
Don't
tell
answer.
your
It's a trick.
There's actually a philosophical word for this. When did you tell your parents you
Is
were
there
gay?
really?
Or
If the RV's rocking, don't come knocking.
These are all tricks.
what's it called? Oh, there's a word in philosophy for this. It's if you say when did you tell your parents you were gay?
It'll tell you what you're talking
I
about.
am not gay.
Dude, my
Why are you
Google.
gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? That was good. Exactly. Why are you gay?
What is it called when you? How do I ask this to Google?
Ask it the joke.
Is it a conundrum?
No.
Yeah, literally asking the joke.
I'm going to Bonnie's Buns
It'll
for
explain
that
to you.
cinnamon
I don't
baby.
know, the whole dicks on the wall thing. I don't think there's really any way out of the answer, giving a good answer for that. But asking,
That's why I would say it was a trick question rather than the
there's
clown
no
ain't
good
really a
way.
trick question.
Yeah, the clown isn't a trick question, and even the whole "when did you tell your parents you're gay?" You could just say, "Well, right before I said I was just kidding." You could get out of that one too.
Oh, Jeremy said James is the clown that hides from the gay people.
Well, it's just like the the whole. Well, I can't snap my fingers online, but it's when I snap my fingers after the count of 3, I'm gonna snap my fingers. You're no longer gonna remember you're gay. 1, 2, 3. You're not gay.
I was never gay.
That's good, King.
And they're like, I'm not gay. You're like, yeah, no, I know. You don't remember.
So James, do you remember being gay?
That's difficult to remember when you've never been gay. So.
Well, I mean, James just snapped his fingers. So.
Told you. Magic.
James ain't being gay
The
a day
bad
in his
thing
life.
is, you revealed the answer to the joke first.
I know.
No true Scotsman. To label this, and I think we all agree that's dodgy in some way. In theory, you can kind of say, well, any discourse whereby we want to guarantee the truth of our conclusion from our premises is going to be governed by some kind of logic. It claims to be the kind of normative
I
rules
had
of
to come
thought.
get in my Jeep and get
what
warm. I'm working
the
out in my
original
barn
kind of
today, and it's
intuition
cold
that
as heck.
Aristotle's having, or one of them.
About the concept
What are
of
you doing in your
ex
barn
post
today?
quod
What could you possibly be doing in your
I
barn?
think that it's
Just go
ex
on.
post quod limit.
therefore
I'm
it has a
putting
cause.
hay for the winter.
And somebody goes like,
some
"Oh no,
roll. I
that's
had some
invalid
roll
because the
hay
universe
to
didn't
use.
have a cause." No, it's not invalid. It's
Don't you
unsound.
hate
And
people
I
for
do
that?
stop using the word with the words.
I
You
mean,
can
I
ask, "Oh, is that really good?"
kind
But
of
say
enjoy
I went
getting
out
a
into the
little
world
skid steer and
and I found
stacking
that
up the hay
everything
roll.
that
Oh, okay, fair
elicited
enough.
the
No,
kind
no,
of
you're driving other toys.
sorry,
I got you.
invalid
You're
logical
playing with
thinking.
toys. I got you. Okay, I got you.
Somebody 1,000 years ago if you describe to them
It's literally the sheep all come
three-sided
around
object
and
with straight lines, and you go,
hang
yeah,
out.
but there's
It's kind of
three-sided objects
fun.
with straight lines. Is it really a
It's
triangle?
literally 84
Star. So I guess
degrees
the
here.
paradoxical question is: are they talking
Well, I
about the
say
same
cold,
thing?
but
Or
it's
like
like
Frege sense of
61
philosophiness
degrees.
and
But that,
play.
for me, that's cold.
Argument in given that has
It's
three
20.
sides.
It's
If
21
wouldn't be
degrees here right
left
now.
with the question, but
It's
is that
71
really?
here, so.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Don't
windy.
say but that's
degrees,
still.
I'm fucking
Go, like, what
sweating.
the hell are you talking about? This is not
It's
good in
windy.
21
windy.
and windy.
You might
Yep,
say, well,
21 and
Finnish
windy like
style,
crazy
it would
right
go
now.
at that thing through
Yeah,
my
quit
head.
bragging.
But for draw on this kind of Phrygian backdrop,
And it's gonna
greatest
snow.
or the
It's
greatest
gonna snow
net
tomorrow. And
pleasure is they.
so I had
I
to
would
What are you
get
happen to
talking
the
out.
about?
world.
It is 60
Twist the
degrees. It
utilitarian
is
could
not
appeal
gonna
to this
snow.
Phrygian
Yeah,
Sedegetter
it's
context
calling
is
for
the
snow
difference
here
between
tomorrow night.
water and H2O. Like
Yeah,
they are
65 degrees
and an
outside
oxygen
here.
molecule of water. And I'd say Frege
I
has
can
his
have like
be
all 4
very
seasons
helpful
in one
for
day. It's
or
kind
that
of
might not
crazy.
necessarily. You know, people
I
on,
don't believe in snow. I
online are all
think it's
logical
fake.
fallacies. You know,
I've
if
never
you
seen
scroll
it.
through a lot of comment
Yeah, it
sections on
definitely doesn't
philosophy videos,
exist.
you
It's
see
all
people having
logical
arguments.
Well,
You
you
might say
live
it's a
a
fallacy.
far
That's
south,
yeah, and
say snow.
I think that
We got
this is
we got
in
snow
some
last
sense
year.
sort of
If
attempting
you
these are
were,
the logical structures that we want
yeah,
to
y'all did
toe
get
into
snow
something like be
last
clear
year,
why a
and
fallacy might
everybody
be non
freaked the
sequitur. I'm
fuck
pretty
out
sure
over
it's the
like
name
1
for
inch
the
of
fallacy
snow.
where
Yeah,
you
I
say
walked
A
outside. There was
implies
no
B,
snow outside.
not
Yeah,
A,
it was
therefore
pouring.
not B. Okay,
Thank you
so
very much.
let's slow down for a second. We're talking about a
And
logical.
yet,
We're
it
talking about
shut our
logical
whole
fallacy
county
where
down
you
because we don't
say
know what to
so.
do with snow.
If A then B.
Hey, y'all don't have like
Oh,
snow
no.
trucks
Yes, that
and
does it. For
stuff.
Right, yeah,
example,
we get
if it's raining
right.
outside,
We
you
get
think
a
you
freaking
know.
No, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's
we
what
get
feels
an
like
18
it
inch.
should.
Yeah,
And
we
there are
get an
contexts
18
where you
inch
can imagine if
blizzard. They're
somebody
like,
said really
you still
quickly,
coming to
like,
work tonight?
Yeah.
"Oh well, if
Yeah,
it's raining, I'm going to
exactly.
get wet," and you go there,
Exactly.
Of
and
course
it's
I
fine.
am.
But
I'll
in
leave
a
right
follow,
now.
we need to be. Gosh, I'll get wet if it's raining.
Fuck,
Therefore, I
man, I'll
will
leave
get slightly
4
harder.
hours
Right? This
early
makes
just
much
so you
of
can
imagine
work on
ability.
time.
Okay, 'cause arguments, right?
My work will like
Is it
they'll
like logic
mandate
is the
you
thing
to
which applies
stay at
to
the hospital if
arguments?
they
Does
think
it
that you're
logic
sketchy and you're not going to come back
if
to
we're
work.
dealing with some
They'll
and the
mandate
logical
you to stay
relations, but this
overnight.
gods to be the
There was
kind of
one year that it
normative
rain,
rules
that
of
it like
thought.
sleeted
Yep, you know
and
what
the
Yeah, you too.
road
fact that I'm thinking
froze
well.
over,
Non-logical acts
and
are not
it
going
was
to be quite
it was
clear general
hellacious.
with
Nobody
the
knew
idea of
how to
reasoning. So
drive.
this
They
is
were
the
Perfect.
draw out of it.
trying to like
And so
drive
there's
uphill
a term that you've used
and
a
was
few
just
times now,
sliding
which is the
straight
term
back down.
valid.
It was chaos.
Like modus ponens. And we use letters there.
You got time
Bathtub
on
is filled.
Work in a
The
terrible
sky is red. Therefore,
hurricane
Q.
before.
A logical argument.
And then I
True.
got to work and they're
Let's
like,
get a better
"Oh,
one. Like
we're not gonna,
if
we're not gonna do it
if
today."
it's
Green apple
if it's
Yeah, I
raining
gotta go
outside, then I'll get wet. Few situation where the fact it's not raining.
I got
Most
a
times
hurricane
it's let's say that's
last
true.
year in West
Yes,
Virginia. I got
yes,
freaking
and then that
hurricane.
kind of
That's
guaranteed is
crazy.
that an argument is
We're not
valid.
gonna hear
True.
whatever
It means it's
you're
valid.
listening to, JS.
Importantly,
Chat said
this
they
does
could hear
not
whatever you're
mean that the
listening.
argument is sound.
I could,
Yes, or even in
What? Chat said
This way
what?
it's gonna be quicker.
I can hear
I
you
said that
listening
they
to.
can hear what you're listening to.
They can hear
JS.
whatever the world you're listening to. I
I'm
don't know
trying to
what you're
find something in a video, but
Well, they can hear it. Chat can. They
I
can
need a
hear
mute.
us and it.
You got chat all confused.
whatever. Deal with it, chat.
any intuitive does not mean these
I
are
will say
true.
this: I've
The
never seen
conclusion.
snow, but I've seen ice.
Think about say for
I've
the
seen
kind of the sake of
I've seen it
You
down
see,
by
you
ice
know,
today.
storm.
So we can
If
think
you were
about
going to DebateCon, you might see some
it's not about the
snow.
content. It's not about the
Because if I'm
actual.
getting some
No,
snow, they might get some in Nashville.
I hope.
Please don't tell us we're gonna be getting snow.
I don't
I'm
think the
not
snow is
bringing
with. I
dang
don't think
winter
it's
clothes.
Snowed in.
I'm just
You're
kidding,
gonna be snowed
JS.
in, JS.
But you might want to check. You might want to check.
JS is gonna be stuck at the hotel the entire time because he didn't bring any freaking jacket.
JS and James are going to be snowed into a hotel together.
Snuggling up together.
Cuddling
They want
up.
they both brought
That's
shorts.
Cuddling
Both
up.
of them brought
That's
shorts
so
and
gay
tank
the way
tops.
she said that. That sounded so gay.
Boy.
I mean,
Nobody
JS already
leaving
said,
that
look,
room.
JS already said if he found a condom in his ass in the middle of camping, that he'd just say, "Let's go camping."
Let's
again.
go
So,
camping.
What?
Ain't nobody leaving that room. Ain't nobody.
JS, you're fucked up.
Nobody's walking
You're
out
gonna be
alive.
crawling out, James.
Just saying, you're fucked up, JS.
Oh, so someone's gonna be walking funny.
Oh, Lord.
yeah, the whole point of the motel thing was nobody was walking out.
It's
of
your
that fuck.
fault, Marilyn, because you
Right.
weren't there.
JS,
I know,
JS,
Chris. I know.
JS, you're gonna
Don't blame,
let us
don't
know
blame
what it's like
Madeline
getting
for your stupidity, JS.
Oh,
Don't
you're
blame
You have to let us
involved,
know what it's like
James.
getting your back blown out by a virgin, JS.
Made it to
Well,
Bonnie.
now that Maryland's not going, James, you're the only option for JS. So
No,
it's like beggars can't be choosers.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, hey,
no.
Dad, breakfast thing's here.
I'm the pitcher, not the catcher.
Well, I mean, he's a virgin, so you got to give him a chance at bat.
Bring that baby oil, James. It's gonna be easier on you.
Ain't no picture
I mean,
catching going
we
on,
don't
so
know damn
nobody's
well that
dealing with
baby
that.
Just like in T-ball, James. Just like
Exactly.
in
And
T-ball.
there are kind of two definitions most into all case, right? So
Wow.
is that a valid argumentative?
We got to slow down for a second because there's a lot of words. I'm going to produce an argument which has a valid.
Jess, you
If
better
it's
hope.
raining,
I mean, James, you better hope you're not stuck outside in the snow. Whenever
Oh.
It's November. It ain't snowing down there, and if it does, it'll be gone overnight.
Shoot. They said it was going to be in like 31,
You
31.
don't
till
realize is with
June.
snow to be able to stay and stick around, the ground has to freeze first. If it's
I
60
looked
fucking
on
degrees right
Google.
now, it is not frozen.
They said mid-November in Nashville is 30 to 60, which is
Right.
Pretty broad, huh?
30 at night.
that's a wide range.
That's what I'm saying. I'm 60 today, and it's gonna be like 30 tomorrow.
Damn.
Good easy.
But nah,
It's
you'll
cold as
probably be
fuck.
fine. I mean, that's quite a bit more south than I am.
Yeah, Nashville's quite a bit more south.
I'll
'Cause,
probably wear
I mean,
enough
'cause even
winter
in
clothes
Cleveland-
just when I'm leaving Utah. I'll have enough
Yeah, you'll
winter
have-
clothes on me to.
Because I know when I was living in Cleveland, part of Tennessee, which is further south than Nashville, granted, it didn't snow that very much that winter
First time I ever saw snow was in Nashville.
for the time that I was
Really?
there.
No, maybe no. The
But I
first time I
wasn't there
ever
for very long, to be
first time I ever
fair.
saw snow was in Albuquerque on a Greyhound ride, and it was just like ice on the ground.
Oh.
It wasn't actually snow. It was like chunks of ice on the ground. Like, but the first time I ever saw snow was in Nashville.
You guys are crazy. That's just. I think that's insane. I've seen snow so much. First time I seen snow, I don't even remember because I was so young.
King is basically a Yeti.
I think I was
Basically,
20. I was like 24 the first time I ever saw snow.
I was literally. My birthday's in September. I saw snow 2 months after I was born.
Yeah, I think there was snow like on my birthday. Like there was snow on the ground on the day of my
outside,
birth.
then
Hey, we're getting the weather
Joe
report
Folly
from chat.
is a type of bird.
I was born in a
Hmm.
blizzard, but hadn't snowed since.
No way is on to separate question as to whether a logical argument is valid.
Because of you. That
For like
snow's
too much
scared
body
of
eating,
Elder
really.
Line. That snow's scared of Elder Line.
You should bring on that
It
heat.
throws off a lot of heat.
Just a bunch of hot air.
King
is
was
what the
shoveling
problem
snow
is.
at the age of 3, I bet.
Hot air. Oh Lord.
Much more interested in validity than soundness because to mainly consider rules to be broad enough.
Oh,
If somebody
damn,
says,
my
for
bad.
example, something like that, if somebody
Your boy's
says,
on, Josh.
well, if the universe began to exist, then
favorite
it must have a
teacher.
cause, and the universe did begin to exist, therefore it has a cause.
What?
Oh,
Freddie?
Jesse Lee Peterson?
Who's Freddie?
Nah, hell no.
I thought Jesse Lee Peterson was his favorite teacher.
No, he got a new one.
Who, me?
Josh
that?
coming over to the Pharaoh side.
No man teaches me.
Man, teachers. So Jesus wasn't a man. Oh,
Hey, cat.
Hey, girl. Hey, other cat. The good cat.
I got you. Jesus wasn't a man. I got you.
Jesus doesn't
Oh,
teach
Lord.
me.
So you don't follow Jesus?
I follow him, but that
That's
doesn't
what
mean he
Then
teaches
he
me.
teaches you.
That's
Does he
what
not?
Jesus-
By that
No.
logic, if you
by
follow someone,
example.
they're your teacher, right?
Nope. God teaches me.
But he teaches you through who?
Hey, Marilyn. That's my other baby.
Through who? Jesus, right?
There's an when Jesus says, "Let no man teach you," he's talking about him.
No, he wasn't
Ugh.
talking about him. He's talking about other men.
Hey, Jess,
Besides
Jeremy
him.
checked the weather. It looks like you're good for Nashville next week.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. That we got the weather report.
It's gonna be nice. All right.
We
You
got
can
And
the
do
somebody
your
goes
man on
like,
the
"Oh no,
streets.
that's invalid."
Yeah, you'll be out there in Nashville. I'm shoveling fucking snow here, probably, JS. It's
Las
probably gonna
Vegas.
snow.
James
What
is gonna.
happens in Vegas.
I won't be
Stays in
showing no
Las Vegas.
shows.
Why
Don't
do
look at
you?
me.
What is there like
That's why
gambling in
Nashville's got
Nashville?
their.
Oh, also
They
that's another thing. Also,
do
what
that.
are
They
like
ain't got me. I don't
what
work
are
for
the
Nashville.
what are the coolest? What are the best places to eat? Kat, you seem like a knowledgeable person on Nashville. I've been there a bunch
Oh,
of
I've
times,
Yeah,
but I never
so I
been
don't
there
have
with
to
like.
been there.
I've only been a couple times, honestly.
Oh, he's got a cap.
What are the spots you gotta hit?
They say Kid Rock's bar is pretty good.
Kid Rock's bar.
They say it's pretty good.
What about like
Go to a
restaurants?
speakeasy. Go to a speakeasy. They're dope.
They don't have speakeasies no more. Speakeasies have been gone since Prohibition ended. Who needs a
Definitely
speakeasy?
do not go to the
Are you
Coyote Ugly
crazy?
bar.
There are speakeasies everywhere.
I've been to the Coyote Ugly in Vegas. There's 4 of them in the country, right? And I think I've
Coyote
been
in
to.
Vegas. Is that a bar?
I think I've been to all. I think I've been to the one in Nashville.
The one in Nashville, all I know is
Yes,
the
James.
women
Coyote
pretty
Ugly is a
naked.
bar.
Yeah, I think
And
I've
it's
been
just
to
a bar.
the. Where are the
That's just an
4?
advertisement for. That's an
It's just
advertisement.
an
for
every.
JS. That's what he
Oh
wants to
gosh,
say.
Ellen.
I think I've been to all of them. Maybe there's one in New York that I haven't been to or something. But
Okay.
where are the Coyote bar? Coyote. I've been to the one in Vegas. I've been to the one in the South, which I guess it's Nashville. I thought it was Atlanta.
I'm trying to like pull up the restaurants because I don't remember any of the names, but I'm trying to see if I like
You
if
need
I
to
look at a
start
list
looking up
here.
lounges. Lounges
New
is where
York.
you find
Oh, there's
people
more
that got
now.
money.
New York, Texas, Nevada, Florida, and Tennessee. Okay, so I've been to Florida, New York, or no, I've been to Florida, Nevada, Texas, and Tennessee. I've never been to the one in New York.
You got to find somewhere to get some like Nashville hot chicken, but I don't have like the name of a restaurant, so you need to do that.
Let's see, Nashville.
You need to.
Places to go.
Or is it highly recommended?
I've been to the Parthenon, the Grand Ole Opry. I've been outside of it. I've never been inside of it.
The Grand Ole Opry. Oh.
What the fuck, James?
Well, that's
Topping
not
some-
it ain't like oh.
The Parthenon in
James,
Centennial
I
Park.
mean-
I've been there.
And it gets louder and louder until they're breaking the window.
Belle Meade Plantation. Oh, let's go to a plantation. Let's go. I'm down with that.
Look at this. Look at this real quick, guys.
Broadway Street, live music, and honky tonks. I'm a honky, and I
Broadway is
talk.
where you probably want to stay. That's where all of the
That's where you're
bars
gonna
and
want to
stuff
stay. is Brandon.
I'm about to get my
It's so
honky
much
tonk
fun.
on.
Are you gonna dress up like a cowboy,
you get the
Jazz?
cowboy
You need to dress up like a cowboy.
You gotta
man.
wear a cowboy hat, please.
You wanna be a cowboy. You need to dress up like a cowboy. So you gotta bring your boots and your blue
Boots.
jeans.
I think I have a pair of boots sitting around.
We gotta
Go
get
buy
a boot,
pair.
a boot and hat fund.
Buy a pair for like $99.
$99. I'm gonna buy a pair of boots for
Right from Tractor Supply, which I don't know if you can find a Tractor Supply over there. You might have to wait to get to Nashville. Buy that.
Well, no, it'll be so cute. James and JS holding hands, going shopping together for some boots.
For boots and a hat. I'm gonna get a cowboy hat and some boots. I'm going to the honky tonk,
cowboy
man.
boots. I only got one pair.
Nashville's
no cowboy boots. I wear fit him.
Nashville's
He's probably
Speakeasy
he's probably
Secrets,
too big.
Murder True Crime Cocktail Crawl.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Oh, I
man,
bet you could pick up some ladies on that, James.
man, I'd like to go to that.
You got some ladies on what?
Ladies love
think I'll-
true crime.
Yeah, we do. I'm
James
playing
is
a
gonna
game.
get-
I'm playing a game about a serial killer right now.
I don't understand
I
that
love
like
true
legal
crime,
suggestion
too,
is a
man.
true crime for women.
I am
James,
not.
James,
a fan.
we're both leaving this thing married. Are you ready?
I don't get the obsession of true crime though for women.
Not married
Not
to each other.
Haley.
We're not married. We're not gonna be married to
Playing
each
the game
other.
out serious.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But yeah,
I
you
was about to
can
say,
you can
pretty
go
sure
to
gay
Tractor
marriage is
Supply
legal in
over
Nashville.
in
No, we're gonna find
Nashville.
some nice
I'm gonna
country
go back.
Tractor
ladies.
Supply in
I'm ahead of
Nashville.
you.
Tax
I thought y'all
purposes.
No,
didn't want to file James. Now you getting married, huh?
He's gonna get married first.
Oh, okay. I believe in him.
For
Well,
tax.
Nashville is
Nashville's
little.
where
It
it's
is
at.
little Vegas, so y'all might
Nashville is
have a
Vegas.
little
for
thing out
James.
there.
Oh,
got
do they have one of
gambling?
those quick marriage places where you can quickly get married?
I don't know.
Old
That would make
Smoky
sense.
Distillery, 6th and Peabody. That looks fun.
Yeah, they have those over like all over Tennessee. It's
I
got
love
moonshine.
a brewery place where you can get a flight where you have like 6 different types of like craft beers. I love that.
Well, that Old Smoky place, you can like sample all of their moonshines and stuff.
All right.
Do you like
James,
cherries? Get some of the cherries.
James, we going to Old Smoky's Distillery.
You guys got a whole damn date set up.
Yeah, these aren't you sad you're missing out, ladies? Me and James are gonna have all the fun.
We'll end up married by the end of it too.
And we're gonna be married.
Hey, ladies,
That just
come back to our hotel and watch some true crime with
roll
us.
that off your mouth. No,
What
Please
about
don't do that.
what
Stop
about
rolling that off
James?
your mouth.
James, what about the Gaylord Opryland Garden? You want to go?
Oh
to the-
God, that sounds even more gay. Like get out of here.
Actually, is a very nice hotel. It actually is. I've stayed there.
It looks
Very
nice. It looks like dang
Very
hanging
romantic for
gardens.
gay people, yeah.
The Gaylord Garden. I'm
Yeah,
checking
it's like
it out.
inside of a big resort hotel.
It looks
It's really
nice.
nice.
Downtown Nashville.
Sometimes I stay there when I go fishing on the river down there in Nashville.
The Parthenon. I've been to this. Johnny Cash Museum. I've been outside of it, but I haven't been inside of it. Maybe I'll check that out. The Lane Motor Museum. Open air minibus sightseeing tour. Nah, that's a tourist trap. Helicopter tour, tourist trap. Trolley tour.
Oh yeah, I did the
tourist trap.
helicopter. I did the helicopter tour at Niagara Falls. It was so lame. I will never do that again.
Is the helicopter tours are not that exciting?
No, not really. Well, and I have a friend that has a helicopter, so it's a lot more fun to just not be on a tour in a helicopter and just go in a helicopter.
Wally said they're
If you're
gonna
gonna
go.
be getting a helicopter, you got to be hunting from it, right? Like that's how it's got to go.
Wally said they're going
Well, yeah,
axe
that's what
throwing
we're
on
doing.
one night. Where are they doing that at?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go do that. I love. Dude,
There's probably a bunch of places. I think
I
Top Golf
throw a
would have
damn
been fun.
hatchet
If I was going-
underhanded with a hook on it, and it'll go. And dang, man.
If I was going, I was going to go to Top Golf, but I'm not going.
Oh, Top Golf.
What? I love Top.
Well, Top Golf is awesome, but we got one of those here, so I don't know.
We got one here too.
love.
I've been to the
I
one
love
here.
Topgolf.
I've been to the one here and in Tampa. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I had a birthday out there. I got way hammered. Fucking-
Last
one
time
of
I
my
went-
buddies almost fell into the net. Like,
Last time I went,
Oh,
I just
shit.
try to.
So
I just try to hit the little cart that goes to get the balls, and I have hit it twice successfully.
Yeah, I like Top Golf.
I
Might
only
have
went
to
into
do that,
golf
James.
Last time I went there, I was 12, and I scammed that mini golf place out of like 20 free plays.
It's gonna be the gayest thing ever, James.
What's gonna be the gayest thing ever?
Hatchet throwing would be fun. I know Grim was talking about doing he was talking about doing like a shooting day.
Yes, he's
I don't
telling
know
you,
if I'm
James,
allowed to
letting you
do
know
that.
Being
Yeah,
prepared for the stay.
James, you got to get prepared for that gay urban adventure that you're
Gayer
doing.
than ever, bro.
Oh
Gayer than
God.
ever.
Make sure you bring your
Welcome
birth
to,
certificate.
welcome to JS Gayer
Welcome
than
to
ever.
Gay-ass Urban Adventures.
Let's go.
Let's not go.
I'm gonna need
Yes,
company
just
on
left
all
the
the
simp life
Why not?
behind.
James,
Yes, left the
Yeah.
simp life
if
behind.
God,
Has become a gaming.
my only
Hey,
advice,
Marco.
other than James, other than avoiding the massage, my only other advice to you is do not play. Cut out the light or turn off the lights and guess what this is in your mouth.
Guess what this is in your mouth? Sounds like a good game, King.
Or the game, first one goes to sleep, get to guess what it is in their mouth.
What is Kid Rock's bar called? This Six and
Yeah, just don't fall asleep,
Peabody's
James.
Smoky Distillery looks cool.
You might be better off just sleeping out in the hallway.
Yeah.
What is this? Playground.
Oh no, Wally's got the right idea here in chat. The axe throwing places out there. I've been to a couple of those. That's a fun time.
Well, axe throwing.
Playground.
Due to the axe band, I suggest axe throwing.
Oh, this looks cool.
Yeah,
It's
that's
got
a fun
damn
time.
midget tossing. Well, no, it's you put a Velcro suit on.
What?
What?
They call it midget cucking.
If there was
If
What
a
do they
midget,
call it?
I'm going to
If
the debate farm.
you were willing to drive over to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, you could go to. They've got midget WWE. It's midget wrestling. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I want to play. That's awesome.
Adult playground in
horror.
Nashville. It's
I
called
don't know if
Play
they've ever-
Playground.
I don't know if they ever got it back to where you could go to it, but don't they have like a Dukes of Hazzard, like go kart thing there?
I don't know.
Because I'm pretty sure
Sounds
they
right up my
had
alley.
one there last time I was going through there. We wanted to stop by, but couldn't because they had
Oh,
it
this looks
closed.
fun as shit.
I love Pigeon Forge.
I just came back from Pigeon Forge in September.
I think that's one of those like playgrounds where you like get launched in a Velcro suit and stick to the wall
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
dude.
put on
We
a
used
Velcro
to.
suit and they
It's probably
throw
before you
at the
got to
wall.
Utah. We used to have one of those. It was
Dude,
great.
I'm down for that. Let's go.
That's fun.
People got way hurt, but so it got shut down. But it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. Wrestling in sumo suits. You put on these big ass sumo suits and wrestle with each other.
Yeah, the Cooters place. They got Cooters
Oh,
place.
dude, yeah. Just do that on the trampoline a lot too.
Oh, dude, don't you talk to me about trampoline wrestling. I think we've talked about this already.
Oh my god.
Valid because the universe didn't have a cause. By like very very helpful. Then saying that an argument that and then you can identify this was
Let's just
cosmological
say I
argument.
feel
It's
like
gonna
I'm the
begin-
reason they started making
quite-
them require
Exactly. In
nets
nuts
on
are
those things.
Fogarts. But you can actually
Dude,
just, like look at the argument by
doesn't
and
work.
Marshall, who said
yeah,
you're allowed to come up
yeah.
here and
I
have
think that
fun?
it's
You're
it's
still- I'm
ex
still
post quad limit.
shaming you
Is that
right
going to
now.
be too much?
No, that's
so,
good.
so
Let's
the,
get
the-
good. Let's
the
get good. So-
definition of a valid
What?
argument,
You still shaming
and yet the
Marshall? What did
contradiction.
Marshall
It's
do?
that.
Marshall
I
had a
don't know.
whole
He's
org-
always mad at me.
I need help fixing my sink.
Marshall's
Okay,
99%.
let me find a tutorial for you.
I don't even know what that means.
which makes sense a few days after the Lord drop. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't
Jess,
apply
you
to someone who doesn't watch it.
Jess, you can't be
Go ahead.
taking James to museums, dude. You need to make him a man out there
Premises.
in every way.
Oh, I don't
Museums
know.
are fun.
Let's
Museums are
rephrase that.
fun. Didn't you know? Museums are the best thing in the world. Let's go. Museums.
Make him a man. Oh no.
Museum of Flight, bro. That's
Y'all are
one of my
taking
favorite
video
places
games,
to
aren't
go.
you? Y'all are just gonna be playing video games.
Training
Yeah, he told me I should
Well,
bring
they're
my.
gonna be playing
not-
games. They're
No,
gonna be playing
Oh
games.
yeah.
No, we're not. Not like that, Odo. Whoa.
Bring your dang
Touching people.
Switch, and I guess I'll
Bring it.
bring my Switch 1 controllers. We gonna have a Mario Kart tournament.
Let's go.
There you go. You should stream it.
What am I clicking on right now?
You know, Cat and Nine Tails does the same thing as a Switch.
Welcome to Gay Ass Urban Adventures. Oh my
I don't
god,
even know what the fuck that is.
he clipped me saying Gay Ass Urban Adventures. Oh god.
Well, you have been talking about a lot of gay stuff.
Uh,
Hey, Ram.
I mean,
Raining outside. Conglomerate
Your second
validation
book
is going to be
supposed to
true.
be J.S. Gay
So then
Mormon
what
Adventure
if you wanted
2.
to call
Yes, this is
systems
the third book.
idea? So disjunctive
Oh,
syllogism,
wait,
also
can you be
intuitive
gay
state
and
have.
be Mormon?
I
I
know
don't
that
think so.
the P or
Is that
Q,
J.S.
one of
Soaking
those is
Adventure?
true. Yes, yeah, or it's raining. It's raining. That's
J.S.
if I,
Gay
so
Soaking
it's not
Adventures.
raining. Intuitive gloss of define the district is that
You'll be gay all your life, Josh.
well, literally anything. So of like anything follows from it. It follows that explodes. You can't allow and on there like kind of if we admit of contradictions, we've given up
All right, I gotta
any
get back
kind
to
of
work. I'll see y'all
restrictive
later.
principles
Have a
on
good
what can
one.
be the
Bye.
See you later.
My
Yeah.
case, and thus logic is no longer gets need of extant logic. So I'm emphasizing that
Time
there
for
are
a Bonnie's mom.
different things, different ticks. Like you're not allowed to divide by
Josh
zero,
Bellman
zero,
is
because
again.
uninterested explosion laws of logic. This is the case ad absurdum or evile.
Yeah.
Which if somebody
Freddie,
holds
I got a tip for you. Move your
two
phone closer to your
ideas
face.
because it might get then contradiction or people have kind of the law of not allowing contradictions is eminently pragmatic. Think in terms of really abstract thought. True. The Stoics went, well,
Hey, Bagheera, I
isn't
got
a
a
good
tip for
argument.
you.
I don't know what to tell you. Like I can't show that it's the case. It's
I was about to
self-evident.
turn gay.
Heard that one
Talking about
before, and I
logical
say the
arguments,
same
right?
thing every
Just to be
time.
true.
Thank you,
Not
sir.
as the result of some foundational
I'm
laws
sure
of
you do.
laws.
Well,
A
somebody offers
proposition
up and
can't be
give you a
true
tip
and false
say
at the
fuck
same time.
it. I'm sure you do.
Like what is that? What is this axiom of logic? Is that like do we reason our way into that? Is it one of the exciting things about the philosophy of logic? To ground in something.
Yeah, I'll
prime,
play in just a sec. I just got done.
I'll imagine that it's for a
just got
second.
back
So
from Bonnie's
that a
buns.
proposition
Got
that a
some
proposition could be true or false at the same time, which is what I was arguing all along. That can
Is that
also
what
say
y'all
something like,
call
okay,
it these days?
go out and kind of live your life and never infer from learning
Yep,
something
them
that it's
cinnamon
opposite
rolls
could,
from them
could
Bonnie
not be true.
buns.
Yeah. You're just fundamental. They seem to be
family
witty
place.
to use reason, but like I don't know, like what are these laws of verse? Probably one of the best ways of going about probably can't a lot of the
I'm
time
finding all
motion.
kind of new restaurants.
This was philosopher C,
I've
which
been
is this
Uber eating,
philosophical kind of
and they
that
take
can
you
be
all over,
done. That's just the way
picking
that
up
of
these
truth
little
Yeah.
and which
restaurants
connotation
in LA.
seems to be the sort of normative,
Hell
signified
yeah.
normative or in place surf
Mhm.
not
I live in Beverly
all this
Hills
because
area, so I'll be
part of
going to
concept
these
of truth.
big ass houses dropping
So
off
obviously
fucking
involved
cool.
logic applied can
and sour
theory or a
orders
method
to
in
these
terms of a
little
kind of what
rich
you
ass
think a math
kids.
sort of correspond that
Oh, no,
truth
you getting paid for
it's
that?
true yes
Why?
but
Hell
if
yeah.
the premise
Yeah.
is things like
Call
that.
You go
DoorDash.
Like the current
you
king
can
of
go
France is
shopping for 'em
bold.
now.
I'm gonna is current to bring to us is it
Yeah.
kind of king of France is only
Yeah, but
very
ain't
to
that
tell.
wait a minute,
I
wouldn't
went to
that
Men's
interfere
Warehouse and
with
got a
your
suit with special fabric called chill flip.
Shut up, James.
the way you're getting
I
paid
pay for those.
for?
Nope.
I pay for those people to do that.
No,
Mhm.
I'm trying to find something in a video where they talk
You
about
don't.
did you ever tell your parents that you're gay? There's a word for it.
No, it's not. Coming out of the
Specified
closet.
or they decompose
Coming out
into
the closet?
basically forever in logic
Yeah, I
isn't
think
it,
that's
for
what-
some medieval. When did Socrates begin coming? Does your mom? This is like this is
Word for telling your
a
parents you gay.
fantastic Instagram reel for anyone that's
Confession.
interested about the kind of logical decomposition of
No,
exponable
confessions
statements.
when you
Exponable
which is that there's a
statements. Exponable statements.
Kind of
That's what
being
I was
gay is a
looking for.
sin,
That's what
but
they're
you're not
called.
confessing it
This
to
whole
your-
time, that's what I've been looking for is exponable statements.
Does your mom know you're gay?
That's
And
it. Does your mom know you're gay, James?
It's difficult to tell someone that you're gay when you're not gay.
But does your mom know you're gay?
Again, it's difficult. It's
Is that the
difficult to
question or
tell
the
someone that you're
answer, Josh?
gay when you're not gay.
It's
So
called
it's not a
an
good
that's
answer.
called an exponable statement.
Exponable statement. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
What does that
question.
mean?
It's not even a statement.
Yeah.
If it does. If it
But-
start with does.
But it's an
it's a
exponable
statement.
statement because it doesn't matter what you answer, it means you're gay.
Doesn't. It means you.
What the fuck? What has another question?
So if I say
If either way, you're
Freddie,
gonna be
does your
gay.
mom know you're gay?
I hear what you're
Does your mom
saying.
know you're gay?
And if you say yes, or if
Why
you
are
say
you gay?
no, either way, you're still gay.
Well, then what the fuck's the point of the question?
It's an exponable
Call you
statement.
gay.
Well, why don't you just
You could
call
come
me
up with a clever
gay
answer and
be
say
the
only on
fucking
April
done
Fool's
with it
Day.
instead of asking a damn question. If you want to call me
Yeah.
gay,
when I
call
was
me
a
fucking
teenager
gay. Don't
was,
ask me a
does your
question
mom
and
know
beat
you're
around the
gay?
damn fucking bush.
And And I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah,
There's this
guns don't like
because
playing
this was
games.
like
Remember that.
this
Jazz.
is a fantastic Instagram reel for
I
anyone
hate
that's
people that
interested
beat
about
around the bush and
the
play
kind of logical
games and
decomposition of
don't tell you what
explainable
the fuck they
statements.
want to
Which is that there's a guy and he says
just
to
send 'em
somebody
out
across
there.
the table, when I click my
That's
fingers, you'll
right.
forget
What,
that
the
you're ever gay.
gaslighting? Oh, you
And then
have
he
no
clicks
idea.
his fingers, and then the
What
guy
are you talking
goes,
about,
"Oh,
bud?
what are you talking
Just,
about? I was
gay.
never gay."
not
He
telling
goes,
people straight up
"See,
what you
what?"
want to tell them. I want
And
people to be straightforward
my
regardless of
my
who they
and
are.
I remember
Oh,
thinking
actually,
about this when I was a
people.
teenager a little
Fuck
bit.
those
It's
who
the
beat
sort of,
around
well,
the
I
bush.
this
second
seems
that.
like this happened to you a lot.
That pisses me off.
Yeah, of
People
course.
aren't
This
straightforward.
look at me. This
It
is
pisses
this
them
is
off.
exactly.
Exponable statements. That's what I was
I'm
looking
so
for this whole
confused
time.
about what the fuck you're trying to tell me. Like, just tell me.
I just told you. When I snap my fingers, you're gonna forget you were ever gay. Ready?
Supposedly I was gay. I didn't know when I was gay, but supposedly I was gay. And so
Good,
that
you
whole
forgot.
thing of forgetting shit doesn't work, by
You,
the way.
you just forgot that you were gay.
That's commonly googly guy, by the way. Commonly googly.
It's not commie gobbledygook.
Oh, commonly
Googly,
googly guy.
wait, James, what did you say?
Commonly googly guy.
What the fuck?
Googly guy.
You don't even know gobbledygook?
Commonly googly gobbledygook.
Googly guac.
I don't even know what to say.
It's a good ass church, baby. Dr. Ray speaking fact.
Exponable statements. Only the king is bald. The king of France is bald.
Is that an exponable statement? Because there's only one king.
It's
and of course
common.
the king.
Yeah, it's a common example for an
That
exponable statement. But
sounds nothing like a question that you asked.
yeah, I don't get the king is bald thing, but that's the definite.
The
That's
statement should be the statement to James should be your mother knows you're gay. That's the statement. Even if he's not, your mother knows you're gay. And now he can't deny it. Not does your mother know you're gay is the statement. No, that's the question. Maybe he's trying to teach you how to pose a statement. You look
See,
at
I
two
don't get
things and
this.
say how's one different from the other.
Yeah, dude.
Let no man teach you. He ain't listening to this shit.
The current king of France is bald.
Is he?
Is he? How do you know?
Yeah.
He's have to be. The statement makes it only way it could be is he being bald. Duh.
I don't get it.
Duh.
Duh.
Yeah, I don't know why that one is used.
I just told you why. Because it's a statement.
Does your mom know you're gay is a better one.
Does your mom know you're not gay?
Does your mom know you're gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? That's a better one. There you go. Why are you gay? Perfect example.
For real though, James. How did your mom take it when you told her you were gay?
Oh, do you know why the current king of France is bald is an exponable statement? Because there is no king of France.
Yeah, there's a prime minister, not a king.
Right. So if I say the current king of France is bald, well, you could say, no, he's not bald. Yes, he is bald. Either way,
there is no current king of France. So it's an explainable statement because there is no right answer. Both answers are wrong. If I say, does your mom know you're gay? It doesn't matter if you say yes or no. Both answers are wrong.